Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host Simon. Welcome. I'm still one of my writers, in this case Emma. Thank you, Emma's written me a script. Linda Hazzard's Deadly Cure for Disease. It's oxymoron, isn't it? A deadly cure for disease. Well, I guess it does cure the disease. There's that great quote. Oh, I don't know who originally said it or anything, but the one with cancer. It's like cancer never beats you. It's always a draw because the cancer doesn't survive. And it's like, that's fucking morbid. But it does cure cancer. Death sure does. Let's crack on. Oh, the format of the show, if you're new here, is I've never read this before. We're going to explore it together. Let's go. I've never heard of Linda Hazzard. Sounds like you need to take some care around her with the name Hazzard. Oh, I tried to think of a clever joke there, but it didn't come to me in time. These are not edited. I mean, they are edited, but I don't come up with clever jokes and then put them in ahead of time. It's all a cold read. I've always had a love for reading. Though my Kindle is stock full of books on true crime these days, some of my favourite authors include Tom Clancy, love Tom Clancy, Sarah J. Maas, Laura Thalassa, Deborah Harkness, Lee Bergdogo, and of course the esteemed Sir Terry Pratchett. I know Tom Clancy and Terry Pratchett. I don't know any of the others, I'm afraid. I never could get into gothic horror though, and yet when I researched this case, I couldn't help but think that it would have made a good gothic horror story. It has all the elements needed for a thrilling story: a secluded house, a deranged doctor, a missing heiress, fantastical twists, and a badass hero. Wait, is this a real story? It does sound like characters from a book. So let's get into it. A nurse comes a-calling. Let's set the scene, shall we? It's the 1st of June, 1911, and the Union Steamship Company's steamer, the SS Marimar, has just arrived in Vancouver on the eastern coast of Canada from Sydney, Australia. Oh my god, that must have been a hell of a journey. You're crossing the Pacific 100 years ago, 120 years ago. 110 years ago. Apologies, I'll get there eventually. That's a journey, right? How long do you think that takes by steamship? It's got to be weeks, right? And I feel like today, it'd be yeah, you're on a giant cruise ship and there's a swimming pool, there's a theater, there's 700 restaurants, you're having a gay old time. But back in the day, it'd be oh, it's just cold and the food's horrible. I'm terribly seasick. On board is 56-year-old Margaret Conway, and she just spent the past month, boom, there we go, travelling in a third-class room aboard the SS Marimar, worried about out of her mind. Yeah, although I guess, I've seen that Titanic movie. If you're travelling in first class, I guess it's about the same time as the Titanic. Okay, so they did have nice ships, right? Not if you're travelling third class, then you're a peasant. But if you're in first, they had great bars and restaurants and these beautiful rooms, cigar lounges, promenades, just to let you know that you're better than everybody else. In her bag, she has a collection of letters and telegrams. The first is a telegram dated the 30th of April that read, "Cable, Margaret Conway, Melbourne, Australia. Come SS Marimar, May 8th, first class. Claire." Sounds like that first class didn't work out, did it? There's also a bundle of letters that she'd received from Dora and Claire Williamson, the two women she'd raised since they were babies. For the past year, they'd been travelling all over Canada and the US and had recently spent some time visiting their uncle in Seattle. Their letters were full of stories of the health spas they'd visited, the interesting people that they'd met, their plans to travel back to England and Australia in April and May respectively, and a wish for their beloved Margaret to come and see them in the US. The most recent is a letter from Claire. It is dated the 2nd of May, 1911, and it consists of 4 pages. It was posted from the home of Dr. Linda Burfield Hazzard in Olalla, Hilltop County, Washington, and was sent to Hawaii for Margaret to collect on her way to Vancouver. And lastly, Margaret had a cablegram dated the 17th of May, 1911, explaining that she has to ask the agent at the Commercial Pacific Cablegram office for a letter. It ends, "Both quite well, Williamson." But it is the contents of Claire's letter that has Margaret worried. The 4 pages are covered in writing on both sides, and the top section of the first page has been filled in later, almost as if Claire had run out of paper but still had a lot that needed to be said. In it, Claire explains that she and her older sister Dora had become unwell soon after they'd arrived in Vancouver a year earlier. When we were in Seattle in September, we heard of a lady fasting specialist, and we had her book, Fasting for the Cure of Disease, which I studied carefully at Riverside. I found she is the only licensed fasting doctor in the world, and of course, is the above Dr. Hazzard. Wow, times don't change. This is 100 years ago, and there's still people out there being yes, cure your diseases with fasting. Cure your diseases with fucking acai berry or whatever the fuck. Stop it. People are still as gullible as they were 100 years ago. And it's science has come really far to be no, fasting doesn't cure diseases. I mean, it might make you thinner. It might be good for you, but it's not curing your diseases. Claire continues to explain that they'd gone to meet with Dr. Hazzard and told her about their various health issues. Dr. Hazzard had found them both to be in a very bad state and had told them they would both die within a few years if they didn't do something about their health immediately. Let me guess. Dr. Hazzard's the sort of doctor you go to. It's like, well, what's the prescription? It's fasting, isn't it, doctor? It's like, yes, it is. So why do you need to even go to the doctor if the one prescription is fasting? Under Dr. Hazzard's watchful eye and with the help of a nurse, they started following Dr. Hazzard's fasting ritual and underwent daily, thorough internal washings. Oh god, that's like the up the bum spray out, isn't it? Oh, aka enemas. Yeah, that's what it's called. That's the sciencey word, enema. Which had cleaned their intestines of impurities. Okay, quoting again, we have been all the time either on a very small quantity of strained fruit juices or strained vegetable broth, such as tomatoes with water poured and cooked gently, then poured through a fine strainer without pressing them. Last week we began to pick up, so the doctor allowed us to begin our first step towards solids. We have beautiful raisins from Spain and little milk from her cow. I'm thriving well on it. I like the raisins immensely after 8 weeks on liquid. This doesn't sound good for you, right? I mean, I'm not against fasting. I think fasting's quite... I used to do that thing where you fasted like 2 days a week. The idea is you could just eat whatever you want on the other 5 days and then you just fast for 2 days. And I don't know why I did it. This was before I was 30. I could just eat whatever I wanted anyway and it didn't matter. But I don't know, I just tried it. And I found it quite easy and quite nice. Like, you really look forward to food. You really think about food a lot more rather than just stuffing your face all the time. Well, now that I've got older, less stuffing my face all the time and just thinking about, I shouldn't eat that much, should I? Shouldn't eat that much. It did happen. It's like, now I can gain weight. Oh, son of a... Not very much, but it does happen now. So that's a bummer. Claire went on to explain that she and Dora had been moved to Dr. Hazzard's newly established health sanitarium at Wilderness Heights in Alala just 10 days earlier. According to Claire, no one could have provided the two sisters with the loving care they were receiving from Dr. Hazzard and her educated husband, the philosophical and very gentlemanly Samuel Hazzard. Sam Hazzard sounds like a superhero. Claire also told Margaret that Dr. Hazzard also sounds like a superhero. Hazzard is a badass name. I'm sorry, I know you're a bad person who seems to be like poisoning people or whatever, or like fasting people to death, but Hazzard is a cool name. Claire also told Margaret that Dr. Hazzard was in the process of erecting cabins on the property for her and Dora to live in. Each sister would have their own cabin, and each cabin would have a spacious veranda out front so they could sleep outside if they wanted to. Okay, or let me tell you what I'll be doing. If there's somewhere to sleep inside, that's where I'll be sleeping, because just generally prefer sleeping inside. Weird, isn't it? From the sound of it, Claire saw it all as some big adventure that they were about to embark on, but then Claire lamented the fact that she and Dora might not be well enough to meet Margaret when the SS Maramar arrived in Vancouver. Claire admitted to not feeling well enough to walk and told Dr. Margaret that Dora's mental health had taken a turn for the worst. Quote, "The doctor had a long talk with me last night about Dory. She may take months to get her brain right, which, you know, has been weak the last few years. Her memory is going so completely. I will tell you details when you come, and I conceive the doctor will tell you about us both." Okay, it sounds like they've just fallen into this like weird culty doctor's trap. And I get the feeling they're quite rich, right? Because they're off just like traveling the world as women. Because if you're a peasant woman back in 1911, life's going to be pretty shitty. But if these girls seem to be off on some like grand adventure. What did they call it? Was it the Grand Tour? Where rich Americans would go and tour around Europe for like a year or whatever? That sounds like a laugh. But as Margaret would soon find out, Claire and Dora were worse off than Claire had let on. In fact, Claire Williamson had passed away on the 19th of May 1911, and when Margaret arrived at Dr. Hazzard's health sanatorium on the 2nd of June, Dora wasn't far behind her. Oh my god. Okay. That's terrible. They die. Already? We're just starting this story, Emma. This video is brought to you by the best wallet that you can ever buy, and that would of course be today's sponsor, Ridge. And not only that, Ridge is now having their 3rd annual summer sweepstakes brought to you with their friends over at Hennessy, so get excited about that. Now imagine this, you're zipping around town in a brand new Ford Bronco, or maybe, if you prefer it, just rolling in some serious cash, and that's all thanks to Ridge and their collaboration with Hennessy. Wallets and performance cars, well, what do they share? Well, this one immediately, look at it. It's like, well, this shares carbon fiber. Serious performance car with that kind of stuff. Efficiency, precision, edge. Just like a Ridge wallet. This is my daily one here, and this is the burnt titanium look, and it's a bunch of looks, by the way, and it can hold up to 12 cards plus RFID protection. I just got like 2 bank cards and a driver's license in there. Very easy to get out. You just whip them out like that. Not going to do that too much with my bank cards, obviously not. Plus cash goes in the back. And speaking of style, like I said, Ridge has 30 colors and designs, from carbon fiber to burnt titanium and a whole lot more. And keys, no problem there either. No more jangling around in your pocket with the Ridge key case. It's like a Swiss Army thing. You just pop them all out. These are my office keys. And easy does it. Takes about 5 minutes to put them into there. No jangling! Plus, you can get up to 30% off when you grab the Ridge wallet and the key case together, which is nice. Ridge's team are even so confident that you'll like it, they'll let you try it for 99 days and you can return it if you don't like it, so it's risk-free. Brilliant! Plus, with Ridge's Hennessy Summer Sweepstakes, you can win a brand new Hennessy Ford Bronco Velociraptor or $75,000 in cold hard cash. It's your choice. And hey, here's the scoop. By entering on their website, you're in the running. No money needed. Enter for free on the website, and for every dollar you spend, you'll earn a bonus entry. Plus, custom Hennessy products like this beautiful Ridge wallet here with the brand right up there come with up to 1,000 extra entries. But wait, if you use my link, ridge.com/criminalist, and use the code criminalist, you'll snag 10 bonus entries and 10% off. Thank you to Ridge for sponsoring, and now back to today's video. Fasting for the cure of disease. Now, at the time, dieting wasn't exactly a new thing, but the people who came up with these new diets basically had no idea what the hell they were doing. In the early 1800s, English gentlemen like Beau Brummel and Lord Byron followed all kinds of odd and unhealthy diets and would weigh themselves religiously. At one point, Lord Byron only drank soda water and ate potatoes that had soaked in vinegar. In 1816, he lived on toast, tea, and vegetable dinners and smoked cigars to curb his hunger. Does work though, like smoking and curbing your hunger. It's like, I enjoy an occasional cigar. And it's like, if you're hungry and you have a cigar, it's like, no longer hungry. Don't know why that happens, but it does. You're like, should we go out for dinner? It's like, nah, let's just drink. In fact, many of the fads we still follow today were developed in the late 19th and early 20th centuries by fans of alternate medicine. The Banting diet was developed by carpenter/undertaker. It's an unusual combination of jobs, called William Banting in 1863, carpenter/undertaker/dietitian. And in the early 1900s, businessman and writer Horace Fletcher became known as the Great Masticator when he started the chewing craze. Wait, is this the dude who was like, you gotta chew each mouthful of food 100 times? And did he end up dying of mouth cancer? Isn't that the story? His diet required his followers to chew each mouthful of food until it was liquid before they swallowed, and claimed that it would help with weight loss and prevent diabetes. In 1918, Dr. Lulu Peter Hunt Peters introduced the world to the idea of counting calories. The Hay diet gave us concepts of protein and starch, and Dr. John Kellogg encouraged low-fat, low-protein, and vegetarian diets such as Battle Creek Health Sanitarium. Some of this makes sense though, like counting calories, obviously, is something that has been well established to work. If it's just, come on, calories in, calories out, right? If you eat tons of calories and don't exercise, you're going to get fat. If you eat less calories and burn a lot of them, you're going to get skinny. It's not rocket science. Fasting, however, wasn't a new concept, since many Eastern religions and cultures have been practicing intermittent fasting for centuries. But in the early 20th century, practitioners of alternative medicine took fasting to the extreme by claiming that prolonged fasting was the key to cleansing the body and healing the mind. Well, that's not real. The cleansing the body. Whenever someone's like, we're going to get rid of those toxins, it's like, yeah, okay, sure you are. It's a mate of mine, I was having a debate with him, and he was not a debate, just, it was almost it was pointless, because he was like, yeah, the sauna is so healthy for you. It's so healthy, and blah, blah, blah. And it gets, you sweat out everything, you get rid of all those toxins. And I'm like, no, you don't. There's no science to back that up. And he's like, there's loads of science to back that up. And then it's like, okay, well, that's where the debate ends, isn't it? Because you think there is, I think there isn't. Fairly sure I'm sauna, fine. It's not unhealthy. And I guess, if you go in there and sit in there and you sweat a little bit, you're not getting rid of any toxins. I mean, you're getting hot, and I guess that's elevating your heart rate, so that can't be bad. But surely I think that's where it ends. It's not like you're sweating out the bad things in your body. Just go for a brisk walk and you're probably gonna have the same effect, aren't you? I'm sure people in the comments are being like, actually, Simon, according to in Finland, there are people who live for ages. And it's like, yeah, fine. Science, show me the studies. Show me that it's not just them getting a little bit hot. Show me that it's not just them getting the same benefit as a slightly brisk walk. Dr. Edward Dewey is credited for pioneering therapeutic fasting. He claimed that excessive eating was the cause of all disease and psychological problems, and believed that abstinence from food could cure mental disorders. Okay. It's like, yeah, no, I used to have schizophrenia, and then I just stopped eating, and it was fine. A British physician called William Tibbles would... Tibbles is the opposite of Hazzard. If there was a dude called Dr. Hazzard and Mr. Tibbles... Oh, no, he's a physician as well. Dr. Hazzard and Dr. Tibbles. I'll be like, Dr. Hazzard is beating the out of Dr. Tibbles at lunch break. and would explain in his book Dietics, or Food in Health and Disease, that even though intermittent fasting had its benefits, Dr. Dewey's claims that prolonged fasting was a cure-all for illness and disease was a foolish delusion, and that he took fasting to an irrational extreme. I take it all back, Mr. Tibbles, Dr. Tibbles, I like you. You're a sensible doctor and a big brain. Dr. Linda Burfield Hazzard was one of Dr. Dewey's students, and she took it even further, believing that our bodies are like machines that need nutrition to function, and that overeating or eating for pleasure instead of necessity clogs up the body's natural mechanics, causing it to work harder than it should, resulting in organic disease. Well, I mean, there's a little grain of truth in there, isn't it? Because if you just keep gorging yourself on cakes, you're going to get all your arteries clogged up and then have a heart attack and die. Like, heart disease kills more than anything else, right? In rich countries. Because we're all gluttons and we're eating so much. No. Firstly, I have to take a pill for cholesterol. Well, that's like, I don't know. I don't eat bad. I don't eat good. I just eat somewhere in the middle. But I just have genetically high cholesterol, so I have to take a pill for it. But it's like, there's truth in that, right? That cholesterol's going to clog up your heart and then you're going to die. Not with me. My cholesterol's ridiculously low now. According to Dr. Hazzard, illnesses are simply a symptom of organic disease and the body must be purified before it can heal itself naturally. According to the book, Fasting for the Cure of Disease, quote, fasting is the voluntary denial of food to a system which is diseased and which, because of disease, does not require nourishment until rested, cleansed, and eager to take up the labor of digestion. Yes. Oh, you're sick, just stop eating so you don't overtax your body with that whole food thing. You don't need it until you're healed. This is so insane. She believed that once the body started showing signs of illness, it was necessary to start a fasting ritual right away, which included a diet of vegetable broths, portions of fruit, and some milk. I like vegetable broths though. Like, I sometimes would just take stock cubes and just make stock and drink that. It's probably really unhealthy because it's so salty. But those stock cubes, sometimes I'll just nibble on a little stock cube and it's like, oh, but it tastes, there's so much little taste in a tiny little thing. Part of her treatment included the following: daily enemas to rinse out the organs, hot baths, cold compresses, osteopathic manipulation to arrange the organs to help the body rid itself of waste, and of course, lots of sunlight and fresh air. It can be argued that Dr. Hazzard had a good reason to believe that sometimes medicine did more harm than good. A sickly start. Dr. Hazzard was born Linda Laura Burfield on the 18th of December 1867 in Carver, Minnesota, and grew up on a farm outside of Star Lake Township. Her parents both believed that in order to stay healthy, children needed good food, lots of exercise, and fresh air. Cool. Her parents seem to know more about medicine than she does. And Mrs. Burfield ensured that her family followed a mostly vegetarian diet. But when Linda was 10, her father took her and 6 siblings to see a doctor for their annual checkup. Mr. Burfield thought the doctor would be able to give them precautionary treatments that would keep them from getting sick. Instead, the doctor told Mr. Burfield that because they lived on a farm, his children were at risk of ingesting all kinds of internal parasites. So the doctor prescribes the Burfield children blue pills to help prevent parasites from taking hold in their intestines. Blue pills definitely means something else today, doesn't it? Now, for those who don't know, these blue pills were also known as blue mass pills, and according to the Royal Society of Chemistry, they were used to treat toothaches, constipation, debilitating pain, parasitic infections, and tuberculosis. The main ingredients in these pills were glycerol, rose honey, licorice, hollyhock, and mercury. Ah, yes. The old mercury, well known for being so good. I mean, maybe it does kill the intestine, the parasites inside you, but it also kills you because it's mercury and it's highly poisonous. The Burfield children all took it for years, and it caused heavy vomiting and diarrhea, and another doctor prescribed calomel as a remedy. Just like the blue pills, calomel was another one to cure, and it contained both mercury and chlorine. You know what'll cure your mercury? More mercury. It ate away at their stomach linings, caused their teeth to fall out, and made it almost impossible to keep food in, according to Linda. I now know what, of course, I could not then suspect, that this powerful poison did irreparable injury to my intestines, retarding and preventing their development and growth to such a degree that even to this day, I am compelled to resort to the enema daily. I understand why people went to these, wacko doctors in the past where they're like, just fast for your diseases, because they went to the regular doctor and he prescribed the fucking mercury. The difference today is now medicine follows the scientific methods. Whereas back in the past, it was you might be, it just is take this potion, see what happens. But times have changed. We shouldn't be like this anymore. We should be look, science. Look, this actually works. Rather than eating mercury or going to the fasting doctor. But the crazy thing is, no one's eating mercury, but they're still going to the fasting doctor in the 21st century. Stop it. By the time she was married at 18, Linda was still suffering the effects of mercury poisoning and believed that natural medicine was the solution to all of her health problems, which isn't unreasonable. I don't blame you, Linda. Your life has been screwed up by regular medicine. Over the years, she tried out various diets and natural cures and took a course on osteopathy, which is a form of alternative medicine that involves massaging and manipulating the body in order to encourage itself to heal. I remember there was a mate of mine at school, and once a week, he had some neck problems or whatever, and he'd come in and he'd be like, "Oh, I'm sorry I'm late, I was at the osteopath this morning." And I was like, I just assumed that was a doctor. And then I didn't find out until a few years ago, or 10 years ago, that osteopathy is not medicine. So it's I had to miss this lesson because I went to see the witch doctor. It's what the f***? You just go into someone who doesn't actually do anything. Sure, it costs a fortune as well, because of course it does.
Do you know what they call alternative medicine that's been proved to work? Medicine.
In either 1897 or 1898, she stumbled across Dr. Edward Dewey's book, The True Science of Living, The New Gospel of Health. In it, Dr. Dewey gives his readers private lectures on the wonders of fasting, and Linda was hooked. She became obsessed with Dr. Dewey's methods, and when her husband left her in April 1898, the now 31-year-old Linda sent her 2 children to live with her grandmother, virtually abandoning them so that she could pursue a career in medicine. And she left for Meadville, Pennsylvania, to study the fasting cure under Dr. Edward Dewey. The two became good friends, and soon after, she opened an office in Minneapolis and advertised her services as a fasting specialist. In the pamphlets she handed out to advertise her new practice, she claimed that she was able to perform wonders with the fasting cure to, quote, "cases pronounced incurable by medical physicians recovered under the regimen I imposed, and the symptoms presented range from chronic constipation, diabetes, Bright's disease, and syphilis to paralysis." Good Lord, it's what happened to you? Fell off a horse, broke my neck, now can't walk. Don't worry. Yeah, we got you sorted, just don't eat. Oh, another chair! No. I mean, the first things chronic constipation, yeah, that can be probably diet-related. Diabetes, certainly diet-related. I mean, I'm thinking type 2 diabetes, probably not type 1 diabetes. You're not going to get rid of that. Can you get rid of type 2 diabetes if you have it? Because type 2 diabetes is the one you get if you're fat, right? And then if you get thin, does your diabetes go away, or are you from that point onwards diabetic? I don't even know. Linda started referring to herself as Dr. Burfield and made a name for herself in Minneapolis as the fasting doctor. Yeah, something I recently learned, titles are not controlled in America. So you could just call yourself, I could just go around and be like, Dr. Whistler, yes, hello, I know everything. And it's just you could just do that. You can't do that in other countries. You have to actually earn that, which is crazy. Just call yourself Sir or just Legend. She officially divorced her first husband in 1902 and married Samuel Hazzard on the 11th of November 1903. The two of them moved to Washington State in 1907, and with the help of her lawyer, John Arthur, she applied to have her medical practice grandfathered by the Washington Medical Board in 1910, meaning that she didn't need a degree to practice alternative medicine and was able to get practicing medical license based solely on her past experience as an osteopath. I'm glad that these days there's rules and stuff. You can't just be I'm a medical doctor. It's how's that? It's my dad was an osteopath. Please. Grandfathered in. From here on out, she would forever be known as Dr. Linda Burfield Hazzard, the fasting specialist, and she dreamed of opening her own health sanitarium, which would rival Dr. Kellogg's sanitarium in Battle Creek. I think I should get that. Most of my family are they're all doctors, and I think I should. My grandparents were. My dad was. I think I should be grandfathered in, to be honest. I think that's fair. I think I should be allowed to practice medicine. It seems fair. It seems obviously I know all about it because my relatives do it. The fast is so fucking stupid. British heiress. Evelyn Dorothea Williamson was born on the 9th of September 1873 in present-day, good lord, Tiruchirappalli in India. Oh, that makes more sense. I was like, is this an American name? And I was like, no, it's somewhere in India. So look, that in India, it's okay, unpronounceable stuff. It's yeah, of course. Whereas America is it's the same language that I speak, and you have these crazy place names. It's what is that? Although, crazy place names. There's somewhere in the UK called Weston-super-Mare. It's what the Weston-super-Mare? Shout out to everyone in Weston-super-Mare. Let me know in the comments if you're from Weston. Is Weston-super-Mare even a big town? It's probably not. There's probably no one listening in Weston-super-Mare. Her father was a British officer in the Imperial Army Medical Service and was seriously injured after Dora's birth. As a result, he and his family returned to England, but his health never really recovered, and the Williamsons hired the 19-year-old Margaret Conway, an Australian nursemaid, to help them look after their baby daughter. The second daughter, Gertrude, was born a few days before the new nurse arrived, but she was a sickly baby, and Margaret was put in charge of looking after little Dora, while Mrs. Williamson devoted all her time to the sickly Gertrude. Enid Lillian Claire Williamson was born in London on the 4th of October, 1877. Mr. Williamson passed away in December, and little Gertrude followed 4 months later, plunging the family into grief. It's like, as soon as the child was born is a bit sickly. Like, today I'll be like, well, okay, they're just going to recover. And I'm like, no, they're dead. Like 1800s, it's like a sickly child. That's death, because people had like 19 children in the hope that 2 would survive. Jesus Christ, the past. This is just like the past was the worst episode, isn't it? Still, Dora and Claire had their mother and Margaret, or Toddy as they called her, and they lived a life of privilege, went on skiing trips in Switzerland, attended schools in France, and travelled all over Europe. I knew they were privileged. You could sense it, couldn't you? When Mrs. Williamson, by sense, I mean they went on extravagant first-class travels when they were kids around the world 100 years ago, so it's not exactly hard to sense, was it? When Mrs. Williamson passed away in 1893, the Williamson sisters inherited their paternal grandfather's fortune. At the time, it was valued at over $1 million. Holy sh! $1 million in 1893. Included stock and properties all over the world. Today, their fortune is worth $31 million. Since the inflation worth more than $31 million. Since the inflation calculator I used only goes back to 1913. Oh sh! You can at least double or triple that, right? God damn. That meant the 20-year-old Dora and 17-year-old Claire could afford to do whatever their hearts desired, and it meant that if they didn't want to get married, they didn't have to. For years, the sisters travelled to their heart's content and didn't feel the need to settle down anywhere. With the loving Margaret in tow, they stayed in luxury hotels for months on end, drank tea, went for spa treatments, and read mostly. But as the saying goes, an idle mind is the devil's playground, and over the years, the sisters developed an interest in natural healing treatments, and they tried out every health fad that they came across. Oh, wow. This does sound nice, though. Doesn't it? Just inheriting a ton of money and just like traveling around the world, staying in nice hotels. Oh, it's like, I don't know. It would lead you to be pretty idle, wouldn't it? According to Margaret, neither of the girls had any serious health issues. Dora occasionally suffered from pains in her knees, which had been diagnosed as rheumatism or rheumatoid arthritis. Claire had suffered from nervous exhaustion or depression as a child and developed painful periods when she grew older. An American doctor had diagnosed her with a tilted back or retroverted uterus. Is that a real condition? Is that a real word? Retroverted? And had told her that because she didn't work for a living, there was no need to perform an operation to fix it. Despite enjoying a relatively clean bill of health, the two sisters kept looking for a cure-all remedy for their various ills. But as one of their possibly envious cousins explained, being rich is the cause of all their problems. Claire and Dorothea are ill because they can afford to be ill. Wait, wouldn't one of their cousins also have the same granddad? I guess it could be on the other side of the family, right? That would make sense. In September 1910, the Williamson sisters were staying at the Empress Hotel in Victoria, British Columbia, when they came across an advertisement for the Hazzard Institute of Natural Therapeutics and Dr. Hazzard's claims of being a fasting specialist. On September the 2nd, Claire wrote to Dr. Hazzard asking for her advice and telling her that Dora wasn't doing well. Quote, she was suffering from swollen glands and has now developed acute rheumatic pains in her knees, which are both enlarged, and today the pain has gone into the leg as well and is impossible for her to walk. Claire goes on to explain that 2 years earlier, Dorothy had been diagnosed with Graves' disease, an autoimmune disorder that can cause hyperthyroidism. People with Graves' disease often develop protruding eyes and can develop a goiter or growth in their neck when the thyroid gland becomes enlarged. That sounds unpleasant. Graves' disease is a chronic condition, but these days it can be treated with either surgery or medication. But Claire claimed that Dora had been able to manage her symptoms by undergoing regular osteopathic treatments, following a strict vegetarian diet and fasting on and off. Why not just take... Oh, because today it can be cured with surgery and medication. Back in the day it was like, good luck with that. With your enlarged thyroid and giant eyes. When Claire wrote her first letter to Dr. Hazzard, Dora had been already following an extreme fast for just over a week. All she takes is a little orange juice in hot distilled water about 3 times a day, and a pear or a few grapes. The eyes, just now, are very bloodshot and seem to be eliminating a good deal of matter. Oof, rough. Her period was due 10 days ago. She has very sharp pain over the right temple whenever she moves, and today feels too unwell to leave her bed. Well, honestly, it sounds like she could probably use some food. She started this fasting diet, and now she's got horrible stuff coming out of her eyes and constant headaches in a specific part of her brain. Have you tried eating, maybe? Over the course of the next few months, the sisters and Dr. Hazzard would write several letters to each other. Dr. Hazzard sent them a copy of her book to study and suggested that the conditions could be easily treatable if they switched up their diet. She recommended that they start only by eating vegetable broths and cornbread to clear their bodies of toxins. I love cornbread. And when Claire wrote back complaining that they were feeling a little weak after only eating cornbread and vegetable broths for a few weeks, Dr. Hazzard responded saying that the sense of weakness that you now experience is the result of the toxic products that are stirred up through the fast you have undergone and the regimen upon which you have placed yourself. Do not hesitate to utilize the enema. It is the most valuable assistant we have, for it serves to remove the rubbish that gathers despite ourselves in the colon, rubbish that is the source of so much trouble through absorption into the circulation. Claire asked Dr. Hazzard if it would be possible for them to go to a sanitarium for a consultation and treatment, and Dr. Hazzard explained that the sanitarium wasn't open for business yet, but they could come and see her at her offices in Seattle. Once she had decided on the best treatment to prescribe them, they could stay in the Buena Vista apartments in Seattle until she was able to house them more comfortably at the sanitarium. Claire wrote back and informed Dr. Hazzard that they'd be traveling to Seattle from California in February 1911 and will appreciate it if she could start their treatment then. The sisters didn't tell Margaret or any of their family members what they were planning because, as Claire explained to Dr. Hazzard, quote, "Unfortunately, we cannot tell them we are going to stop in Seattle to do a fast, as already they disapprove of our way of living. In fact, we are not mentioning it to anyone." Uh-oh. Dr. Hazzard. I mean, obviously, this is fine. Like, you'd never think about it, but it's like Dr. Hazzard's probably like, hey, no one knows you're here. How rich are you again? How about you leave me all your money? Jesus Christ, here we go. According to Dora, they met with Dr. Hazzard in her office on the Northern Bank and Trust Building in Seattle on the 27th of February 1911. After their consultation with her, they stayed in a furnished apartment in the Buena Vista apartments. It was close to Dr. Hazzard's office, so they were able to walk there in order to receive their daily treatments. The cost of these treatments was a considerable $60 or $1,849 today per person per month, but they reasoned that it would be worth it. Which, I mean, if you're worth like $30 million or whatever, $1,849 is not a month, it's probably not going to be that much to you. Dr. Hazzard said that after the fast, our bodies would be clean and in perfect health. It's estimated that when they arrived in Seattle that February, Dora weighed a healthy 166 pounds or 75 kilograms, and Claire weighed 158 pounds or 72 kilograms. Wait, this is like back in the day, so people were short, right? I weigh 75 kilograms, and I'm just off 6 foot. So is that a healthy weight? That seems like, I'm assuming she's shorter than me by quite a bit because she's 1, a woman, and 2, in the past. That does sound, isn't that a lot? Every day for the first 2 weeks, the two sisters got up and got dressed, and at 9 a.m. they would each drink a cup of tomato broth and a glass of orange juice. On weekdays, they'd make their way to the Bank and Trust Building around 11 a.m., and there Dr. Hazzard would provide the accessories that formed a part of their treatment. She had them squat down on a bathtub with their knees against their chests while she performed an enema on them, which entailed shoving a pipe up their bottom and pouring 6 liters of warm water down a funnel into their bodies. She'd then remove the I've got a vivid image in my mind. And the sisters had to expel the water and whatever toxins were flushed along with their feces into a bucket. After, each sister received osteopathic massages, during which she'd vigorously beat their backs, necks, and heads with her fist, while she ordered them to eliminate. Jesus Christ, what is going on? And later, she'd do the same to the rest of their bodies. After this brutal massage, they'd head back home, have another cup of vegetable broth for dinner, and then it was off to bed. Dora would explain that after the first week, quote, "Claire looked weak and did not seem to have any strength, but she was still able to go about, and we both struggled out as it was represented to us it was better for us to keep going all the time, as that would help to eliminate the poisons in our systems. Dr. Hazzard told us we had a great deal, and it was better to have it worked out. The more we walked about, however bad we felt, it was better to walk and struggle against it, and we went out first mornings and afternoons for a week." People wrote so weird in the past, barely could read that. So they're basically like, yeah, you're feeling super weak, but you've got to go out and like move around. Okay, fair enough. For the first week, everything went well, and the sisters convinced themselves that they were doing better. But by the end of the second week, they started fainting and sleeping the day away and were unable to get out of bed. I wonder why. Maybe it's all the lack of eating. The daily enema treatment had gone from a 30-minute enema to a 2-hour-long enema, and then 4-hour-long enemas, until they were draped over cloth hammocks in the bathtubs in Dr. Hazzard's office, enduring day-long enemas. What the, man? Eventually, what have they got in there anyway? They're not even eating. It's just like water goes in, water comes out. It's still drinkable. Oh, Simon, no. Eventually, they didn't even have the strength to make their own vegetable broth, so during the 4th week of their fasting, Nurse Nellie Sherman was called to assist the girls with whatever they needed. Nurse Sherman wordlessly followed Dr. Hazzard's orders and helped the sisters bathe, drink their broth, endure the enemas, and walk to the sunroom on weekends for some much-needed exercise and sunshine. According to Dora, Dr. Hazzard was kindness itself during those first weeks and offered to help them with whatever she could. She was particularly interested in their business affairs and whether there were any business concerns that they couldn't deal with now as they had trouble writing to their friends and family. Uh-oh, Dr. Hazzard. Why are you delving into that, Dr. Hazzard? Maybe you're seeing an opportunity. She also convinced them to hand over their cash, deed documents, and jewelry to her so that she could place them in the office safe for safekeeping. Uh-oh. It's not their fault now because they're like delirious through all of this like lack of food. They're just like, yeah, okay, sure, yeah, you could do that. Because they can't make decisions, because they're not mentally well there anymore, because they're not eating. She also had her lawyer, John Arthur, come and see them so that he could help them with any financial concerns that they might have. Uh-oh. But then their neighbors started complaining to Nurse Sherman about the state of the two sisters' health. They were concerned that the sisters were starving to death, and they weren't the only ones. That's probably because they were starving to death. Even Nurse Sherman reached out to a friend of hers, an osteopath who'd recently treated the sisters, named Dr. Augusta Brewer, for advice on how to help the sisters since she was convinced they were going to die. When the neighbors started threatening to call the authorities, Dr. Hazzard hastily made plans to move the sisters to a sanitarium at Alala. Nurse Sherman couldn't go to Alala, so Dr. Hazzard hired a nurse, Sarah Robinson, to help her look after the two Williamson sisters, and told Nurse Robinson that the two sisters were already too far gone for her treatment to do them any good, and that she feared that Claire wouldn't last long. To quote, "I have done everything I can for the girl. It is only a matter of time. Days, really. Possibly as long as a week. She suffers from organic troubles with her liver and her stomach, which cannot be remedied by the fast or any other treatment." Wilderness Heights. Dora and Claire were moved to Dr. Hazzard's home in Alala on the 21st of April 1911. After 8 weeks of fasting, the two sisters resembled skeletons and had to be carried downstairs in stretchers before they were transported to the harbour in 2 ambulances. Some of the people who lived in the Buena Vista apartments watched them go, and Mary Fields would later testify that she estimated that Claire weighed less than 70 pounds, or 32 kilograms at that point. She's lost more than half her weight. That's insane. Dora couldn't remember much of those first weeks in Dr. Hazzard's sanatorium. It wasn't anything like the other health spas that she'd been to in the past. It didn't have the wide veranda, lush gardens, and horses that Claire had envisioned when she'd first imagined them going to Dr. Hazzard's Institute of Natural Therapeutics. The property was covered in trees and wild thorn bush, and Dr. Hazzard proudly referred to it as Wilderness Heights. The house was just your everyday 2-story bungalow with a living room, kitchen, dining room, cellar, scullery, and 2 bedrooms. What is a scullery? I know that word, I just never know what it means. A scullery is a room now traditionally used for washing up dishes and laundering clothes. Oh, like a utility room. Okay. And the unfinished attic, of course, which was divided in half with rough planks to create 2 bedrooms where the sisters initially stayed. These sisters are worth tens of millions of dollars in modern money, and they're staying in the attic of someone's house in the wilderness with just boards dividing the rooms. They must be like, this is not okay. Dora would later testify that their health only got worse once they were moved to Wilderness Heights, and the only thing that they could think about was the food that they were not allowed to have. To quote her, "During our stay in the institution, we repeatedly begged for food, as we felt ourselves growing weaker and weaker, but Mrs. Hazzard steadfastly refused to alter our daily diet. I wanted food oh so much, but she kept on saying, just wait a little bit. Finally, I got into such a condition that I did not care for food and really believed against my will that I did not need any." The quote ends. 18-year-old Essie Cameron was another nurse who helped to care for the Williamson sisters after they arrived at Wilderness Heights. She'd also been told that the sisters were dying and that they were just trying to make their last days as comfortable as possible by shoving them in an attic and continuing to starve them. What are you doing, Dr. Hazzard? She had to help the sisters bathe and would later explain that the bathwater was so hot that it burned her hands and often caused the sisters to faint. She couldn't help but notice just how emaciated their bodies were. She couldn't help but notice. They weighed 32 kilograms. I could pick them up with one hand. Miss Clare was terribly thin, and she had a sore on the lower part of her spine. It was ulcerated and red and quite large, about the size of $1 or larger. The skin was drawn over her cheekbones to give her an almost skeleton-like appearance. Her upper lip did not come over her teeth, and she had some difficulty in talking because she could not close her lips. They are starving to death. This is crazy. The two sisters weren't allowed to see each other, which meant that they relied on Dr. Hazzard to let them know how the other was doing. Dr. Hazzard told Dora that Claire's illness was too far developed and that the fasting cure wasn't helping. Claire, on the other hand, was told that Dora's mind had left her, that she was insane, and that she might never recover. But the afternoon before Claire died, Dr. Hazzard asked Dora if she'd like to see Claire and carried her to her sister's room. Claire was too weak to move, and when Dora was put down next to Claire's bed, Claire asked to speak to her alone. To quote her, "My sister looked at me as if she was going to tell me something. She looked very hard at me, as if wondering if she would tell me. She did not tell it to me. I did not realize she was thinking I was insane at that time, or I would have asked her to tell me. I was that stupid, with weakness. I did not think it." Yeah, and this is the thing. At this point, you're not in your right mind. You might not be insane, but you can't make sensible decisions because you're so deprived of food. Your brain is just it requires nutrition, and if you don't give it to it, it stops working properly. According to Dr. Hazzard, Claire had known that she was going to die. Dr. Hazzard had warned her weeks before, so Claire got all her affairs in order. She arranged for money to be withdrawn to settle her bill and to pay for her funeral service. She also drew up a new will, naming various beneficiaries, and left them sums of money. Dora inherited Claire's portion of property that they'd purchased in Vancouver. Margaret inherited Claire's jewels and books, and Dr. Hazzard's Institute of Natural Therapeutics received an annuity of £25, which would be about £2,420 today. Okay, that's not what I expected. I expected it all just be just signed over to Dr. Hazzard. The woman who made my last days so comfortable. In exchange, the wooden cabin that would have been hers would be named Cabin Claire and would forever stand as testimony of her belief in Dr. Hazzard's fasting cure that killed her. And then she passed away after having fasted for a total of 81 days. And the day after Claire's death, Dr. Hazzard moved Dora to her own cabin, showed her the gully that ran alongside it, and suggested to Dora that no one would blame her if she jumped and brought an end to her suffering. Oh my god, Dr. Hazzard, you fucking monster. To quote her, "Mrs. Hazzard told me that another patient of hers had thrown herself over the edge. That seemed to me very horrible, that I was so near that deep gulch, lying all alone there at night, but I had no temptation to kill myself, although Mrs. Hazzard's remark put the subject in my mind. She repeatedly told me I was not sound mentally, and told me that until I began to believe it myself." The Last Will of Claire Williamson. Margaret Conway heard of Claire's death shortly after she had arrived in Vancouver, and the sisters' uncle, John Herbert, had been notified a week earlier on the 22nd of May. Both of them went to meet with Dr. Hazzard in her office in Seattle, and both of them were told a similar story regarding how Claire had died. According to Margaret, Dr. Hazzard was wearing one of Claire's dresses and didn't offer her any condolences, just bluntly explained what had happened. Holy shit, do you want to look more guilty, Doc? Quote, "She began to tell me at once that the girls had come to her in a very bad state of health. In fact, when Claire came to her office the first time she saw her, she was purple in the face and in a shocking state of health, and she dropped into a chair and said, 'Mrs. Hazzard, I have come to you to be cured or to die.'" The quote ends. Dr. Hazzard went on to explain that there really was nothing that she could have done for Claire, and then explained what she'd found when she'd performed an autopsy on Claire's body. Now, I was able to find a copy of Claire's death certificate in between some of the original court documents in the Washington State Online Archives, and on it, Dr. Hazzard had noted Claire's cause of death as cirrhosis of the liver and chronic peritonitis. According to the NHS's website, that's the health service in the UK, which is amazing. I always go to there. You Google something and it'll be the first thing that comes up and it'll just tell you, matter-of-factly, about diseases. And I'm that's really useful, thank you. It's nice. According to the NHS's website, cirrhosis of the liver is essentially liver failure, and peritonitis is an infection of the inner lining that protects your internal organs. Okay. Both are life-threatening diseases, and cirrhosis can result in peritonitis, and often patients suffering from cirrhosis waste away to nothing before their bodies inevitably give in. Cirrhosis is what I always thought was if you drink too much, it screws up your liver and you get cirrhosis of the liver and you have to get a new liver, or you die. Isn't that right? But that's not how Dr. Hazzard explained it to Margaret. Dr. Hazzard told the grieving woman that Claire's organs had failed her. Her liver was so hard that Dr. Hazzard couldn't cut it with a knife. Her blood was so dry that it was basically powder in her veins, and her organs were so small that they were infantile in appearance. When Mr. Herbert went to see Dr. Hazzard, she even went so far as to show him Claire's organs as if to try and convince him that no one could survive a condition like that. And because I know you're going to ask, she kept those dried out organs in a bag in her desk drawer, ready for show and tell. Oh, good lord. I didn't even think to ask. I assumed they'd be like preserved in jars. You know, like they had back in the day, the jars with like organs in it and Dr. Hazzard also offered to take both Margaret and Mr. Herbert to see Claire's body at a privately owned mortuary called Butterworth & Sons because she had had Claire beautifully embalmed. Oh, you weirdo, Dr. Hazzard, what's wrong with you? I thought you were just after money, but it sounds like you're a full psycho. Like, you didn't even get money, and you're like wearing a dress and encourage someone to kill themselves, and you're keeping her organs in a drawer. Dr. Hazzard, you fucking psycho. Now later, both Margaret and John Herbert would be asked if they'd recognize the body as Claire, and neither of them did. The woman was dressed in Claire's clothing, but didn't look anything like Claire, and even though she was thin, she looked like she'd been healthy enough when she passed away. According to Mr. Herbert, the color of the hair was different from anything I had seen before. The length of the face was different. The condition of the face, cheeks, and hands was not in accordance with the condition as told to me by Mrs. Hazzard. Well, that's weird. So who's the woman? It seems to be a different woman. They'd be like, come see her body. It's like, that's not her. Did you not call her out, Herbert? And when they went to see Dora after Claire's funeral, they felt even more certain that the body they'd seen hadn't belonged to Claire Williams, because despite being alive, Dora Williams didn't resemble a human anymore. Margaret found Dora at Wilderness Heights, sitting outside the cabin that Dr. Hazzard had built for her. Only it wasn't the cute, cozy cabin with an enclosed veranda that Claire had described to Margaret in her letter. According to Margaret, it was a small, narrow building that resembled a hastily put together chicken coop rather than a cabin. But what shocked her more than Dora's accommodations was the state that Dora's body was in. To quote, "It was ghastly. I was looking at death's head, a skull with skin drawn tightly over the bones. Over it all was a bluish tint." Oh my god, why would you gotta be like, we're leaving now, let's go. Margaret explains that at first Dora broke down and begged her to take her away from Dr. Hazzard's institute, but a few hours later Dora insisted that she was getting better. Dr. Hazzard had told her so, but Margaret wasn't convinced. She watched that first day as Dora went through her daily routine, and she hated watching Dora struggle to eat the mashed potato and the handful of peas that she was allowed. To quote, "Dora did not seem to know how to eat, and she was so cold, she wanted her food so hot, and she was crying all the time. She wanted the food and could not eat it, and she cried over it, and then the food would get cold, and then she wanted it hot again, so it would be warmed up to practically the boiling point 2 or 3 times during the time that she was taking that little quantity of food." When Nurse Robinson left Alala in the middle of June, Margaret grabbed at the opportunity to take over Dora's care. She moved into the cabin with Dora and started sneaking mashed rice or flour into the vegetable broths. At first, the food made Dora gag, but then she managed to keep it down. Soon after, she was able to finish her mashed potatoes and peas during meal times, and after Margaret managed to convince Dora to have some fruit juice, Dora started getting better. Oh my god, what a surprise, the food makes her better. Isn't this another thing that happens? Like, haven't they had it with like prisoners of war and stuff? Like, after, they've been starved and they're starving for like months and months. And then they're like, okay, cool, now you can eat. And they'd eat and they'd die from like eating. Is that something that happens, or is that just like an urban legend? Because I do feel you got to introduce that food slowly, right? Because otherwise your body's going to be like, yo, what the f***? When Dora slowly began to put on weight again, Margaret started making plans for them to leave Alala. She got a hold of Dora's trunks and began packing, but she quickly noticed that while some of Dora's things were missing, most of Claire's belongings and wardrobe were gone. According to Margaret, Dora told her that the night Claire had died, quote, "Mrs. Hazzard opened her trunks and tried on her evening dresses and evening cloak, showing herself to Dora in the dead girl's garments. She evidently appropriated whatever she fancied, as only a few trifles were left in the trunks, and Mrs. Hazzard suggested that these be given to Mrs. Burford, her sister-in-law, who acted as the washerwoman." End quote. And then there was the mailbox. Soon after Margaret's arrival, Samuel Hazzard installed a lock on the mailbox. Dr. Hazzard had told Margaret that a new order had been issued by the postmaster that required that they lock up their mailboxes to prevent theft, but it meant that the patients living at Wilderness Heights now had to depend on Dr. Hazzard to deliver and hand out their mail. Dora had written to her bank in Canada to ask about her finances, but still hadn't gotten a reply. And when Margaret happened to run into the postman and ask him about this ridiculous order, he told her that no such order had been issued. Margaret then allegedly went into Dr. Hazzard's office looking for a book to read to Dora when she noticed a wooden letterbox that Samuel Hazzard kept on his desk. The box then magically opened on its own, and Margaret couldn't help but notice the letters neatly placed in there. On top was a folded document that seemed to have opened itself as soon as she looked at it, and Margaret couldn't help but read it. The document stated that on the 27th of May 1911, Dora had given Samuel G. Hazzard power of attorney over her, and that he had, quote, the use and benefit of receiving of and from the Canadian Bank of Commerce of Victoria, BC, and all monies on deposit in the savings department of that said Canadian Bank of Commerce in Dora's name. Oh, so they be stealing that money. Margaret pocketed the document, and when she confronted Dora about it, Dora explained that she simply asked Mr. Hazzard to withdraw $500 for her and send it to her uncle in Canada. At no point was Dora aware that she'd given Samuel Hazzard power over her affairs. That is dangerous. That is a sweeping power of attorney. Or use and benefit of receiving of and from the Canadian Bank of Commerce and all monies on deposit. Right. If you're signing a power of attorney, make sure you know. I sign power of attorneys a lot because I don't like doing stuff myself, and so I'll just have people do things for me, and it's been the power of attorneys are all very specific. It's like power of attorney to deal with this, to do with finance or parking or whatever. Generally just dealing with government bodies, and it's all very specific. It's rarely all of my affairs. It's dangerous. I understood that it was for nothing else but to draw money from the bank in Vancouver. Margaret and Dora would later discover that the Hazards had withdrawn $583 or $17,967 today from her account into their own. This was the last straw. Margaret finished packing Dora's bags, and when she notified Dr. Hazzard that they were leaving, Dr. Hazzard told her that they couldn't. According to Dr. Hazzard, Claire had understood that her sister was out of her mind, and it was her will that Dora should remain at Wilderness Heights for the rest of her life. So, after Claire's death, Dr. Hazzard had Dora declared mentally incompetent, which meant that the Hazards were now Dora's legal guardians. That is way sketchy. How does that happen? According to Dr. Hazzard, Dora wasn't going anywhere. But neither Dora nor Margaret were willing to stay at Wilderness Heights. As Margaret later put it, it was all a nightmare, a period of horror, of starving, emaciated bodies drawing themselves about, an inferno of fear and horror. Margaret decided that she wasn't having any of that, so the 56-year-old nursemaid sneaked off the property one night and managed to send a letter to Dora's uncle, Mr. Herbert, telling him that they were being held prisoner and that they needed his help. Mr. Herbert went to see Dr. Hazzard on the 19th of July, 1911, at her luxurious new offices in the Waldorf Hotel and told her that, guardian or not, Dora and Margaret were leaving. Dr. Hazzard threatened to get her lawyers involved, and Mr. Herbert told her that she could do whatever she thought was necessary, but it wouldn't change the fact that Dora would be leaving her care the next day. Mr. Herbert sounds like a badass. He's from that rich family, right? So he's just coming along, and he's just used to getting his own way, and he's just rolling in there, and he's like, look, you can do whatever you want. Get your lawyers involved, I'll get my lawyers involved, but one thing is happening. Legends. So when Dora and Margaret were both packed and ready to leave, Dr. Hazzard served them with a bill of $2,000 or $61,638 that stated more than $700 or $21,570 today was still owed to the Institute for Dora's treatment. Mr. Herbert claimed that it was extortion, and Dr. Hazzard insisted that I am a licensed specialist and I am entitled to charge whatever I wish for my services. If I wanted, I could charge more. Mr. Herbert's probably like, okay. I feel like this guy's a gangster. He's just like, excellent. That sounds like something for our attorneys to deal with. Goodbye. It's like, sue me, bitch. In the end, a settlement was agreed on, and they ended up paying Dr. Hazzard $500, which was added to the $375.90 that was already credited to Dora's account. Okay, seems fair. Mr. Herbert's probably like, okay, whatever, go away. Margaret and Mr. Herbert insisted that Dr. Hazzard had to return all of Dora's jewels and other belongings as well, but according to Dora, she would have paid almost anything if it meant that she could finally leave the hellhole that was Wilderness Heights. But it wouldn't be the last time that Dr. Hazzard would see Dora, and in particular, Margaret Conway. Oh God, why is it not over? We're like 2/3 of the way through, and it seems like the nightmare's finally over. She killed her sister, basically. The other sister finally escapes. Why is this not the end? I mean, the only end should be like Dr. Hazzard goes to prison. Starvation Heights. The people of Alala are mostly descended from Norwegian and other Scandinavian immigrants who settled in the area in the mid-19th century. In the early 20th century, its community mostly consisted of tradesmen and farmers, and according to Greg Olson, a resident of Alala and the author of the book Starvation Heights, Dr. Hazzard and her husband didn't fit in with the local community. Dr. Hazzard in particular was considered a whimsical snob, and most of her neighbours thought that her fasting cure was a load of horseshit. Smart people, aren't they? While people like the Williamson sisters were easily taken in by Dr. Hazzard's lofty claims and authoritative air when they visited her office in Seattle, the residents of Alala watched on as their health declined once they placed themselves in Dr. Hazzard's care. According to Alala resident Lucienne Urquhart, quote, "These people would walk by the school or the house and they were so thin. Oh my, they were just ghastly thin. Very sick. And they always asked for food. They would walk down the hill to the little Fregeria store. They'd go down there and try to get food from them. I understand she used to have them on a very strict diet, mostly tomatoes and tomato juices. It was pathetic to watch them. Mama, I know, fed them. She gave them bread or anything she had. She felt sorry for them." The residents of Alala fed the living skeletons what they could, and sometimes helped them to escape from Dr. Hazzard's clutches by taking them in and putting them in contact with their worried friends and family. But in some cases, they could only watch on in silence as the emaciated bodies of her patients were loaded onto a ship and taken to Butterworth and Sons in Seattle. When Claire passed away in May 1911, the townspeople were already well aware that Dr. Hazzard already starved at least 10 people to death over the course of just 4 years. The Seattle newspapers didn't refer to her as the starvation doctor for nothing. Shortly after she'd arrived in Alala in 1907, Dr. Hazzard started advertising her services in a local newspaper, and Daisy Hagland was one of her first patients. She was already dying from stomach cancer when she went to see Dr. Hazzard for help and fasted for 50 days before she died on the 8th of February 1908. Next was Ida Wilcox, who fasted for 47 days and died on the 26th of September 1908. This makes no sense. She's like, "What do you do?" "I do fasting." Everyone who goes there ends up dying of starvation. I mean, the fasting's successful. Ultimately, they die from eating so little. Viola Heaton had been singing Dr. Hazzard's praises for weeks, and despite her friends and family's pleas that she should eat something, she kept on with Dr. Hazzard's prescribed treatment until she finally passed away on the 24th of March 1909, and Blanche B. Tyndall fasted for just 28 days before she died on the 18th of June 1909. Both Viola and Blanche's death certificates noted that they died from starvation. How is no one shutting this down? Come on! Maud Whitney was receiving treatments at Wilderness Heights when she passed away on the 20th of July, 1910. Dr. Hazzard performed her autopsy and signed her death certificate and noted that she died from chronic pancreatitis. Earl Edward Ehrman was an engineer who suffered from chronic heartburn, and by the time his friends managed to rescue him and take him to a hospital, he was already too far gone. He died of starvation on the 29th of March, 1910. Dr. Hazzard's other deceased patients included C.A. Harrison, who was the publisher of the Alaska Yukon magazine, and then there was Frank Southard, who was a partner in the Seattle-based law firm Morris, Southard and Shipley. He had called Dr. Hazzard in order to help lose weight, and he lost 77 pounds or 35 kilograms while following her fasting methods. It's speculated that the fast caused irreparable damage to his kidneys, and he died of kidney failure on the 30th of March, 1910, while on a camping trip. And then there was Eugene Stanley Wakelin, who allegedly committed suicide while he was undergoing Dr. Hazzard's fasting treatment at Wilderness Heights. The most notable of her patients, though, was Lewis Rader, a politician who served in the Washington House of Representatives. And it already sounds like she's got some fairly notable people in her starvation location. On the 29th of April 1910, the Coos Bay Times released an article with the headline, "Starving Himself to Death in Vain Effort to Cure." The bylines further went on to explain that L.E. Rader found on the verge of death in Seattle hotel. Fasting cure is fatal to others. Latest victim formerly prominent in Washington politics. How is this still going on? Many people have starved to death under her care, and it's just like, oh yes, I'll still go out there and starve to death. Like, what the f***? According to Greg Olson, an employee of the Outlook Hotel had called the Department of Health to let them know that one of their guests was starving himself to death. When two officials from the Department of Health went to see him, he explained that he was undergoing Dr. Hazzard's fasting treatment to cure a stomach issue that he had, and insisted that he didn't need their help. According to the Coos Bay Times, there is no one with authority to compel Rader to take food. The only way to save his life, the city physician says, is to have him declared insane and feed him forcibly, which would seem quite reasonable. If someone's starving themselves to death and they're going to die, I would say that there's something wrong with them mentally. Like, any rational person would be like, no, I'm going to die. And I think the problem is, like, you start starving yourself, your brain stops working properly, and you just stay on that same path. Like, obviously, someone needs to intervene and force feed. When Dr. Hazzard heard of the visit, she moved Mr. Rader to a different room and refused anyone entry, explaining later on that until the coming of these officers, Mr. Rader was able to walk from his room to the bath, but since that time he continually begged to be protected from outsiders and permitted to die, if need be, in peace. On the 12th of May, 1910, the Wenatchee ran an article with the headline, "Starvation Treatment Killed Ellie Rader, formerly prominent in state politics, died this morning as a result of 29 days fast." Dr. Hazzard performed an autopsy on his body and claimed that it died of prolapsis of the stomach. He was cremated by Butterworth & Sons, and despite the fact that the Department of Health was looking into his death, nothing came of their investigation since it was well known that he'd been willingly starving himself. He was survived by his wife and 4 sons, and in return for treating Mr. Rader, Dr. Hazzard received a plot of land that Mr. Rader had owned in Olalla, the one that she had proudly named Wilderness Heights, and where she would finally build the sanitarium that she'd been dreaming of for all those years. How does this continue? It's insane that it just continues. The price of justice. After they left Olalla, Dora and Margaret made their way to Tacoma, a city approximately 30 miles south of Seattle. There, they made contact with the British consulate and managed to set up a meeting with then Vice Consul Lucian Agassiz and arranged to meet him at the Tacoma Hotel. Only a few days had passed since they'd left Olalla, and Mr. Agassiz was shocked by Dora's appearance. Though she was getting better, she only weighed about 60 pounds, 27 kilograms at this point, and Mr. Agassiz listened with growing horror as Dora, Margaret, and Mr. Herbert explained to him what the Williamson sisters had gone through while they were under the care of Dr. Linda Hazzard. They explained that Dora and Claire weren't the only ones who were being treated by Dr. Hazzard at the time, and that more people were slowly being starved to death. They also told Mr. Agassiz about the guardianship issue and that Dr. Hazzard still had full control over Dora's finances. Margaret also explained that when they'd left Wilderness Heights that morning, quote, Mrs. Hazzard declared that she had the law of the United States on her side and that, well, wherever you take Dora, she won't live long. That is up. Yo, come on, Herbert, you legend. Let's get something done. He's like, let's get in touch with the embassy. We're going to figure this out. Let's go. Legend. So, after Mr. Agassiz left the Tacoma Hotel that afternoon, one of the first things he did was hire an attorney, Mr. Frank Kelly, and together the two of them would start the process of dissolving the Hazzard's guardianship over Dora. Wow. That's some, top-notch help from, what was his name? What was his job? Consul or some Wow. Good for you. Getting on it. On the 31st of July, 1911, Mr. Kelly and Mr. Agassiz came face-to-face with Dr. Hazzard. Dora's guardianship hearing was held in a private room at the Arlington Hotel in Seattle. Judge Lester Still listened as both parties stated their case, and in his judgment he said, quote, think of this weak, emaciated young woman lying on her back in the woods of Kitsap County, who, according to Dr. Hazzard, showed signs of insanity. And then think of a doctor sitting by her bedside and telling her tales of that awful gulch close by and suggesting suicide to the mind of the girl. Dr. Hazzard may not have realized what she was doing, but such a person is a dangerous person to administer to women and children. There is, to me, something which seems unholy about the relations of this woman and her patients. All the money this girl and her sister had was practically in the hands of Dr. Hazzard, and this does not look right to a court of equity. Yeah, any reasonable person. Surely the judge is like, yo, guardianship over, what the and yo, police, get up there to that Hazzard place and make sure that no one's starving to death, and then put her in prison. Okay, let's go. Judge Still voided the Hazzard's guardianship over Ms. Dora Williamson, excellent, and ruled that Dr. Linda Hazzard to repay Ms. Dora Williamson an amount of $973, allowing her to keep an amount of $597 for her services. Okay, fine. Nice that some money is coming back. Mr. Agassiz was determined to prove that Dr. Hazzard had murdered Claire Williamson. Mr. Agassiz, you legend. They're really going for it. I like this a lot. And he and Margaret told Dora's story to every journalist who'd listen, ramping up public support for the case. Mr. Kelly and Mr. Agassiz also issued adverts in newspapers all over the country explaining that they were looking for more information regarding Dr. Hazzard and her Institute of Natural Therapeutics, and heard that when she'd still been living in Minneapolis back in 1901, the fasting doctor had been accused of causing the death of a Miss Gertrude Young by starving her to death. Yes, remember that? Back at the beginning of the episode? Nothing could be proved, however, and Linda Burfield had been free to go. When Ms. Kelly and Mr. Agassiz met with the King County prosecuting attorney John Murphy, he handed them a file labeled Hazzard Complaints. In it, they found a list of Dr. Hazzard's other known victims, as well as documents relating to the investigations that had been made into their causes of death. But up to that point, the local authorities couldn't charge Dr. Hazzard with murder because her victims had all willingly signed up for her starvation cure. According to Dr. J.E. Crichton, the then head of the Department of Health, quote, "I told my inspectors to watch Dr. Hazzard and to report to me if she treated any infants and they died under her care. All the cases that we were able to find were those of adults who had put themselves voluntarily under her treatment." I still think, you can't volunteer to die, right? There's this, God, this is legally complicated, isn't it? Because it's yes, they're all adults and they're all making decisions. And it's if you want to starve yourself to death, fine, starve yourself to death. But there's definitely a problem here, right? I'm not quite sure what the problem is, but obviously there's a problem. It was Mr. Agassiz who noted that 3 of Dr. Hazzard's deceased patients had been British citizens. John Flux had immigrated to the US from Gloucester, England, in order to buy a ranch. He had been fasting under Dr. Hazzard's supervision for 53 days before passing away on the 10th of February 1911. 26-year-old Eugene Wakelin was from New Zealand. According to Dr. Hazzard, he had shot himself, but his body wasn't discovered until 3 weeks after it died. Dr. Hazzard had made herself the executor of his estate, a measly $223 or $6,870 today. After his death, an amount of $155 or $4,770 today was paid to Butterworth & Sons to pay for the cost of his funeral. Jesus Christ, funerals are expensive. And the remaining $68 was paid to the Hazzard Institute of Natural Therapeutics to settle his outstanding bill. Despite the fact that his death had definitely been suspicious, nothing was done about it. According to Mr. Agassiz, quote, "My contention is that the county coroner's office, or at least the deputy county coroner of Kings County, who was based at Butterworth & Sons, has been working for some years past hand in hand with Dr. Hazzard. It is very hard to get all the real facts." But if they wanted to lay criminal charges against Dr. Hazzard, Mr. Agassiz and Mr. Kelly were going to need the support of the local authorities to prosecute the case. But prosecuting attorney Thomas Stevenson outright told Mr. Kelly that Kitsap County didn't have the financial resources to investigate their allegations against Dr. Hazzard. Is that, no, we can only investigate small crimes. We don't have enough money to go after murderers. We just go after little thefts, a little bit of shoplifting here and there, parking tickets. That's what we can handle. We can't handle murders. There's no money for murders. Because 3 of the victims had been British citizens, Mr. Agassiz tried to convince the Crown to cover the costs of the investigation, but when they refused to turn the death of Claire Williamson into an international incident, Dora agreed to foot the bill to ensure Dr. Hazzard would be made to answer for causing the death of her sister. Yeah, that's immediately what I thought. It's wait, they're super rich. Just pay for it. Just be I'll pay for it. F you, I'm going to pay for it. I'm going to use money to bury your ass. The Quack Doctor. Dr. Linda Burfield Hazzard was arrested on the 5th of August 1911 and was charged with 1 count of first-degree murder. The trial was set to start on the 15th of January 1912 and took place in the Kitsap County Superior Court in Port Orchard, Washington State. It was heard by Judge John Yakey, and during the prosecution's opening remarks, the court heard that Dr. Linda Hazzard had, between the dates of the 27th of February and the 20th of May 1911, murdered Claire Williamson by depriving her of food that was sufficient in quantity and quality to sustain life. Over 100 witnesses were called, and the prosecution used them to explain that the Williamson sisters had been perfectly healthy when they'd signed up for Dr. Hazzard's fasting cure. The defense, however, argued that Claire had already been critically ill when she'd reached out to Dr. Hazzard for help, and despite knowing that she wouldn't be able to cure either Claire or Dora, she'd still taken them in and treated them to the best of her ability. We believe the evidence will show that during the time these girls were under Dr. Hazzard's treatment, they received care such as the tenderest mother would give her child. Dora did her part for the prosecution, and over the course of 2 days, she explains what she and her sister had to endure during Dr. Hazzard's treatments. Her uncle, Mr. Herbert, told the court how he'd only received notice that Claire had died 3 days after her death. He told the court about his meeting with Dr. Hazzard in her office and of the organs she had presented as Claire's. He explained that the body he had seen couldn't have been Claire's and that he was told that Dora was insane. Mr. Hazzard told me in her experience such cases grew worse, and the patient grew worse and generally became hopelessly insane. She also gave me her opinion as a doctor that Dora would not live much longer. When Mr. Kelly asked Mr. Herbert what he found when he finally went to see Dora after Claire's funeral, Mr. Herbert explained that Dora was perfectly sound and competent. She recognized me and spoke to me. Some of the prosecution's witnesses also didn't help Dr. Hazzard's case, since they all described the horrific decline of Claire and Dora's health once they came under Dr. Hazzard's care, with Dr. T.J. Baldwin, one of the state's medical experts, calling Dr. Hazzard's treatment a gross disregard of ordinary and usual care and knowledge of the human body. Jesus, yes, obviously. Come on, it's all happening. To strengthen the state's claims that Dr. Hazzard had murdered Claire for financial gain, William Collier, a cashier from the Northern Bank and Trust, explained how the Hazzard had first withdrawn an amount of $1,005, that's about $30,000 today, from Claire's account in April 1911, and then withdrew the rest on the 26th of May. When the prosecuting attorney, Mr. Stevensons, asked Mr. Collier if he'd been aware that Claire had passed away on the 19th of May, he said, "I never knew of a death at all. I was never advised of it." When the defense called Nurse Sherman to testify on behalf of Dr. Hazzard, she claimed that the sisters were picky eaters who'd refused to eat the food that she'd made them, and that there was never a shortage of food in their apartment at Buena Vista. However, Mr. Kelly masterfully got her to admit that Dr. Hazzard had, in fact, placed them on a prolonged fast, and that she'd controlled what food they were allowed to eat. He also got her to admit that she'd been worried enough about the sisters' health that she'd consulted Dr. Brewer in order to find out what she could to save them. The very same Dr. Brewer who is now an expert witness for the state. Uh-oh. That's a bad sign where it's like, yeah, no, I went to consult with that guy and he told me this, and now he's on the opposite side. Dr. Hazzard's going to prison where she f***ing belongs. The defense also called Andrew Hill to the stand. He was the ambulance driver who had transported the sisters from Buena Vista to Ilala and testified that yes, he was there when Claire had given Dr. Hazzard permission to withdraw the $1,005 from her account. Mr. Kelly was the one that revealed that Mr. Hill was actually a driver for Butterworth and Sons, and when he listed the names of Dr. Hazzard's known victims, Mr. Hill admitted that he recognized some of those names because their funerals had all been arranged by Butterworth and Sons, suggesting that the owners and Dr. Hazzard were co-conspirators. Maybe, doesn't it just mean that that's her preferred funeral home? I feel like that's a bit, isn't that a bit of a stretch? Now, during the trial, Dr. Hazzard's lawyers forbade her from testifying in court, rightly knowing that if she was allowed to explain her actions, she'd only dig a deeper hole for herself. Yeah, I was surprised by this. It's quite rare, apparently, for the person who's actually being prosecuted to take the stand and, talk about stuff. At least according to casual criminalists that I've done and then movies I've seen, because they're like, well, yeah, that's fine. You get to explain things, but also the prosecution gets to ask all these questions and they can go wrong. That can go wrong for you. They can manipulate you and twist you into saying things that you didn't want to say. And that's a big problem. So it does feel really guilty if you don't take the stand right. The lawyers will be like, no, don't do it. So, but I'm innocent. And they'll be like, don't do it. They'll just make you look bad. Oh, God. According to her, the Williamson sisters had convinced themselves of the efficacy of the fasting cure and had fully determined to place themselves under my care. After examination, I felt that I was face to face with organic disease in both sisters, and I positively refused to fast them. They begged me to reconsider, and I finally consented to place them on a restricted diet and to apply the accessories of the treatment. At the start of the fast, Claire Williamson weighed only 78 pounds in her clothes and was emaciated to the last degree. Her circulation was most sluggish, and she complained of constant extreme exhaustion. About 2 weeks after beginning treatment, Claire was compelled to take to her bed, and shortly after that, in order to care for her in a proper manner, I removed both sisters with their nurses to my own home. Claire gradually failed, however, and died on May the 19th. Here was another instance in which no power on earth could have saved the life of the sufferer. Claire Williamson was in absolute sympathy with the method as applied. End quote. Though she wasn't allowed to voice her opinions in court, she was, however, accused of signaling the witnesses whenever she didn't agree with what they were saying, and during the trial, the jury had to be dismissed so that Judge Yakey could give her a warning himself. Quote, "There have been times when it is perfectly true that the defendant has showed disapproval of what the witness has been testifying to. I have seen that myself. When one witness testified upon the stand, Mrs. Hazzard shook her head to the jury. Whether she has been signaling to this witness, I don't know. But if there has anything like that been done, it is very important. I hope this will stop if it has been done, and I want to caution the defendant now that it must not be done, or else she will be in contempt of court." So people in the past spoke so weird. That was so hard to read. It's like the words are just in a slightly different order than they should be. The trial dragged on for 16 days, and at the end of it, the prosecution explained that, quote, "This case is of unusual significance. We are not here to avenge the death of Claire Williamson, but to protect the public not only from Mrs. Hazzard, but also from others like her." You aren't? Isn't the sister paying for this? I'll be like, yeah, this is a revenge thing, because f*** you. This is just revenge. I like revenge. Let's go. The defense followed it up by explaining that the real reason for this prosecution is that Mrs. Hazzard is not a college graduate. Her office consists of having been educated in the School of Hard Knocks. She has only the common garden variety of intelligence, and because of this, the doctors with degrees cannot stand her competition. She has lost some patients, but where is the physician who has not? She has lost 8 in the last 12 years. If she is not losing more than that, why not let her alone? I'm not sure. Maybe because she's killing them. Now, it goes without saying that if a surgeon loses 8 patients in 12 years, it's remarkable. Is it? I don't know how many patients die. Hang on. Which way is that supposed to be remarkable? I have no idea. Like, surely, and it depends what type of surgery, right? If you're going in for like brain surgery that's close to inoperable, and it's like, well, yeah, you might die on the table, but you're going to die if we don't try and remove this tumor from your brain or whatever, then surely that surgeon's going to like have a lot more people die than 8 over 12 years. Surely they're going to die quite a lot, right? I don't know which way that's supposed to be remarkable. But if your dietitian claims that she's only lost 8 patients in the last 12 years, well, okay. Yeah, because she's obviously not dealing with high-risk stuff. It's like, it's like going to like the dermatologist. Although I suppose you could get skin cancer and stuff. Like, I don't know, some doctor who doesn't really deal with like an eye doctor or something, or a hair doctor's a thing. And then it's like, oh yeah, no, I've lost many patients. Like, how? You're not even dealing with something that's deadly. Anyway, the jury returns on February the 4th, 1912, and declared that we, the jury, in the case of the state of Washington against Linda Burfield Hazzard, do find the defendant guilty of manslaughter. And on the 7th of February, Judge Yakey sentenced her to spend between 2 and 20 years in a state penitentiary in Walla Walla. And after her request for a retrial was denied, the court was dismissed. That is a very wide-ranging prison sentence. Yeah, somewhere between 2 and 20 years. You'd be like, 2 years? Okay, considering I kill people, that ain't bad. And then and between 20. You're like, judge? How about some certainty here? Come on. The financial starvationist. Now, at least 2 of the podcasts I'd listened to during my research noted that it wasn't clear why Linda Hazzard was found guilty of manslaughter instead of first-degree murder. That's because Greg Olson's book, Starvation Heights, is one of the main sources on her case, and he never explained her sentence in detail. But here on the Casual Criminalist, we pride ourselves on digging a little deeper. Yes, we do! Because I had access to the digital copies of her case files, I came across a letter that Samuel Hazzard had written to the State Board of Control. In it, he summarizes the findings of the court and explains that Linda Hazzard was found guilty of manslaughter because in administrating her fasting treatment, she had negligently, carelessly, and unscientifically destroyed a human life in an effort as a physician to preserve that life. Okay, well, there we go. That's pretty clear for manslaughter. But was she really thinking she was preserving life? Was she really that delusional? And thank you, Emma, for digging deeper on that. That's really nice where, because often there's people just rely on like one major source and stuff and kind of tell their story from there. I always think it's nice to go deeper and find more sources because, I don't know, it's really cool that you did. Thank you. This means that the court found that Linda Hazzard had a duty as a medical professional to provide Claire with a certain level of care, and she hadn't, which would be classed as gross negligence manslaughter in the UK. Thank you for the clarification, Liam. Yeah, Liam's another writer here on the Casual Criminalist, and he is also a lawyer, so he helps us out with this stuff sometimes. The case of the starvation doctor had been international news, and it was reported that Linda Hazzard was up for parole after only serving 2 years of her sentence. Multiple people sent letters to the State Board of Control and then the Governor of Washington, Ernest Lister, asking that Linda Hazzard should be pardoned. It turned out that not everyone was convinced that she was in fact guilty of causing Claire's death. I guess I can get behind the gross negligence manslaughter in the UK. I can kind of get behind that. I mean, I don't think she should be pardoned because she's guilty of this crime. Pardon's like where they're like, we're really sorry we convicted you of this. Don't do that. Her lawyer and friend, John Arthur, had written a letter to the superintendent at Walla Walla, Henry Drum, on the 24th of December 1913 and claimed that Linda Hazzard had done nothing wrong. Quote, I mention this to you as an old-time friend, in order that you may understand that Dr. Hazzard, while convicted, is in my judgment not a criminal, but on the contrary is a strong woman who believes that she has a mission in the world, and that mission is to save people from the injurious effects of medicine and to heal their troubles by the cleansing of their systems and the administration of light foods. I wish you to look upon this prospective prisoner of yours in the light of what I say, and to treat her not as a human fiend, but as a much misjudged woman. How about, what was this guy's name? How about John Arthur? Instead of that, how about we let the courts decide who's guilty? Maybe the jury of the peers? That seems fair, doesn't it, Mr. Arthur? prick. H.O. Mesford, one of the men who'd served on the jury, wrote that he believed Linda Hazzard was innocent, but had been pressured to vote against her, and that he'd hoped the Supreme Court would overturn her conviction, which it didn't. Excellent. Emma Thorne Gates, the widow of Ellie Rader, one of Linda Hazzard's victims, also wrote to the State Board of Control and explained that, quote, I was present at the trial and was and am thoroughly convinced that she did not have anything like a fair trial, end quote. A lawyer based in Seattle named J.W. Bryan wrote that, quote, I was well informed as to the trial procedure and was in court quite often as the case was being tried. In the first place, this abominable C.E. Lucian Agassiz, British minister at Tacoma, had done everything he possibly could to poison sentiment. The Times of Seattle, which under former management was a very vindictive newspaper, tried the case before the issues were made up. The jurors had read the Times. The most bitter articles had appeared at the greatest length and with the most frequent recurrence. Why would anyone jump to this woman's defense like this? It seems entirely unreasonable. From everything I've read, she seems like an absolute monster. Maybe misguided, but still in control of her actions and letting people die under her watch. The Secretary of the Chamber of Commerce also piped in, explaining that it was clear to him that the Williamson sisters were, quote, of the class that hardly know how to spend their time. So weary are they of doing nothing, a new thing to do is a relief. They are open to criticism as to sane judgment in almost anything they do. Fasting, too, is no new remedy. These women were of age, and why should they have recourse to the law for free and voluntary acts of their own? Well, how free was it? Because at the end, they were like, please give me food, please, I want to leave. And Hazzard was like, no food for you. Most surprising was a petition signed by 121 residents of Wanganui, New Zealand, who claimed that at least 106 of them had fasted before, and that they agree with Dr. Hazzard that fasting alone, quote, does not cause starvation and death, and that it does in nearly all cases cure disease, when a cure cannot be had because the disease has gone too far for any cure. Even if Dr. Hazzard had put Miss Williamson on a fast and she had died under it, at the worst, that could be an error of judgment and not worthy of prosecution for murder. Well, she wasn't prosecuted for murder, she was prosecuted for manslaughter. As a result, Linda Hazzard was pardoned by Governor Lister in December 1915, but she had a medical license revoked, which she should have never had in the first place. What the Seeing as how great a number of her supporters seemed to be based in New Zealand, the Hazards moved to Wanganui. According to the Wanganui Chronicle, published on the 16th of July 1917, she had opened a new practice and was offering fasting, dietic, chiropractic, and osteopathic treatments. And was once again claiming that she was a qualified medical practitioner who possesses the unique distinction of being the holder of the only license for fasting in the world. Which, is the past, so I guess you could just straight up lie. And also it's like, no one's gonna know. That was in America. This is in New Zealand. They don't talk to each other. And then they do it by letters. It takes forever. In June 1918, she was once again in trouble with the law since she was accused of practicing as a doctor without a license, with the magistrate hearing the case saying that the law of New Zealand required that persons should have a long training before they could practice medicine or surgery. Excellent. Sensible New Zealand there, right? Letting people not just call themselves doctor for no reason. She was ordered to remove any mention of her being a doctor from any advertisements or pamphlets that she published or handed out and was fined £5 plus costs. Hazzard's returned to Ilala in 1921, and there Linda Hazzard finally got to build her sanitarium, which she advertised as a school of health. It burned down in 1935, oh no! And never reopened, oh no! And in 1938, the 70-year-old Linda Hazzard fell ill. After preaching about the wonders of natural healing for the past 40 years, she placed herself on a fast in order to cure whatever ailed her, and starved to death, passing away on the 24th of June 1938. Oh no! Proving that fasting was not in fact a cure for everything. Well, it cured her diseases, didn't it? With death! Dismembered appendices. 1. Linda Hazzard is thought to have been responsible for the deaths of at least 18 people, 4 of whom passed away in the year between Claire's death and Linda Hazzard's arrest. And don't forget, she got pardoned. Christ. 2. Despite the suggestion that Butterworth and Sons were particularly involved in whatever scam Linda Hazzard ran, no criminal case was brought against them with regards to their crimes, and they still exist today. Yeah, I was kind of like, I don't know, that just seems convenient. Or unfortunate. They're just the preferred undertakers or whatever. After the trial, Dora went back to Australia on a visit to England in 1914, met and fell in love with Reverend Wyndham Allen Chaplin. They got married in Gloucester on the 7th of May 1914 and lived happily ever after. For a while. Unfortunately, he drowned just 3 months after their marriage, and Dora was left widowed. She continued to live in England and passed away herself in 1945, aged 72. 4. Linda's husband, Samuel Hazzard, was a deserter, con man, and well-known bigamist. When they got married in November 1903, he had already abandoned his first family and married another woman named Viva Fitzpatrick on the 7th of March 1903 under the name Sam Hargrave. When Viva realized that he'd been involved with Linda Hazzard before they'd even met, Viva took him to court for bigamy, and he was sentenced to spend 2 years in prison in 1904. That came back to bite you, didn't it? After his release, the Hazards left Minneapolis and moved to Alala. Number 5. Lynn Hazzard wrote 2 books on fasting, Fasting for the Cure of Disease and Diet in the Disease and Systemic Cleansing. She also revised her first book at least 5 times, republishing it in 1927 under the title Scientific Fasting, The Ancient and Modern Key to Health. Funny enough, she was quite open regarding her treatment of the people who'd passed away under her care and added their names to the facts regarding their deaths to every revision of her book, explaining in detail why she couldn't be held responsible. And 6. And lastly, thank you to my longtime friends, Melis, for recommending this case. Yes, thank you. This was a cracker. I really enjoyed reading about all this death, but this one was like, it was far enough in the past that you're quite detached from it. And also, well, it kind of had a bad ending, didn't it? Hazzard got away with everything and got pardoned. At least she spent some time in the prison, which was nice. But it's kind of a rubbish ending, to be honest. I don't know why I like this one. Thanks for being here, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of the Casual Criminalist. As always, I am your host, Simon Wyman here. One of my writers, in this case, Matt. Thank you, Matt. Has written me a script, The Boston Strangler, Serial Murder, Solved or Unsolved. I guess a bit of a mystery in today's episode. The reason I'm guessing is, if you're new here, the format of this show is I've never read this script before. We've got, this is a relatively short one. That's a nice brief. I kind of sit down with Casual Criminalist expecting you to be ultra long. This is only, 14 pages? That's not too bad. Although everyone's probably at home, Simon, I like the long episodes. I like your company, Simon. And I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry. I do like the long ones as well. What are we talking about? Let's just carry on. Pack your bags, ladies and gents. We're headed to Boston. I've been to Boston. I was there for I think 2 days, 1 day. Did I even have an overnight in Boston? I think I was just passing through, but I did go and explore. It was nice. Nice little, I say little town. Nice little town, like it's a turn of phrase, but obviously Boston is a large city. One of my favorite TV shows was set there. Boston Legal, clearly from the title. I'm sorry, we're here for crime. Let's carry on. Arguably one of the most famous cities in the United States, its relevance dates all the way back to the Revolutionary War, including the Boston Tea Party. Sorry for the sore reminder, Simon, but our ancestors were rather uppity. Boston boasts a diverse population of 645,776. Population numbers are so precise. It's like, really? Can you really be that precise? Shouldn't you just say around 650,000? I know there's a census and stuff, but are they asking homeless John? Is he filling out a census form? Because he feels like he'd be part of the population. So how can he be so precise? The vast majority of which are descended from Irish immigrants, is also home to renowned universities such as Harvard and MIT, and the city is considered to be a global pioneer in innovation and entrepreneurship. Yeah, Boston has an unreasonable number of famous Isn't Princeton also in Boston? I gotta look that up. I feel like it is, but it could be horribly wrong. Simon, Princeton's in California. And I'm like, I don't think so. Oh, it's in New Jersey. That's not in Boston, is it? New Jersey is near New York. My bad. Moving on. Isn't there another famous? There's Harvard, MIT. There's Boston University. I feel like there's another super famous one. Oh, and of course, our good friend and fellow scriptwriter Kevin resides in Massachusetts, so it only feels right to give a bit of a nod here. Yeah, Kevin, also writer on Casual Criminalist occasionally, lives in Massachusetts. However, we aren't here to visit friends or to discuss the pleasant history of such a fine city. No! Today we're here to discuss one of the darkest chapters in the city of Boston's history. Between June 1962 and January 1964, a total of 13 women were strangled in their homes. At the same time, a number of other crimes were starting to stack up, eventually leading to the apprehension of a suspect. While in custody, the suspect confessed to all the murders, blowing the case wide open. I get the feeling because there's a solved or unsolved question mark in the title today. This is going to be one of those ones where it's there's a confession. And it's how was that confession? Well, there was a guy and he was a little bit dim and they brought him in and the police were like, you better confess or you're going to get the chair. And he was like, okay. And then he retracts it later, and there's a whole mess, which just always brings me to the biggest reminder ever of Casual Criminalist. Always get a lawyer. Lawyer, 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 lawyer. Always, always. Even if you're innocent, always. They'll give you one for free. Never turn down anything that's free. Unless it's someone giving you a ride home in Boston in 1963. He went to trial, he was convicted, and he spent the rest of his life in prison. But did he actually do it? From the moment the suspect confessed all the way to the present day, the validity of his confession, and if the police truly got their killer, has been in question. As we enter into the darkness once again, it falls on us today to try and find the truth. Was he actually brought to justice, or did the real killer slip through the cracks as someone else took the rap for his evil deeds? It's one of the biggest crime mysteries in the United States, and it's been the subject of controversy and conspiracy for over 50 years. This is the tale, and potentially the unsolved mystery of the Boston Strangler. That was a dramatic intro. I mean, other than the bit about, like, telling us the history of Boston and its precise numbers. But, like, that last line, well done, Matt. The Silk Stocking Murders. It all began on June the 14th, 1962 at 77 Gainsborough Street in Boston. That day, 55-year-old seamstress Anna Slezers was alone in her apartment getting ready for a church service that night. She had finished baking muffins and was running a bath when it all came to an end. At 7:45 p.m., her 25-year-old son arrived to drive her to the service. Entering the apartment, he noticed that the door was unlocked, and he found her lying lifeless on the kitchen floor next to the bathroom, her own bathrobe tie wrapped around her neck in what was identified, both ironically and horrifyingly, as a granny knot. Oh God. Dude, that is grim. Believing she had hanged herself, he called the police, who quickly determined that this was a murder. Along with the fresh muffins and the full bathtub indicating that she'd clearly planned to go out, many who take their own life attempt to make themselves look as presentable as they can, wishing to be seen put together when they end it all. Oh yeah, that's true. Like, whenever you see someone hang themselves in a movie, they're always, like, dressed up. They're always, like, wearing a suit or whatever. And it's like, okay. I mean, I get it. You would, wouldn't you? Why would... I don't know, but it's like, yeah, I agree. God, it's such a dark thought. It's like, yeah, if I was going to hang myself, I'd definitely put a suit on. Jesus Christ. Simon, why do you think this? It's such a dark thought.
All I have are negative thoughts.
Anna was anything but put together, clad only in a bathrobe, which she was open and nearly falling out of when she was found. This was a murder, pure and simple, and it wouldn't be the last. Although hanging would not be how I'd choose. Now I'm just thinking, it's like, I remember once when I was a student, like, I'd do these, I've talked about it before, but do these medical trials where you test experimental drugs and they pay you, like, way more than you could get, like, working at McDonald's or whatever. And I'd do those things, and it'd be like, I'd be in hospital for like 2 weeks. And then it'd be like, cool, I got like 6 months living, let's go. And although living was cheap, I'd usually just go travel somewhere and explore the world. I'm sure it's not the reason that my body's destroyed. And my body's not destroyed. It's fine. I'm just joking. But get back to the point, which I don't remember what it was. Oh yeah, about, like, suicide. And they're like, they sometimes take you on and they'd always ask you, do you ever contemplate suicide? And they'd ask you this question. It's like, no. I mean, yes. Like, they're like, do you ever think about it? And it's like, well, not like really. I'm not thinking I'm going to kill myself. But it's like whenever I see a movie, I'm like thinking about suicide, aren't I? Like, if someone's killing themselves. And so I'm like, yeah, but no. And they're like, do you mean no as in, like, you don't seriously contemplate doing it? And I'm like, yeah, that's what I mean by no. I mean by yes, it's like suicide has entered my brain as a conceptual thought. Wow, too much pontificating, Simon. Let's carry on. On June the 30th, 1962, 66-year-old Nina Nichols was meant to go to her sister's house for a nice dinner with family, but she never showed up. Getting worried, Nina's sister and her husband called the superintendent to Nina's apartment building at 1940 Commonwealth Avenue, asking if he could check on her. Heading up to the apartment on the 4th floor, the super let himself in and was met with a terrible sight. Nina was lying on her bedroom floor, one of her stockings wrapped around her throat, once more in a granny knot. Her housecoat was pulled up so she was exposed from the waist down, and she'd been sexually assaulted. The police were called. They examined the scene, and once again, they determined that it was a homicide. Are these superintendents a normal thing? Because I always see them in movies. Like, Americans, this is directed to you. Because I've never lived in a building where there's a superintendent. I have, like, a parking spot in a building which is next to mine, and it's a much larger building than mine. And they have, like, people at the door. Like, so you go in, and it's like, I rent the parking spot because there's no parking in my building. And it's like, you go in, and there's always people there, and they're collecting packages, and, like, this sort of stuff, and they, like, organize the building. And I'm like, this is amazing. I want this. There's, like, maybe 10 apartments in my building, so it's not like there's no reason to have this, but there's maybe 100 in this one. And it's like just people to collect your parcels and stuff. It's amazing. But what does a superintendent do? And why would you have this? It's not like a doorman, so you don't have that benefit, isn't it? I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm on so many tangents today. Matt's scripts have a tendency for me to jump off on tangents. I'm not sure why. No, it's not a bad thing, Matt. I mean, maybe the audience listening like something, it's a bad thing. It's a bad thing. Helen Blake was next, and it was the first killing that took place outside of Boston, this time in the city of Lynn. When the 65-year-old wasn't seen all that weekend, it made her neighbors, who lived at 73 Newhall Street, nervous and worried. It wasn't until July the 2nd that they went to check on her. Borrowing the key from the superintendent, they made their way into the room and opened the door, only to be met with a grisly sight. She was found face down on her bed, strangled with a stocking tied with a granny knot and with her pajamas pushed up over her shoulders. I feel that... Sorry, I know we're going on another tangent. I wouldn't like someone to have the key to my building. Like, no one in my apartment has a key to my apartment. Like, in my apartment block. I don't know. Ooh, that's a good point. Maybe I should give spare keys to someone. But I have like a wife and kids. So it's like, you know, someone else is going to have a key. But like, if I live by myself, I guess I would give someone a key just in case I got locked out or something. But it would be like a friend. It wouldn't be just my random neighbors who are just going to like poke into my apartment. Although I guess... No, most people do. They'd give like, I remember when I was a kid, the neighbors, I think, had a spare key. Did they? Or maybe they didn't. I don't remember. Let's move on.
And now for something completely different.
God, pointless aside. Absolutely pointless. She was found face down on a bed, strangled with a stocking tied in a granny knot and with her pajamas pushed up over her shoulders. The police were called, and upon examining the body and scene, they made two conclusions. The first was that Helen had been killed on June the 30th, the same day as Nina. The second was that the ends of her bra were tied under her chin into a floppy bow. Looking back at the crime scenes, this seemed to be a staple of the killer, since Anna's bathrobe tie and Nina's stockings had been tied in a similar fashion. Isn't this just how people who don't know how to tie knots would tie a knot? Like, you tie a bow because it's like that's what you know how to do from tying your shoes. I feel like I don't know how to tie any fancy knots, and I used to sail, and then you'd have to do like all of these, like, you do like a bowline knot and all of this shit, which I've totally forgotten how to do. But most people don't know how to tie knots, right? They just do like, it's a granny knot, or like a bow, because those are the only knots people know. The apartment was in shambles as well, and it seemed like the killer wanted the scene to look like a robbery gone wrong. According to journalists Jean-Marie Cole and Loretta McLaughlin, quote, some drawers were pulled out of a desk and a bureau. Others are removed completely and set on the floor. Helen's watches have all been examined and placed on the bureau. Her jewelry boxes have been opened and are on the floor. Her pocketbooks have been gone through. Even the sugar bowl and teapot have been looked into. Are they looking for something? I feel like they're looking for cash. Like, looking in like a sugar bowl and stuff, that feels like some place people would keep cash. Like, I have a little like place in my apartment where I keep like spare cash and stuff, and it's sort of hidden, but not really. It's the sort of if someone was like going through my apartment, it's exactly the sort of place they'd look if they were robbing me. Keep those ladies in mind, we'll be back to them shortly. After the killer went quiet for over a month, no attacks were reported and no women were found strangled. That is, until August the 22nd, 1962. On that day, at 7 Grove Street in the west end of Boston, another body was discovered. This was 75-year-old Ida Erger. She was found on the living room floor of her 5th floor apartment. A pillowcase was tied in a granny knot around her neck, but the investigation revealed that she'd been strangled manually. Given the state of the body, it was determined that she'd been dead for several days, putting the time of death at August 19th. Several days later, on the afternoon of August the 30th, 1962, victim number 5 was found. 67-year-old Jane Sullivan was discovered in her first-floor apartment in the Boston neighborhood of Dorchester. She lived just across town from the previous victim, and much like most of the previously deceased, she had been strangled with her own stockings. Like the previous victims, the stockings were still around her neck in, you guessed it, a granny knot. It was determined that she'd been dead since the 21st, leaving her to rot in her home, sight unseen, for 9 whole days. There was one major difference from the other victims up until this point, though. She had been posed. When she was found, Jane was left in a kneeling position in a bathtub, her face and forearms in 6 inches of water. Why the killer had done this is not known, but it is quite disturbing. It sounds like an escalation, right? Like, he's killed this way, he's killed that way. He's tried leaving like little signs for the police, but they've not been able to catch him with these little signs and, like signatures, calling cards, whatever you want to call it. And so he's escalating, which seems like pretty standard behavior for murderers. That's 5 women in the span of 2 months, all strangled. The police seemingly had no clue where to start investigating their deaths. They still didn't have a suspect, and the women of Boston were scared. The police were in overdrive, trying to figure out the source of all these deaths, all while trying to keep the public as safe as they could. The source of all these deaths, so they're looking for a murderer. With at least 2 of the murders happening on the same day, the police set up an emergency hotline for women to contact them should they see any suspicious characters. Fun fact, the hotline would be a precursor to 911, which wasn't established until 1968. Yeah, I was thinking, wait, doesn't that exist? It's called 911. It's like you see a suspicious person who could be a murderer, you call the police. I didn't realize 911 was established in 1968. We have 999 in the UK, and I wonder when that was established, because it feels like surely you'd take that good idea, America. 1937? Yeah, why wouldn't you get, it seems very sensible to have a number for the police. In Europe, it's 112. And here in Czech, it's very interesting. They have different numbers for different services. It's 158 for the police, 155 for an ambulance, and 159 for the fire brigade, maybe? I'm not sure what the fire brigade is. I know the 158 for the police because the 8 looks like handcuffs. That's the trick everyone uses to remember it. And then I think the 5, because it looks like a wheelchair, is how you remember the but I don't remember what the police trick is. Remember, the fire brigade trick is.
0118999.
This isn't important. The public was on edge. The women of Boston, understandably more so. They were encouraged by the police not to talk to any strangers, not to let strangers into their homes, and to keep the doors locked at all times. Hell, people who didn't have deadbolts on their doors had them installed, and some had new locks put on their doors just to be safe. Most women even started carrying around extra protection for when they were walking home alone, or should they be attacked in their homes, keeping things like pepper spray, tear gas guns, or hat pins on their person for self-defense. It seems like a very good idea. It seems like good advice anyway if you're living in a city. Carry some pepper spray. My wife carries pepper spray around. So, why wouldn't you? It's a little canister. Just keep it ready. For some, though, the threat of a lady killer loose in the city was too much, and a number of women simply packed up and moved out of the area for their own safety. The scariest part? The police were working under the suspicion that given that no forced entry was detected at any of the scenes, that the slain women knew their attacker. They knew him well enough to simply unlock their doors and let the monster into their home, where they were murdered and defiled. The police did everything they could, with Police Commissioner Edmund McNamara assigning every available cop to the murders and arranging for dozens of detectives to attend an FBI seminar on sex crimes. Regardless, the police had no real leads on the identity of the killer, and the hotline was backfiring in a major way. Women were calling in for every little infraction, reporting any and all men who simply looked at them in a way that they didn't like or approached them on a whim. They wouldn't even let police near them, conducting all interviews through the safety of a dead-bolted door. Countless men were interviewed, and countless men were let go. Whether they were caught loitering, peeping, being drunk and disorderly, or a litany of other reasons, the women in the neighborhoods all saw them as a potential killer, and they were all dragged away under suspicion and questioned until their innocence was proven. Some even called the police out of spite. One example includes a woman who called the police on her ex-husband in order to get him thrown in jail, knowing full well he was innocent, wanting nothing more than to see him suffer. I understand that you might not like the jerk's actions, but calling the popo is a bit extreme. Yes, I feel like that's going to be, you're obstructing justice, you're wasting police time, especially when they're out looking for a murder. I hope you got a little time in jail yourself for that one, to be honest. A womanly touch. When it comes to the press, they weren't helping much either, and their coverage of the murders caused panic to spread like wildfire. The Boston Globe was perhaps one of the worst offenders, reporting on the monstrous killer who unleashed, as they put it, a maniacal spree of violence that has gripped in terror thousands of greater Boston women who live alone. Many of the other papers did their best to try and keep the populace calm. The Boston Herald did their best to tell the ladies of Boston that the chances of them getting targeted by the killer were almost impossible, while the Boston Advertiser attempted to reach out to the murderer. They wrote and published a message on their front page urging the killer to stop and reach out to the paper itself for help that they so clearly needed. None of this actually happened, but they get props from me for the effort. Yeah, it's a lot better than the Boston Globe. But the reality is, it's like, yeah, okay, you can tell people, oh, the chances of that happening are infinitesimal. Yeah, but it's people still are afraid, and it's going to happen to someone. It's like winning the lottery, but the opposite. However, when talking about the Boston Strangler case and the press, there's no way to talk about it without speaking about two very important women, journalists Jean Cole and Loretta McLaughlin. First, a note. At the time, the police were all over the case, but one thing was up for debate within the department: the uncertainty, or perhaps the unwillingness to accept that all the killings, up until that point, were done by a single murderer. Nothing was definitive and nothing was announced, resulting in the public being mostly kept in the dark and unable to protect themselves. That is, until two women with good heads on their shoulders forced the police to come clean. Jean Marie Cole was born on May 13, 1926 in Scituate, Massachusetts. The second of 6 children, she graduated from Scituate High School in 1944 and was shortly after accepted into the United States Army Nurse Corps at Quincy City Hospital, mostly because she didn't have much choice at the time. There were many opportunities for women back in the day, and nursing was one of the biggest viable options. Jean didn't want to become a nurse, though. She wanted to be a reporter, and she dove headlong into it, accepting a position as a copyboy in 1944 at the Boston American Record, a tabloid newspaper. Apparently, she had a huge knack for it, and went from being an apprentice reporter to getting her first byline within the span of only a few months. God damn, good for you. She kept on busting her butt as the years rolled by, working as an undercover reporter during the 1950s, investigating nursing homes in the Boston area, and writing a series of articles on the terrible conditions. For these articles and her phenomenal work ethic, she was named Woman of the Year in 1953 by the New England Women's Press Association, and Boston Newspapermen's Benevolent Association awarded her its Press Association Award in 1963. While working at the Record, Jean made the acquaintance of Loretta McLaughlin. Born Loretta McDermott in 1928 in Woburn, Massachusetts, she was one of 4 children. Moving to South Boston when she was a child, she eventually graduated from South Boston High School before attending Boston University on an academic scholarship. After graduating with a bachelor's degree in journalism in 1949, her career started at the Boston Record in the 1950s. When the killings were at their height, Loretta decided to take a look at the case, examining all the information that they were afforded, and she came to a dark conclusion. This was certainly the work of a single murderer. She went right to their editor with the idea, stating they needed to warn the public. They needed to write an editorial on this and get the information out there. But since the past was the worst, her editor wasn't interested in her ideas. Silly women with their outlandish ideas, thinking they could crack a case like this. How could they think such a thing? Mad Men is one of my biggest references for sexism. It's like, you look at Mad Men, you're like, holy shit. And that was the 1960s. That was like when my grandparents were working. And I always think about that. It's like, oh my God, this is that's my grandparents' prime working age was the 1960s when Mad Men was around. And I just think but that was the 60s. Before that, it was even worse. McLaughlin recounted decades later, an editor disputed the worth of a series on the 4 dead women, noting they were nobodies. That was it exactly. I felt, why should anyone murder 4 obscure women? That was what made them so interesting, sisters in anonymity, like all of us. So, she was dismissed for her ideas until more bodies were discovered. On December 5th, 1962, 4 months after the last victim was found, the body of Sophie Clark was discovered at 315 Huntington Avenue in the neighborhood of Back Bay in Boston. Now, there are 4 things of note here. The first is the age of the victim. All the victims up until this point were on the older side, the youngest being 55, the oldest 85. This time, the victim was only 20 years old, a nursing student. Second is that she was African American, unlike the other victims who were all Caucasian women. The third thing is that she didn't live alone like the other victims did. She had been living with 2 roommates for some time. And fourth, unlike all the previous crime scenes, the killer had left behind... Oh, God. A sample of his enjoyment. Oh, dude. Not right. Now, of course, DNA testing wasn't even remotely conceivable back in those days, so while they now had a new clue as to the identity of their killer, they couldn't really do much with it. And with the police still no closer to nailing the scumbag, he struck again. He started the month with a murder and ended it in Why would they think this was related? It seems... Did he use the granny knot and stuff? Because it seems like why would you think these are together? The person's young, they're of a different ethnicity. It seems like I wouldn't necessarily tie these together. He started the month with a murder and ended it in kind because on December 31st, 1962, another body was found. 23-year-old Patricia Bissett was found in her home at 515 Park Drive in Back Bay, the exact same neighborhood as the last victim. She was found in bed, tucked in with her covers coming up to her chin. When they were pulled back, the stockings and white blouse that were used to kill her were still around her neck, knotted tightly with the same style of granny knots. Okay, there you go. But this does seem like a different MO, slightly different. Was the granny knots tied around the neck like public knowledge? Because then you could think maybe it's a copycat. After these 2 newest killings, Jean and Loretta were finally listened to and assigned the case. Together, they wrote an article leaning into the idea that all of these deaths were the work of one demented madman loose on their streets. And on January 9th, 1963, their article was published on the front page with the headline, 2 girl reporters analyze Strangler. 2 girl... Why do you have to write a secret? I know it's the 60s. That's why, but it's so weird. What followed was twofold. The first result was about 29 more articles analyzing the killer and reconstructing the crimes in their entirety, releasing details from each murder that the police had held back from the public. They made pretty much everything known through their articles, including the names and ages of the victims, their time and causes of death, and where their bodies were found, what they were wearing when they were killed, and the probability of sexual assault. And throughout every article, the pair stayed convinced that the culprit for these murders had to be a single intelligent psychopath with a history of sexually deviant behavior. He also seemed to have a preference, as all the women he targeted were single, orderly, well-groomed, self-sufficient, and respectable. Yeah, but they were also of different ethnicities at different ages, which feels like more specific than someone just being orderly and respectable. The second result was the police response, along with that of other locals, including other papers. To say they reacted negatively would be a laughable understatement. The authorities were livid at the amount of detail that was revealed in the initial article and publicly denounced the notion that a single murderer was to blame for this mayhem. The fact that these two journalists, these two women, had the nerve, the audacity, the unmitigated gall to question and embarrass the police by doing an objectively better job than them was unthinkable. Yo, police, if you don't want information out there, don't release the information. This was probably well before freedom of information and stuff, right? It's like, if you don't want people knowing about stuff from crimes, don't release it to the public. Easy. The misogyny was strong back in the 1960s, and sadly, Jean and Loretta caught quite the backlash from it, including a tidal wave of creepy letters and threatening phone calls. I want to say that the past was truly the worst, and it definitely was, but sadly, I think we all know this type of toxic behavior is still quite real today, which is truly sad. Yet immediately I was about to be like, oh, the past was the worst, and then I realized this absolutely still happens. Regardless of the backlash, though, no matter how much the police tried to suppress the information, the articles did their job, informing the public of what they had a right to know. And it was because of these works that the killer behind this streak was given the moniker the Boston Strangler. The killings continue. Even with the public more aware and more paranoid than ever, it didn't stop the deaths from continuing to pile up. Beverly Sammons was the next victim. The 23-year-old Boston University grad student was killed in her apartment at 4 University Road in Lawrence, Massachusetts on March the 6th, 1963, though her body wasn't found until 2 days later. Her fiancé hadn't heard from her, so he went to check on her. When entering her apartment, he found her on the pull-out couch. Now, this is where things start to stray from the previous MO. For clarification, stockings were found around her neck, tied in a granny knot, just like the other victims, and her wrists were tied with a sequin-studded silk scarf. However, the stockings weren't what killed her. They were simply there as set dressing. Beverly had been viciously attacked as the killer made his way inside, and she had been stabbed a total of 22 times, with her body being staged afterward to resemble the others. Now, while this would raise suspicion of this being a copycat killing, it was later verified that this was indeed done by the same monster. Next was Evelyn Corbin. She was found in her Salem apartment at 224 Lafayette Street on September the 8th, 1963. In line with the earlier victims, she was a woman later in her years, at 58, and she too was strangled with her own stockings. Unlike the other victims, though, she had her underwear stuffed into her mouth and another stocking tied to her ankle. The killing method continued to remain fairly constant, but nearly every crime scene had its own unique little differences. Was this to throw off the investigators, or did the demon simply have a flair for the theatrical? On November the 23rd, 1963, not even 24 hours after the assassination of John F. Kennedy, another murder took place. 23-year-old Joan Graff was in her apartment at 54 Essex Street in Lawrence, Massachusetts, minding her own business when death came for her. After being sexually assaulted, she was strangled with her own stockings. In another unique bit of evidence, when she was found, stockings still around her throat, the police also found noticeable bite marks on her left breast. The strangler seemed to be getting more vicious, though his reign of terror was soon to come to an end. The final victim was the youngest. This was Mary Sullivan, a girl of only 19. It was January the 4th, 1964. A new year had come, and it was over a month since the last victim was found. Mary lives in an apartment at 44A Charles Street in Beacon Hill in Boston. She had recently moved in there with 2 roommates who had lived happily together for some time, and it was those 2 roommates who found her. That day, they returned to the apartment and discovered her on the bed, splayed out, stockings around her neck, along with a pink silk scarf tied in a big bow. These calling cards confirmed that it was the work of the Strangler, bringing the body count up to 11, and the police still had no clue as to who he was. Can these really confirm it being the same person? We mentioned copycats earlier, and I feel that by this point, the reporters have put the information out. It can be just someone copying the MO. It's not like there's some secret thing, often they'll leave out a detail from the press so they really know if it's the actual murderer or a copycat. It got to the point where Edward William Brooke III, the Assistant Attorney General at the time, created a major task force known to many as the Strangler Bureau, promising to use every technique available to them in order to catch the monster, and yet they simply couldn't find him. Luckily, at the exact same time that the Boston Strangler case was going on, another series of crimes were taking place all across Boston, and it was this case which blew the whole investigation open. DeSalvo. Boston was red hot, burning with fear, over the Boston Strangler. However, another string of crimes had begun 2 years before in the Cambridge, Massachusetts area, where multiple women fell victim to sexual attacks. When interviewed, the women would all describe him the same way: a white man in his late 20s, decently attractive with a silver tongue to boot. He would go door to door, ready and waiting for the beautiful occupants to answer their doorbell. If it was a man who answered, he would simply apologize and move on. But if it was a young woman, well, he would get to work. Isn't he gonna run into a problem when everyone's like super paranoid and not opening their doors? Or is he just gonna be like, people still open their doors? They just do. He would introduce himself as a talent scout from a modeling agency looking for new models, and what happened next depended solely on their answer. If they said no, he simply accepted it and went on his way, leaving the fortunate women unmolested. If they said yes and wished to continue talks, he smiled and said he'd need to come in and take their measurements. Excited for this new opportunity, the women would allow him inside their home where he would take out his measuring tape. Dude. At this point, be like, can I see some like accreditation? You got a website? You got a business card? Or are you just going to get that tape out and measure my body? That's way too intimate, dude. No. Using this as an excuse to get close and handsy, he would feel them up all over, leaving them feeling used and violated. Like many infamous criminals, this serial offender was given a nickname by the media, the Measuring Man. Thankfully, this little wank bag was actually caught in March 1960 while breaking into a woman's house. Oh, I'm sorry, this is a different dude, isn't it? It's a different guy. He fully admitted to being the Measuring Man and was sentenced to 18 months in jail, served 11, and was released for good behavior in 1962. This man's name was Albert DeSalvo. Born on September 3rd, 1931 in Chelsea, Massachusetts, Albert was subjected to the darkness of this world and was for the word go. His casual criminalist classic, as his father, Frank DeSalvo, was a violent alcoholic who would make their lives a living misery. He'd beat his wife Charlotte, would make the children watch, and even went so far as to not only bend her fingers all the way back until they actually broke, but he made a point to knock out every last one of her teeth. And of course he was a cheater as well, and he wasn't even remotely ashamed of it, bringing home prostitutes regularly and making his wife and children sit and watch as he had his way. You are a mega piece of shit, my dude. What the f***? Rule number 2, don't f*** up your kids. We have talked about this at length. What the f***? Surprise, surprise, all this negativity and instability at home didn't a good person make. When he was younger, DeSalvo had already begun torturing animals. Oh, here we go. Ding, ding, ding. Serial killer checkbox. Checking off a box on our serial killer checklist. Yes, same page. Add in the fact that he had started shoplifting and stealing as he got older, and yes, it isn't looking too good for him. It was November 1943 when he was arrested for the first time for battery and robbery, all at the tender age of 12. God damn, dude. Your life is not going to work out well. A month later, he'd be sent to the Lyman School for Boys, a disciplinary boarding school. Less than a year later, he'd be paroled, only to be sentenced there again in 1946 after stealing a car. After the second release, he went into the army, serving 2 stints as a military police sergeant with the 2nd Squadron, 14th Armored Cavalry Regiment, before being honorably discharged both times. What? He became a military policeman? They were like, yeah, look at that guy's criminal record. Let's make him a military policeman. How about, I'm sure he can fine going to the regular military, but how about not making him the police part of the regular military? That, of course, leads us to find DeSalvo under arrest for the Measuring Man incidents, for which he served time less than a year. He was also given another shot at freedom after he clearly should have gone down for much longer. Did that stop him? Of course not. I get that the guy... much longer? I get that the guy's a pervert and a weirdo, like just going into women's homes and like measuring them. But much more than a year feels a bit... Am I just being unreasonable? But like, we've had some truly horrible people on this podcast who have got away with a lot more. But he simply went back to his weirdo ways, going from house to house, women to women, getting his rocks off in the creepiest way possible. Oh, Matt. That is not the creepiest way possible. It's creepy. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to defend the weirdo Measuring Man. I'm just saying this is the Casual Criminalist. We've had Pedro Lopez feature on this show. He murdered 200 children. It's not the creepiest thing. It's extremely creepy. It's really weird. Don't go into people's houses and measure their breasts. But like, the creepiest ever way possible? Come on, dude. No shot. Making his way through Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and New Hampshire, DeSalvo broke into 400 homes and sexually assaulted over 300 women, almost always clad in green pants. Wait. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Now he's breaking into homes and sexually assaulting people. That's obviously a lot worse than like, hello there, I'm from a modeling agency. Let me measure your body. It's obviously a different thing. I apologize. Let's move on. The fashion choice earned him another nickname, the Green Man. All the while this scumbag was loose, the police weren't able to catch him, and they weren't any closer to closing the Boston Strangler case either. Then, on October the 27th, 1947, it all came tumbling down. That day, the police were called to a house in East Cambridge. The caller was a woman, and she had a story to tell. Earlier, she'd let a man inside her home, a man dressed as a detective with the police. Upon entering, he wasted no time in pouncing on her, tying her to the bed, and sexually assaulting her. His business done, he simply cleaned himself up, turned to her and said, "I'm sorry," and exited the house, as if apologizing would make it all better. Going off the description of the man, the police knew exactly who to look for, and DeSalvo was arrested on November the 3rd, 1964 on charges of assault, burglary, and sexual assault. When asked about why he committed this series of assaults, DeSalvo said the following: "I'm not good looking. I'm not educated, but I was able to put something over on high-class people. They were all college kids, and I never had anything in my life, and I outsmarted them." What? You outsmarted them? You broke into their homes? It's not like you're playing on an even field. Now, at the time, DeSalvo wasn't linked to the Boston Strangler in the slightest. He wasn't even on the list of suspects. He pleaded not guilty to the charges laid against him and was released on $8,000 bail. That's a lot of money in today's money, isn't it? Like, multiply it by 10 from the 60s to here, because that's what I learned from Mad Men. That's like 80 grand. Where's he getting 80 grand from? This didn't last long, though, as his picture was in all the papers and several more women came forth saying that he was the one who broke in and violated them, leading to him being arrested again on November the 5th, bro. If you're sitting in and you get that bail, like the 80 grand bail equivalent in today's money, and you're like seeing your picture in the paper, you're like, uh-oh, I guess I'm not getting that 80 grand back because it's time to flee to Lebanon. He likely would have denied anything until the end if his wife, Irmgard DeSalvo, hadn't told him to confess it all. That's right, this creep had a wife as well as 2 children at home waiting for him, and yet he went out and did this to so many women. Her words changed his mind, and he confessed all the break-ins and assaults, being transferred from jail to Bridgewater State Hospital after being diagnosed as sociopathic with schizoid features and depressive tendencies. Being judged incompetent to stand trial, he was sentenced to a psychiatric facility on the 4th of February 1965 for the foreseeable future. After that, things probably should have stayed in limbo until new details came to light. Confession and end. So, I know what all of you must be thinking. Well, Matt, you've spoken of killings and you've spoken of DeSalvo, so how do they tie together? I mean, I think the obvious thing is it's like there's going to be some evidence that links this guy to the Boston Strangler and the police are going to jump on it, and then, or there's the confession something, even though he wasn't deemed fit to stand trial, so let's see where this goes. That's my prediction. Like, they're going to be linked incorrectly. Or maybe incorrectly, or who knows. Well, let's get that sorted out right now. Remind me how it was that Jean and Loretta described their view on the killer again. Ah yes, an intelligent psychopath with a history of sexually deviant behavior. Sound familiar? Well, yes, it does. Well, first off, let's talk about one F. Lee Bailey. Being licensed in Massachusetts and Florida, Bailey was a well-known defense lawyer, known for defending such clients like Patty Hearst, Dr. Sam Shepard, and Ernest Medina, along with being a member of the Dream Team, part of the defense team that would get O.J. Simpson off the hook for murder. Before that, though, he rose to prominence, being the defense lawyer attached to Albert DeSalvo. In late 1965, Bailey received a call from prison, one that he couldn't have possibly predicted. It was from George Nasser, a friend and fellow inmate of DeSalvo. Nasser made the claim that DeSalvo had confessed that he was not only responsible for all the sexual assaults that he was faced with, but he was in fact the Boston Strangler. Okay, I kind of thought we'd go like the police interrogation route, but he just seems to be admitting it to someone in prison or in the psychiatric hospital, which he doesn't sound like the most reliable person, being in a psychiatric hospital and all. It took no time for Bailey to set up a meeting with DeSalvo. Speaking plainly about it, DeSalvo confessed once again to all the murders, taking credit for being the Mad Strangler of Boston. And to seal the deal even more, the confession was so clear and detailed that it seemed almost impossible that he wasn't the killer. He knew which victim was which when photos were shown that had been released to the public. Oh, okay. Well, there we go. That's fairly compelling, isn't it? He could even identify the color of their furniture. He confessed to Bailey, he confessed to physician William Joseph Bryan while under hypnosis, and he confessed to... Yeah, that matters. And he confessed to Assistant Attorney General John Bottomley while being interviewed. 3 strikes, you're out, I suppose. This does sound very compelling, and one thing I'd be tempted to think is, well, he could be taking the rap for someone else who did this. But then you've got this thing where he's showing the photographs, and no matter how much you describe someone to someone else, or maybe you could show them the photo, but then how would they do that in prison? The identifying the people seems very compelling to me. The other stuff like the confession and the hypnosis, it's like, well, maybe not. And on top of that, not only did he confess to the 11 murders known to the police, but also to 2 more. 85-year-old Mary Mullen was the first unknown victim identified, and within the timeline, the second overall victim. He attacked her at 1435 Commonwealth Avenue in Boston on June the 28th, 1962, but he never got to finish the job. How would you remember that? How would you remember the exact address and date when you've killed several people, allegedly? Before he could kill her himself, the fear and stress of the attack caused old Mary to have a fatal heart attack, killing her there and then. The other women he confessed to killing were 69-year-old Mary Brown on March the 6th, 1963. This would make Mary the 9th victim of the group, being killed between the attacks on Patricia Bissett and Beverly Salmons. Much like the other victims, she was strangled in her home at 319 Park Street in Lawrence, though the killer also made sure to stab her numerous times beforehand for good measure. So, chain him up and throw away the key, right? It's clearly him. Well, there's a bit of a problem. There was no actual physical evidence against DeSalvo. Nothing definitive, nothing concrete, and in the end, the confession was simply that. Words. The one thing they had was a chance at identification. The Strangler had one surviving victim, a woman by the name of Gertrude Gruen. She had been attacked in her apartment, but she had put up enough of a fight to drive him away. She was brought in and had time to see DeSalvo. And she said it wasn't him. He wasn't the man who attacked her. Soon enough, on the 30th of June 1966, DeSalvo was found mentally competent to stand trial, but for his crimes as the Green Man, not as the Boston Strangler. Bailey did everything in his power to get his confession submitted as evidence, more specifically evidence of DeSalvo's insanity. He wanted the whole case to end with DeSalvo being found mentally unsound and locked away in hospital for study. But the courts would hear none of it. The judge saw the confession as having no bearing on the actual case at hand, and he threw it out, ruling it inadmissible. The trial continued regardless of Bailey's objections, and eventually he settled on a plea bargain. DeSalvo would be found guilty and convicted of 10 counts of rape and armed robbery, and in exchange, death penalty would be off the table, with the possibility of an eventual insanity verdict. Bailey was incensed as it, and he made it known. Quote, "My goal was to see the Strangler wind up in hospital where doctors could try and find out what made him kill. Society is deprived of a study that might help deter other mass killers who lived among us, waiting for the trigger to go off inside them." The quote ends. DeSalvo was sentenced to life imprisonment on this 18th of January 1967 and was initially housed at the Bridgewater State Hospital, though that wouldn't last for long. A month later, in February 1967, he left a note on his bunk for the superintendent at the hospital, stating that he wanted to focus on his life situation and the conditions at the hospital. With that, he and 2 other inmates escaped the institution, resulting in a large-scale manhunt. Apparently, the whole thing was a bit much for DeSalvo, though, as he reached out to his lawyer shortly after to turn himself in. He was found and caught the next day at a clothing store in Lynn, and because of his escape, he was transferred to a maximum security prison. Whoops-a-daisy. That was the Massachusetts Correctional Institution, Cedar Junction, formerly known as Walpole. Several years passed with him being locked away, and not much was heard of Albert DeSalvo. He remained in correspondence with Bailey the whole time he was in prison, and during that time he actually recanted his confession. That's right, after all that time, DeSalvo took it all back. He said he wasn't the Strangler, no matter how detailed and accurate the confession was. And in the end, it was for all for naught anyway. Charges were never laid against DeSanto in regard to the Strangler case, and if he was the killer, he took it to the grave. What? How did he know about the faces then? On November the 25th, 1973, the body of Albert DeSalvo was found in the prison infirmary. He was stabbed to death, only 42 years old. And it simply stagnated from there. DeSalvo was dead. His killer or killers would never be caught or identified, and since that day, no one has been brought up on the charges of the murders of the Boston Strangler. In essence, the case has truly never been solved. Or has it? Did he actually do it? So, the biggest remaining questions are this. Was Albert DeSalvo the Boston Strangler? Was the case solved despite there being no charge or trial? And here is where we'll break down a couple of theories, and then we'll double back to DeSalvo, and we'll see which one lines up the best, especially with the development that came about 10 years ago. Ooh, okay then, are we talking some DNA? Is some DNA happening? I think it will be, right? 10 years ago? That sounds about right. The first alternate theory brings us back to a name mentioned a little earlier, that of George Nasser. Yes, the friend and cellmate that DeSalvo supposedly confided and confessed to. Thank you. I didn't remember who this was. First off, he was already a murderer. That much is known. In 1948, he was sentenced to life imprisonment for the murder of Dominic Kermill, but that wouldn't last long as he was paroled in 1961. And sadly, It was stupid in this case, as Nassar didn't even last 4 years on the outside before he murdered Irvin Hilton, the owner of a Texaco station in Andover, Massachusetts in 1965. This time he was sentenced to death, but it was soon commuted to life imprisonment, during which time he became acquainted with DeSalvo. So, why do we bring him up now? Simple. And for several reasons. First off, Nassar was free as a bird when the killing started and was free when they ended, only going to prison after the final victim was found. Furthermore, when the surviving victims of the Strangler were brought in to look at the suspects, they didn't identify DeSalvo, but they did finger Nassar as their attacker. The theory goes that Nassar was, in fact, the Boston Strangler, and the two of them conspired to use the confession, coached all the way through by Nassar, to split the $10,000 in reward money. So, can we see why this doesn't work? All this amounts to is theory and coincidence. Yes, it's all just circumstantial stuff, really, and some that doesn't even add up, with an end motive that clearly wouldn't have actually worked. Aside from being a murderer in his own right, Nassar had nothing that connected him to the victims. There was no evidence that he was in the area at the time of the spree, and his two past victims were male, plus they were shot. Quite different from lying his way into homes and strangling ladies with their stockings. And the whole idea of splitting the reward is nothing but conjecture and conspiracy. Theory number 2, that the killings attributed by the Boston Strangler were actually perpetrated not by one, but by multiple killers. Yeah, I'm not against that. The MOs were really different. The victim profiles were really different. From a certain angle, it makes sense. Most serial killers have a certain age and group they target, while the Strangler targeted women of any age range, the oldest being 85, the youngest 19. Many experts and those who observed DeSalvo agree that DeSalvo wasn't the killer and that multiple killers were a distinct possibility. Dr. Ames Roby, medical director at Bridgewater State Hospital, believed that DeSalvo simply confessed because he wanted the notoriety, and he was a very clever, very smooth, compulsive confessor who desperately needs to be recognized. Former FBI profiler Robert Ressler, who I've spoken of before, went on record as saying, "You're putting together so many different patterns regarding the Boston Strangler murders that it's inconceivable behaviorally that these all could fit one individual." Yeah, I agree with Ressler. This seems like it's more than one person. However, much like the Nassar idea, that's all it is. It's just an idea. Yeah, but this one feels more compelling than the Nassar idea, doesn't it? While it could be the work of multiple killers, there's no real evidence to fully support it. And the argument that many of the killings could simply be copycat killings after the details were released, well, the same argument could be made in favor of it simply being one murderer using the same MO. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Although the victim profiles were so different. And now, we return to DeSalvo. While no charges were filed, and while still to this day the case is still technically unsolved, the general consensus is that Albert DeSalvo, in addition to being the Measuring Man and the Green Man, was also the Boston Strangler. The confessions were so detailed, so precise, that it seems impossible that he could have pieced them all together from the info given in the articles that came out from the case. Hell, he even got a detail about a survivor's apartment, the color of a piece of furniture that the survivor herself got wrong. But even then, so many still had doubts, and to this day, there are still those who aren't certain of his guilt. Hell, the family of the final victim, Mary Sullivan, campaigned for years that they didn't believe for a moment that Albert DeSalvo was the one who killed Mary. And then 2013 came around. I get the feeling we're about to get some DNA evidence, or whatever. But my feeling is he didn't do it. I don't think it's him. I don't think this dude did it. But then, if it was so locked down with DNA, then we wouldn't really be making this episode about guilty or innocent, would we? So did he? I don't think so. I think the DNA won't match, if that's DNA we're talking about. Yes, I can see just a glance at the next paragraph and I see the capital DNA, so let's go. By then, DNA sequencing had come a long way, and it continues to advance even today. Back then, such an idea was non-existent, and they had no way of testing physical evidence in that way. In July 2013, seminal fluid was taken from Mary Sullivan's body and was tested against DNA from a nephew of DeSalvo. The results were a near-perfect match! With that, the body of Albert DeSalvo was exhumed, and the test was performed again. The results were quite revealing, and the police would announce that Albert DeSalvo was indeed the murderer of Mary Sullivan. There could be no doubt. Well, holy sh**, I was wrong. To quote the then State Attorney General Martha Coakley in regard to the results and Mary's family, quote, "I hope this brings some measure of finality to Mary Sullivan's family. This leaves no doubt that Albert DeSalvo was responsible for the brutal murder of Mary Sullivan, and most likely that he was responsible for the horrific murders of the other women that he confessed to killing." Is it decisive proof that he was the Boston Strangler? I mean, yes, for this one case, but for all of them? Who knows? Perhaps not. But it is one question solved, that he had indeed stolen a knife, that of the final victim, and that might be the best answer we could hope for. To this day, the Boston Strangler still has not been 100% identified, but after DeSalvo's capture, the police didn't find more murder victims with granny knots around their necks, a fact that speaks for itself. Okay, well, very simply, the DNA evidence comes around and my mind has changed. It's probably him. Wrap up. And that, as we say, is that. The story of the Boston Strangler remains a mystery to this day, though one not as shrouded in uncertainty as it once was. While there will always be doubters until definitive proof is brought to light, it is still generally accepted that Albert DeSalvo was in fact the killer and that he was caught before he could up his body count. While they weren't experts on the matter, Loretta McLaughlin and Jean Cole, in their determination to spread the word and keep women safe, put together the most comprehensive investigation and theories about the killer, putting the cops to utter shame. And everything they compiled, everything they pieced together, fit DeSalvo to a T. So do I believe that DeSalvo was actually the madman behind all the mayhem? Well, after looking through all the information, it's this writer's honest opinion that the Strangler was most likely Albert DeSalvo, and the ruddy bastard died painfully, long ago, as he deserved. Yeah, I agree. DNA, boom, done. I mean, there could have been more victims and the profile thing, but so there's a lot of coincidences now with the murders stopping and all of this stuff and his confession and the DNA. I'm like, it's this dude. Come on now. Sadly, neither Loretta nor Jean are with us any longer. Jean passed away. Well, they'd be very old. Wouldn't they be like 100? 2015 at the age of 89. Okay, so not quite 100, but bloody close. And Loretta on November the 23rd, 2018 at the age of 90. These people had great long lives. That's not bad. Like 89 and 90? Like my grandparents lived to, I mean, a little bit older than that, but like they were old, like old, proper old. I think most of them were in their mid-90s. But their legacy still lives on to this day. They are still remembered and credited for their work, and it's impossible to talk about the Strangler without bringing up these incredible women. Hell, just this year, a new film about the Boston Strangler was released with Keira Knightley and Carrie Coon playing the roles of Loretta and Jean respectively, keeping their memory alive. It's a very well-made film, one of the best serial killer films in recent memory, and I'd recommend anyone checking it out who's given the chance. When was this? This sounds good. This year? Wow, have I never heard of that? You didn't tell me the name of the movie. As the darkness recedes from us once more, I'd like to take a moment to remember the victims, as we always do. The Strangler might be the one everyone talks about, but these women were people too, simply enjoying their lives, thinking it was just another day in the neighborhood when they opened their door to a monster. Anna Slezers, Mary Mullen, Nina Nichols, Helen Blake, Ida Erger, Jane Sullivan, Sophie Clark, Patricia Bassett, Mary Brown, Beverly Sammons, Evelyn Corbin, Joan Graff, Mary Sullivan. May they all rest in peace, free from worry and pain, while the evil creep who stole their lives burns down in the depths of hell where he belongs. Yeah, and that's where we end today's episode. Thank you for being here. If you enjoy the show, leave a review. If you're watching on YouTube, do subscribe. And I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist with me, your host Simon. I'm here, one of my writers, in this case Dave, has put me together a script. This one he did very quickly. I feel like I ruined Dave's weekend. Because Dave sent me a message and he was like, hey Simon, did you see this in the news? And I was like, yeah Dave, I saw this in the news. Everyone saw this in the news. Because today, you've probably seen from the title, we're talking about Lucy Letby, who has just been, as of yesterday evening or afternoon, convicted of murdering a lot of babies and has been sentenced. Well, I'm not going to spoil it, but Dave, he sends me this message on Friday. I'm like, yeah, I saw it, Dave. And I'm like, hey, Dave, I'll double your rate on the script if you get it to me by Monday. And he's like, it's my kid's, was it his kid's birthday? No, he was like going to Chessington World of Adventures or something. And then I felt bad and I was like, no pressure. And then I realized I'd given him pressure because I'd offered him like a ton more money to do it. And then I felt really bad about myself the whole weekend. And then he sent it to me on Monday. And then I felt slightly better about myself when I sent him a fat invoice. I mean, the other way around. He sent me a fat invoice and I sent him a fat amount of money, which made me feel better about myself, but not much better because I'm sorry, Dave. I'm sorry. Anyway, yes, that's a very long way of saying that this is all about Lucy Letby, who, as I said yesterday, this trial just concluded and sentencing just happened. So we're bringing you breaking not breaking news. This will probably come out on like Friday because obviously these take a while to edit. I've also ruined Jen's having some help from a dude called Chris. Hello, Chris. He's probably editing this episode. It's like, Chris, I need this by Friday, Chris.
It will be done, my lord.
On this day, several years ago, I left the Countess of Chester Hospital with my wife and newborn son. We did things the usual people do. Oh no! Well, this was the hospital where it was happening. I totally glossed over that. I'm pretty sure. We did the usual things people do after leaving hospital with a new baby. We went to the McDonald's drive-thru in nearby Cheshire Oaks. Is that normal? I remember when both my kids were born. And I've never had a kid in the UK. Like, both of my kids have been born where I live in Prague, Czech Republic. And in the UK, you go into hospital, you have a baby, and then you go home, right? You don't spend time in hospital. Here, you'll spend like 3 or 4 days in hospital. Like, I think both times my wife gave birth, no complications, nothing like that. And she stayed in hospital for 3 nights afterwards. And the nurses, they like make sure that the baby's being fed correctly. They make sure that, there's enough milk and all of this stuff and like that everything's all right. And then they run all these tests and they make sure that the baby can like see and hear properly and all that stuff. And then like 4 days later, they send you home. And it's very surreal because for the first few days, it's like, I have a son and I can only visit during visiting hours, which is like 2 hours in the afternoon. I mean, obviously, while the kid's being born, you're there. And then it's like you just have visiting hours at the hospital for like the first 3-4 days. And so I'm just frantically getting everything ready that we hadn't got ready yet. And just doing as much work as possible before, I take some time off with the new kid at home. And I think in the UK, you just have a baby and then like, all right, off you go. Which would seem very intense now. Oh, it's not like I pay for some special health insurance. This is just the government standard health insurance.
Life's not fair, is it?
We discussed how ridiculous it was that a member of staff had insisted on accompanying us to the car to ensure that we had a correctly fitted child seat. Yes, they do that as well. Well, like we walked because we live in a city and the hospital's like, it's literally like 10 minutes walk away. It's really nice. We didn't even like take the car when Mark's like, oh, it's coming. And I was like, okay, put your shoes on. And we walked the 5 minutes to the hospital because it's quicker than driving. Then we went home to begin that magical few months of sleep deprivation where you're never entirely sure whether you're asleep or awake. Ah, yes. When I think about the whole experience now, especially during the night, I often get out of bed, walk to my little boy's room, just stand there for a while, thinking about how lucky we were. Many other expected couples who checked into Countess of Cheshire Hospital were not so lucky because, you see, this hospital contained a monster. A nurse who was assigned to work with the most vulnerable individuals was, it transpires, actually working ceaselessly behind the scenes to make sure that not everybody left the hospital with a healthy child, as we were fortunate enough to do. In today's episode, we're going to take a look at exactly who this monster was, what she did, and the catalogue of alleged errors that allowed her to continue uninterrupted for so long. Ah, yes, okay, alleged errors that because it's like, okay, well, there's been no, I guess the civil cases or other criminal cases. If there's gross negligence is not yet completed. Obviously, Lucy Letby is a murderer, and we could say that because she's just been convicted and, sentenced to, we'll get to that in a little bit. Everyone knows how long she's gone to go into prison for. I don't know why I'm like, oh, maybe this is less. This is news in America as well, right? Because I go to bbc.com, not bbc.co.uk, because if you go to bbc.co.uk abroad, they redirect you to bbc.com, so you get shoved tons of adverts in your face and more international news. And this was on the front page of that website for a couple of days. Who is Lucy Letby? Unlike many of the criminals we cover here, there were no early red flags that might indicate what Letby would become. Born in 1990, she grew up in Hereford, the only child in a stereotypically middle-class family. She attended the local comprehensive school before going on to study nursing at university. After completing her study, she moved to Chester, where she underwent another 3 years of training to become a children's nurse. During this time, she worked as a student nurse at both the Countess of Chester and the Liverpool Women's Hospital. After becoming a fully qualified nurse, she gained full-time employment in the latter in 2011. During her first years working there, she was described as both hardworking and sociable, but, and this is important, not unusually remarkable in any way. One article produced by ITV described her as nothing out of the ordinary, a beige character, even a girl next door type, affable and charming. Even after babies began dying at a disproportionate rate on her watch, people in charge had a hard time pursuing or even believing concerns that were raised against her. After all, she was just Lucy, the lovely nurse who worked in the neonatal unit. Much later, during her trial, Dr. Shoam Das, a criminal psychologist, said, quote, "One thing that really strikes me about Lucy Letby's case is that there's no known history of previous offending, specifically no known history of previous violence. Having assessed hundreds of mentally distressed offenders, I would say that that's exceptionally rare. It's unlike anything I've ever seen in my career before. I know I keep bringing this up, but it perhaps goes some way to explaining why her horrific crimes went undetected for so long." End quote. Yeah, this is like one of those things, because we have such human bias. We like look at someone and it's like, oh, look at it. Like Ted Bundy's always the example that gets brought up. Oh, look, he's good looking and he's charming. He can't have murdered anyone. And it's like, that's just our human bias. And there's a lot of negativity around like ChatGPT, and like it's, what it can do or what it can't do. And I'm like, but I don't know, I've messed around with its data interpretation quite a bit with like YouTube stats and all of that stuff, and just being like, can you tell me anything about this data? Just like, you can just upload like, here's my analytics, tell me anything interesting. And it'll be like, I found this, I found that. And you're like, holy shit, I never even thought about that. I wonder, like, surely this like machine learning and neural networks can be applied to like this, because I feel just anywhere where there's, I've talked about it before, how it'd be a great idea for each hospital to just have a retired detective. Like there should be a retired detective in each hospital. Like, I don't know how this actually works in real life, but in the TV show Scrubs, right, they have Ted the lawyer, and he's like around to make sure that, everyone's like, not doing stuff that's going to get them sued. How about there's also, detective Ted equivalent, who's got an office in the hospital, and he just walks around being suspicious of people. And it's kind of like, the military police or internal affairs at the police. And it's just a detective, an old detective who's retired, and he comes in like a few days a week and he just makes sure that everything's kosher. But what I was thinking, one of the most important things is to avoid the biases, right? And computers are really good at ignoring biases. And now with this like machine learning stuff, they're really good at interpreting data. So how about we just start putting all of hospitals' data, like all of this about the nurses, about the doctors, about the admin, about the like diseases, just start dumping that into like machine learning stuff. Obviously have someone check it very thoroughly afterwards and be like, no, does anything suspicious? Anything weird? Any of these doctors or nurses have any like outliers? And it'll just interpret all the data and be like, yeah, maybe this guy. And then, your resident detective or whatever can look into it, because there's way too much of this stuff happening. And one thing is enough. And there's stuff that goes undetected, and there's just people who are shit at their jobs. It's not just like, malevolence, like Letby. It's also, I'm sure there's nurses and doctors who are just a bit shit and keep killing their patients. And it's like, well, how about we just start using the amazing technology that we have to start analyzing that data? Sorry, this is a huge tangent. It just seems like, surely, please tell me like some, big brainers out there working on that. Come on now. Maybe they do it already. Maybe this has been around forever. Please someone comfort me in the comments and tell me that is true. If you're watching on YouTube, if you're listening as a podcast, you can't do that. So check it out on YouTube. I don't know. What do you want to do? The killing spree. On the 8th of June 2015, two twins, who to protect their anonymity we will refer to as Child A and Child B, were born 6 weeks premature at the Countess of Chester Hospital. Although premature, staff at the hospital had no reason to believe that, given time and appropriate medical care, they would not eventually go home with their families and lead perfectly healthy lives. Sadly, Letby had other ideas. 30 minutes after she came on duty for the night shift, Child A deteriorated rapidly and unexpectedly. 90 minutes after she started work, he was dead. Prior to this child's death, Letby had alerted both a doctor and a consultant to unusual patches of discoloration on his skin. In reality, she was completely aware of why this was, but appears to have wanted to cover up what she had done by showing concern and involving others. Almost immediately after coming on duty, Letby had injected air into the bloodstream of Child A, causing an IV air embolism and deliberately murdering the first vulnerable victim in her care. Why the fuck would you do this? It's just such a beyond strange thing to do. It's a monstrous thing to do, obviously, but the thing that's most baffling is it's just fucking bizarre. There's murders that I understand, even like depraved It's like, oh, well, like he's a sexual predator and his brain is broken, and then he wanted to cover up the fact that it's, R-worded someone, so he M-worded them. It's like, I don't like it, but I'm also like, okay, yeah, he's just like, although I guess she's just messed up in the head as well. But it seems just like a totally different, like bizarre. After going off shift, she sent the following message to a colleague. Dad was on the floor crying, saying, please don't take our baby away when I took him to the mortuary. It's just heartbreaking. It was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. What the man? What is going on? Although you might think sending such a message is not particularly unusual, she did something else as well. Something that she did almost every time she took a life. She repeatedly searched on Facebook for the parents of Child A. It was later claimed that she did this as some sort of perverse attempt to fully experience what she had done, almost as if she was thriving on the grief of those left behind. Your brain is so... What the happened to you? Understandably, the parents of child A were utterly crushed, but they still had a surviving child, and at least... Oh God, don't tell me. And at least one member of the family is said to have stood by her bedside for the entire day. However, when the lovely children's nurse came back on duty that night, they appear to have relaxed a little. I imagine that they'll regret this relaxation for the rest of their lives. 28 hours after murdering child A, Letby injected child B with air. This time, she was not so lucky. The alarm was sounded, and after being resuscitated, a second victim would make a full recovery. Oh, thank God. Now, you might think that if one baby died on your watch and a second baby died nearly the next day, you might want to take a break, or at the very least, take on alternative or lighter duties for a bit, but not Letby. So I think it's not like, okay, but also you're a nurse, you're going to lose people, and I think some people would react like, I need to take some off. I don't think I'd react that way. If I was in this situation and I was a nurse and I hadn't killed anybody and 2 people died on my watch, I'd be like, no, I'm going back to work. Let's get back to work. I'm going back to work. Let's go. Sign me up. I just want to get back into it and make good. 3 days after her first murder, she sent a text message to her manager asking to pick up extra shifts. From a confidence point of view, I need to take an ITU baby soon. X. Okay, so I guess this is some talk. Was there an X there? Is she signing off with a kiss? That's weird. I don't know what that means. But obviously she wants more work. I don't think that's super weird because I just explained, I'd also be I just need to work. On the 14th of June, she had another text message conversation with a colleague, during which time she sent the following message. I just keep thinking about Monday, death of child A. I feel like I need to be in room to overcome it, to get the image out of my head. It probably sounds odd, but it's how I feel. Less than 10 minutes after this conversation reached its conclusion, another alarm sounded within the hospital. Despite not being the designated nurse, Letby was discovered standing over the monitoring equipment for child C. Tragically, child C would also die. The cause? Air injected into his stomach by Letby. Just 8 days later, on June the 22nd, she would strike again. Using the same method that had proved so effective with child A, Letby injected air into the bloodstream of a baby girl. Once again, the alarm was sounded as child D collapsed. Although she would make a brief recovery, she collapsed twice more, with the last incident being fatal. Other medical professionals who attended during the resuscitation attempts noticed the same patches of skin discoloration that appeared on child A, but failed to link the 2 cases. This is the sort of thing that I imagined, if that's being plugged into your big machine learning AI bot, it'd be like, blip, 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 blip. Interesting. Patchy skin, huh? And then it would look in its giant medical brain and be like, patchy skin, related to this, same nurse. Alarm bells. Then they're called Detective Ted. And be like, yo, detective, have a look. In a further attempt to garner sympathy from her colleagues as well as to cover up her abhorrent acts, Letby sent the following message the very next day, quote, on a day-to-day basis, it's an incredible job with so many positives, but sometimes I think, how do such sick babies get through and others just die so suddenly unexpectedly? Guess it's how it's meant to be. I think there is an element of fate involved. There is a reason for everything. At this point, you might reasonably be wondering, why has nobody noticed all these strange deaths? Well, as it turns out, people had noticed. Shortly after the death of child D, Dr. Stephen Breary, the head consultant in the neonatal unit, carried out a review of the 3 unusual deaths in June. As part of his findings, he informed Alison Kelly, the director of nursing and deputy chief executive, that Letby was the only nurse on duty during each of the deaths. Okay. There better be a big old investigation right now. Not only does it appear that his concerns were dismissed, he has since told the BBC Panorama that it seemed like the hospital was looking for any way out that would not involve the police. When asked, that is not cool. That is not okay. Look, this is why you need that detective in the hospital, because someone should be reporting on this. Okay, the doctor's going to be like, don't make the hospital look bad, and the detective should be like, I don't give a shit. That's not my job. I don't care. The worse my hospital looks, the better it looks like I'm doing my job, so let's go. There's too many conflict of interests. There's too much mess going on. This needs to be, I'm sure they have ways to combat this, but it just doesn't seem like they're doing a very good job of it. When asked if he believed there had been a cover-up, he responded by saying, I don't know how you define a cover-up, but to us, the evidence in front of us was quite clear. It felt like they'd tried to engineer a narrative, some way out which didn't involve the police. If you want to call that a cover-up, then that's a cover-up. He'd go on to say, it's something that nobody really wants to consider, that a member of staff might be harming the babies under their care. Some of the babies didn't respond to resuscitation as we would have expected. In those cases, babies would usually regain a normal heart rate and improve breathing, but that didn't happen in these cases, as we'd expect, which was unusual. It was quite surreal because as a group, our our concerns were rising. There was no communication from senior managers in the trust. The trust is like the group of hospitals. They have like these primary care trusts, PCT, something like that. Like my family work in medicine. Well, they did. Well, they do, like some of them. And so I have like vague ideas of how this works from like dinner conversations. You might think that even if there was the slightest suspicion that one of the nurses at the hospital might have been murdering babies, those in charge would have at the very least taken the precaution of moving her somewhere else or temporarily placing her in an administrative role. But no, not only was Letby allowed to continue working with vulnerable babies, Brerians and other consultants were forced to apologize to her and threatened with consequences if they did not immediately drop the matter. Where is the accountability? Where is the non-biased person who looks at this objectively and is like, no, there's something up here. They shouldn't be apologizing. This should be looked into more thoroughly. I don't understand how this is not something that's up. There's a brilliant book that I've mentioned many times, maybe not on this show, called Black Box Thinking, by an author whose name I don't remember, Matthew something or other. And he talks about how the airline industry solved this problem. They're like, yo, you can report on anything. I think it's like within the first 24 hours. Like if you do something wrong, like you're like, oh yeah, I just forgot to put down the landing gear. Like some absurd thing. If you say that within 24 hours, they're like, cool, no problem. Thank you for reporting it. We're going to work out what went wrong. And because you reported it, it's like, obviously you're a competent pilot. You got a pilot's license. You just forgot to put down the landing gear. Obviously something happened. And it's always like, oh, they were distracted by this. This happened that led to this, that led to that. And there's always a reason. And then they fix the problem. And in that book, Black Box Thinking, he was talking about this and calling for this. And it still seems to not be properly implemented, which is bizarre. Unfortunately for Letby's future victims, they capitulated, and she received the following letter. Dear Lucy, would like to apologize for any inappropriate comments that may have been made during this difficult period. We're very sorry for the stress and upset that you have experienced in the last year. Please be reassured that patient safety has been our absolute priority during this difficult time. While I'm sure that everybody involved will forever wish that they'd pursued the matter, had they tried a little harder, then several lives would have been spared. Perhaps more concerningly, had Letby simply stopped at this point, there is an extremely high likelihood that she would have never been caught. That's just terrifying. Because think of the stats on crimes, and think of the stats in medicine, and think how many times this could have possibly happened, and people have just gotten away with it, and continue to get away with it. I don't know what the solution is. I don't know if it's like my stupid idea of putting a retired detective in hospitals, but something has to be done. Presumably brimming with confidence after having gotten away with no fewer than 3 murders, Letby still decided to take a short break. However, on the 3rd of August 2015, she struck again. Child E was born several weeks premature, along with his twin brother, Child F, and weighed less than 1.4 kilograms, or 3 pounds. In a heartbreaking twist of fate, his mother very nearly caught Letby in the act. When dropping off expressed breast milk for her twins, she came across the nurse standing with her baby. Her young boy had fresh blood around his mouth and appeared to be in extreme distress. When she asked what was wrong with him, Letby said that the blood was just a result of his feeding tube rubbing against his throat, and she shouldn't worry about it. Unfortunately, she took her word for it, as well as her advice to take the opportunity to get some rest. After all, they'd be leaving for a different hospital the next day because both babies were making such remarkable progress. 2 hours after that, the doctors were fighting to save Child E. This tiny, premature baby had lost about a quarter of the blood in his body. Shortly after 1 a.m., doctors would lose the fight, and he'd slip away. The bleed that has taken his life was the direct result of Letby roughly interfering with the feeding tube at his nose. I don't like this. So devastated was the mother by her loss that she allowed the murderer to wash her deceased child before taking it down to the morgue. Next, Letby turned to the other twin, Child F, this time presumably in an attempt to prevent a pattern from emerging. She attempted a different strategy. Shortly after Child F was born, he was prescribed a tiny amount of insulin to help regulate his blood sugar levels. This provided Letby with an excellent opportunity. She laced his fluid bag with a huge overdose of insulin and also added some to the replacement bag that would be given to the child later. These combined doses would have undoubtedly been enough to kill him. Fortunately, when it became obvious that this next baby was in trouble, doctors swapped the fluid bags. When it made no difference, they removed them entirely. Once insulin was no longer entering the child's body at an alarming rate, he began to recover quickly. Later tests showed that Child F had extremely high insulin levels, along with very low C-peptide levels in the blood. It was conclusive proof that someone had given him a large unprescribed dose of insulin and that a poisoner was at work. In an oversight, the magnitude of which is difficult to describe using only words, when these test results came back to the ward a couple of weeks later, doctors did not immediately register the significance and the murderer was still permitted to remain at large. So how can this possibly have happened? According to an article in The Guardian, to quote, one senior doctor who analysed Letby's victims said they were selected carefully, not chosen at random. Almost all had other vulnerabilities, such as extreme prematurity or inherited conditions that gave her plausible deniability when they died. Deaths on the unit, although rare, were described by doctors as expected and explainable. Baby's very presence on the neonatal unit meant that they were incredibly fragile, and Letby's victims were often the most vulnerable of these. The majority required round-the-clock intensive care treatment rather than just needing feeding and monitoring. The quote ends. Even so, if we take into account that several senior doctors were already incredibly suspicious, it seems implausible that nobody would have connected these events. Between September 2015 and June 2016, Letby would murder or attempt to murder another 10 babies, mostly by injecting air into the bloodstream or stomachs. On the 24th of June, Dr. Breary contacted the hospital's duty executive, Karen Rees, insisting that Letby must immediately be removed from the ward. Good for you, Dr. Breary. Even with the mountain of evidence now stacked against the nurse, Rees insisted that she was safe to work and would take personal responsibility for any more mysterious deaths that occurred. It appears that Breary was not going to take no for an answer this time because she was finally moved to a clerical role within the hospital. Wow. And that's his boss, right? Who was this? The duty executive? So that's Breary's boss. And he's like, no, I'm pushing this issue. I'm fucking pushing this issue. Legend. Is this the guy I saw interviewed? There was a guy interviewed by BBC or something, and he was just talking about it, and it was just like, holy sh**. Like, this whole interview was just like, I'll see if I can find it and put a link in the description or something, but it's like, it's just chilling. Unfortunately, this clerical role was in the Risk and Patient Safety Office, where she not only had access to sensitive documents from the neonatal ward, but was also working in close proximity with senior managers whose job it would have been to investigate her. How about no senior managers? Where's Detective Ted? Senior managers investigating it. How about you let them manage, and instead of that, have a guy who's actually good at investigating death in there? Later that same year, the Countess of Chester Hospital stopped accepting babies born before 32 weeks of pregnancy were up. This was apparently partially due to the increase in infant mortality rates. An independent review was carried out by the Royal College of Paediatricians and Child Health, along with the Royal College of Nursing, but this review was unable to pinpoint one single cause for the increase in mortality rates. In 2017, the hospital finally contacted the police. In a statement, they said this was to seek assurances that enable us to rule out unnatural causes of death. On the 3rd of July 2018, 1 year after the police investigation began, Letby was arrested on suspicion of murdering 8 babies and attempting to murder a further 6. So what finally got her arrested? The investigation. Once the police became involved, perhaps because they were not protecting their own interests, the evidence against her, yes, exactly, thank you. When the police searched her property, they came across a number of interesting things. In a bag under her bed, she had many of the handover sheets related to her victims. For those of you who don't know, and I certainly didn't, handover sheets contain confidential information about patients that are given to nurses at the start of every shift. Okay, didn't know that, it's good to know. These documents are not supposed to leave the hospital. In all, she had stolen 21 of these documents, along with the results of a blood test from one of her victims. In addition to these, she had, in a special box that she had decorated with roses, a further 99 such handover sheets relating to different babies that she'd treated all the way back to when she was a student. Further searching reveals handwritten resuscitation notes on many of her victims, along with a diary, which, among other things, contained a message that read, "I don't deserve to live. I killed them on purpose because I'm not good enough to care for them. And I am a horrible, evil person. And in capital letters, I am evil. I did this." Oh boy, don't write down your crimes. But perhaps the most despicable thing that she had kept was found, I don't want to know, Dave, was found by police officers who examined her mobile phone. Apart from discovering that she'd repeatedly searched for the parents of her victims on social media, including on Christmas Day, she'd taken a photograph of a condolence card that she'd sent the parents of one of the victims. It simply read, "Sorry I couldn't be there to say goodbye." The phone also contained a photograph of a thank you card that she'd been sent by the family of one of the babies that she murdered. Wow, British people are so polite. If I was in the hospital and my kid died, Jesus, I don't even like saying that. I don't even like thinking about this. But it's like, in this situation, I definitely wouldn't be like, I've got to send a thank you card. I'll just be like, for fuck's sake, just need to get on with my life. If they'd saved someone, then I'll be like, yeah, let's go. These people truly believed that she'd done everything in her power to help, and even in their darkest hour, a time when you really don't want to speak to anybody about anything, they'd made an effort to express their gratitude. All of this evidence could be, and was, used against her in her trial. Good. If this was in America, I'd be like, strap her to the chair, strap her to the chair. But unfortunately, we don't execute people in Britain. And I say unfortunately, I really do mean that sometimes. I really do. I really do. Like in this case, it'd just be like, yeah, fucking kill her. Fucking kill her. She deserves to die. She says she deserves to die. Let's kill her. I don't know if Dave will be happy with me sharing this. But we're messaging back and forth about the script, and the sentence comes in, which is not death because it's not possible. And he's like, I imagine her time in prison will be short and unpleasant. And I'm like, I fucking hope so. And not because she's getting released, but because she killed babies. She's not going to have a good time. She's not going to have a good time. Trial, conviction, and sentencing. As the trial began, many people were particularly interested in finding out just what could have led to such an outwardly normal individual committing such heinous crimes. Although she'd constantly claimed to be innocent, just how would she react when confronted with both the evidence found in her house and the reams of medical evidence? Well, according to Judith Moritz, a BBC News journalist who sat through the entire trial, she did not react at all. In an article published on the BBC website, she wrote, quote, "My berth on the press bench was no more than 5 meters away from Letby's seat. Every so often, I'd look at the nurse and try to catch a glimpse of character. As bereaved parents recounted the horrors of watching their children die, the nurse maintained a neutral expression. No matter how emotionally charged the evidence was, she sat passively." Now, for both the sake of Simon and of those of you watching, I'm not going to provide too many more of the distressing details. Oh, thank you. But I feel it is necessary to include some of the testimony given by the parents of the victims. The following witness statement is from the mother of the twins, Child A and Child B. Oh, I don't know, Dave. I don't know if I can sit through even one of these. These children, if you remember, were born 6 weeks premature. This is only an extract from the statement, as much of it refers to things that are not relevant to the case. The mother had an emergency cesarean section as her blood pressure levels were high, and the twins were delivered. Afterwards, the doctor was surprised at how well she was doing, and the mother asked if she could see her children. She was told that once she was well enough to sit in a chair, she'd be taken to see them. As time passed, she said, "I was getting a little anxious, as I just wanted to see my children. It was about 12 to 1 p.m. on June the 8th when I went to see Child A and B, who were both in incubators. She stayed with the twins for about an hour and was told to rest on the advice of the nursing staff back in her room. At about 8 p.m, a male staff member came into the room. 'You need to come in quickly. There's something wrong with twin 2. All I can remember is coming in and seeing what I felt like hundreds of people trying to resuscitate Child A. The mum was asked for permission by medical staff to stop resuscitative efforts. I couldn't bring myself to say stop. The only thing I could bring myself to do is just nod my head. One of the things that upsets me most is I never had the chance to hold him in my arms." After saying goodbyes to Child A, upon her return, she was asked if she wanted to hold Child B, who couldn't be out of the incubator for a prolonged period of time. "I felt joy and sadness at the same time." End quote. At 11:55 a.m., the couple were woken up by a female member of staff to come quickly to see Child B. She said, "My heart sank. Not my baby. Not again." They were told Child B had a similar situation to Child A but had stabilized. The statement goes on to say that the mother was told by hospital staff that it was likely that the death of her child and near death of her other child were caused by pre-existing blood condition. Of course, this information would later prove to be incorrect. Although the trial started in October, according to Moritz, it wasn't until February that this callous murderer showed even a hint of emotion. However, this emotion was not brought on by a particularly harrowing piece of witness testimony, but by the voice of a doctor with whom she was allegedly having an affair. Although she was moved to tears on a few occasions, it was only when aspects of her life or her feelings were revealed to the court. In fact, when the prosecutor, Nick Johnson KC, began cross-examining her, one of the first questions he asked was, "Is there any reason you cry when you talk about yourself, but you don't cry when talking about these dead and seriously injured children?" She's a fucked up person. Given the prosecution had pretty much rock-solid evidence, complete with documented medical evidence, expert witness testimony, and potentially a written confession, the defense, at least in my non-legally trained opinion, appeared to be fairly weak. Benjamin Myers Casey attempted to explain away the notes that Letby had written, as we mentioned earlier, by saying, quote, "It is a note written in anguish and despair. She was going through a grievance procedure with the NHS at the time and knew what was being said about her before her arrest. The allegations were destructive. The note is headed, 'Not good enough.' It does not say 'guilty.'" The quote ends. Now, to be fair to him, this is probably the strongest part of his case. You could very reasonably argue that someone who was genuinely struggling with the loss of so many patients might well start to believe that it was their fault, even if it were not. However, that is where the plausible part of his argument ends, in my opinion. Okay, it's not a bad way to spin it, but come on, please. As for how the defense explained away the substantial body of other evidence, Myers appeared to fall back on one of the oldest get-out-of-jail-free gambits of all time. It was a massive coincidence. Letby being present during every incident, a coincidence. Letby quite literally being caught in the act, a coincidence. The fact that after Letby was removed from the neonatal wards, these inexplicable deaths stopped, and since then there have only been 1 or 2 premature baby deaths, a coincidence. Again, this is only my opinion, but you might be able to explain away 2 or 3 such incidents as a coincidence. But when you start getting into the double digits, the likelihood of that being the case becomes almost negligible. As for exactly what Letby was doing with all that hospital paperwork at her house, she genuinely told the court that she collected paper, and that explains it. The very last thing I want to do is treat this case with anything less than the gravity it deserves, but some of these arguments are, best, ridiculous. In this case, though, my opinion doesn't matter in the slightest. However, the opinion that did matter was that of a jury made up of 12 of her peers. So what did they think? Was Lucy Letby a kind, hard-working, conscientious nurse who had the misfortune to fall foul of an extraordinary run of unfortunate coincidences? Or was she a cold, calculating psychopath who used her prodigious medical skill to go on a killing spree that lasted for the better part of a year? After deliberating for more than 100 hours, the foreman of the jury delivered the verdict. Letby was found guilty of 7 murders and the attempted murder of 6 others at the Countess of Chester Hospital neonatal unit between June 2015 and June 2016. In actual fact, the verdict was delivered in 3 stages, but that was the final result. Carrying out the ultimate act of disrespect to the families, Letby refused to come up from the cells to hear her final verdict. As the court was adjourned for the weekend, with sentencing scheduled to take place on the 21st of August, Letby was returned to prison. Yeah. This is a thing in the UK. You don't have to be there at your sentencing. They can sentence you and you just stay in prison, and then they're like, and you stay in prison forever. You don't have to go. And the PM, I think this weekend said that after this said they're planning to change the law. So you do have to be there for your sentencing, which I think is nice. I imagine that forefront in her mind were the words of the prosecutor during his final speech to the court. During the summing up, he requested that due to the severity of the offences, the early release option for life sentences be removed and that Letby spend the rest of her natural life behind bars, which is incredibly unusual. This happens like a couple of times a year, maybe, that people get what we call a whole life order or a whole life sentence, where they're like a life without parole, I think is what Americans call it. It's very rare. On the day of sentencing, Letby once again refused to attend court. The judge's sentencing remarks were lengthy, but I've included a few key points. Quote, "The defendant, Lucy Letby, has refused to attend court for this sentence hearing. Accordingly, I have sentenced her in her absence. I shall deliver the sentencing remarks as if she was present to hear them, and I direct that she is provided with a transcript of my remarks and copies of the victim personal statements read to the court. You acted in a way that was completely contrary to the normal human instincts of nurturing and caring for babies, and in gross breach of the trust that all citizens place in those who work in the medical and caring professions. The babies you harmed were born prematurely, and some were at risk of not surviving, but in each case, you deliberately harmed them, intending to kill them. In your evidence, you said that hurting a baby is completely against everything that being a nurse is, as indeed it should be. You also claimed you never did anything that was meant to hurt a baby, and only ever did your best to care for them. That was but one of the many lies you were found to have told in this case. It is no part of my function to reach conclusions as to the underlying reason or reasons for your action, nor could I, for they are known only to you. I must pass appropriate sentences according to the law, addressing the seriousness of your offences. Lucy Letby, on each of the 7 offences of murder and the 7 offences of attempted murder, I sentence you to imprisonment for life. Because the seriousness of your offences is exceptionally high, I direct that the early release provisions do not apply. The order of the court, therefore, is a whole life order on each and every offence, and you will spend the rest of your life in prison." And so that ends the story of Britain's most prolific child killer in legal history. Never again. This happened so recently. It happened so... This feels like one of those historic cases, like you read about, like Shipman. Not historic, but like from when I was a boy. And this is like 2016. It's like I was an adult man. I remember 2016. Like properly. And this was happening. And it's one of the worst ever. This needs to change. Never again will she be in a position from which she can hurt another child. However, there are a few questions that remain. Arguably the most important question is how. How was this allowed to happen? How is it that 7 experienced and well-respected consultants were ignored, brushed off, and eventually threatened with a referral to the General Medical Council when they raised concerns about the conduct of a nurse? I've given this matter serious consideration and I've arrived at two conclusions. Firstly, and most concerningly, the management of the Countess of Chester Hospital during this period was deeply flawed, bordering on negligence, in Dave's opinion, and possibly my opinion as well. There is no simple way that so many babies should have been able to die unexpectedly without a proper, thorough investigation being carried out. Even if suspicions had been raised by another nurse or even a member of the public, it should have been thoroughly looked into. The hospital has claimed that new systems are in place and better lines of communication have been established between doctors and managerial staff, but I imagine that this is of very little comfort to the families of the victims. Show me those systems. I want more information. Secondly, no matter what else she might be, Letby is akin to something of an evil genius. I don't like using that word. Genius is positive. Even like evil genius has positive connotation. She's not an evil genius. She is deceptive. She's good at deception. That's it. That doesn't require genius. It's just lying. It requires acting. She deceived her family, her friends, her colleagues, her superiors. There is no doubt in my mind that the main reason she was able to get away with it for so long is that everybody fell for her perfectly crafted persona. Yeah, it's not genius, it's acting. Nobody likes to admit that they were wrong about somebody, and she was such a good actor that the idea of lovely Nurse Lucy being a baby-murdering serial killer was so unpleasant for those that knew her that they began, perhaps even subconsciously, to refuse to see evidence that should have been obvious. As I said earlier, if she had stopped after the third murder, she would probably still be at large to this day. It really does make you wonder how many people who were perhaps a little more careful, have completely gotten away with similar crimes in the past. And that is exactly why we need to have something impartial, something that isn't fooled by people who can wear a mask and just looks at the data. That's where I'm ending today's episode. Thanks for being here. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host Simon Wimsey. One of my right, in this case, Matt. Thank you, Matt. Has written me an episode, Tommy Lynn Sells, the Coast to Coast Killer. Oh my god, it's going to be a dark one, isn't it? He's killing from coast to coast. I mean, this is probably across America, isn't it? That's a big distance. If you're new here, welcome. The format of the show is I've never read this before. We're going to read it and explore together. So let's dive in, shall we? Over the years, police and the FBI have developed many advanced techniques for identifying and capturing serial killers who are operating across the United States. However, if you're a frequent watcher of police dramas, you'll most likely know that one of the most effective techniques is also one of the simplest: pattern recognition. By looking at 3 pieces of information, where, who, and how, many things can be learned, the most consequential of which is whether a crime is simply a one-off or if it is the latest in a string of rapidly escalating crimes perpetrated by a single individual. And this is like, I feel serial killers, sometimes you're like, you want the notoriety and you want not to get caught, but you want people to know that you're doing these crimes, and you want like a cool nickname rather than, as we've talked about, like Head, which is what we should we should give disparaging nicknames to criminals. But it's like, if you really don't want to get caught, just like mix it up. There you go. Where? Do it in different places. Who? Murder people from different backgrounds. How? Use different weapons. Boom! Easy. Makes it much harder to get caught. You're welcome. What am I doing? What am I doing with my life?
Me too, bro. Me too.
For example, if multiple sexual assaults and murders occur within a single neighborhood, as was the case when investigating disgraced former colonel and sexual predator David Russell Williams, then it is highly likely that their suspect has some sort of intimate connection to that neighborhood. Maybe they currently live there, or maybe they lived there at some point. It doesn't matter. It is a lead. Similarly, if the bodies of several red-headed women are discovered in close proximity to one another, police will link those crimes together based on hair color alone. And lastly, if an arsonist uses a very specific type of accelerant in a unique way, such as pouring acetone and paint thinner in a spiral pattern around a home's living room, it can be easy to link several sites together, even if they're hundreds of miles apart. And if you're doing that to your neighbors and they all look the same, you're a bit dim, aren't you?
I'm as stupid as stupid does.
In this way, police can take the sum of all the evidence found in multiple locations, tie it neatly together, and have a much better understanding of who they are searching for. I get the feeling that old Tommy, the subject of today's video, is going to be the one guy who's like, yeah, he knows about this who, when, and how, and he's going to be like doing it in different places, coast to coast, baby. Why am I speaking about him like this? I'm making him sound like genius, big brain Tommy, when really he's just a prick who killed people. None of this is particularly complicated, but what happens when a killer does not follow any type of identifiable pattern? What happens when they have no area of operation? What happens when there is no specific murder method or weapon, no logical motivation, no linking factor that ties all the victims together? Well, as I said at the beginning of the episode, Matt, it's going to be really hard for them to figure it out. Although they obviously do, because look, this episode's titled Tommy Lynn Sells, not Anonymous Killer 6. So he's going to get caught, isn't he? But DNA's got to be like a good one. That's a modern one. But I don't even know when this is taking place, so we don't know if that's an option yet. Well, suddenly the police have a very big problem. Today we're going to be looking at a killer just like the one I described. His name was Tommy Lynn Sells, and for over 2 decades he carved a path across the United States, killing at random and leaving entire families dead in his wake. For the sake of everyone, Simon included, I usually try to keep details light, but in this episode there is no way to do that. Okay, Tommy Lynn Sells may not be in the running to replace Pedro Lopez, although maybe he is. Bro, Pedro Lopez killed like 200 children, dude. Like, we just released it. I think it was this morning at the time I'm recording this episode, the Albert Fish episode, which it's a whole other level of dark. But he didn't kill 200 children like Pedro Lopez. Pedro Lopez haunts me. But their stories are somewhat similar, as are their victims. Tommy killed men, women, and children alike, and while researching him, I came across the term family annihilator multiple times. Why would that even... family annihilator? I don't like it. Annihilator makes it sound like a 1980s action movie, when really this guy's a f***ing monster who murdered people's families. That descriptor is unfortunately accurate. So in truth, this introduction serves as a content warning. Tommy Lynn Sells' story is cold and uncaring, and so was he. After being captured, he spoke plainly about his crimes and why he had committed them, yet till his dying breath, he never once apologized or repented for them. Feeling regret, he said, was simply not possible for him. Well, he sounds like a classical psychopath then, doesn't he? It's like, no, I can't regret it. I don't regret it because I don't feel anything, which is weird. Sells is classified as a thrill-seeker killer, but that does not even begin to do him justice. He was also I can't use these words this early in the video, but he's the one that begins with R, he's the one that begins with P and ends in file, and he was also the one that begins in N and finishes with philiac, and has stuff to do with dead people. So YouTube, please don't. It's like if I said those words this early in the video, it would get demonetized, and I'd be sad because I need to pay for these. He was diagnosed with a unique form of personality disorder that includes elements from antisocial, borderline, and schizoid personality disorders, as well as bipolar disorder, major depressive disorder, and psychosis. I was recently hearing from a mate about someone he knows who has this borderline personality disorder. I'd never heard about this before, or knew anything about it. That shit's crazy. It's like to do with manipulation and all of this. It's like really weird. And how they attach onto people, it's really weird. I was like, that's quite a condition, isn't it? And on top of all of that, he may be one of the most well-traveled serial killers of all time. For over 2 decades, he traversed the United States, primarily states throughout the South and Southwest, jumping trains and thumbing rides to over 16 states, in which he is believed to have committed at least 22 murders, although that number may be as high as 74. This is the story of Tommy Lynn Sells, aka the Coast to Coast Killer. See, the Coast to Coast Killer is kind of a cool nickname. Why do we have to give these guys cool, like the Green River Killer, the Son of Sam? It's like, what? Just let's call him Brickhead 6. Done. Housekeeping. Now, before we get started, I need to make everyone aware of a few things. First, based on statistics that I've read, only about 50% of all homicides in the United States each year are cleared, which means the police have confidently identified the murderer. But the term cleared doesn't mean the same thing as convicted, nor does it mean that the police have even charged the person they believe to be responsible. It simply means that they're no longer devoting any resources to investigating a particular case. So it's like it could equally be, yeah, we cleared it. And by cleared it, we mean gave up. Wow. Only 50%. Well, I guess the other 50% are like, yeah, well, it's still ongoing. They're like open cases. So would a cold case then be cleared? I guess so. I always thought it was like 50% meant like convictions or like went to court. But I guess not. That 50% figure is quite misleading then. And I know, like, I remember when I was studying law, it was like, yeah. The number of people who get caught for the crime is like this percentage. Then the number of people who get, who the CPS decides to prosecute is this percentage. The number of people who end up in court is this percentage. The number of people who end up in jail guilty is this percentage. And it's like, wow, it's really unlikely that you end up right at the end of the chain. But obviously it happens. Don't commit crimes.
And yet crime has continued.
In general, clearing a case is synonymous with closing a case, but there's also something known as cleared by exception. When this happens, police know, or at least strongly suspect, that they know who committed a crime, but cannot charge them due to some unfortunate circumstances. In some cases, the suspect may already be deceased, but in others, the police may simply not have enough evidence to formally charge them. However, either way, the department now considers the case to be closed because, in their opinion, they know who did it. Okay, so that's not a cold case then. That's like, okay, well, it was this guy, but we don't have enough evidence. We know it's him. But we can't do anything about it.
He did it.
This long-winded explanation, especially with my tangents, is relevant because, spoiler alert, Tommy Lynn Sells may be suspected of committing over 70 murders, but he'll only officially be charged and convicted of one. The main reason for this will be revealed by the end of the episodes, so stay tuned. But going forward, you should know that much of the information provided throughout this script comes directly from Sells himself via either his own confessions to police or from conversations with reporters and crime journalists. That means that some of what Sells claims should be taken with a grain of salt, but not all of it. Police from departments across the United States may not have officially charged Sells with every murder that he has confessed to, but many of them now consider those cases to be cleared by exception. They believe Sells may be exaggerating or outright lying about specific details of his crimes, specifically his motivations for committing them, but they do believe he is the killer nonetheless. For this reason, I've chosen to believe and include much of what Sells claims, although I will not be presenting his supposed motivations because some of them are pretty ridiculous. For instance, Sells claims that many of his victims were P-words, but there is no evidence of this, and I will not be dragging any murder victims' names through the mud based on nothing but the word of their murderer. Yeah, because that would be super f***ed up. You can't trust this Sells guy. He said he's murdered 70 people. Later, when we look at individual crimes, I'll speak more about possible motivations and the reason that a particular victim may have been targeted, but just remember that most of this information cannot be fully verified. It is simply what either the police believe or what newspapers have reported. Second, my other major source of information for this script, a more reliable source by most accounts, is the book Through the Window, the terrifying true story of cross-country killer Tommy Lynn Sells by Diane Fanning. Now, I know Simon typically frowns on trusting books that may have been written as a shameless cash grab, but this book seems to be reliable. No. I often make this criticism, Matt, on Decoding the Unknown, rather than Casual Criminalist, which is another podcast I do, because Decoding the Unknown's all about like aliens and cryptids, and we decode that and we try to cast a skeptical look on it. And often the books that we come across in those episodes are people who are trying to cash in by writing something that's fictional and saying that it is factual, like aliens built the pyramids, or like alien abductions, that kind of nonsense. And then they write a book all about it, and they make money because they're selling it as a fact book, even though it's really fiction. With true crime accounts and stuff, I'm like, that's just journalism. I feel that this can be totally reliable and nice. In its introduction, Diane says that she corresponded with Sells himself dozens of times throughout the book's writing, and she also interviewed Sells' mother, his mother's sister, his former neighbors, his former friends, and many other people who were in his life at one point or another. So yeah, this just sounds like excellent journalism, to be honest. She also personally interviewed and spoke with over 17 police detectives, captains, and chiefs from over 9 states about their investigations into Sells, all of which she mentions by name. She also listed 9 prosecuting attorneys, attorney generals, and judges that she either exchanged emails with or met in person. Essentially, I trust her book because of the staggering amount of research that she did while writing it, and because I have not seen any criticisms of her work aside from those which criticize her writing style, but that is neither here nor there. This sounds like an excellent, well-researched book, to be honest. I personally didn't read the entire book from cover to cover, but I did reference it many times whenever online sources seemed either sketchy, sensationalized, unspecific, or some combination of all three. And finally, as I said earlier, buckle up, because this is going to be a rough one. Nina's Kid. Tommy Lynn Sells was born on the 28th of July 1964 alongside his twin sister, Tammy Jean Sells, in Oakland, California, and from their very first days on Earth, they were doomed to have a terrible life. If you got twins, would you really call them Tommy and Tammy? It sounds like they're in a movie. It doesn't sound like real people's names. At the time of their birth, Tommy and Tammy's mother, Nina Sells, had already got 2 other children, Terry Joe and Timothy Lee. She's naming them all with the T's, huh? Tommy, Timmy, Tammy, and Terry. Really? She would eventually have 3 more, another set of twins, Jerry, Kevin, and Jimmy Keith, as well as little Randy Jean. What, did she run out of T's? So she just went for J's. And then, well, R. Okay, she broke the rule. Tammy, Tommy, Timmy, and Tummy, whatever. That is a total of 7 children, and while they all bore the surname Sells, none of them were actually fathered by the man whose name was on their birth certificate, William Sells. The children's real father was a used car salesman named Joe Lovins, and after his early death, Nina was a single mother for most of her life. Now, if you had spinning from all of the names in that last paragraph, don't worry, because most of them won't be mentioned again. For now, the 3 most important names are Nina Sells, William Sells, and Joe Lovins, and their relationship with one another is somewhat complicated. Yes, I imagine it would be, seeing as the used car salesman is the father, the husband's in the picture, and what's going on? Joe Lovins was the biological father of Nina's 7 children, but William Sells agreed to claim paternity for one simple reason. Insurance fraud. So he's going to claim paternity for one simple reason, because he wanted to be a good man. Nope. It's fraud. You see, William Sells was an insurance salesman from California who had a nasty gambling problem, and Joe Lovins was the man who helped William keep his kneecaps by loaning him money to repay his debts. And while I don't know exactly how much money Joe loaned William, it must have been quite a pretty penny, because to repay the debt, William agreed to sign the birth certificate of Joe's children so that they could all be added to his company's generous health insurance policy. Neither Joe nor William took responsibility for raising any of Nina's children, but this was Joe's way of providing for them without actually being a father. Wow, that seems like America, get your health insurance system sorted out. People are committing insurance fraud and signing each other's birth certificates so children can go to the hospital for free. It's up, America. What the
I gotta do it, man.
After this arrangement was made, when Tommy was about a year old, Nina packed up her bags and moved to Missouri with her children in tow. Here she worked hard to provide for them, but she was not without flaws. The children often went hungry and were left home alone to babysit one another, while Nina worked at various jobs. And to make matters worse, a tragedy was about to strike. When Tommy and Tammy were 18 months old, Tammy developed a high fever and had to be admitted to hospital. While their doctors isolated Tammy and told Nina that her daughter had likely developed pneumonia and would be fine after a few days. 12 hours later, though, Tammy was dead. An autopsy later revealed that she'd died from spinal meningitis. Meningitis is intense, right? I remember them being like, when I was a kid, there were like posters around, even at university. I remember there being like a poster up in the kitchen about like the signs of meningitis. And there was something about pushing a glass onto a bruise. And if the bruise doesn't go away, then you got to go like see the doctor because you might have meningitis and then it will kill you. And I was like, really? I don't know anyone who's ever died from meningitis. Obviously it's a thing. But on the vaccines against, like, I don't know anything about meningitis. Look, don't listen to me. Just take meningitis seriously. Devastated, Nina returned home to mourn, but when Tommy started displaying the same symptoms, she freaked out and drove over 90 miles out of her way to another hospital, to one she hoped would be more competent. Tommy then spent 5 days in hospital being closely monitored and was eventually released once his fever broke. God damn, having one kid die from something like that, it's just gonna f you up. I mean, other than the obvious trauma of having your kid die, it's like you're just every sickness, everything, you're going to be like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Now, fully aware that she couldn't handle raising so many children on her own while also mourning the loss of Tammy, Nina purchased a home near her sister, Bonnie Walpole, who would sometimes babysit for her. Nina and Bonnie's parents would also help out occasionally as well. After Tammy's death, Nina's relationship with Tommy soured, and it's believed, although not confirmed, that she could not stand to look at the boy's face because it reminded her of Tammy. Because of this, she then sent Tommy away to live with Bonnie permanently, and Tommy took a liking to his aunt almost immediately. Even as an adult who claimed to feel no emotions, Tommy lovingly referred to her as Aunt Bonnie. While living in this new home, Tommy had the closest thing that he'd ever experienced to a normal childhood. Bonnie purchased him a tricycle and taught him how to ride it. She cooked full, regular meals, something that Nina had never been able to provide, and taught him proper table manners. In the evenings after school, Tommy would play with Bonnie's 2 daughters, 12-year-old Sandy and 8-year-old Kathy, who would dress the toddler up and play games and work puzzles with him. This sounds nice. This sounds like, honestly, better. I mean, it's going to be hard to be not with your mum, but also this life seems way more stable, just rather than being left at home with your siblings and hoping it's 6 siblings or 5 siblings and just hoping everything's okay. Wow. As all this was happening, Nina grew even more distant from her son and eventually stopped visiting altogether, and in truth, that was for the best. Tommy was finally happy, and had he stayed in his aunt's house, he would have likely gone on to lead a normal life. However, that was not meant to be. When Tommy was 5 years old and preparing to start school, Bonnie contacted Nina and told her that she'd like to continue raising Tommy as her own. She said that Tommy was happy living with her and that he was flourishing under her care. She said that she was even willing to pay for Tommy's college when the time came, if he wanted to go, that is. The only problem, Bonnie said, was that legally she was not Tommy's mother and could not enroll him in kindergarten. She needed Nina's permission to do that, but since Nina no longer seemed interested in raising her son, she offered another solution. Bonnie told Nina that she wanted to make the arrangement permanent by adopting Tommy. After that phone call, Nina arrived at Bonnie's house for the first time in months and ripped Tommy from his aunt's arms while accusing her of trying to steal her son. Wow, Nina. Wow. That's some gratitude right there, isn't it, Nina? She drove Tommy back to her home and never permitted the two of them to see each other again. For the rest of his childhood, Tommy was met with a swift smack whenever he dared to mention Aunt Bonnie's name. According to Bonnie, she cursed herself for not fighting for Tommy, not going to the police, or hiring a lawyer for not doing something to help him. And decades later, when Tommy's crimes were eventually revealed, she blamed herself yet again. It's not your fault. If any, it's the mother's fault, if anything. She's the one causing this trauma and taking him away. But it also seems like he's a natural psychopath. So what caused that? Who knows? Nature versus nurture. Let's see if we explore that any further. Back inside his mother's home, Tommy found himself in a miserable situation. All his siblings were latchkey kids with no manners or morals. What is a latchkey kid? I've always heard this term. It's like an American term, but I don't know what it means. Latchkey child, a child who is at home without adult supervision for some or part of the day, especially after school until a parent returns home from work. Oh, okay. Is that so unusual? Like, if both your parents work, and I mean, you ought to be old enough, but to come back from school before your parents come back from work? I guess there's an age where that becomes normal. There was definitely an age where I can't remember how old I was. Mid-teens, I would guess. My parents were like, okay with me being at home or coming home from school before they got back from work. Just make myself a sandwich and hang out, watch some telly. Maybe do my homework.
You have been a good boy. Have a lollipop.
He no longer had enough food to eat, and while his mother did enroll him in school as was required by the law, he rarely attended. There were no truant officers at the time in rural Oklahoma. By 7 years old, little Tommy was beginning to have major behavioral issues, which were only compounded when he started stealing alcohol from his grandfather's liquor cabinet. Nina told him to stop drinking, but he would continue to sneak glasses of hard liquor regularly, which had a profound effect on his development. Yes, getting drunk as a kid is going to do that. On the rare occasions, also not going to school is going to do that. On the rare occasions that Tommy did go to school, he found few friends, and since his development had been so slowed by alcohol and lack of nutrition, he found it impossible to keep up with those around him. His grades were poor, and he did not cooperate or socialize with other children. And just like back at home, he was also bullied mercilessly at school. However, this changed when Tommy realized that he could fight back. After this, all bets were off, and the other children quickly learned that bullying Tommy was a very bad idea. Yeah, it's like that one time you learn to fight back, and it's just let them know you're a psycho. While all this was happening at school, Tommy's home life continued to be a mess, but Nina no longer cared enough to address any of Tommy's behavioral issues. She allowed her son to do as he pleased, go wherever he wanted, and steal from and vandalize the neighborhood. She even allowed him to hang around with complete strangers who she'd never met. Responsible parenting right there, isn't it? One day, while alone in town at only 8 years old, Tommy met an older man named Willis Clark. Willis Clark liked to hang out at the local pool hall and was eager to teach the young boy how to play pool. It's a bit weird, isn't it? Where's this going? He bought food and snacks for Tommy, drove him to wherever he wanted to go in his truck, and even allowed him to occasionally spend the night at his home so that Tommy could escape his mother's wrath and his siblings' relentless bullying. Look, this is going to go two ways. Either this guy's a genuinely nice dude, or he is a terrible dude, isn't he? Let's see. Once again, Tommy was being provided for, but he was also being abused. Willis Clark was a P-word. Of course he was. Why can't this just go nicely? It's like, no, he's just looking out for him. He was just a genuinely nice old man. It's like, no, he's a predator. No, he wasn't he? Because this is a true crime show, not the Warm and Fuzzies show, isn't it? At first, these visits only lasted for a few days, but when Nina attempted to get her son to return home, Tommy refused, screaming and rampaging through the house until he was allowed to return to Willis. Eventually, Nina stopped trying, and Tommy was permitted to stay with Willis on a near-permanent basis. Mother of the f***ing year right there. This kid's 8. This resulted in him being sexually abused for years. In the book, The Anatomy of Evil, author Michael H. Stone draws a direct connection between Tommy's abuse at the hands of Willis Clark, the fighting he engaged in at home and at school, and the crimes they would later commit, stating, "This kind of premature introduction to the sexual life often has the effect, through its overstimulation, of making the child both preoccupied with sex and hypersexual. A boy born with genetic risk for violence, who is then exposed to such an erotically turned-on environment, may steer his course towards sexual crimes rather than, say, embezzlement and bank robbing." It's like the lesser of two evils, isn't it? It's like, what do you want? Do you want to be a sexual criminal, or do you just want to do a little bit of embezzling? And it's like, always be the embezzler. At least then you don't go to like scary prison. I mean, if you're a sexual criminal, like a P word is gonna, what are you in for? Well, I'm in for that. You're gonna have a rough time. What are you in for? Embezzlement. Hey! Look, don't embezzle. I'm not saying that it's fine. It's just obviously better. Everyone who's been embezzled from is like, Simon, what the man? Someone embezzled all my money. Well, just think about it. Would you rather have had all of your money embezzled, or would you rather have had what happened to old, what's his face here? This is exactly what Tommy did. After being abused for over 3 years by Willis Clark, Tommy's understanding of sex and relationships had been permanently warped. As he had matured into a teenager, this mind was unable to differentiate between what was appropriate and what was completely inappropriate. At the age of 13, Tommy stripped naked and crawled into bed with his sleeping grandmother. Jesus. But before he could do anything, she awoke and screamed. Disgusted, she chastised her grandson, yelling, "You'd better get your ass out of this bed and stop this." Yes, which is an entirely rational reaction to that happening. Be like, what the is going on? When Nina learned what had happened, she was finally stirred to action and attempted to get Tommy psychological help at a local hospital, but Tommy was denied. Oh no, Tommy needs that. Bro, if he's getting naked and getting into bed with his grandma, holy sh*, does he need that? Jesus. Because Nina was terrified that her son would hurt either her or one of his siblings, she then packed up the family while Tommy was away for one day and fled the state. She left Tommy alone at the age of 14 to fend for himself. Oh my God. Like, I know where Tommy ends up. He says he's killed 70 people, so I don't want to have any sympathy for him. But at this point in his life, Jesus Christ, he's just getting absolutely royally and it's just turning him into a monster. All of this is making someone who's already predisposed to be a monster into like a mega monster. Riding my thumb. With nothing left to keep him rooted in the tiny Missouri town, Tommy decided that it was time to make a change. He was tired of walking past the same boring houses and businesses every day and wanted to see anything new. He wanted to get away from Willis Clark and everyone in town who looked down on him. So with no destination in mind, he stuck out his thumb and watched as an interstate trucker pulled over beside him and asked him if he needed a ride. According to Tommy, he then spent the next few years traveling around the country to witness America's beauty firsthand. He went west through Kansas, Colorado, Utah, and Nevada before stopping in California. He then went south through Arizona and New Mexico to Texas. Then he went wherever he could, north, south, east, or west, small towns, big cities, he saw them all, and he survived on the kindness of strangers who were willing to give him food and provide him with transportation. When none of those were available, he'd break into homes and steal food, as well as clothing and electronics and jewelry to sell. Before he'd even turned 18, Tommy was more well-traveled than many small-town residents in the 1970s would ever be. In one state, he stopped at a tattoo parlor and requested the image of a headstone bearing the name Tammy Jean Sells be tattooed on his upper arm. By July of 1979, 1 month after turning 16, he arrived in Mississippi to the town of Port Gibson for the first time, and it was here that he would commit his first murder. According to Tommy, on the night of July the 5th, 1979, he approached the home of John and Kathleen Cade on foot at around 3 a.m. with the intent to sneak inside and steal from them as they slept. From outside the bedroom window, he spotted John and Kathleen asleep in the master bedroom with their 10-year-old son, John Jr., nuzzled between them. He then crept around the home's exterior looking for an unlocked window, found one, and then scurried inside. He raided their refrigerator, loading his pockets with food and drinks, and then he crept down the hall toward the bedroom with the .38 pistol in his hand. Now, remember earlier when I talked about motive? Well, Tommy never gave a reason for why he shot John in his sleep, but when the man awoke in agony, blood was pouring from his stomach, and in the darkness, neither he nor Kathleen realized that he had been shot. Tommy, who had already fled the home before the lights came on, didn't leave a single fingerprint behind, and by the time an ambulance arrived, John was already dead. Initially, Kathleen was blamed for her husband's murder, but she was quickly cleared as a suspect after agreeing to speak with the police and passing a polygraph test. Officers at the local station were left puzzled by who could have done this and why. Neither they nor Kathleen would find out the truth for over 2 decades. By the following year, 1980, Tommy had made it back to California and was living on the streets of Los Angeles. While there, he claimed to have met and killed another homeless man with an ice pick, although nothing about this claim, including the name of his supposed victim, has ever been verified. It feels a bit cliche, does he? Killed him with an ice pick. What has been verified, however, is a bar fight that Tommy engaged in the following month in Oakland, California. During this fight, Tommy stabbed a man multiple times before being stabbed in the back himself by a local gang member. Jesus, I wouldn't call that a fight, I'd call that a stabbing. Yeah, I was in a fight and we got stabbed multiple times. It's like you weren't in a fight, you were in an attempted murder. After limping away, Tommy realized that he was seriously wounded, bleeding, and near death. He arrived at a hospital later that night where a doctor examined him and said that whatever he'd been stabbed with had missed his spine by the width of a pencil lead. The doctor said that Tommy needed emergency surgery, but he refused treatment. Why? If a doctor's like, we need to get you into the OR like yesterday, you're not like, nah, I think I'm okay. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's not, I don't have insurance. They're like, well, then get out of the bloody hospital, you desperate peasant.
Do me a favor, please. Get out of here. Get out of here, man!
As Diane Fanning tells it in a book, Tommy would not allow any doctor or nurse to insert a catheter because he could not stand to be touched. Even after they told him that his kidneys were bleeding and he would likely die if he didn't receive proper treatment, he still could not bring himself to allow it. Tommy left the hospital in anger and attempted to manage his wounds on his own. This, it turns out, was very difficult, just as the doctor predicted, and he nearly died. Yeah, the doctor's like, you need emergency surgery. He's like, nah, I'm just going to go home and like put some plasters, some band-aids on these. It'll be fine. It's like, your kidneys are bleeding. You can't put plasters on your kidneys.
Nah, I'm good.
And he's like, I got this. I've got this. I need to sign that form so I can leave. Seeing that he could not handle caring for his wounds himself, Tommy then hitched a ride from Oakland, California, all the way back to St. Louis, Missouri, a journey that was well over 2,000 miles long. Here he re-established contact with his mother, who we learned was living nearby. Wait, so he's got these bleeding kidneys. He's a right mess, and he's like hitchhiking 2,000 miles. Can you imagine that guy gets into your car and it's like, mate, are you bleeding all over my seats? What the man? Get out! Why are you doing this?
I will never forgive your ass for this. This is some up repugnant.
According to Tommy, after abandoning him 2 years earlier, Nina had moved herself and the other children north to marry a man that Tommy had never met in Michigan. This marriage did not last long, as just 1 year later she was back in Missouri in the house where Tommy found her. Thankfully for him, Nina took pity on her son and agreed to nurse him back to health. By this point, he was nearly dead. While living with Nina and his siblings in St. Louis and then moving with them to Arkansas the following year, Tommy and Nina's relationship continued to be extremely volatile. While Nina cared for him, Tommy realized that his mother had grown controlling and demanding after her divorce from the man in Michigan and quickly grew tired of her incessant nagging. They argued often, and those arguments sometimes escalated to physical violence. Once Tommy was back on his feet, he left home once again, but returned a short time later after finding nowhere else to go. The following year, in May of 1981, Tommy's time under Nina's roof ended permanently. One afternoon, while Nina was bathing, Tommy climbed into the shower beside her and attempted to sexually assault her. Bro, no. Nina had to physically push her son away as she screamed at him to leave and never return. Tommy fled the home as Nina called the police. The following day, Tommy was picked up with the attempted sexual assault and taken to a mental health clinic in Jonesboro, Arkansas, but he was released after being given advice on how to handle his anger. Yo, if you're in the mental institution for attempted sexual assault on your mother, they'd be like, you're fine. Just learn how to control your anger, okay? Deep breaths, mate. Deep breaths. You need to be in there. He maybe needs to be given some sort of pill. He had returned to this clinic 4 more times in the following weeks to seek treatment, but he never showed up for his 6th appointment. Life is a highway. Over the next 2 years, Tommy stayed in Arkansas and attempted to build a life for himself, and despite his many issues, he did have some level of success. Had he not already murdered 2, possibly 3 people, I might be tempted to root for him. Yeah, if he hadn't murdered anyone, if he wasn't a piece of shit, you'd be like, well, this guy's come from a horrible background and has endured some terrible shit. Of course you'd root for him and be like, yes, go for it, break the cycle. But he's a murderer. He's already murdered. He hasn't broken the cycle, and it turns out he's the coast-to-coast killer, killing people from coast to coast. It's a mega piece of shit. Having now turned 18, Tommy began searching for a job, and he eventually found work as a store clerk at a local shoe store. Here he earned his first ever legitimate income. However, since it was only a meager amount and not enough to survive on, he also supplemented his income by selling marijuana and other soft drugs on the side. Outside of work, Tommy also began having luck with women. With a slim build, a beaming smile, an armful of tattoos, and a fantastic mullet, he had become every Missouri woman's fantasy bad boy. Plus, thanks to the years he had spent on the road begging strangers for his every meal, he learned how to talk to people and had become quite charismatic. This allowed him to literally charm the pants off women, but it wasn't long before one special woman caught his eye. This woman's name was Cindy Hanna, and she was Tommy's first real girlfriend. According to those that knew the couple, Cindy Hanna was a good girl, a quiet church girl, and her parents hated Tommy, which drove her right into his arms. At first, their relationship seemed stable and happy, but that all changed when Cindy got pregnant after a few months. After this, the pressures of fatherhood began to build, and Tommy's mental state completely collapsed. Soon, he was drunk and high on marijuana all day, every day, and useless to Cindy and their newborn son. Anger was once again building inside Tommy, and this time he had no interest in suppressing it or returning to the mental health clinic for more counseling. As a result, Tommy began growing violent once again. In 1982, Tommy claims that he met a young woman at a fast food restaurant outside of Little Rock, Arkansas, although he could not recall her name. Isn't what's his face? Bill Clinton, isn't he from Little Rock, Arkansas? Why do I know that? Tommy said that he had kidnapped the woman, took her into the woods, sexually assaulted there, and then tossed her body into a quarry lake. She was never identified and her body was never recovered, so this claim has also not been verified. The following year, in 1983, Tommy abandoned Cindy and their son and moved into an apartment of his own. By now, he was dealing drugs full-time and had started hooking up with another woman called Nicole Snow. In July of that year, Tommy killed again. This time he targeted the home of a family that lived just down the street from him. It was the home of Thomas and Colleen Gill and their two children, 4-year-old Tiffany and 1-year-old Sean. On the night of the 31st of July 1983, Thomas Gill pulled into his driveway and saw the shadow of a man fleeing from his home. Fearing the worst, he ran inside and found the bludgeoned bodies of his wife and daughter. Sean was still alive and had been unharmed, but had Thomas not returned when he did, the boy would have likely been killed as well. Jesus Christ. When police arrived at the scene, they initially blamed Thomas because they'd just taken out a life insurance policy on his wife 3 weeks earlier, but no other evidence was ever found that supported their theory that he killed her. God damn, dude, that is unfortunate timing. Imagine taking out a life insurance policy on somebody you're like for the weeks after, you're like, oh, I really hope you don't get murdered. Because that's going to look bad. 1, life insurance policy. 2, I'm the husband. It's always, I've seen CSI, it's always the husband. Decades later, Tommy would take credit for the killing and revealed information about the crime that had not been made public, so police consider this case now to be cleared by exception. After that night, possibly because he had almost been caught, Tommy settled down and kept his nose relatively clean. He did receive several traffic tickets in St. Louis, but other than that, he claimed to have not killed again for several years. I just got a speeding ticket. I know I did. I got, for some reason, whenever the postman comes, we have these, if you get a speeding ticket, it has to be delivered to your hand. So they know that you have received the speeding ticket and then they know that you've got the 14 days or whatever to pay for it. But the postman never rings the doorbell. He always just drops this letter that says I have to go to the post office and pick it up. But it comes with this little ticket and it tells you where the things come from. And it's come from a town that's miles away that I was driving through about the time it would take for them to process a speeding fine. So I'm like, I know it's a speeding fine. I'm just looking at that thing and like, for fuck's sake. So I know I'm not going to go collect it because I discovered that if you just wait like a week, eventually they just deliver it anyway, which seems to make the whole to your hand thing pointless. But yeah, why did we go on this? Because I got a speeding ticket. I get more speeding. I didn't get a speeding ticket until I must have been like 30 something. And now I get at least 2 a year. And I think it's just because I'm generally driving with the kids in the car. And I'm just like not paying as much attention because the kids are often like screaming or talking or we're listening to like horrible kids music. And I'm just like, let's just go home as fast as possible. But now I get lots of speeding tickets. It's not good because I mean, I'm not a dangerous driver, I don't think. I've never really been in any serious accidents. I smashed my car up once parking. I just like parallel parked into someone. But that's it. That's the only major accident. Although I blew out the power steering, but then I was doing a little bit of off-roading. I sank into a clay bog and getting out the power steering blew out. It's for fuck's sake. Sorry, enough about my car adventures. Let's get back to the reason you're here, the crime. However, this was not likely by choice, but because there was one major thing that certainly helped him stay on the straight and narrow, a nice 2-year stint in jail. In May of 1984, Tommy was arrested in Benton, Missouri, and charged with stealing a Ford Mustang. For this, he was given 2 years inside a Missouri state penitentiary, where he reportedly didn't take no from anybody. After being transferred to a different prison twice during that 2-year period, Tommy was paroled early and officially labeled a felon. Now, and for the rest of his life, any income Tommy made would be either illegitimate or poverty wages that purposefully exploited his near unemployable status. Yeah, this is such a stupid thing. This is right. If you leave prison and you're a felon or whatever, and I'm talking about America specifically because I feel it's come up before, you always have to declare that, right? So it's going to be a lot harder to find a job that's paying like a decent wage and stuff, because they'll be like, are you a felon? And you'll be like, yeah, I did steal a Ford Mustang once when I was young. And they'll be like, sorry, mate. So it's obviously going to encourage people to do more crimes. I feel like that should be expunged from your record, or there should be limits on what you have to declare. Like being like, yep, felon, right here, hello. Depending on the crime, obviously. Like if you're going in for the job of security guard and you've like got a history of violent assaults, then probably not the best idea. Or if you're going to be like the finance guy at a company, probably best if you haven't got a massive history of embezzlement, for example. 3 months after his release in July of 1985, Tommy stole another car, traveled to Rolla, Missouri, and found work as a carny at a festival in Forsyth. While traveling with and working for this carnival, Tommy also continued selling drugs, although he had now graduated to cocaine. This is where he met 35-year-old Enna Court. She was a car wash employee who had recently been divorced, and she was only barely managing to scrape by. However, that night she was treating her 4-year-old son Rory to a night out so that he could ride the rides and see the flashing, colourful lights of the carnival games. According to Tommy, he and Enna caught one another's eye that night and began flirting while he worked. After this, he abandoned his job to return home with her, and the two of them had consensual sex while Rory was asleep in the other room. Once this was over, Tommy went to the bathroom, and when he returned, he caught Enna stealing cocaine from his backpack. He then lost his temper and grabbed a nearby wooden baseball bat and beat her to death as Rory watched. Fucking hell, that escalated quickly. He then turned and did the same thing to Rory. Good fucking lord, how old? What the man? That is some psycho. How old's that kid? I know he's killed 4 years old! The only thing about this story that the police were able to confirm for certain is that Tommy had murdered Enna and Rory. There is no evidence that he met her at a carnival or that they drove home together or had consensual sex. This part of the story could have easily been fabricated, but either way, the police wouldn't learn Tommy's name for another 15 years. It's a bit weird that he would make up that part of the story. Why would he just make up the other part? It's like, you're already admitting to murder, bro. They're not going to be like, oh, well, you went home with her and she said that was okay, so we'll let you off the murder. No. After that night, Tommy made his way northeast to Lockport, New York, where he reportedly murdered a woman, Susanna Courts, outside a nightclub in 1987. He admitted to throwing her body into Niagara Falls, but the water washed away much of the evidence and made determining a cause of death impossible. Tommy also claims that at some point during the 80s, he sexually assaulted a murdered woman near his family home in Little Rock, Arkansas, and later shot a man in a home burglary gone wrong. He said that he disposed of the woman's body in a bauxite mine shaft and simply left the man for dead. By 1987, Tommy had gotten a job as a roofer in Winnemucca in Nevada. No idea if I'm pronouncing that right, but that's a name and a half, isn't it? One day, while he was on the job and driving down Interstate 80, a young woman, 21-year-old Stephanie Kelly Straw, flagged him down and said that she needed a ride. She said that she'd just returned home from overseas, where she'd spent the last 2 years traveling across Europe and Asia as part of a multi-country tour. She was looking to head to Reno. The truck that Tommy was driving that day was stolen. However, Stephanie had no way of knowing this, and when he pulled over to offer her a ride, she graciously accepted. A few miles down the road, Tommy stopped the truck at the side of the road, sexually assaulted her, dumped her body in a hot spring geyser, and then fled the state. Tommy's boss and co-workers at the roofing company never heard from him again. This guy seems to just be brazenly committing a lot of murders, and he's just not getting caught at all. It's a lot of, egregious murders. The Ena Massacre. By November of 1987, just over a month after killing and disposing of Stephanie Straw's body, Tommy had traveled over 1,700 miles east and back into Missouri. By this point, he had lost access to his stolen truck somewhere along the way and was once again hitchhiking across the state. Soon, he arrived in St. Louis and spent several weeks working manual labor jobs that paid by the day and stealing food and clothing to keep himself alive. Sometimes, when a stranger's generosity presented itself, he would have a roof over his head for a few days, but this was rare, and he spent most nights sleeping under the barren sky. It stars having been drowned out by the city's ever-present lights. After all available work for a felon dried up, Tommy once again set out from St. Louis with no destination in mind. He caught a ride with the truck driver, continued east for approximately 90 miles, and crossed over into Illinois in the little town of Ena. It was here, in a community of approximately 500 people, that Tommy committed his most sickening crime. We've had him bludgeon to death a 4-year-old, Matt. I don't really want to know where we're going with this. On November the 17th, while searching for a ride near an interstate truck stop, Tommy was spotted by 29-year-old Keith Dardeen. Keith was driving a red 1981 Plymouth truck, and Tommy, who was beginning to look homeless with his wild, bushy beard and hair, asked him for a ride. Feeling sorry for the man, Keith decided to go a step further and offered to drive Tommy to his home and cook a meal for him. The next day, Keith did not show up for work, which was extremely unusual for him, and his boss began calling Keith's home to make sure that everything was all right. When neither Keith nor his wife Elaine answered the phone, he became even more worried. He then called Keith's parents, but neither of them had heard from their son either. Fearing the worst, Keith's supervisor phoned the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. Later that night, deputies arrived outside a tiny trailer pressed up against the county line. Keith's father, Don, had driven to Ena to meet with and unlock the door for them. Inside, they found the bodies of Elaine, her son Peter, and her newborn baby. All three were tucked into the same bed with duct tape across their mouths. They'd been beaten to death with a baseball bat, and Elaine's breast had been removed. Keith was nowhere to be found. After marking off the scene, they began collecting evidence, but there was little. The bat, the remaining roll of duct tape, and a small bag of marijuana were found. However, they could not find any foreign fingerprints. Whoever had killed the woman and her children had taken the time to clean up and pose them. This led police to believe that the murderer must have been comfortable inside the home, because doing so would have taken time, possibly hours. Obviously, the first person the police wanted to speak to was Keith, as he was still missing, and as the husband was their most likely suspect. Taking no chances, a team of armed officers began searching for him at various spots around Ena that he was known to frequent, but their search did not last long. In the field adjacent to the Dardeen family's trailer, a pair of hunters stumbled across Keith's Plymouth and immediately phoned the police. Blood splatter coated the entire interior, and Keith's body was inside. Like his wife and children, he had been beaten severely. He had also been shot 3 times and castrated. The scene, Jesus. I see what you mean about this sickening crime. The scene was so horrific that police reportedly had a hard time processing it. Forensic investigators then went to work to establish a timeline. They determined that all 4 members of the Dardeen family had been murdered within an hour of each other. Based on where Keith's truck was located, this would mean the murderer would have had more than enough time to reach the home on foot and still be well within that timeline. It also meant that the murderer must have not spent much time with Elaine and her children before killing them. Since the town was so small, word traveled quickly, and with no concrete evidence to lead them to a suspect, investigators were not able to calm the public's fears, and residents of Ena fell into a panic. They bought guns, they slept in shifts to keep watch, and blamed the act on Satanists due to how severe and random the crime appeared. Eventually, a local man was arrested, but he was released after proving his innocence. Over the next 14 years, this crime would haunt the residents of Ena as they struggled to move past it. In this time, investigators would continuously reopen the case and ended up interviewing nearly every single person in town. In total, over 1,000 people were interviewed, but no leads proved solid. Eventually, they received help from 2 FBI profilers who helped them narrow down their list of potential suspects, but even the FBI struggled with the case. In all, they reviewed over 150 pieces of evidence and filled over 20 large binders with notes. They even researched and provided information on various cults in the area, but these leads also turned up nothing. After a while, the Dardeens case became just another cold case, but due to the brutality of the crime, it was never forgotten by the locals. The problem that nobody in town realized was that the Dardeen family's killer had already fled the state just hours after committing the crime. He had slipped into and out of town without so much as a trace, and nobody but Keith and his family had ever seen his face. Years later, after being captured, Tommy would admit to killing the entire Dardeen family, and although his claims were disputed, the case is still technically classified as unsolved. Many law enforcement officials who possess intimate knowledge, such as the original investigators that were called to the scene, believe it, and so do I. According to Tommy, after being picked up outside the truck stop, Keith drove his Plymouth in the direction of his house, but stopped in an abandoned field shortly before they arrived. Keith then propositioned Tommy for sex and told him that they could do it right there inside the truck, or after eating dinner, Keith could send his son to bed, and he, his wife, and Tommy could all have a threesome together in the living room. For some reason, possibly due to his childhood trauma, this invitation enraged Tommy, when without thinking, he pulled out a pistol from his backpack and shot the man dead where he sat. Tommy then claims that he mutilated the body and then proceeded on foot to Keith's home, where he attacked Keith's 4-year-old son with a baseball bat, killed him, and then used the same bat to kill Keith's wife. He said that while he was beating her, Elaine gave birth, and then he beat the new... After this, Tommy said he cleaned up the crime scene as best he could, posed the mutilated bodies in their beds, and then left on foot, heading in the direction of the nearby interstate, which was approximately 2,000 yards away from the home. I can see why this has that Pedro Lopez competition. Jesus Christ. Obviously, I'm keeping the details light, but even my sanitized version is horrific enough on its own. According to the police, Tommy's story contained intimate knowledge of the crime, and he was able to provide many details that were never made public, such as how Elaine and her children's bodies had been posed. His claims also fit within the timeline, and he even told them about a unique ceramic watermelon that he'd seen inside their living room. This watermelon was a piece of information that only someone who had been inside the home could possibly have known about. When police reviewed the crime scene photos, they saw the watermelon. This detail was too specific to be a random guess. After all, it wasn't like Tommy had claimed to see an angel figurine or a wooden cross, two staples of 1980s rural America. However, detractors of Tommy's claims, which should not be dismissed outright, cite inconsistencies in his story and the fact that his retelling has changed many times over the years, which is, memories change, and especially if you're retelling something, it's more likely to change because each time you retell the memory, you're retelling the last retelling, you're not retelling the original memory. So some of the memories that we have that we think about the most are actually some of our most inaccurate memories. A truly accurate memory would be someone, who was in your past being like, hey, remember that time? And it's the first time you thought about it in years. That's a much more accurate memory than the ones that you think about more often, which is weird, isn't it? In one version of the story, Tommy says that he met Keith at a pool hall instead of a truck stop, and when describing how he left Keith inside the pickup truck, he fails to describe the position of the body with any amount of accuracy. He does get the number of gunshots correct, however. This information was reported on and published in local papers. Detractors also claim that Tommy could have easily guessed the position of Elaine and Peter's bodies, although this is not likely. Tommy himself says that these inconsistencies are the result of a lifetime of drug use and the fact that his confession came almost 2 decades after the murders took place. Yeah, and normally you'd think this is something you'd remember, but this guy's done some really horrible in his life. Is another possibility, just wild speculation here. I know it's a thing that murderers who are in prison or on death row or whatever, don't they sometimes take the rap for someone else? So there'll be some crime and they'll be like, yeah, I did that one. Just so the police stop investigating and trying to find the real killer. And the real killer's like, nice, thanks mate, here's some money for your family or whatever. However that works. Is it possible that someone has told him what to say and he's taking responsibility for this despite it being someone else's crime? And he's just getting some of the details wrong because he's not remembering what he's been told correctly? Or for the body posing or whatever, he doesn't know. Maybe he just wasn't told. Dardene's surviving family also dispute the claims based on the fact that Keith was not bisexual and did not engage in wife-swapping or group sex, but I personally dismiss these concerns without much thought. Those activities are not typically something that you go around advertising to your family, especially in a small town in the late 1980s. After Tommy's confession, many people closed the book on the case, and that is where I will too. Back to jail, then to prison. By 1988, Tommy had made his way to Tucson, Arizona, and established himself as a small-time drug dealer. He was still homeless and, of course, dipping into his own supply regularly, and this wasn't helping his temper at all. He was also becoming extremely paranoid. In December of that year, another homeless man, Kent Allen Lawton, accepted drugs from Tommy with a promise to pay at a later date. Weeks then went by, as did the day that Kent had promised to pay, and Tommy became enraged when he realized that the man whom he had trusted was trying to screw him over. After tracking Kent to a local homeless camp, Tommy stabbed the man, dragged his body outside the camp to a dimly lit area, and buried it in a shallow grave. Fearing that he had been spotted, he then fled the state and attempted to lay low. While it's not known exactly where Tommy went after this, by 1989 he had hitchhiked his way into Wyoming and had spent several months in Rawlings, a small town where he became known to locals as a roadside regular. He often held a sign asking for food or money, but when people would stop to offer him some, he would scream at them, berating them for no reason. That year, he spent Christmas Eve doing 2 of his favorite things, excluding murder, getting doped out of his mind, and robbing people. By January, he was still in town and had encountered a young couple. He stole their truck, scrapped it for parts, and then fled the scene when the police arrived. Trying to escape, Tommy holed up in a nearby train yard. It's kind of like, this guy's committing a lot of crimes. He's not the smartest tool in the shed, and he's on drugs. How is he just getting away with so many, brazen crimes? Not thought out crimes, just crimes of the moment. It seems like, how has he not been caught? Although I guess this section is titled To Jail and Prison, so yeah, he's about to get caught, isn't he?
Believe it or not, jail, right away.
He was hoping to board a train headed west and escape the law yet again, but this time the law caught up to him. An officer noticed Tommy stumbling drunkenly down the tracks and arrested him for public intoxication. While processing his few possessions, the officer found the money and some leftover truck parts that Tommy hadn't yet gotten rid of. His charges were then elevated to grand theft, which earned him a 16-month prison sentence. While in prison, Tommy was forced to confront his drug problem, but it nearly killed him. According to his psychiatrist, Tommy spent weeks having prolonged panic attacks and hallucinating that his tattoos were speaking to him. Oh my god, that sounds rough. That's some scary. This was the first time, despite being analysed at multiple points throughout his life, that Tommy had ever received an official diagnosis beyond anger issues. He was diagnosed with a laundry list of disorders, many of which I mentioned in the intro: depression, psychosis, and bipolar and schizoid personality disorders. After receiving treatment and drying out, Tommy's remaining sentence was served without incident, and he was released in the spring of 1991. However, he wasn't going to stay free for very long. In September of that year, in Marianna in Florida, Tommy broke into the house of Teresa Hall and killed her and her 5-year-old daughter, Tiffany Hall. He bludgeoned them to death with a table leg that he'd ripped away from the family dining table. And while this horrific crime would not be the one to get him caught, the next one would. Good, finally. This guy's just a horrible monster. Several months later, after hitchhiking his way north into Charleston, West Virginia, Tommy was picked up by 19-year-old Fabian Witherspoon. She had seen Tommy holding a sign underneath an overpass that read, "Will work for food." She then drove Tommy back to her home, told him to wait in the car while she gathered some food and clothes for him, and then went inside. While loading these items into a pack, Tommy entered the home, took a knife from the kitchen drawer, and attacked her. Bro, she's 19 years old, she's taking you to the house to give you food and clothes, and you're like, yeah, just stab her. You're a fucking monster. Thinking fast, Fabienne was able to run into her bathroom, lock the door, and grab a ceramic duck from the nearby countertop. Then, using it as a weapon, she beat Tommy in the head as he knocked down her bathroom door and charged at her. She wrestled the knife from him, cutting her hand badly in the process, and then stabbed him 23 times in the abdomen and pelvis. She stabbed his liver, his kidneys, and one of his testicles. God damn, Fabienne. You legend. Holy sh**. After this, Tommy fled the home, but he was eventually located inside a local hospital's ICU. As it turns out, even if you aren't comfortable with doctors, you'll likely deal with some awkwardness when you're bleeding from your balls. Yeah, you've been stabbed 23 times in your tummy. You need a hospital. Although I'd just rather you just go into the forest and die, to be honest, you piece of shit. Based on testimony provided by Fabienne, police were then able to charge Tommy with sexual assault and malicious wounding. However, thanks to the unbelievable skill of his lawyer, Tommy was able to get the sexual assault charge dropped and received a plea deal for only 10 years, and he was out in 5. Bro, what the f***? That's it. He got 5 years for this? Life on the outside. After being released from prison in 1997, Tommy and his wife, yes, I said wife, Tommy married a woman named Nora Price while in prison. Nora, what's wrong with you? There's this, I know it's like there's a word for it, like aphilia or whatever. You know, you've got like necrophilia, like prisonerophilia. Like there's this thing where like women, and I assume some men as well, but there's less women murderers in prison than in general, where they write to people in prison, like murderers, like Charles Manson and It's like, what is wrong with you? What are you actually up to? Tommy and his wife moved to Tennessee, where they hope to start a new life together in marital bliss. Nora, I've got some news for you. It's not going to work out. I have no idea how these two met or anything about their marriage, but that's okay, because just a few months after arriving, Tommy decided the married life on the outside was not for him. He left Nora that same year and went back to living a free life on the road. Honestly, Nora, you got away light, to be honest. That's the worst thing that happened. Yeah, you could have been murdered. So, congratulations. Shortly after leaving Tennessee, Tommy traveled back west into Illinois to the town of Lawrenceville. Here, he donned a ski mask and broke into the home of a young single mother, Julie Ray, and a 10-year-old son, Joel. Using a butcher's knife, he began stabbing the boy repeatedly until his screams alerted Julie. In the darkness, Julie did not see her son at first, but Tommy, who was still wearing his mask, and he turned the knife on her and began slashing wildly. Fortunately, Julie, who was a black belt in Taekwondo, managed to fight him off and wrestled the knife away. Fucking legends! Jesus! Seeing that he had been beaten, Tommy dazed Julie with a hard blow to the head and then fled the home on foot. He never returned. Wait, was the kid okay? Was the 10-year-old okay? He was stabbing her. Is Joel okay? A few moments later, Julie struggled to her feet and gave chase. She had not seen Joel inside the home and assumed that the intruder must have kidnapped him. Outside, she found no signs of him either. Frantically, she ran to her neighbor's house and screamed for them to call the police. When they arrived, oh no. The kid dies. Tommy never returned to Julie's home after that night, but the heartache he left in his wake was vast. Julie would never recover from losing her son, and to make matters worse, she was eventually arrested, tried, and convicted of murdering him. What the f***? Let me explain. Convicted of murdering him? Are you f***ing me, law? Because Joel and Julie were targeted at random and no physical evidence could be found to corroborate Julie's claim that a stranger had been inside her home, police suspected that Julie herself had been the one to kill Joel. She and her ex-husband, Leonard Kirkpatrick, were in the middle of a messy custody battle, and just 2 weeks before the break-in, Leonard had been awarded full custody after remarrying. Based on shaky blood spatter analysis of the blood found on Julie's t-shirt, prosecutors asserted that in a fit of rage, Julie had killed Joel despite her ex-husband, and the jury agreed. Dude, that is not right. Also, isn't blood splatter analysis? I thought that was kind of disproven as, not really conclusive proof. In February 2002, Julie was sentenced to life in prison, but thankfully should not serve the entire sentence. Based on Searle's impending confessions, Julie's conviction was overturned in 2004, and although she was retried in 2006, she would never spend another day behind bars. This time, the jury found her not guilty. In 2010, 13 years after her son's death, she was formally exonerated. Tommy may not have killed Julie, but he effectively ruined her life. You, Tommy. Jesus Christ, this guy's such a piece of shit. God damn, I can see why he's got that Pedro Lopez competition. What a fucking bag. Housekeeping, Part 2. So since the start of this episode, you've heard details of over 20 murders, many of which involved young children, and by this point you might be ready to see Tommy strapped into an electric chair. Hell yes! Yes, America! Yes, with your death penalty! Yes! Personally, I don't blame you. In the first script I ever wrote for the Casual Criminalist, which was titled The Bloody Harps, Simon declared that his opinion on the death penalty had been well and truly settled, and that is something I take great pride in. I was the one that, through my words and storytelling, was able to end that one-sided debate permanently. Yes, I was like, yeah, I'm pretty cool. The issue with the death penalty has always been with me, and it used to come up every episode. I have this debate with myself, and then it was like, no, I believe in it. But it's just, what if the person's innocent? But in this case, he's not innocent, is he? Let's kill him. Let's just kill him. He deserves to die. I'm happy with the state killing people. They do it all the time. Wars are a thing. Let's go.
You have my permission to die.
And people are like, Simon, you've got really toxic opinions sometimes. I'm like, yeah, okay. It's toxic opinion because it's not your opinion. Maybe I think your opinion's toxic. Maybe I've got a problem with letting the state pay for people. Well, no, it's more expensive for people to be killed, isn't it? Because of all the courts and stuff. No, I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm just going to stop because I don't want to get back into this cycle of talking about the death penalty every episode. Let's carry on.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa.
That's too damn bad!
Now that I'm done bragging, I should tell you that I've never set out purposefully to shock people with gruesome and unnecessary details. Yeah, I like that you kept it very clinical, to be honest. Thank you. Everything that I've included with this episode has a purpose, and I've completely skipped dozens of crimes and their details for the sake of both time and for respect. I'll tell you this to make one thing clear. Even though we will not be looking at each of them individually, Tommy has killed over 50 people in at least a dozen different states by this point in the story. He had been from coast to coast and used everything from guns, ice picks, and baseball bats to the cliché kitchen butcher's knife. He had left his mark on more small towns than I could ever hope to name. So I hope, by this point, you understand how he was able to get away with everything for as long as he did. He was like a shadow that slipped in and out of towns without drawing more than a casual glance from those around him, but police also referred to him as a killing machine. The two facts combined made him one of the most effective and successful killers in American history, and if all of his crimes could be fully verified, I have no doubt that he would be regarded as one of the most infamous. However, I say all of this for one reason. Even though Tommy has probably already done enough to earn him a death sentence in your mind, and the next 2 years will be his bloodiest yet, for the sake of us all, myself included, I'm only going to be briefly touching on each one and giving the barest details as we move forward. But bear with me, because Tommy will eventually get what's coming to him. He does, doesn't he? He's getting in that chair. He's getting in that chair, or he's getting that injection, or the gas chamber. Firing squad. Hanging. Yes! On the road again. Now let's return to the night of October 1997. After fleeing Julie's home, Tommy was enraged that he had been bested by someone yet again and wasted no time targeting his next victim. 2 days after the break-in at Julie's house on October the 15th, 1997, Tommy had made his way back to Springfield, Missouri, the same town where he had killed Enna Court and her son, Rory, after a carnival in 1985. Here he entered the bedroom of 13-year-old Stephanie Mahaney, abducted her, overdosed her with cocaine to subdue her, and transported her to an isolated field to sexually assault her. At this point, he strangled her and left the girl in the open air to be found. 2 months later, December the 14th, 1997, Tommy arrived at an RV park just outside of Las Vegas, Nevada, and kidnapped 19-year-old Yvette Muller. He transported her into the desert, sexually assaulted her, and then used an axe to cut her body into pieces before burying them on the bank of Snake River. Her body was, unfortunately, never recovered, and police believe that it may have been swept away or buried deeper by a landslide that occurred in the area not long after. The following year, in April of 1998, Tommy was living and working in San Antonio, Texas, when Thomas Brose, a carnival worker, was shot dead inside his RV. His body was discovered shortly after, and Tommy was seen fleeing the scene, but he was not identified. There is no known reason for the attack. 1 year later, in April 1999, while once again traveling through Tennessee, Tommy entered the home of Deborah Harris to sexually assault her. He used a knife from her kitchen to keep her quiet, but during the attack, Deborah's 8-year-old daughter wandered into the room. Tommy killed both of them. 2 weeks later, on April the 18th, 1999, Tommy kidnapped a 9-year-old girl, Mary Beatrice Perez, from a local festival in San Antonio, Texas, and used a stolen vehicle to transport her to a secluded location. You already know what happened after that. Her body was discovered 10 days later in a creek bed not far from the site where the assault had begun. The following year, in May of 1999, Tommy was sleeping in a van in Lexington, Kentucky, when he spotted 13-year-old Haley McCone swinging on a swing set at a local park. He abducted the girl, strangled her with her own t-shirt. He dumped her body in a shallow grave in nearby woods, covered her with leaves and other debris, and then fled the state. She was discovered by police the following week. 2 months later, July 1999, Tommy was passing through Oklahoma again when he stopped for gas at a Love's Country store. Here around 4 a.m., he noticed 14-year-old Bobby Lynn Wofford standing alone. Seizing his opportunity, Tommy then grabbed the girl, threw her into his van, and sped away to a remote location. He killed her with a hatchet. A quail hunter found her body 4 months later. When police began investigating, nearby residents reported that they had noticed a foul odor drifting through the air for weeks, but had assumed that it was just a dead animal from a nearby farm and discounted it. Later that year, Tommy would kill again, but this next victim was going to be his last. Kayleen and Crystal. While all the murders we discussed in the previous section were happening, Tommy had been living permanently in California, and he had met and married a new woman, Jessica LaVrie. He was living with her and her 4 children from a previous marriage. Jessica didn't mind the frequent trips that Tommy would take, and that was perfect for Tommy because he had no plans of letting married life stand between him and his victims. He was no longer killing out of anger. By this point, he was killing for the simple pleasure of it, and he knew it. After moving with Jessica and her children to San Antonio, Texas, Tommy found work as a car salesman, the same profession that his biological father, Joe Lovins, once held, and slowly began building a positive reputation for himself around his neighborhood. He and Jessica joined a local church and made many friends within the community, one of which was Terry and Crystal Harris. Can you imagine just like, you're just like hanging out, you're Terry or whatever, and you're like, yeah, you know, Tommy, car salesman, churchgoer. I just imagine him like, you know, in a set of boring clothes, and his wife and his 4 stepchildren, and just like hanging out. It's like, yeah, Tommy from the church. It's like, he's killed many people. You'd be like, what? Tommy? The guy who sold me my Prius? What are you doing? No.
It's not possible.
These two, who were about the same age as Tommy and Jessica, also had several children of their own. Soon the Sells and the Harrises were visiting one another on weekends, having dinners and barbecues together, and even babysitting each other's children occasionally. Their daughter, 13-year-old Katie Harris, became Tommy's next target. For the next several weeks, Tommy kept a close eye on Katie whenever possible, until on December the 31st, 1999, he saw his opportunity to act. That night at around 4 a.m., Katie's father, Terry, had traveled out of town to help another friend of the family move, and Tommy knew this would be the perfect opportunity for him to slip into the Harris' home and have a look around. After getting wasted on booze at a local bar, Tommy approached the home on foot and carefully raised a window and climbed inside. Tommy, what are you doing? This is the thing. He's like, I know he varies his like MO and stuff, but he's pretty dim. Like, you're just gonna get drunk and then do crimes? This is one of the rules. You don't get drunk and then do crimes. Drunk, it doesn't help. It makes you more confident, sure, but it also makes you an idiot. It makes you sloppy, especially if you're fucking trashed. In this room, he had found 14-year-old Justin Harris asleep in his bed. Tommy then quietly exited the room, slipping silently down the hallway, and began peering into each bedroom while using the flame of a cigarette lighter to illuminate his path. At the end of the hall, inside a little girl's room, Tommy found Katie asleep on the lower bunk of a bunk bed. He then approached the bunk, crawled into bed beside Katie, and placed the knife against her stomach. Katie opened her eyes and recognized Tommy immediately. Confused, she asked, "What are you doing here?" He then pressed his hand over her mouth and told her to be silent as he used the knife to cut away her clothes. However, before anything else could happen, Katie wiggled free and shouted, "Go get mama." From the upper bunk, Crystal Sells leapt out of bed and flipped on the room's overhead light. Tommy hadn't expected anyone besides Katie to be in the room. Yeah, because he's drunk. It's a bunk bed. Do you not check the top bunk? What the f***? However, what he did not anticipate was that the entire Searles family was staying over with the Harrises for the week while their furniture was packed for the move. Through sleepy eyes, Crystal saw Tommy lying in Katie's bed. Then she saw blood pouring from Katie's neck. Her friend's throat had been slashed, and she wasn't moving. Tommy then stood and put himself between Crystal and the door. He lunged at her with a knife as she quietly and frantically begged for her life. "I'll be quiet. I promise I won't say anything. It was Katie making the noise, not me." Tommy showed no mercy. He slit her throat, watched Crystal fall to the ground, switched off the bedroom light, and then exited the home via the front door as if nothing had happened. He climbed into his car, started the engine, and sped away. As soon as she heard the car disappear into the night, Crystal opened her eyes, grabbed her throat to stop the blood from pouring out, and then sprinted in soaked feet out of the house and down the street to the neighbor's house. Crystal banged on the door, and when Herb Betts answered, she struggled to mouth the words, "Call the police." She believed that everyone in the house had been killed the same way Katie had. She thought she was the only survivor. A short time later, police, fire trucks, and ambulances flooded the tiny rural road and entered the Harris' home expecting the worst. Inside, they found everyone alive, except for Katie. When they found Crystal inside Herb's house, she had already lost consciousness and was having convulsions. They stabilized her as best they could and then waited anxiously for a medical helicopter to arrive. It was already en route. The next day, on the 1st of January 2000, Crystal awoke in hospital and saw 2 Texas Rangers standing guard outside her hospital door. Once she was fully awake, they handed her a notepad and asked her to write down the name of her attacker. However, since Crystal had never met Tommy or his family, she had no clue who he was. Oh, she's the other girl from the other family. Oh no, I didn't follow that. I thought she would obviously just be able to name him because she was the kid who went to the barbecues, but it was her friend. Oh, But this is the one that gets him caught, right? So something's going to change. Instead, she began writing down his description. That afternoon, a police sketch artist arrived and worked with her to produce a sketch. Because it was not the most accurate sketch, the Harris family wasn't able to immediately identify Tommy. However, by pure luck, when the boyfriend of Crystal's mother, Doug Luca, saw the sketch, he was reminded of a man that had met the previous day at a gas station on the way out of town. He couldn't recall the man's full name, but he knew he went by Tom and that he worked as a car salesman. Doug didn't think that was much to go on, but it was just enough. That afternoon, the Texas Rangers drove to every car lot in Valverde County looking for a man named Tom that bore any resemblance to the sketch. Soon, they had their man. Tommy Lynn Sells was arrested inside the trailer that he shared with Jessica and her 4 children. According to the arresting officer, Tommy did not ask what he was being arrested for. He just looked straight ahead with dead eyes as Jessica demanded to know what was going on. Without answering her questions, they read Tommy as right, slapped the cuffs on him, and loaded him into a squad car. Tommy's crime spree was officially over, and now he was ready to tell his story. Confessions, court dates, and closure. To the surprise of everyone at the Valverde County Sheriff's Office, Tommy didn't even attempt to deny killing Katie. Without any prompting, he revealed in detail how he had first noticed the girl, how he had entered the home, and how he had killed her. He wasn't embarrassed about what he did, and he wasn't concerned with what would happen to him after his confession, and once he started talking, he just didn't stop. He told them about everything, about how many people he had killed over the years, how he had taken his first life when he was a teenager, how he had killed people from one end of the United States to the other, how he had taken more lives than he could ever hope to remember. For the investigators, it was a shocking admission, to be sure, but they didn't doubt what Tommy was saying for a moment. They knew that the man on the other side of the table was genuine. When he spoke about the horrible things that he'd done throughout his life, he did so with almost no emotion. Instead, he spoke plainly, matter-of-factly, and didn't come across as a braggart either. After his willing confession, Tommy was assigned a lawyer who promptly advised him to stop talking immediately, or there would be nothing that she could do to help him. But Tommy was undeterred. He said, "I want this to be over. I'm not going to stop. I don't need a lawyer." At the request of the police, Tommy traveled with officers back to the Harris' home, which now sat empty, and walked them step by step through the crime scene. He even demonstrated how he climbed through the window. In a matter of days, he gave investigators everything they could possibly need for a conviction. However, after learning that he was eligible to receive the death penalty, Tommy changed his tune. Later that year, at trial, Tommy pled not guilty to killing Katie, but he did admit to attacking Crystal. Up until that point, his defense had tried everything imaginable to get him deemed ineligible to stand trial. But when he went before the jury, everybody saw him for what he was. On September the 18th, 2000, the jury returned a verdict of guilty after only 2 hours of deliberations. And 2 months later, Judge George M. Thurman sentenced Tommy to death. Yes! So bloodthirsty, but he needs to die. 3 years after that, the Texas Court of Criminal Appeal upheld its decision, as did every court in which Tommy and his lawyers attempted to file an appeal. After receiving a death sentence, Tommy was not charged with any more crimes, although Texas police continued to work with other police departments across the United States for years to corroborate his many confessions. And multiple times, Tommy offered to travel to sites where he supposedly dumped bodies in order to help police locate them, but this offer was denied because Texas law does not permit death row inmates to travel outside the state for any reason. For the next 7 years, Tommy sat on death row awaiting his fate, and during this time, he finally replied to many of the requests for interviews that he'd received over the years. He met with Diane Fanning, the true crime author I've referenced multiple times throughout this episode, as well as Dan Abrams, an interviewer for ABC Network's late-night news show Nightline, not to be confused with NBC's Dateline. I wouldn't have confused it, because I've vaguely heard of these shows, but I don't really know them. When Tommy was asked about his crimes during the interview, he refused to speak in an active voice, such as, "I did this," or "I did that." Instead, he preferred to use a passive voice. He refrained from directly saying that he did anything wrong. He would not say that he had killed someone. He would speak as if he had just witnessed it. For example, her neck was cut, or the baby was also killed. When asked why he killed his victims, Tommy said, "I like to watch the eyes fade, the pupil fade. It's like setting their souls free." When asked about if he regretted his crimes, he said, "I am hatred. When you look at me, you look at hate. When you look at me, you know what hate is. Because I don't know what love is. I don't have no feelings, no more. No emotion." When asked about the children he killed, he says he killed them because he didn't want them to experience the pain he had lived through during his life. In his sick mind, killing them was one of the few acts of compassion that he had to offer. While housed inside the Texas State Penitentiary in Huntsville, Texas, Tommy Lynn Sells was given an execution date of April 3rd, 2014. In his final days, he's said to have met with several visitors, including family members and his attorney. While in his holding cell, he asked a guard how it felt to receive a lethal injection. He was not happy with the guard's response. At the last minute, Tommy and his attorneys tried to postpone the death penalty by arguing that Texas's decision to use lethal injection constituted cruel and unusual punishment. However, the request was denied. Tommy Lynn Sells was pronounced dead at 6:27 p.m. that evening. He did not make a statement, nor did he apologize to his victims or their families before his death. Crystal Sells and the family of Katie Harris were in attendance. So was Mary Torres, the grandmother of 9-year-old Mary Beatrice Perez, the girl Tommy admitted to abducting near a festival in San Antonio, Texas in April of 1999. After the execution, Mary Torres told reporters, "Whatever went through his veins, he went too quick for my satisfaction." Her husband, John Torres, added, "We all have suffered so many years. It's payback time." Sean Harris, one of Katie's brothers, spoke as well. "I wanted to see him die. That's honest. I wanted to know that he could no longer hurt anybody." And that's where we'll leave it today. Thanks for being here. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Casual Criminalist. Today, the trials and tribulations of Roscoe Fatty Arbuckle, the forgotten silent movie star. I think I made a biographies video, which is another YouTube channel that I do about this guy, but it was ages ago. I don't really remember everything. But I remember he get in a lot of trouble and then he got cancelled, for back in the day, cancelling, even though he wasn't actually guilty of anything in the past, but his name was dragged through the mud so much. Look, it doesn't matter.
Levine, come on, you're spoiling everything.
We're going to get into it. Welcome to the show. What happens here on this show, one of my writers, in this case, Danny, thank you, Danny, has written me a script. I'm going to read it. We're going to learn all about it together. It's going to be fun. I've never read this before. That's the format of the show. Let's jump in. Who can remember the good old days before everything was utterly ruined by cancel culture? Ah, yes, the good old days where Harvey Weinstein was producing movies. You'd need to have a pretty long memory, cancel culture, maybe a modern turn, but celebrities were already getting cancelled over 100 years ago. Danny and I, same page. Just ask Roscoe Fatty Arbuckle. Well, you can't, obviously. He's been dead for ages. But we can... I don't know why that's so funny, but it's he's dead. Of course he is. He's a long... that is a name. Fatty Arbuckle is I know he's dead. It's although sometimes you're like Henry Kissinger. Yeah, he's dead. No, he's not. He's still alive. He's 100. But we can still examine his tragic story, which may well be one of history's most brutally unjust examples of a beloved figure getting downgraded from celebrated hero to villainous zero overnight.
You either die a hero, or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
The hugely influential comic star of the silent cinema screen was one of the most famous people on the planet for many years, but unlike his legendary contemporaries such as Charlie Chaplin and Buster Keaton, who gained cinematic immortality, it seems that Arbuckle's career was quietly brushed under the red velvet carpet. It's a bit tricky to revisit his classic pioneering works for yourself, as the majority of his films no longer exist. Oh, it's so crazy that stuff can just, nowadays, we don't have to, there's no storing film. Wasn't there some, famous fire a few years ago? like in Hollywood or somewhere, which lost like a whole load of classic films, like at Sony or something. And it's just like, well, they're gone forever. We hadn't backed them up yet. We hadn't got them onto digital. And now it's like, even like stuff like this, it's never going anywhere. Like YouTube's probably got 7 backups. I've got backups. It's like, unless, I mean, there could be like some Carrington event sort of destruction of technology because of a solar flare or whatever. But really, data storage is cheap. This is going to be around forever. And it's like now movies, proper movies from back in the day are just lost. It's like, yeah, no, they're just done. They're just, maybe we'll find them someday. Someone's got a copy in their attic or something, but mostly they're just gone.
It's a great loss for the country.
He may have been one of the very first stars of Hollywood, but he also found himself embroiled in Tinseltown's very first scandal and later became the very first actor to get blacklisted in a saga which forever changed the motion picture industry in more ways than one. A technically illegal party thrown by the fabulously wealthy Arbuckle in 1921 led to the mysterious death of a young aspiring actress in his hotel room, after which Arbuckle was accused of rape and accidentally crushing her to death with his own vast weight. Holy shit, dude. That is grim. The aggressive persecution from a lawyer with an axe to grind led to a series of media circus trials in which dubious tactics were displayed on both sides, and the witnesses couldn't seem to make up their minds on exactly what they witnessed. Popcorn and custom pies at the ready as we try to piece together what exactly happened in room 1219 in San Francisco San Francis Hotel on the 5th of September 1921. Wow, exactly 100 years ago. And consider how the shifty behavior of certain individuals led to the dramatic fall of Hollywood's prince of silent film. Fatty makes a dramatic entrance. So this guy's obviously overweight. People are like, yeah, we'll just call him Fatty Arbuckle. Roscoe Arbuckle didn't get off to the kindest starts in life. That's partly because even before he was given the cruel name of Fatty, he had to put up with his very real full name, which was Roscoe Conkling Arbuckle. That's not too bad. Wait, is a conkling something? Does that mean something? Does this mean something? Doesn't seem too bad. But he was only given the name because his dad hated him from birth. Roscoe weighed in a pretty heavy 13 pounds when he was born in Kansas in 1887. And wow, he's exactly 100 years older than me. I was born in 1987. He was born 100 years before me. How about that?
Valuable information, thank you.
And his opening scene in life proved to be a bit of a difficult experience for his mother Mary, who was a small and slender build. Come to think of it, his dad William was of a small and slender build too, as were all of Roscoe's 8 siblings. What happened to Fatty? Got a genetic shake of the dice. Either that, or maybe he's not his dad. This raised suspicions in William's mind that Roscoe wasn't his real father, and that Mary had been playing around with a much bigger guy on the side. The suspicions were almost certainly completely unfounded, as Mary was a devout, God-fearing Christian who had never dared dream of infidelity, bearing false witness, or coveting her neighbor's ass. But that didn't stop William from naming his new bouncing boy after Senator Roscoe Conkling of New York, a womanizing philanderer whom William utterly loathed. Nice. Yeah, that's f***ing classy, mate. Yeah, well done. That's it's most likely just a genetic roll of the dice that he happens to be big, and you named him after someone you hate. You seem a bit of a dickhead, to be honest, mate. In fact, William was an utter knob, who would regularly get drunk and dish out random beatings to Roscoe for the most trivial of reasons. His simmering resentment for his son was further fueled by his wife's Mary's severe health problems which followed from the traumatic birth, and of course, this was apparently all Roscoe's fault for being so big. Yes, blame the baby. That makes perfect sense. After the family moved to Santa Ana, California, an 8-year-old Roscoe had an unpleasant time at school where he was regularly teased and bullied about his weight. This was where he was first given the nickname of Fatty Arbuckle, a name that he always despised, even though it was destined to become the name by which he was best known. Oh, that's depressing, isn't it? Oh, God. They just, imagine if, like, you're a famous movie star and they're calling you after you're, like, the cruelest name that you had at school. It wasn't all bad news for Arby. It'd be like, I wasn't bald at school, but they'd be like, yeah, Baldy Whistler. I wouldn't really mind, that's fine. But it's like, that's what it Baldy Bald Whistler. Slaphead Whistler. It wasn't all bad news for young Arbuckle, though. It was around this age that he first took to the stage when a travelling theatre troupe pitched up in town and were in need of an emergency replacement for a child actor who had been taken ill. Roscoe was happy to fill in, although it wasn't maybe the most notable first chapter in a beckoning career in show business. Not only was he required to wear blackface, the barefoot role also required him to wear black feet. Dude. Black feet, that's a whole other thing that I've never heard of and I didn't need to know about. God damn the past. And whilst home life was turbulent and occasionally violent, Roscoe enjoyed a healthy relationship with his loving mother. Things settled down a bit when his father, who frequently disappeared without explanation, finally left the family home for good, taking one of his older sons with him to start new jobs in a hotel miles away from Santa Ana. Wow, father of the year there, right? So not only doesn't he just leave, which is move number one, but he takes one of his sons and he leaves the others behind to wonder why they weren't taken. That's going to be great for his development. This is one of those, because this is Catch a Criminalist, it goes like one of two ways. One, it completely ruins him and he just becomes like a drug addict, wash up who does nothing. Or he's like, you, and he gets a chip on his shoulder and he becomes Fatty Arbuckle, a silent movie star, super rich and successful, and then dragged through the mud. But look, it's that moment, it's that pivot moment, isn't it? It can break you or it can make you.
It doesn't kill you, makes you stronger.
I just was watching that Arnold Schwarzenegger documentary on Netflix, and his biography is one of my favorite books. And he's talking about him and his brother and how his parents drove them super hard, especially his dad, and it basically made Arnold and broke his brother. Just like two people, same treatments, different results. And it's just like one gave Arnold like that chip on his shoulder to be like, I'm going to do everything. And the other one just to be like, it just crushed my self-confidence. Fascinating. But sadly, this more settled home life was more of a short than a feature-length film. In 1898, when Roscoe was just 11 years old, his mother died, quite possibly from the health issues which had arisen from Roscoe's own birth. There are conflicting reports as to what exactly happened next, although the gist of the events are broadly the same. Roscoe was sent away to live with his father and brother in the hotel. One account tells of Roscoe catching the train alone and then waiting for 12 hours at the platform for his father to pick him up, until he eventually realized that wasn't going to happen. Another tells of Roscoe arriving at the hotel only to find his father and brother had quietly moved on the previous week without forwarding address in anticipation of Roscoe's imminent arrival. Oh my god, this poor fucking kid. Jesus Christ. It's possible that both accounts are true. We do know for certain that Roscoe was sent away to the hotel to live with his father, who wasn't there. The hotel staff took pity on the bereaved, clearly distraught and now homeless 11-year-old boy, offering him board in a tiny room. Some say it was actually a closet, although that sounds a bit Harry Potter to me, in return for doing odd jobs around the hotel. Depending on your perspective, this is either an act of overwhelming kindness from the hotel staff or a troubling case of child labor, which would probably be frowned upon today. Sure, it'd be frowned upon today, but I think this is kindness. Like, he's been abandoned by everything, and I don't imagine that the welfare system is particularly well developed in 1898 or whatever. So and considering what like other sorts of labor and child labor was going on, weren't kids like working in mines and back then and chimney sweeps and all of that nonsense? This does sound like genuine kindness. You got to remember, this was over 100 years ago, 120 years ago. But at least Roscoe Arbuckle was off the streets, and life was about to take a turn for better. Fatty goes to Hollywood. So many entertainers seem to enjoy recounting far-fetched origin stories of how they were accidentally discovered singing in their shower, or how their career took off following a surprise plot twist which wasn't even meant to happen. Fatty Arbuckle's rise to fame is no different. I like these stories, but it's like, I don't know, rise to fame sounds like a stupid thing to say. It's not what I am, but it's like I just make videos that lots of people watch. But it's like, yeah, no, it wasn't like, oh, suddenly it's like, boom! It's just like, no, just you make lots of stuff for a long time, and then hopefully people watch it, and some stuff you make they don't watch, and some stuff they do, and you're like, okay, good. Yeah, no, there's no like exciting story. It's just a grind.
Where you are now.
He was apparently accidentally discovered when a talent scout stayed at the hotel, who just so happened to overhear Roscoe singing to himself while he was polishing a doorknob or whatever. Roscoe was then encouraged to take part in a local rowdy talent show in which the acts were harshly judged by the tough crowd. The act was judged a success if the audience were cheering, but if they began to boo and jeer, the act was unceremoniously dragged off the stage with a shepherd's crook. Just because you want to fulfill all of the, I cannot remember that word that is super obvious. Not memes, but stereotypes. Thank you, Simon, you big brain. Roscoe attempted a bit of singing and fooling around, but his performance didn't go down as well as he'd hoped, and he found himself the target of vicious heckling, prompting the slow entrance of the ominous shepherd's crook to yank the failure off the stage. In genuine fear of the approaching shepherd's crook, Roscoe panicked and executed a perfect somersault into the orchestra pit, much to the surprise and delight of the audience, who began roaring in approval, ensuring that Roscoe won the competition. The story does have a fairy tale about it, but the idea of a vastly overweight boy performing a perfect somersault isn't as hard to swallow as you might think. A point that we'll come back to later is that Roscoe was surprisingly nimble on his feet and proved in adulthood that he was still more than capable of somersaulting on demand. Holy shit. I can't somersault. I think that thing where people just stand and then they do a full somersault from just standing position to standing position. I'm like, one, how do you learn how to do that without crippling yourself? And two, how do you learn how to do that? I should learn how to do that. That'd be awesome. And then you'd just be like walking along, people be like, I I was hanging out with my mates the other day. We were at a swimming pool. They were like, it was just a swimming pool, just like maybe 10 meters long, 15 meters long. And I've always known that I can swim I've got like a surprisingly large lung capacity. And my mates are like, we're just swimming. And I'm like, I bet I can swim like 4 lengths underwater. And they're like, there is no fucking shot. And I'm like, all right, $50, equivalent of $50 says that I can do 4 lengths underwater. And they're like, there is no way, but let me try. And they do like 1 1/4. The other guy does 1 1/2. And they're like, bro, what are you talking about? 4 lengths? So I just go down, swim 4 lengths, do another one just for laugh, 5 lengths underwater, and then come up and they're like, what the So yeah, that's my trick. But a somersault on demand, that'd be also a good trick. Just to casually land it, and they'd be like, $50 is just a somersault stand. What are you talking about? It was like, boom! Because I'm not the most athletic looking guy. But by whatever means he was first discovered, Roscoe Arbuckle was already touring in a traveling theatre group. By the time he was on the verge of turning 18, he performed songs, told jokes, clowned around a bit, and demonstrated those impressive acrobatics whilst making a bit of a name for himself as the upcoming new star of vaudeville. In 1908, he met and fell in love with Minta Durfee, who was at the time a chorus girl, but who would later appear in silent films herself, going on to become the first leading lady for Charlie Chaplin. Wow! They married the very same year, although it was often remarked that they looked like an odd couple. By this time, the 5'9" Roscoe tipped the scale at well over 300 pounds. Hey Siri, what's 300 pounds in kilograms? It's 1.36 kilograms, so it's 136 kilograms. Good lord, that's a big boy. Whilst Minta was just over 5 feet with a petite figure, leading to speculation that sharing a bed might have been a little bit disastrous for little Minta. It wasn't the last time that people would speculate on how Roscoe's weight could lead to various serious issues in the bedroom for the other party. After embarking upon a long tour of China and Japan with the vaudeville company in 1909, Roscoe's gaze finally settled on the emerging movie industry upon his return to the US. His very first on-screen appearance was captured the same year in the 10-minute comic short Ben Skid, produced by the Selig Polyscope Company. 10 minutes might seem like a surprisingly short length for a film, but this was standard at the time as it was the maximum length that could be fitted onto a single film reel. There was a gradual move onto 2-reelers in later years in which viewers were treated to a whole epic 20 minutes of footage, even though the smaller cinema houses with only one projector had to take a brief clumsy intermission in between as they changed over the reels. I miss intermissions. I say like I missed them as if I ever had them in the cinemas. But movies got really long. They can be like 3 hours. And it's like, yo, at some point, I'm going to need to have a slash in those 3 hours. And maybe I'd like to go and get another drink. Maybe I'd like another Diet Coke or another beer from the concession stand and spend some more money with you. Why not just have a 10-minute break? It's already bloody long. Let's just have a break. Just be like, let's all go to the lobby. Is that from Simpsons? I feel like that's from Simpsons. Let's all go to the lobby. And then you can get some snacks. Why not?
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's
do that. Let's bring that back. If I had a cinema, that's what I would do. The burgeoning industry generally felt at the time that the cinema audience were incapable of maintaining their attention on the screen for more than an absolute maximum of 20 minutes. That may sound a bit silly nowadays to anyone who's managed to sit through a Lord of the Rings movie without needing to dash outside for a gulp of air. By gulp of air, means a cigarette. I need some fresh air. Fresh air! But maybe it would come full circle now that YouTube has decided that typical viewer's attention span is no more than 60 seconds. A quick hello to these 7 viewers who managed to make it this far. This has surprisingly high viewer attention. Like, the long stuff, I feel like YouTube either wants if they either want you to make really short stuff or really long stuff. There's 2 ways. And other than this show, and one other show, I generally make like stuff that fits in the middle, which isn't the best idea anymore. So, hello everybody, glad you're here. This is a long episode, by the way, stay tuned. An interesting point to bear in mind here is that the very early stars of cinema weren't really stars at all. They usually weren't even given any kind of credit, so nobody even knew their real names. Instead, they were often given descriptive nicknames by the audience, such as the girl with dimples, the man with the stern face, and of course, in Arbuckle's case, Fatty. The reasoning behind these lack of credits was probably down to the studios feeling cautious about actors getting too big for their boots. If an actor became too well known, they could potentially start demanding more money for appearances, so it's better to just keep their identities a secret and have the audience regard them as familiar, yet largely nameless faces. That is a big brain business move. Ethically worrying, but Jesus, that is clever, because nowadays it's actors command huge salaries if they're a big name because they drive sales. It's crazy. I mean, it's not crazy. It's kind of how it should be. I like it. But Wow, clever. It was certainly a cost-effective strategy for the studios. The actors weren't really earning that much money in the early days, and there was little risk of them getting poached by another studio. But it only took a few years for the industry to change their stance on the issue. By around 1912, the actors were receiving their rightful credits, effectively giving rise to the very first Hollywood movie stars, with Fatty Arbuckle leading the charge of celebrity. After appearing in dozens and dozens of one-reelers for Keystone Studios, Arbuckle then gradually moved on to those epic two-reelers before forming his own production company, Comique, and showing the world that he could write and direct and star in his own movies. He's making some money at this point. A typical Fatty Arbuckle film was a fast-paced frolic involving slapstick comedy, chase scenes, and the obligatory pie-in-the-face gag. In fact, Arbuckle was one of the first directors to ever receive a pie-in-the-face on screen in the 1913 one-reeler, A Noise from the Deep. These shorts were often given such intriguing names as Fatty's Wash Day, Fatty's Plucky Pup, Fatty's Magic Pants, and the slightly less snappy Mabel and Fatty Viewing the World's Fair at San Francisco. These in my modern brain of like YouTube titles, I'm like, these would not cut it. Maybe some caps, maybe some like shocking news, unbelievable. Like, that needs to be thrown in there. Mabel and Patty viewing the unbelievable World Fair at San Francisco. He wasn't really playing the same character as such in all these shorts. The name Fatty was just an indicator to the audience that it was another Fatty Arbuckle film. Although Arbuckle disliked the nickname and was actually still very self-conscious about his weight, he believed it was inevitable that the old taunt from his school days would stick with him throughout his movie career. Yeah, you just gotta lean into it, don't you? It's like, yo, I'm bald. Yeah, I'm bald. I'm bald, so what? Lean into it, let's go. I slapped my own bald head. He did, however, refuse point-blank to get cheap laughs from his girth. You never saw Fatty Arbuckle stuffing his face on screen or getting stuck in a door or sitting on a collapsing chair. Quite the opposite, in fact. You were more likely to see Arbuckle perform those incredible acrobatics or break out into a delicate dance routine. Not just on screen, either. He liked to keep up the demonstrations of elegant agility even when a camera wasn't pointing at him. Canadian actor Mark Sennett recalls that when he met Arbuckle for the first time, he was left gobsmacked when Arbuckle skipped up the stairs as lightly as Fred Astaire, and then without warning went into a feather-light step, clapped his hands, and did a backward somersault as graceful as a girl tumbler. A 140-kilogram dude, 300 pounds, doing a backward somersault. Holy shit. That's incredible. I'd kind of like to see this. It's clear that Arbuckle wanted to be recognized as a truly talented performer rather than just a man who was funny because he was overweight. He once said in 1917, quote, "I refuse to make people laugh at my bulk. Personally, I cannot believe that a battleship is built funnier than a canoe, but some people do not feel that way about it." It does seem a bit odd then that the name Fatty appeared in the title of 27 of his shorts. Hey, he's just leaning into it. That's his brand. It's like he might not like it, but it's making him money. Still, if you ever dared to call him that to his face, he'd brusquely respond, "I've got a name, you know." We're just in the park, and my oldest kid's playing with like the other kids, and she's like, "Girl." She's just talking to the girl, like, "Girl, let's go here." And the girl's like, "I have a name." She was a bit older than her. It wasn't like my kid was being rude. She just couldn't remember her name or didn't know her name. And the kid's like, it wasn't like, "I've got a name." She said, "You can call me Molly or whatever. Please call me Molly." And like, it's just like, like she didn't see it as rude. She's just like, "Sure, Molly." Girl. Although Roscoe Arbuckle is often described as a contemporary of those cinematic legends, Charlie Chaplin and Buster Keaton, he was actually more of a mentor to them, particularly Buster, who got his first big break from Arbuckle and later revealed, "I learned it all from him." Whilst we're at it, Arbuckle can also be credited with first discovering the comedian, actor, and entertainer Bob Hope, who got his first job with a touring troupe thanks to Arbuckle, and he would go on to enjoy a career spanning nearly 8 decades. God damn, I'd like a career spanning 8 decades. Can I have a career spanning 8 decades? I got into this like 10 years ago. Never mind. I'm having a career spanning 8 decades. What a shame. Oh, because he must have started when he was a kid or whatever. But it was perhaps Buster Keaton that shared the most chemistry with Arbuckle, as they appeared in around 14 shorts together and became very close buddies. And in 1920, Arbuckle relinquished control of his comique production company to Buster. It might seem like an extraordinarily generous move to just hand over your successful company to a mate, but Arbuckle didn't have the time to run his own business anymore. He'd just landed a juicy new contract with Paramount to appear in 18 new feature-length films over the next 3 years. Jesus Christ, they could churn them out back in the day. Whoa! On the assumption that audiences were now capable of maintaining their attention over 5 whole reels. 50 minutes. Jesus, movies are like, you have movies that are 3 hours now. In fact, it was an incredibly juicy contract. Arbuckle would be paid $3 million in total, making him the richest actor in Hollywood and the first to secure a contract worth over $1 million a year. That's a lot in today's money. Just to put that in perspective, his 3-year contract with Paramount would be worth around $45 million in today's money. One slight downside to the contract is that Arbuckle had to promise never to slip under the weight of £250. In fact, he'd be given a lucrative bonus by the studio every time he piled on another 50. But Arbuckle probably wasn't too bothered by that when he bought his first 21-room mansion. It didn't look as if shifting weight was ever likely to be on the cards anyway, with or without a $3 million contract. The biggest movie stars in the world definitely make more than $45 million a year, right? Even podcasters who have their podcast, like Joe Rogan or whatever, he does more than $45 million a year for sure. So, times have changed. Not everything in Arbuckle's life was entirely peachy, though. So, comes off as rather strange, like only $45 million a year. Peasant. He and his wife, Minter, separated in 1921, although it wouldn't be until 1925 that Minter eventually filed for divorce on grounds of desertion. Arbuckle was also hitting the bottle quite heavily, and the combination of his drinking and his weight led to a serious bacterial infection in his leg. At one point, he was advised that he may possibly require amputation below the knee to save his life. He eventually managed to battle through the infection without amputation, but it's reported that he briefly became addicted to the morphine that he had been prescribed. But his career had never looked brighter. In late 1921, he'd got through an exhausting schedule in which he had completed 3 different films at once by frequently hopping from set to set. He was surely due a short celebratory break after this remarkable achievement before commencing work on the next movie in the pipeline. So, on the 5th of September, Roscoe Arbuckle decided to throw a party, and it was a party that would end with horrific consequences. Fatty's Big Party. It was a party which he very nearly didn't attend at all. Along with his chums, actor Lyle Sherman and director Fred Fishback, Arbuckle had decided to drive down to San Francisco and rent out a whole suite of 3 connecting rooms at the top of the St. Francis Hotel, in which he planned the weekend-long party. Just before Arbuckle had set off in his custom-built Pierce Arrow touring car, he had received an alternative invitation from buddy Buster Keaton to spend the weekend on Buster's new yacht. It was an invitation he should have accepted, but he instead decided to stick with his original plans. Another potential spanner had also been thrown in the works when Arbuckle had decided to get his car service before the trip. In a scene which could easily have been lifted with one of his own comic shorts, Arbuckle had accidentally sat down in the garage on a rag drenched in acid, which burned right through his pants and ended up causing secondary burns to both his buttocks as he leapt up and pranced around the garage. Oh my god, that sounds extremely uncomfortable. That must have been some mega powerful acid to burn right through his trousers. Holy shit. Arbuckle later contacted his mates and told them that the trip might be off as he didn't think he'd be able to sit comfortably on the car seat after his arse had caught fire. Fred Fishback was having none of it though. He generously sent Arbuckle a nice padded rubber ring on which to perch his scorched posterior. It was a nice gesture from a good friend, but it was another potential escape route from disaster, which had been unwittingly roadblocked. I'm sure most of us have been to a few wild parties that got a little out of hand. Sure have. The one that springs instantly to mind is the time when things got so bad the party host had been aggressively evicted by his landlord at the end of the night. God damn. I'm not sure why most of us had clambered up onto the roof of his house in the middle of the night. And I'm not sure why we thought it would be a good idea to respond to the angry screaming from next door by getting out a couple of bongos and chanting to the lyrics to give peace a chance for about 90 minutes. Oh... That's pretty bad. I know this sounds incredibly antisocial, it does, and I wouldn't say I'm proud of my involvement, you shouldn't be, but to bear in mind, this was taking place on the noisiest street in the north of England, and the host of the party was probably one of the quieter residents. There's this noisiest street in the north of England that exists. The party came to an abrupt halt when we heard the clattering of ladders against the side of the house, and the boiling red face of the landlord popped out of nowhere to inform us all that if we didn't get down immediately, he would beach 7 shades of shit out of the lot of us. With hindsight, this would have probably been a brilliant moment for one of us to execute a perfect backward somersault over the landlord and land in the front garden to rapturous applause, but seeing as the landlord was much bigger than us, we kind of just meekly apologized and got down from the roof with our bongos to figure out what we were going to do about our now homeless friend. He wasn't that bothered actually, it had been a top party and the sticky chicken skewers were exquisite. He's like, I don't mind. The next morning, oh god, where am I gonna live? Oh fuck's sake. Need a new house. I would have expected Fatty Arbuckle's party to have been a little more refined than that. The St. Francis Hotel was one of the swishest joints on the West Coast with telephones in every room, which was practically unheard of at the time. Look, just because it's in a fancy place, it's just going to get out of hand in another way. It's still, the people still party, I guess, like rock stars. They're famously partying for a reason. And it doesn't mean that they're getting on top of their house in the north of England. It just means that they're doing naughty things in the penthouse of a hotel instead. From the 3 huge rooms rented out by the trio, room 1219 was to be a bedroom shared by Arbuckle and Fresh Fishback, while Lyle Sherman got his own private quarters in room 1221, and room 1220 was the designated party room. These guys are mad rich. Why not have your own hotel room? A whole gang of show business types have been invited to the party to enjoy the free-flowing booze provided by Arbuckle and his mates. In fact, this was the biggest draw of the party. Prohibition, 1920s. The year was 1921, and Prohibition had been in full swing for 2 years, but Arbuckle had managed to secure vast quantities of illegal hooch. This might have been considered a bit naughty, but there was a growing feeling at the time that these new celebrity movie stars from Hollywood could pretty much get away with whatever they wanted without consequence. It seemed unlikely that the police would dare to break up a party hosted by the now legendary Fatty Arbuckle. The stars of Tinseltown were above the law within reason, which is bad, but also sounds like fun.
This is where the fun begins.
And so, with all that bootleg liquor up for grabs in room 1220 of the St. Francis Hotel, it's no wonder that the party attracted a whole raft of guests eager to join in the celebration, and one of those guests was Virginia Rapp. Not that much is known for sure about the life of Virginia Rapp. I mean, plenty was said about her in the immediate aftermath, and much of that was just salacious fabrications cooked up to denigrate her character. As we'll discover later, this got very unpleasant indeed. It's often reported that Virginia was a failed actress who had fallen on hard times, whose life was beginning to spiral out of control, but this didn't seem to be the case at all. Hailing from Chicago, Virginia had forged a pretty successful career as both a model and a fashion designer, during which time she became engaged to dress designer Robert Moskowitz, who then tragically was killed in a car accident. She later embarked upon a long-term relationship with the leading silent film director and producer Henry Lerman, and it was announced around this time that she had tried to break into the movie industry herself. She hadn't yet become a fully fledged star, largely appearing in uncredited bit parts in shorts, although she did have a single prominent role in the 1917 comedy romance Paradise Garden. But that's not to say that she'd given up on her ambition. Virginia was still a 30-year-old aspiring actress when she turned up to the party hosted by Arbuckle, a man whom it's believed she didn't know that well. It's not known for sure if Virginia was even officially invited or whether she was just kind of gate-crashing the event, but we do know for sure that Virginia would never get the chance to appear in another movie. At some point during the party, Virginia had visited the bedroom in 1219, the bedroom shared by Arbuckle and Fishback, and is said to have had some sort of encounter with Roscoe Arbuckle. Following this encounter, Virginia could be heard screaming in pain and was found writhing in agony on the bed. It was initially suspected that she might have just drunk too much dodgy hooch. The first doctor on the scene concluded that her condition was most likely caused by intoxication. There was no need for Virginia to be rushed to the hospital. Instead, she was moved to hotel room 1227 of the hotel for a couple of days, paid for by Arbuckle. But Virginia's condition was to deteriorate dramatically. Still suffering from chronic pain in her abdomen, Virginia was eventually taken to Wakefield Sanatorium, where she sadly died just 2 days later from peritonitis, an infection of the inner lining of the belly brought on, in this case, by a ruptured bladder. But the question remains over how exactly Virginia Rapp had endured a seemingly spontaneous bladder rupture over the course of a party. Your bladder can rupture in a car accident, right? If you really need to pee, and then you're in a car accident, it can burst. So my thinking would be, like, she needs to pee, and she's, having some sort of encounter with Mr. Arbuckle, and he's a large man, and maybe he squeezes her. It's possible, yet incredibly rare, for a bladder rupture to be sparked by binge drinking, and of course, this is the conclusion at which many people arrive. Virginia had gone way overboard with the illicit booze and had effectively drunken herself to death. But it's more common for a spontaneous bladder rupture to be brought on by intense physical trauma, and this led to speculation of a more sinister kind. Just what exactly had taken place between Roscoe Arbuckle and Virginia Rapp in that hotel room? Can you hold your pee to the point of bursting? Because I'm assuming the reason that you can have a burst bladder if you drink too much is because you're drinking so much and you're too drunk so you don't realize the pain. So you really need to pee and you're just holding it and you're like, the pain isn't quite registering as it normally would or whatever. It's not really pain. It's just like that discomfort. It's a kind of undescribable feeling, but everybody in the world knows it, what it's like to really need to have a pee. And surely you'd just be like, oh, I've wet myself before, especially if you're super drunk. Before it would be before it would burst. Somehow I've been drunk many times, never managed to wet myself when I'm drunk, as far as I know. Maybe I've been so drunk that it's like, peed myself, and then I was just so trying to even wake up and it dried.
You would have noticed.
Oh, I've thrown up once. I was just asleep and it was like, oh, I was like, oh gosh, oh no, that kebab is now in my bed. Oh God. And I was at university. It was like a tiny little bed, and I'm like, so I can't even go to the other side of the bed and sleep. It's just, oh God, I guess I'll sleep on the floor. I better get a bucket. Bad times.
Thanks for that story, Simon. We'll appreciate that.
Just what exactly had taken place between Roscoe Arbuckle and Virginia Rapp in that hotel room? An alternative theory began to take shape. Arbuckle had lured Virginia Rapp into his hotel room and made unwanted sexual advances on the actress after forcing himself upon her. The sheer bulk of Arbuckle, who weighed 226 pounds at the time, had crushed Virginia and damaged her internal organs, causing her bladder to rupture, which led to the fatal infection. Why do we have to assume these are unwanted? I mean, maybe they could just be getting down to business, and he's a very large man. So, possible. A slightly mysterious woman by the name of Maud Delmont seemed convinced that this was more than just a theory. She was apparently a good friend of Virginia's who had been there at the party, and after Maud first rushed into room 1219 upon hearing her friend's screams, she came across both Arbuckle and Virginia, the latter of whom was laying on the bed and screaming that she was dying. Virginia was only capable of uttering 3 other coherent words. Arbuckle did it. Well, yeah. Wait, I don't understand, this is going to be, if not reasonable doubt, I'd say, is there any evidence that he was forcing himself on her? I don't want to be she's not accusing him of that. She could literally be just saying, well, we were getting it on and he was on top of me and he did it. He burst my bladder or whatever. He's done something to my insides. It doesn't mean, right? Fatty spot of bother. Maud Delmont wasted no time in recounting her version of the story to the press, the police, and pretty much anyone else who was willing to listen. For reasons that aren't entirely clear, it was well established that Arbuckle had spent a big chunk of the party wandering around in his pajamas, bathrobe, and slippers. You'd think that the host of such a lavish party would have the decency to get dressed, but it seemed that nobody really batted an eyelid. Yeah, because he can do what he wants. He's Fatty Arbuckle. He's got a party in the penthouse of some fancy hotel. If he wants to wear a dressing gown, he can wear a dressing gown. Fatty Arbuckle was a major motion picture star, and he was allowed to be a bit quirky. Exactly. It's if how's that quote go? If you're rich, you're not crazy, you're eccentric. Seems like Fatty Arbuckle's a little bit eccentric. Maybe he planned to put on some proper clothes when the party really got going later in the evening. According to Maud, her friend Virginia had been enjoying a few drinks with Arbuckle in the main party room, but she had no more than 3 in total and certainly wasn't drunk. Arbuckle had apparently seemed enthusiastic about the prospect of helping to further Virginia's movie career before he pulled her into room 1219 with the words, "I've waited for you for 5 years, and now I've got you." Maud was concerned by this turn of events and became even more concerned when she first heard Virginia's screams. She claims to have dashed over to the door of room 1219 only to find that it was locked. After furiously battering and kicking at the locked door, she was eventually let into the room by Arbuckle, who seemed in strangely high spirits considering all the drama. Maud recalled that he was initially wearing a comical grin alongside his pajamas and bathrobe, but it seems that he eventually became annoyed by all of the noise that Virginia was making as he turned to Maud and barked, "Shut her up, or I'll throw her out a window." Oh my god. But this is Maud's testimony, right? So, okay, let's believe Maud for a second, because this obviously adds a bit of new spice to this, because holy shit. He soon cheered up again as he skipped out of the room and went back to mingle and dance with the more considerate guests who weren't screaming the whole place down. Maud's accusation was backed up by 2 other female witnesses from the party, Zay Previn and chorus girl Alice Blake, who both later made statements to the police confirming that at some point in the party, they had heard Virginia utter the words, "Roscoe hurt me." Which he did. But that doesn't mean he assaulted you, so they're backing up that part of the statement, not the part about him saying he'd throw out a window or shut her up and stuff, right? Roscoe Arbuckle was said to be taken quite aback when the police first arrived on his doorstep in Los Angeles on the 9th of September and announced that he was under arrest on the suspicion of R-word and first-degree murder. It's reported that he initially thought it was a wind-up until he responded with a hearty laugh asking, "And who do you suppose I killed?" But he soon quietened down when the police responded with the name of Virginia Rapp. It's worth noting at this point that Arbuckle may not have even been aware that Virginia had been taken seriously ill and rushed to the hospital. The last he may have known of the matter, she was still recuperating from a particularly bad hangover in a room at the San Francisco hotel for which he was footing the bill. This seems like he genuinely doesn't know what's going on. It's worth remembering Arbuckle's initial defense would differ significantly from the defense he would later give in court. He claimed that Virginia had been enjoying a few drinks when she suddenly started complaining that she couldn't breathe and then became hysterical, stripping off her clothes in front of everyone. 2 of the other female guests had taken Virginia to the privacy of room 1219, where they tried to calm her down by fully disrobing her and placing her in a bathtub of cold water whilst Arbuckle telephoned for a doctor. This isn't what happened. Why, whoa. Okay, this is really suspicious because he's making up, my version of his story, where it's they were getting it on and he crushed her a little bit, is way more believable than just making something up which doesn't seem to match the facts at all. In this version of the story, there was no point at which Arbuckle and Virginia Rapp were ever alone together. San Francisco District Attorney Matthew Brady wasn't convinced by that. Following the statements given by Maud Delmont and the two other witnesses, he seemed determined to bring Roscoe Arbuckle to trial. And honestly, fair enough, because he got two witnesses that directly contradict his statements. Fatty, where's your lawyer at? Did your lawyer come up with a strategy? Because they seem a bit of a shit lawyer. I just came up with a better defense strategy. Come on, you can afford a very good lawyer. Brady kicked off by issuing his own statement to the press. To quote it, "The evidence in my possession shows conclusively that either a R-word or an attempt to R-word was perpetrated on Miss Rapp by Roscoe Arbuckle. The evidence discloses beyond question that her bladder was ruptured by the weight of the body of Arbuckle, either in an R-word assault or an attempt to commit R-word." And I'm doing all of this if you're new to the show, because otherwise I don't get any money for these videos because of YouTube's censorship policies, which is a bit rubbish. I know it interrupts the flow, and now I'm interrupting the flow even more. I just have to explain myself. He then got to work forming a case as Roscoe Arbuckle was held without bail at the San Francisco Hall of Justice. Without bail? Isn't this what bail is for in America? He's not going anywhere. He's a big, celebrity. It's going to be very hard for him to flee. And Brady wasn't mucking about. He wanted to see Arbuckle convicted of first-degree murder, punishable by the death penalty. Holy shit. Matthew Brady was keen to push on with the prosecution so quickly that much of the crucial evidence, such as an autopsy result, wasn't even available yet. He seemed to think that the testimony provided by his star witness Maud Delmont and the two other party guests would be more than enough to send Roscoe Arbuckle to the gallows or the electric chair, but then he quickly came across a minor snag with his star witness Maud. It turns out she was about as reliable as a bank statement belonging to a Nigerian prince. Brady's suspicions had been first aroused when he noticed that Maud couldn't appear to stick to the same version of events. In one version of her story, she barely drank anything at all before the incident, while in another version, she'd already downed between 8 to 10 whiskeys. Holy shit, that's a difference. It's like, one, no, I was sober as a judge. The other one, I was up, bro. I was wasted, son. In one version, she'd been a lifelong friend to Virginia Rapp, while in another version, they'd only met a few days prior to the party. These are huge differences. It felt as if Maud was just making stuff up on the spot without bothering to try and remember what she'd said in a previous statement. That was only the tip of the iceberg, and that is major differences. After digging a little deeper, Brady discovered that Maud had a pretty extensive criminal record for bigamy, fraud, and, oh dear me, extortion. Oh, what she does? Wow, how could this ever be used as extortion? And if that wasn't bad enough, it was later discovered that Maud had sent a telegram to her friend Virginia while she was still screaming in pain at the hospital. The 15 words say it all. "We have Roscoe Arbuckle in a hole here. Chance to make money out of him." Oh my god, Maud. That should all be thrown out immediately, Maud, because you, and I hope you get some punishment for whatever perjury you're committing here. Brady knew that there was no way that he could use Maud Delmont as a witness. Okay, she didn't perjure herself because they didn't get that far, but still, not cool. And bearing in mind that Maud's original allegations were the catalyst of all of this, he must have known that his case had now almost entirely fallen apart. But he wasn't going to let such a trivial matter get in the way of prosecution. Wow, he's got railroaded, hasn't he? He still seemed fiercely persistent in his pursuit of Roscoe Arbuckle.
There is no escape from this.
Why? Dude, your case fell apart, and he still wants to get the guy because he's like, I want to get the guy because of this, that thing falls apart, and he's still locked into getting the guy, which is just bad prosecutor. This is just bad work. We can only speculate why he was so keen to see Arbuckle's head on a spike. Brady had been described by acquaintances as a self-serving, ruthless man with blind ambition and a quick temper. Yeah, it's just going to look good for him to trial him, and if he wins, it's going to be good for his career. Wow. You. It's been suggested that he had his eyes on the job of California governor, and securing a successful prosecution against Hollywood's biggest star might ramp up his profile and credibility. But the decision on whether or not Arbuckle would ultimately face trial rested in the hands of police judge Sylvain Lazarus. Great name, Sylvain Lazarus. That's a cracker. And he eventually concluded that Arbuckle should indeed be put on trial, but on the reduced charge of manslaughter rather than first-degree murder. His reasoning, though, was very odd. Lazarus stated in his ruling to quote, and this is a long quote, here we go, "I do not find any evidence that Mr. Arbuckle either committed or attempted to commit. The court has been presented with the merest outline. The district attorney has barely presented enough facts to justify my holding the defendant on the charge which is here filed against him. But We are not trying Roscoe Arbuckle alone. We are not trying the screen celebrity who has given joy and pleasure to the entire world. We are actually, gentlemen, trying ourselves. What are you talking about? We are trying our present-day morals, our present-day social conditions, our present-day looseness on thought and lack of social balance. The issue here is really and truly larger than the guilt or innocence of this poor unfortunate man. The issue is universal and grows out of the conditions which are a matter of comment and notoriety and apprehension to every true lover and protector of our American institutions. I've decided to make a holding on the ground of manslaughter. What are you doing? You're just doing something that's like, let's have a look and see where this goes, even though I don't think he's guilty. Judge, what? Judge is a bit shit. Prosecutor's a bit shit. What's going on?
That is one big pile of shit.
And that's where the quote ends. The first important point to note here, contrary to how this saga is often reported, Roscoe Arbuckle was never once charged with our word. The second important point to note here is that everyone just seems to have gone a bit batshit crazy in their decision-making. Matthew Brady was pursuing a prosecution triggered by a known extortionist who couldn't get her story straight and who had already signaled her intention to get money out of Arbuckle. Aside from the two other party guests who later claimed to have heard Virginia confirming that Roscoe had hurt her, there was no other evidence to go on. Judge Lazarus seemed to agree that the case for the prosecution was woeful and that Arbuckle barely even deserved to be detained. But he's like, yeah, let's go anyway. What the judge? And yet it comes to the quite bizarre conclusion that Arbuckle should stand in the dock whilst the court ponders over modern-day morals and lack of social balance. But as he sat in his cell and pondered over his fate, he may have taken some comfort from the charge against him getting downgraded to something that didn't potentially conclude in execution by the state. He may also have pondered over how that yachting weekend with Buster Keaton might have panned out. He should have done that. He should have done that instead. Of course, this made all the headlines, and that's putting it mildly. It's often been said that O.J. Simpson's trial was the trial of the century, helped along in no small measure by the blanket live television coverage. But the trial of Fatty Arbuckle would have given O.J.'s trial a run for its money, and Arbuckle was arguably an even bigger star in the prime of his career. The newspapers couldn't get enough of it over the following months as doctored photographs of Arbuckle behind bars ran along headlines such as Arbuckle faces gallows, Fatty arraigned as slayer. Christ, the press is such a piece of shit. Some quarters of the press took a reasonably fair and balanced perspective of the unfolding events, but it seems that any of the massively popular newspapers owned by media baron William Randolph Hearst took a more sensationalist and judgmental stance. Well, given that William Randolph Hearst is basically famous for inventing yellow journalism, it's not really surprising. And yeah, those newspapers are pieces of shit. As Arbuckle was depicted as a clearly guilty drug addict, drunken philanderer who preyed on young defenseless women. Oh my god, he should be suing these people so hard. One editorial cartoon in her San Francisco Examiner was given the caption, "They walked into his parlor and portrayed Arbuckle at the center of a spider's web, drinking from 2 liquor bottles and contemplating the 7 women who have been caught in his web." Oh my god. Sue the shit out of them, Arbuckle. You might think that William Randolph Hearst was another individual who just added in for Arbuckle, but it sounds as if he was more about shifting newspapers. Famously so, he just wanted to make money, and he did. Every time another sensationalist Arbuckle story appeared on the front page, sales would go through the roof. As Hearst himself observed, "I sold more newspapers during the Arbuckle trials than when the Lusitania went down." But his papers went way, way too far. I'm not going to dwell on all of this in too much detail, but it's often wrongly reported that Arbuckle had to defend himself in court over the allegation that just prior to accidentally crushing Virginia Rapp to death, he had sexually assaulted her with a piece of ice, though this piece of ice later evolved into a Coke bottle and a champagne bottle. Not true at all. The story originated in one of Hearst's newspapers and was possibly a twisted version of a genuine moment when some of the party guests rubbed ice on Virginia's stomach to help calm and cool her down. But although this allegation pops up all the time in association with the trials of Roscoe Arbuckle, it never existed outside of the sickest fabrications thrown up from William Randolph Hearst's attempt to sell even more papers. Yeah, bad dude. Roscoe Arbuckle did get a bit of support from family and friends, most notably from his then estranged wife, Minta DeFree, who traveled from her mother's home in California to attend the first trial and pose for pictures, standing loyally by his side. If your ex-wife is coming and doing that for you, that should say something about the character of the dude. I think this is such a fucking chance. Like, it's just someone was trying to extort him and it got way out of control by a prosecutor who wants to railroad someone and a judge who is like keen on examining society's flaws for whatever fucking reason, and that piece of William Randolph Hearst, who's printing all this garbage in the newspapers. Studio executives apparently warned actors not to speak publicly in defense of Arbuckle, as the movie industry was keen to avoid any further association with this very first Hollywood scandal. All of Arbuckle's films had already been effectively banned from cinemas, although there was a general expectation that the ban would be lifted should Arbuckle be found innocent. It seems that most actors complied with the request from studios to keep stum, probably in fear of getting reprimanded or destroying their own careers. And it maybe wasn't too hard for them to keep quiet during the era of silent movies, as they already had a fair bit of practice in that kind of thing. But Buster Keaton and Charlie Chaplin were both brave enough to defy the instruction and speak to the press in support of Arbuckle. Also, but such big stars that they can't possibly, it's like they can't, what are you going to do? Not put Charlie Chaplin in a film because he spoke up? Like, yeah, you could put like a lower actor. You'd be like, he's not going to find work again, but he's Charlie Chaplin. He's going to find work. Not only were they good friends with the actor, but they would also have been aware that they were both such big crowd pullers that no studio in their right minds would have dared to fire them exactly. So Chaplin seemed more than happy to tell the press, I know Roscoe to be a genial, easygoing type, not harm a fly. A big chunk of the general public seemed to agree with this sentiment, perhaps finding it impossible to comprehend that the lovable, comical, roly-poly star of the silver screen could ever have been responsible for the death of an innocent woman. But not everyone was convinced of Arbuckle's innocence, and not everyone was patient enough to wait for a verdict. Before, Randolph Hearst as well. Before the main trial had even got underway, hundreds of women gathered around the San Francisco courthouse to protest against the acceptance of sexual misconduct in society and to call for Roscoe Arbuckle to be held accountable for his wicked crimes. And it was against this backdrop of vocal condemnation that Roscoe Arbuckle arrived at the city courthouse on the 14th of November 1921 to defend his name.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby.
Fatty's day out in court. It was always going to be a bit tricky dealing with a case in which most of the witnesses were completely plastered on illegal hooch, and the constant changing of stories and statements from everyone involved, notably Roscoe Arbuckle himself, made for a deeply confusing and chaotic trial. If it had ever been adapted into a blockbuster movie, they may as well have gone the whole hog and thrown in a few pie-in-the-face scenes for light relief. Still, maybe the medical experts and criminologists weren't always completely wasted during their involvement in the saga, and they might have been able to stick to the same story, but every time Matthew Brady appeared to land a sucker punch with one of his witnesses for the prosecution, the efforts were diluted somewhat when the same witness faced cross-examination from Arbuckle's defense counsel, Gavin McNabb. Grace Holtzen was a local nurse who had attended to Virginia after she'd been rushed to hospital. Grace appeared to glare angrily at Arbuckle throughout the testimony, as though she was utterly convinced of his guilt. She told Brady that she believed Arbuckle had raped Virginia, as there were bruises on her body and that her internal organs had been torn in a way that suggested brute force. But under cross-examination, Grace admitted that it was possible that the bruises could have been caused by the heavy jewelry that Virginia was wearing, and that the bladder rupture could have been the result of an existing medical condition. Venturing further back into the timeline of this tragedy, Brady posed questions to Dr. Arthur Beardsley, who had been the hotel doctor first on the scene in room 2109. Dr. Beardsley, who seemed to be of the opinion that Virginia's ruptured bladder may have been caused by external force, despite the fact that he initially seemed to conclude that Virginia was just suffering from the effects of heavy intoxication. The doctor later admitted to Gavin McNabb that during the whole period he spent with his patient, Virginia never once said anything that implicated Roscoe Arbuckle. This just seems like the person who kicked this all off was trying to extort him. This is ridiculous. The local criminologist, Dr. Edwin Heinrich, sent a shockwave through the court when he took the stand with what he believed to be compelling evidence, something which Brady's prosecution case had been so far very much lacking. Okay, let's go. Let's see what this is. Dr. Heinrich claims that he had come into possession of Virginia's fingerprints on the door handle of the hotel room, which were superimposed by Arbuckle's fingerprints, indicating that Virginia had tried to get out of the room, but Arbuckle had placed his hand over hers and slammed the door shut in a bid to prevent her escape. Okay, I mean, if that's the case, and that is legitimate science, that's fairly compelling stuff. However, here we go. A former federal investigator, Ignatius McCarthy, later took the stand and proposed that he believed the fingerprints were faked, whilst the hotel maid insisted that the whole room had been comprehensively cleaned several times from top to bottom before any investigation took place. Okay, well, they need to have, you've got to have a chain of evidence, right? It can't just be this guy is just making this up. There needs to be evidence of those fingerprints being collected by the police and then being handed off to him for analysis. And then them being the same thing. It's called the chain of custody, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, you're right.
Well, the experts aren't doing a very good job of convincing anyone of Arbuckle's guilt, so let's see how we fare with those inebriated party guests. What about those other two guests who claim to have heard Virginia confirm that Arbuckle was responsible? Well, chorus girl Alice Blake proved to be a bit of a non-starter. Although she initially told police that she had heard Virginia speak, she now appeared to have had a change in her recollection and refused to confirm this in court. Yes, the sort of thing you'd be like, yeah, I think so, but then it's like, under oath? Much bigger deal. Meanwhile, the other guest, Zay Prevon, went several stages further in demolishing the prosecution and making a mockery of her original police statement. She now said, I didn't see very much, and I was repeating what Maud Delmont told me. Virginia Rapp went into the bedroom with Roscoe Arbuckle because she wanted to. That's all I have to say. Well, that kind of destroys it, right? She was like the other person. There were two witnesses, or 3 witnesses. 2 of them have said, like, no, that's not what it was. And the third one was trying to extort him. So no. Well, it wasn't quite all she had to say. For an encore, she went on to say that she'd always considered Arbuckle to be a kind and thoughtful man. The prosecution rests. Jesus Christ. That's your witness you called prosecution? What are you up to? Still, Brady Matthew had another party guest witness to pull out of the hat. This time it was model Betty Campbell, who revealed in her testimony that Arbuckle was smiling a few hours after the incident. And that's it. I think Brady was trying to convey the message that Arbuckle hadn't shown the slightest bit of remorse or concern after a guest had been taken ill at his party. Well, that's because he probably thinks that she's just had too much to drink. So he's like, hey, good party! But Brady may have been better off asking Betty Campbell to stay home. Later under cross-examination, Betty admitted that the prosecution had threatened to get her sent to prison if she didn't cooperate and testify against Arbuckle. Holy shit, dude. That is some serious stuff. So far, thrown in prison for what? So far, Roscoe Arbuckle probably wasn't sweating too much over the verdict, as the prosecution seemed to be tripping itself up at every turn and performing a series of comedy pratfalls for the courtroom audience. Yeah, just wait till they get called for the defense. Jesus. When he took the stand himself, a testimony that spanned over 4 hours, he appeared remarkably calm and measured, as if perhaps a little tired after having swapped his lavish millionaire lifestyle for a couple of months of behind bars. But the curious thing about Arbuckle's defense is that his story had changed significantly since it originally told the police and press that he had never once been alone with Virginia Rapp, who had suddenly become hysterical and started stripping off her clothes in the main party room. This is the most suspicious thing, that he changed his story. So we have to ask, why? Why did this change? Let's find out. This is the most suspicious thing that I think we've seen so far. He now claims that he had wandered into his bedroom in room 1219 in order to finally change out of those pajamas, bathrobe, and slippers. He was surprised to discover Virginia vomiting in the toilet of his bathroom. Initially assuming, like many others, that she'd just had too much to drink, he became more concerned when Virginia began trying to tear off her clothes while screaming in pain. Arbuckle helped her out of her dress and laid her down on the bed, spending no more than 10 minutes alone with her before he called in other guests to help. One of the other guests was Maud Delmont, who applied ice to Virginia's stomach to try and cool her down, but it sounds as if Maud then needed calming down herself, as she suddenly became very confrontational with Arbuckle, who eventually lost his patience and threatened to throw Maud, not Virginia, out of the window if she didn't shut up. I think we're meant to assume that Arbuckle was just annoyed in the heat of the moment and had no intention of carrying out his threat, but it's still a bit weird to admit that you were threatening to throw a woman out of a top-story hotel window whilst trying to defend yourself on a manslaughter charge. I think it speaks to the fact that he didn't mean it. He wouldn't bring it up because it's just his word against hers. He wouldn't bring it up and say, like, I never said that, if he wasn't being honest. But it just seems to be like, oh yeah, I said that. I didn't mean it. Obviously, I wasn't going to throw out the window. That's absurd. In fact, the whole defense from Arbuckle is a little puzzling, and you have to wonder why this version clashes so much with his original statements to the police and the press. It could be construed that he was guilty and was now panicking after realizing his original story wasn't strong enough, as nobody else at the party witnessed Virginia tearing off her clothes in the party room. Or it could have been that he was reluctant to admit in his original statement that he'd ever been alone in a hotel bedroom with a partially undressed woman who died 4 days later, but now he had been forced to reveal more of the truth to prove his innocence. It's really suspicious. This is super suspicious, but I do lean towards that because the prosecution's just so weak, and this is all built upon someone who wrote down that she wanted to extort him, basically. Whatever the case, it seems that the other defense witness called up by Gavin McNabb did a much better job of defending Arbuckle than Arbuckle himself. Medical evidence was presented to the court which showed that there was no case of a spontaneous ruptured bladder. Whoa, okay. Doctors testified that Virginia had a pre-existing chronic bladder condition, whilst a nurse revealed that Virginia had complained of severe abdominal pain 6 weeks prior to the party. The coroner concluded that Virginia Rapp had been suffering from chronic inflammation of the bladder and acute peritonitis, and whilst there were a few bruises on her body, there was no evidence whatsoever of an attempted sexual assault. Well, this kind of blows it apart then, doesn't it? Because there's going to be evidence of that. Because if someone's accusing someone of like R-word, they're going to check if that happened. I don't know if they could do that in the 1920s or whatever, but I'm assuming like no evidence of it, of attempted sexual assault. I mean, there's just nothing to this. One final interesting point about the defense is that Gavin McNabb had originally intended to present several other unsavory implications regarding Virginia's personal life and medical history, but Arbuckle himself had reportedly requested him to drop this angle out of respect for Virginia Rapp. The defense was probably still pretty confident of a not guilty verdict, though. However, it was not to be. After 44 hours of deliberation, the jury conceded defeat and returned to the courtroom to declare a hung jury. They were deadlocked 10-2, majority in favor of acquittal, and a mistrial was ruled. Wait, 10-2 in favor of acquittal? How's that? Isn't that enough? I thought they just need one juror to be like, wait, they need 3? Is that right? 3 out of 12? Some of the jury members who had voted against conviction later admitted that they felt that Arbuckle was probably guilty, but not beyond reasonable doubt. There's something a bit dodgy about the selected jury, though. One of the 2 jury members who voted for conviction went by the name of Helen Hubbard, and she had been particularly vocal in her condemnation of Roscoe Arbuckle right from the very beginning, whilst forming an opinion ahead of it, isn't it? She had reportedly told other jurors that she would continue voting guilty until hell freezes over, and had refused to even examine exhibits or read transcripts during the deliberations. How are you not kicked out for this? It turns out that her husband was a lawyer with close connections to prosecutor Matthew Brady. How are you on that jury? That is a conflict of interest. But she never tried to hide this, and indeed felt quite surprised herself that she had made it through the selection process. She also strongly maintained that her marriage had nothing to do with her judgment. She was convinced that Arbuckle was guilty. Well, why don't you look at some of the evidence, then, if you're so convinced? But if you were to listen to Gavin McNabb's and Roscoe Arbuckle's public response to the hung jury, you'd be forgiven for thinking that they hadn't been in the same courtroom when the verdict was declared. There were 2 jury members who had voted for conviction. The other was called Thomas Kilkenny, but unlike Helen Hubbard, he refused to speak to the press afterward, and so it seemed that he was very conveniently forgotten, whilst all the blame of the verdict was pinned on the apparently hostile and prejudiced Helen Hibbard. Gavin McNabb even began making blatantly false public statements in which he referred to an entirely fictitious 11-1 verdict. Meanwhile, here's Arbuckle's take on the hung jury, if we're to assume that he had any hand in putting together the public statements. But for one woman on the jury of 12 representatives, men and women, a woman who refused to allow her fellow jurors to discuss the evidence or reason with her, and who would not give any explanation for her attitude, my trial would have resulted in an immediate acquittal. It's worth remembering that at this point, women only had very recently been legally allowed to serve on some US juries, and were still considered ineligible in most states. The defense team's angle seemed to be along the lines of, see what happens when you put a woman on the jury. Whatever next, a woman judge, it's political correctness gone mad. Maybe the next jury would be kinder to Arbuckle's cause, or maybe not. Arbuckle's defense team certainly seemed a lot more relaxed during the second trial, which got underway on January 11th, 1922. Well, that was one way of looking at it. Another way of looking at it is they were so confident of a favorable outcome that they could barely be bothered to put up a defense. Whoa, do your job, lawyers. I'm sure he's paying you a lot of money. Make the effort, huh? In fact, Gavin McNabb decided that Arbuckle didn't even need to testify for this one, and McNabb himself didn't even bother to deliver a closing statement. It was as if he was just either hoping to squeeze in a few extra rounds of golf over the next few weeks, or he just assumed it was in the bag. If the case for prosecution was a little shaky during the first trial, it was positively convulsing in death spasms by the time it got to the second. One witness for the prosecution we didn't mention during the first trial was the studio security guard Jesse Norgard, who had originally testified that Arbuckle once approached him with a cash bribe in return for the keys to Virginia Rapp's dressing room. Oh my. Jesse said that Arbuckle had insisted that he just wanted to play a little prank on the actress, but Jesse didn't trust him and refused to hand over the keys. This didn't really lead anywhere during the first trial. Arbuckle openly laughed off the suggestion as ridiculous and claimed that he would never have done such a thing. But during the second trial, more evidence came to light. Jesse Norgard already had a criminal record, and he was currently facing charges over the sexual assault of an 8-year-old girl. Oh my god. Well, for one, what the And the second thing, I thought it was going to be like more evidence occurred, like there was video of him asking this dude for the keys, which obviously wouldn't be because it's 1920s, but you know what I mean. I thought it was going to go on his side, but it's not. It's going on the other side. Jesse had been offered a potential sentence reduction from Matthew Brady if he agreed to provide some sort of testimony against Arbuckle. Write it off immediately. That is incredibly corrupt. So it sounds as if he just made something juicy up to try and shave a few years off his prison time. Dr. Heinrich was back in court for the retrial. He was the criminologist who claims that he came across incriminating overlapping fingerprints on the handle of the door, which had already been debunked by a formal federal investigator and the hotel maid. Dr. Heinrich now took back his original testimony and revealed that he himself had been mistaken about the authenticity of the fingerprints and now believed them to be fake. Wow, okay, this is just cooked. Your prosecution is cooked. No wonder this guy was like, I don't need to do a closing statement. This is insane. Let's just go play golf and let them just give us non-guilty and we'll get out of here. I'd recommend you go into it full bore defense, but I can see why they might want to slack off because this prosecution is a joke. And Party Gazette Prevon made another appearance, this time to testify that Matthew Brady had intimidated her and forced her to lie in her original police statement. There seemed to be so little going for the prosecution that the outcome may have seemed like a no-brainer. But the verdict was surprising. After another 40 hours of deliberations, another hung jury was declared, leading to another mistrial. Once again, the jury had found themselves deadlocked in a 10-2 vote, but this time the 10-2 majority was quite bizarrely in favor of conviction of Roscoe Arbuckle. What is going on? It was later suggested that the lack of testimony from Arbuckle and the sheer laziness of the defense had suggested to the jury that the defense didn't expect a favorable outcome and couldn't be asked to put up a fight. Oh my God, they're not putting up a fight because they think they're going to win. The prosecution has nothing. The defense team, they knew they had to up their game for the third trial, which began on the 13th of March 1922, and this time they were pulling no punches. In fact, they got incredibly nasty. Remember when Arbuckle requested that his defense team should show respect to the dead and refrain from digging up dirt on Virginia Rapp's private life? Well, that idea went out the window of a top-story hotel room. I mean, look, at some point, you done 2 trials, have been mistrials. It's like, okay, look, we thought this was going to be a shoe-in, but we got to pull out the big guns, and we just got to get this done, Fatty. And Fatty's like, okay, guys, let's go. Gavin McNabb found witnesses who claimed that Virginia often drank heavily at parties and had a habit of taking her clothes off in front of the other guests, and shock horror was known to be sexually active. It also implied that her health conditions had been further complicated by as many as 5 backyard abortions dating from when she was a young teenager, and that some of those illegal procedures may have been badly botched. It's hugely important to note that I couldn't find a single scrap of compelling evidence that any of this was remotely true, and there is no medical proof that Virginia had ever had an abortion in her life. But Gavin McNabb was ruthless in his determination to paint the victim as an out-of-control, sexually promiscuous exhibitionist drunk who had brought all of this on herself. I'd like to think there were other factors which resulted in the jury taking a more favorable view of Arbuckle the third time around. Arbuckle gave a heartfelt testimony in which he again protested his innocence, and McNabb had clearly woken up as he delivered a robust defense and tore the prosecution witnesses to shreds. In his closing statements, McNabb appeared to passionately expose the sheer ludicrousness of a case which should have never come to court. He explained how Matthew Brady had been conned by the testimony of a known extortionist described as the complaining witness that never witnessed, and had then proceeded to build a case by bullying other supposed witnesses into making false statements. This is so corrupt and so bad. If I was that other lawyer, I'd be worried I'm going to get disbarred, or whoever's doing the pushing of the false statements. That feels criminal. The prosecution really had nothing to fall back on this time, and the jury knew it. After the protracted deliberations of the first 2 trials, this third jury took a mere 6 minutes to declare their unanimous verdict: Roscoe Arbuckle is not guilty. This could have all been avoided, defense, if you did your job the second time around, okay? Don't get lazy. I say it took 6 minutes for the jury to make up their minds. They must have spent at least 4 or 5 of those minutes putting together a statement which effectively served as an apology on behalf of the United States for ever putting Arbuckle on trial in the first place. Seeing as the jury might have been pushed for time, I'm sure Arbuckle would have been more than happy with something short and snappy and to the point. Something along the lines of, "Soz, fatty." But the statement read out in court by the jury foreman went way beyond that, and let's read it in full now. Acquittal is not enough for Roscoe Arbuckle. We feel that a great injustice has been done to him. We feel also that it was only our plain duty to give him this exoneration under the evidence, for there was not the slightest proof adduced to connect him in any way with the commission of a crime. He was manly throughout the case and told a straightforward story on the witness stand, which we all believed. The happening at the hotel was an unfortunate affair for which Arbuckle, so the evidence shows, was in no way responsible. We wish him success and hope the American people will take the judgment of 14 men and women who have sat listening for 31 days to evidence that Roscoe Arbuckle is entirely innocent and free from all blame. This witness statement was then passed directly on to Arbuckle, who is reported to have treasured it for the rest of his life. I bet he especially liked the bit where they called him manly. I'd never have gotten that kind of praise from Helen Bloody Hubbard. He didn't get off entirely scot-free. Let's not forget the scoundrel was hosting a party flowing with illegal booze during Prohibition. For that, he was fined $500 after being found guilty of violating the Volstead Act. He's like, oh no, just throws some money at them while he walks out of court. But I wouldn't imagine that kept him awake at night. No, I imagine it wouldn't. He was fairly rich. I don't think we'll ever know for sure what exactly happened in room 1219 on the 5th of September, 1921. Perhaps Roscoe Arbuckle was telling the complete truth, but it's suspicious that he felt compelled to change his story so dramatically and rendered the original version, in which he insisted he had never been alone with the Virginia, a tissue of lies. If the story could change so much from the original police statements to the court testimony, could it have changed again under further pressure? Was Roscoe Arbuckle still hiding something? I'm quite intrigued that the opinion at the time seemed to be firmly divided into 2 distinct camps. Roscoe Arbuckle was either a sexual predator who was responsible for the death of Virginia Rapp, or he was a man who had just happened to wander her into his own hotel room as a party guest fell ill. There seems to be little suggestion of anything in between. Could Arbuckle not have been telling the whole truth about the events which were not a criminal nature, but also not something that he wanted made public? The fact that Arbuckle was in his pajamas and Virginia was partially undressed during their time together in the hotel room was always going to raise a few eyebrows. Whilst Arbuckle was separated from his wife Midger at the time, he was still legally married and wasn't known for chasing other women. It's not entirely implausible that something entirely consensual was going on between Arbuckle and Virginia in the hotel room before Virginia suddenly became ill, but Arbuckle didn't want this to be known. And yet surely he would eventually decided that telling the whole truth and just facing a little embarrassment about any intimate details was a better option than just making shit up and facing the risk of getting sent to prison for manslaughter. I think, in my opinion, what probably was the case was at first he was embarrassed about this, and so he told a slightly different story, and then he was more calculating about it and decided what he needed to say and what he didn't, and he saw how weak the prosecution case was, and he was like, cool, to get off on this, I don't need to. And his lawyer probably said, you don't need to reveal this stuff, and it's not material to the case, so don't. Whilst we don't ever know all the details, we do know that Virginia Rapp tragically died from a pre-existing health condition which had been causing her grief for quite some time, and that Roscoe Arbuckle had been cleared of any charges relating to her death and was now free to pursue the next chapter of his movie career. However, the career of one of the most famous silent stars in the world was about to go through a particularly quiet phase. Fatty's downhill ride. Arbuckle wasn't exactly rolling around in money by the time the trials were finally over. His juicy $3 million contract with Paramount had been terminated, and he had to sell his mansion and his cars to pay off the $700,000 he now owed in legal fees to his attorneys. That's close to $12 million in today's money. You'd think Gavin McNabb might have at least offered him compensatory discount for practically falling asleep during the second trial. Yes, he bloody well should have. Arbuckle was keen to get back to work and back on the payroll, but despite his acquittal, he was to find that his old films were still banned and that he had become the first Hollywood star to be blacklisted by the industry. Hollywood had been rocked by the scandal and was now a general vibe that Tinseltown's mask had slipped to reveal a dark underbelly of wild parties and debauchery and illegal booze and adultery. Protest groups were now suggesting that the still completely unregulated industry was built on a foundation of immorality and that the studios had free reign to produce their corrupted material without fear of restriction or any kind of censorship. Looking back, it's a bit strange to think that long before the days of age rating certificates for movies, a young child could technically be let inside a cinema to watch adult material. Yeah, it's not exactly the most shocking thing about the past, though, is it? There's all sorts of shit. Still, you would hope the cinema staff would exercise their own common sense policy of 7-year-old Timmy Biscuit not being able to see Murder Rampage of lusty naked space vixens on cocaine. I don't know. I'd watch that. I mean, I'm old, but a 7-year-old Simon would have loved to see Murder Rampage of lusty naked space vixens on cocaine.
What's cocaine? What's a vixen?
But now the Hollywood bosses were getting a bit nervous that the US government might start sniffing around and imposing their own strict regulations on the relatively new industry. Yep, regulate yourself or get regulated. That is how it goes. So in a preemptive strike, the major movers and shakers in Hollywood got together to form a new organization called the Motion Picture Producers and Distributors of America and stuck the former postmaster, William H. Hayes, in charge of it. The idea was that Hayes would still be cleaning up the darker corners of a now self-regulating and self-censoring Hollywood without the need for national interference. The later introduction of the Code of Conduct Guidelines, known as the Hayes Code, was a hugely important milestone in the movie industry, sowing the seeds for the end of the pre-code era and heralding a new dawn in which film studios could no longer get away with producing any old muck. But one of Hayes' very first acts as the head of the new organization, which would change the landscape of cinema forever, was to ban the screenings of any old Roscoe Arbuckle films and also ban him from appearing in any new ones. Good lord, they just sue. The ruling was carried out very much at the behest of the studio moguls who had installed Hayes in the organization to do their bidding. His career's just destroyed, and he did nothing. Although Arbuckle had been acquitted just 10 days before this announcement, Hayes later recalled in an autobiography that the studios felt the scandal had tainted the whole industry, and Arbuckle had to be thrown under the bus to deflect any further speculation about what the other wealthy movie stars might be getting up to in their spare time. There was no space for the toxic Arbuckle in this new squeaky clean Hollywood, whether he had been proved innocent or not. This is partly the reason why so many of Roscoe Arbuckle's hundreds of films no longer exist today. There wasn't much effort made to preserve films in the early days anyway, which is why so many other silent classics have been lost to the sands of time, will never be seen again. But Arbuckle's surviving back catalogue is particularly sparse in comparison to his contemporaries, and this could be down to the fact that many of the films were banned or burned or tossed in the bin on the grounds that they were rendered utterly useless and worthless by the ban. He certainly hasn't been erased from history, as you can still watch restored Fatty Arbuckle films on DVD today, today, but around half of his extensive entire back catalogue has been destroyed. Whilst the ban may have seemed a harsh punishment for an innocent man, it only actually lasted 8 months before William H. Hayes grew a backbone and generously moved to lift it. However, for many years afterwards, theatres were still reluctant to show old Arbuckle movies, and the actor found it difficult to find work. During these wilderness years, his old mate Buster Keaton had already closed down the old comic production company, but had since formed his own new, bigger production company called Buster Keaton Comedies, and now agreed to give 35% of all the company's profits to Arbuckle to help alleviate his financial stress. Buster Keaton, you legend. That is good friendship right there, and I love it. But Arbuckle still found himself on a downer and turned back to the bottle after his personal life took a tumble alongside his professional career. Yeah, I mean, it's nice that he gets 35% of the profits, and I'm sure that's plenty of money to keep him going and stuff, but he's also an actor. He wants to act and he wants to perform. It's not just about the money. It's just sad if you don't get to do that. I'm not an actor, but I like making these videos. And if I just got paid and didn't do that, it would be a genuine bummer. I don't like to sit around on my arse all day and just get paid for doing nothing. I mean, I do, but I also like working and doing this. His estranged wife, Minter DeFee, eventually filed for divorce in 1925, yet she stayed good friends with Roscoe and later noted, "Roscoe was the most generous human being I've ever met. If I had to do it all over again, I'd still marry the same man." Arbuckle swiftly remarried the same year to actress Doris Dean, but his alcoholism led to an unhappy relationship, and Doris filed for divorce just 3 years later on the grounds of desertion. Although Arbuckle eventually managed to get a few bit parts in shorts in the 1920s, it was a far cry from the heady days when he was the leading star in feature films. One of the entries into his IMDb profile during this period says it all, really. The former headliner of 5 reel epics was reduced to this kind of entry for the lost 1927 short, Listen, Lena. Fat man with strategically covered face, uncredited. Between 1924 and 1932, he had a little more success behind the camera than in front of it, although the cinema audience wouldn't have been aware of this at the time. He worked as a director on a series of low-profile shorts under the pseudonym William Goodrich, a slight twist on his original idea of Will Be Good, which sounded more like an apologetic promise than a pseudonym. Actress Louise Brooks recalls feeling a sense of excitement when she realized she was going to be directed by the legendary Roscoe Arbuckle in the 1931 comic short Windy Riley Goes to Hollywood, but she was left somewhat disappointed by his lack of energy on set. She's revealed he made no attempt to direct this picture. He just sat in the director's chair like a dead man. However, things were finally beginning to look up for Arbuckle by 1932 in both his professional and personal life. After finally putting down the whiskey bottle, he married his third wife, actress Addie MacPhail, and the happy couple would remain together for the rest of Arbuckle's life. The very same year, Fatty Arbuckle was destined to make a surprising bounce back to the silver screen. He signed a deal with Warner Brothers to star in 6 two-reelers shown in 1932 and 1933, all of which would be well received. The silent film star even got the chance to use his voice in these newfangled talkie pictures for the first time. 4 of these shorts had already been released by the time Arbuckle and Addie MacPhail were celebrating their first wedding anniversary on the 28th of June 1933. The couple had invited a small group of friends out to dinner as a joint celebration of the wedding anniversary and the beginning of Roscoe Arbuckle's remarkable comeback, which now looks set to go one step further with the talk of a new Warner Brothers feature film on the horizon. Arbuckle is reported to have told his friends, "This is the best day of my life," as they all chinked glasses and tucked into their crab meat cocktails. The very same night, Roscoe Fatty Arbuckle died in his sleep from a heart attack at the age of 46. Wow, day to go out though. If you're saying this is the best day of my life and you die that night, you died happy, but only 46. It's often remarked upon that the comic career of Roscoe Arbuckle ended up playing out as a tragedy. One of the biggest and greatest talents to emerge from the very early days of Hollywood had his career destroyed by scandalous allegations of which he was fully acquitted, yet he still couldn't escape the blacklist and cancellation. And whilst his contemporaries would forever be etched into legend over the course of the next century, Roscoe Arbuckle's legacy was largely demolished and forgotten. It's certainly a story in which appalling behavior was displayed on both sides, and a very few people involved in the saga came out of it looking good. The Circus Trials were sparked by an extortionist looking to squeeze money out of a Hollywood legend by making wild accusations. These were pursued by attorney Matthew Brady, who appeared to be trying to further his own career by intimidating witnesses into lying to prop up his crumbling case. I really hope he got in trouble for that. We didn't get a follow-up on that, which means he probably didn't get in trouble, but it's so unethical. He should have his bar license removed or whatever they do. Roscoe Arbuckle gave conflicting accounts of what happened that night and then helped his defense team push a false narrative in which the hung jury of the first trial could be entirely blamed on one vindictive female juror. After falling asleep during the second trial, his defense team managed to secure an acquittal for the third, but only after resorting to a shameless character assassination of Virginia Rapp. And this, perhaps, is the biggest tragedy of all. Virginia Rapp is one of the few characters in this tale who did nothing wrong at all, aside from falling seriously ill at the wrong time and the wrong place. Even years after her death, the rumors still swirled that she was a troublesome alcoholic parasite who was down in the gutter and who once spread public lice around Keystone Studios. There's no evidence to suggest that she was anything other than a young, talented talented and successful woman who was just trying to forge a new career in the movie industry. But after her life was cut short by an incredibly painful health condition, her name was dragged through the mud by the gutter press, who were keen to sell a story, and the defense team, who were keen to get their clients off the hook at any cost. In some people's eyes, Virginia is ruthlessly dismissed as the desperate hanger-on who was inconsiderate enough to fall ill during a party and to great inconvenience to a movie star. If only she'd stayed at home and died somewhere out of the way. No, she's innocent in this story. She doesn't even accuse him of anything. It's ridiculous. Maud is the woman who really kicked this all off. I don't like her. There are actually plenty of if-onlys from the perspective of Roscoe Arbuckle. If only the police judge, Sylvie and Lazarus, hadn't brought the case to trial for the most unfathomable of reasons, despite believing he was probably innocent. If only Arbuckle hadn't decided to throw an illegal party. If only he had accepted the alternative offer of a nice yachting weekend with Buster Keaton. If only he had decided to stay home and rest his scorched buttocks. And whilst the reputation of a seriously ill woman was so callously ripped apart following her tragic death, I think it's reasonable to reserve some sympathy for Roscoe Arbuckle, whose own legacy was swiftly destroyed from the consequences of a party that should never have been thrown. Yes, there can absolutely be two people who suffer because of this. He's often still regarded by some as the disgraced actor who sexually assaulted a woman with a champagne bottle, which did not happen. That's just like William Randolph Hearst and his yellow journalism bullshit. This blatant press fabrication is a far cry from the eulogy by someone who actually knew him, 20th Century Fox co-founder Joseph Schneck. To quote him, "All who have ever known the real Roscoe Arbuckle will always treasure the great, generous heart of the man. His was the tragedy of a man born to make the world laugh and to receive only suffering as his reward, and to the end he held no malice." End quote. Cinema aficionados may still remember Roscoe Fatty Arbuckle as an early pioneer in comic genius, but many more will remember him as an early victim of cancel culture, and the man who accidentally prompted a far-reaching cleanup of Hollywood, which spelt the end of the pre-code era. When it comes to his actual film career, and all those missing movies, the superstar of silent cinema was the talk of the town for so many years before, sadly, slipping in to a century-long silence. B-movie double feature, The Curse of Fatty Arbuckle. Perhaps Roscoe might be better remembered today if a recent blockbuster movie chronicled his mighty rise and fall. It makes you wonder why nobody has bothered, as the story seems like prime popcorn fodder. It does. This would make a great movie. Well, it turns out that such a movie has been in development hell for several decades, but the problem is that the big name attached to the star role has always ended up dropping dead before the camera can start rolling. Blues Brothers star John Belushi was one of the first names attached to the screenplay, but then he died after being given a fatal speedball shot in 1982. Stand-up comedian and actor Sam Kinison was later offered the role, but he was tragically killed in 1992 in a car collision with a drunk driver. John Candy was said to have signed on to play Arbuckle before he suddenly died from a heart attack in his sleep in 1994, and comedian Chris Farley was reportedly offered the role on the condition that the troubled star stay clean for 2 years in order to film and to secure insurance. He died from a drug overdose in 1997 at 33. The fact that all these actors died so suddenly and so closely to the time that they were connected to the famous role has naturally led to speculation that the project is haunted by the curse of Fatty Arbuckle's ghost, whose spectre looms large over any attempt to put him back on the cinema screen. It's an intriguing thought and also total nonsense. Perhaps a more likely explanation is that a certain breed and shape of actor would be required to comfortably fill Roscoe Arbuckle's shoes, and without wanting to sound too mean, that's unlikely to be an actor who has a gym membership and treats his body like a temple. In some of these cases, the cause of death is more likely to be related to a speedball injection and too many KFC buckets than any curse. Still, with the project apparently still in development, it would be a brave man to risk permanent cancellation of a very different kind by signing on the dotted line. And that's where we end today's episode of the podcast. Thank you so much for being here. Fascinating story. Like an hour and a bit went by, an hour and a half almost, and I was just completely absorbed. Thank you, Danny, for writing it. Thank you to Jen, who does the fantastic editing on this show, and I'll see you next time. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, hello there. I'm your host, Simon Wamster. One of my writers in this case, Matthew. Thank you, Matthew. Graham Young, the teacup poisoners who we're talking about today. I don't think I've ever heard of this one. Oh, it's English, though. I suppose Graham Young does. Well, does he sound English? I feel like Graham Young could also... I don't know, some names are typically English, and then I saw this was English. Oh, you know what's making me think of Englishness? It's teacup. I'm like, this gave English vibes, and then I see England there in the first word, and I'm like, oh, the title's got English vibes. It's not the name. It's the cool fact that he's called the bloody teacup poisoner. Teacup. Afternoon tea. It's very British.
What about 11s? Luncheon. Afternoon tea. dinner, supper.
Let's just jump in, shall we? The format of the show, if you're new here, is Matt's written this for me. I've never read it before. We're going to explore it together and find out all about someone who's poisoning people. Let's go. On the 14th of June, 1856, Dr. William Palmer of Staffordshire, England, was led to the gallows to be hanged. By this point, he had spent over 1 year in prison awaiting this day, but before stepping to the rope, he looked down at the trapdoor on which he would soon be standing and asked the prison's hangman if it was sturdy. Minutes later, the doctor died in front of a crowd of 30,000 people. Throughout his life, Dr. Palmer often found himself heavily indebted to those around him for various reasons, primarily his love of gambling and betting on the horse races. Why was he so in debt? I was addicted to gambling, obviously. I mean, people are in debt, obviously, for other reasons than that, but like, gambling is a disaster. We talked about this before on the show, but gambling, I'm like, it should obviously be heavily regulated. And then the internet came along, and it's like, holy shit. Just like so much gambling on the internet made it so easily accessible. And it's just like, I don't know, I just don't like it at all. And also in the UK, it's like one of those things where like, oh, well, I don't like smoking very much, but at least the government makes loads of money off it. In the UK, it's like, no, you go to the casino, it's all tax-free. You don't have to pay taxes on gambling winnings. What the UK? Get that shit together. Start taxing the shit out of that. Be like, yo, 50%. Why the not? People will do it anyway. And if they don't, good. It's a win-win. Get that shit together, UK. Come on.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
However, despite this, he always found a way to make ends meet and avoid the consequences of an increasingly risky behavior. That is until, in the years that immediately preceded his death, those debts became overwhelming. Oh, don't worry about it. Just borrow more money and go gamble at the casino and you'll make all of it back and pay off your debtors. Oh, wait, there's a flaw in that plan. He's probably tried it already many times. It's just like,
no, just a little bit more blackjack and we'll get there.
How's our Bitcoin mining operation going?
1 year before his execution, when the doctor was 31 years old, he attended a horse race alongside his friend John Parson Cook and used the last of his remaining money to place a series of large risky bets in a large last-ditch effort to avoid debtor's prison. I literally didn't read that ahead, and he's doing exactly what I suggested in a joking manner. Oh my god, when you're so far in the hole, you're just like, well, there's only one way out, and it can't possibly get any worse, except it can get worse. And also in the past, there was debtor's prison. It's like, it's not just like, oh yeah, it's going to ruin your life, and you're going to go bankrupt, and then it's going to be a horrible time. It's like, no, they'll put you inside a prison and make you work it off for years. Oh my god, it was a past, everybody. Look, as much as I think, there should be more regulation around gambling, I don't think we should put people in debt in prison. These bets, unfortunately, did not pay out. However, Cook, who had also bet that day using part of a £12,000 inherited fortune, won big. When all was said and done, Cook walked away with the promissory notes for an additional £3,000 from Palmer and many other race attendees. Oh my lord. Over the next few days, as Cook began to collect on these debts, he suddenly became inexplicably ill, and Dr. Palmer took charge of his care. Uh-oh, conflict of interest much? Soon after, he's like, no, I took the Hippocratic Oath, I'd never kill you, my man. Ignore that large amount of money that I owe you that I cannot possibly afford. Maybe if I heal you, you'll let me off. I'm not letting you off. Fix me and we'll get it back. Soon after, the man died, and his betting books, his winnings, and a large portion of his inheritance disappeared without a trace. Uh-oh, Dr. Palmer, you're looking pretty fucking guilty right now. And the fact that you'll be hung in a year speaks to, 1, your guilt, and 2, the fact that they hung people real quick back in the day.
First time.
It's like that Ceausescu, when it's like, yeah. Okay, well, you've been a very naughty boy, and we're sentencing you to death. All right, out to the courtyard with you. And your wife. Oh, On his death certificate, Palmer wrote that Cook died of apoplexy. However, witnesses soon came forward claiming otherwise. They said Cook had expressed concerns to them shortly before his death that Dr. Palmer had been slipping poison into his food and drink. Yo, if someone's like, yo, my doctor is poisoning me, you should take that seriously, because either that person's mentally ill or their doctor is poisoning them, or they're just wrong. But that does seem unlikely. Whatever it is, you should definitely look into it. And at the very least, phone the hospital or phone the practice and just be like, I've got these suspicions. They'll be like,
you're crazy.
But we're going to look into it because that's professional responsibility. Would they look into it? I feel like they'd look into it. But then, because this guy's not a crazy person. It's not like he's in a mental hospital. He's just a dude who got sick. Apparently quite a rich dude. When was this? Like back in the day? 1856, and he inherited £12,000? He's rich. That's a lot of money back in the day. And obviously, rich people get taken more seriously.
I mean, that's how the world works, right?
During Cook's post-mortem examination, Dr. Palmer attempted to sabotage many of the tests that the coroner was performing by requesting to be inside the room during the time of the examination, showing up drunk and bumping repeatedly into the other examiners and stealing and hiding Cook's intestines so that they could not be tested for traces of poison. Dr. Palmer, what are you up to? No wonder you got executed. This is the sketch. You're a doctor. You must have at least a slightly big brain. Come on.
Are you stupid or something?
When the coroner demanded that he return the missing organs, Palmer then attempted to bribe the man with a £10 note, requesting that he document Cook's cause of death as natural causes. Look, man, I'll give you a tenner. Just right on there, apoplexy. Oh, it's all good. Unsurprisingly, Palmer was soon arrested for murder, and during his trial, the full details of his life, his debts, and the circumstances surrounding Cook's death were all made public. This was certainly bad for his image. However, what made it even worse was the revelation that death seemed to follow the doctor wherever he went. Uh-oh. I thought it was just Cook. Wait, he's been doing this for ages and he's this shit at it? How'd he get away with it for so long? In addition to his friends, Palmer's wife, brother, and 4 infant children had all died premature deaths under mysterious circumstances. And to add to the speculation, Palmer had collected life insurance payouts for both his wife and brother and hastily buried his children, listing convulsions as the cause of death for each of them. Dr. Palmer, you monster. You killed your children and your wife just because they're a financial burden on you. And then you took out taking out the life insurance policy. It's the only thing that's worse is yeah, he took out 6 life insurance policies on her about a week before she was murdered in suspicious circumstances. I wonder who killed her then. I wonder, was it the good doctor? I mean, it wouldn't be the good doctor. He's a surgeon.
I am a surgeon!
Once this information became public, people... Does anyone else was following that meme? Where it's I am a surgeon!
I am a surgeon!
I've never even seen that show, but that was hilarious. That was hilarious.
I am a surgeon! Dr. Hunt!
No, people might not know what I'm talking about. It was just some meme months ago. But this might come out in 6 months and people will be like, bro, Simon, your memes are stale, bro. But at the time, it's fresh. Once this information became public, people began to follow Palmer's case very closely as newspapers picked up on the story. Everyone wanted to hear and read about the cold-blooded family-killing doctor that may have had far more victims than anyone would ever know. This interest is what led to, as I said earlier, over 30,000 people attending his execution, which took place approximately 1 year after he was found guilty of murdering John Cook. In the years that followed, Palmer's story continued to grow in popularity, and this is because at the time, his was such a unique case. Doctors had murdered before, of course, but rarely was their motivation something as repugnant as money, and rarely did they kill their own families to settle debts. To further add to the mystique, the prison's hangman, George Throttler Smith. Oh my god! If you're a hangman and your nickname is Throttler, I would be like,
could have a different hangman.
This guy's called the Throttler. Jesus.
Pinky.
He also sold 1-inch portions of the rope used on Palmer for 5 shillings each, and author Charles Dickens once called Palmer the greatest villain that ever stood in the Old Bailey. A figure of Palmer's head was also added to the Waxwork Museum in Madame Tussauds Chamber of Horrors and remained there from 1857 to 1979. After his death, Palmer's name had been spread far and wide, and by the turn of the century, it had become legend. And with that type of notoriety, it should come as no surprise that his actions went on to inspire numerous other poisoners, one of which was the 13-year-old boy who was born approximately 90 years after the doctor's death. As a youth, this boy would attempt to follow in Palmer's footsteps by learning everything he could about chemistry and the human body. He would experiment on his friends and family, poisoning them with the various chemicals that he could get his hands on. And later, as an adult, he would permanently alter the lives of his co-workers by dosing them for months, taking detailed notes of their horrific symptoms as he did so, until they eventually succumbed to his poison's agonizing effects. That is psycho. It's like, how's Pam doing today? She's lost more of her hair, has she? I wonder what's happening to her. Oh no. And what's happening to Jim? Oh, his legs are falling off. I wonder what's happening to him. And he furiously scribbles it down in his journal. This boy's name was Graham Young, but by the end of his criminal career, he'd be infamously known as the teacup poisoner. Wait, this video's not about the doctor. Oh no. I know I talked about Graham Young in the beginning, but I'm like, oh yeah, this is about Dr. Palmer. And it's not. His story's over. He's dead and we're talking about Graham Young. Okay. The Little Devil. When Graham Young was born, I like the older ones because then it's like back in the 19th century and you're like, oh, all these people and their family are long dead. It just feels a little bit more removed. But now we're in the 1940s. And I mean, that feels pretty removed. But he was born in 1940s. So he could, I don't know if he's executed or whatever, but he could theoretically still be alive today. In fact, he wouldn't even be that old. He'd be 73. So he wouldn't even be at the average age of death yet, which makes it all a bit more modern. And then it's like, oh no, these people are still around and their families are still around. And I don't like that as much. Because like when it's in the past, you're like, hey, yeah, then he ate her skin. And you're like, yeah, but it's in the past. It's fine. It's not though, is it? It's not. I don't know why I said that.
Will you never learn?
So he's born September the 7th, 1947 in Neasden, North London. He was surrounded by people who loved and cared for him. He had a working father named Frederick who provided for him, a caring mother named Bessie to look after and raise him, and an older sister named Winifred who was beyond excited about finally having a baby brother of her own. Overall, the family's future seemed bright. However, their bliss would be short-lived. Yeah, it's so sweet. I know. There's in the comments, it's like some people are like, Simon, we love it with the stories of your kids, and some people are like, Simon, stop bringing up your kids so much. It's like, I knew this would happen. Because as soon as you have kids, you're like, oh yeah, you do want to talk about them a lot. So I'm going to talk about them. I'm sorry. I'm just going to.
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening.
So my oldest is like, the other day, we're just talking, and she's getting good with her words now. And she's like, I don't want to share my kids' names, so I'll just call them Jeff.
My name is Jeff.
And Dora.
Hi, I'm Dora.
So Dora is the oldest. And me and Dora are just having a chat. And she's like, Jeff is my best friend. And I'm like, Jeff's your brother. And she's like, also my best friend. And I'm like, oh, it's so nice. She loves him so much. And then sometimes she hates him when he plays with her toys.
Peace was never an option.
14 weeks after giving birth to Graham, the Young family suffered a tragedy when Bessie passed away unexpectedly after developing tuberculosis. It was an unthinkable scenario that left Frederick in charge of raising an infant on his own, a job for which he felt woefully unprepared. In order to continue working and earning money to support his remaining family, Frederick was forced to send his children away to live with relatives. Winifred was placed in the care of her grandparents, while Graham was shipped away to live with Frederick's sister and her husband, Winnie and Jack. Over the next 2 years, Graham grew and matured appropriately, and while you might be expecting me to say that he suffered some sort of horrific abuse at the hands of his aunt and uncle, there's no direct evidence of this by all accounts. Losing his mother at such an early age, Graham became very close with Winnie and Jack, and the small family they'd created was off to a running start. However, just before Graham turned 3, Frederick arrived at his sister's home to make an announcement. He said that he would be taking Graham back with him because he'd recently married a woman named Molly and decided that she, Graham, Winifred, and himself should all be reunited the way Bessie would have wanted. He was finally ready to bring his family back together, and he could not contain his excitement. I have to say, that's nice. That's nice. I'm from a step family like this, and it's like, I don't know, I like that. It's like, it's nice and stable, and like, at least it was for me, and it's like, this could work out. That's what I'm thinking. And it's like, oh, it's not going to work out that way though, is it? And he's going to poison them because he's a psycho. Oh, and he's like the natural psycho because he's got this nice upbringing. I mean, relatively like it's stable, you know, for the most part. And it's the past that people dying of tuberculosis left and right. It's fine. It's not even that far in the past, though, is it? I feel like he's just poisoning people because he's like, you know, it's always that debate over nature versus nurture, and it's always that sliding scale. And I feel most people on this show, it's always like, well, they've got that natural tendency, but most of it is the fact that they're horribly abused. And then sometimes it's like, oh no, they're really loving our upbringing. It's just like they don't feel anything and like killing people. And it's like, okay, those people exist. That's terrifying. Now, just as was the case with his aunt and uncle, there is no evidence of abuse inside Graham's new home. However, this sudden change marked the second time in just 3 years that the boy's entire life had been uprooted. According to those that knew the family, Graham changed forever after being ripped away from his aunt and uncle, and while I can't blame Frederick for wanting to see his family reunited, there was likely a much better way to do this. The separation was a turning point that saw the bouncing, friendly tart morph into a scared, angry, vindictive child. Furthermore, Graham hated Molly as soon as he met her, and although he would eventually hide his disdain for her as well, he would never stop telling his friends and teachers how much he hated his horrible stepmother. Over the next few years, Graham began to develop some very strange interests, of which an all-consuming obsession with death, murder, and true crime was the most concerning. From an early age, he would spend hours poring over non-fiction accounts of people like William Palmer, the man he would eventually cite as his personal idol, and other serial poisoners, such as Dr. Hawley Crippen, who was featured in the premiere episode of The Casual Criminalist. Yes, he was. Was he the dude who buried the people in his basement in his own pajamas? Was that Crippen? What a clown. It's like, you're a doctor. Use your slightly wrinkly brain. Come on.
Deja vu.
Graham was idolizing poisoners the way other children and teens at the time were obsessing over superheroes and early rock and roll singers like Elvis Presley and Cliff Richard. He'd be like, who's your hero? Dr. Hawley Crippen. And people are like, who the fuck's Dr. Hawley Crippen? Is like, he's a 19th century poisoner. We're like, keep an eye on that one. Put him on that potential future serial killers list. Take his DNA and his fingerprints now. As he studied Palmer's, is Cliff Richard really that old? I know he's old, but holy shit. Was he successful at the same time as Elvis Presley? Cliff Richard's still alive, right? Hey Siri, is Cliff Richard still alive? He's 82. He looks weird. It's like, he's one of those guys, he's still got like fully dark hair. Bro, it's okay. It's okay. Like, we know you should be grey. Look at your eyes. Oh, it's kind of like Uncanny Valley, isn't it? Sorry, Cliff. I didn't mean it, Cliff. You're a national treasure.
You better watch your mouth, boy.
As he studied Palmer's life, Graham learned how the doctor had used antimony to make his family members' deaths appear like accidents, and this excited him beyond words. Ooh, I found a way to kill my family with no one knowing! How exciting, you psycho! And while there is no known reason for why Graham became obsessed with poison or why he wanted to experiment on the people around him, Graham himself would provide some insight years later. He said that he simply wanted to feel the power that came from holding such a dangerous substance in his hand, the same feeling that Palmer must have felt so many years earlier. He wanted to experiment with antimony and other poisons because he simply wanted to know what it felt like to take a life. It's like, why'd you kill? Want to know what it felt like. That is the most psycho shit that you've ever heard. Like, if you hear that, it's like, uh-oh. It's like, would you be interested in how it feels to kill? Yes. Alert, alert. Now, we've heard this song and dance before on The Casual Criminalist, but what I feel makes Graham's case remarkable is that he started having these thoughts when he was only 8. Because of his obsession with Palmer, Graham took an early interest in anatomy and chemistry because understanding how the body worked was key to understanding how poison worked. He wasn't interested in just pouring a splash of bleach into the family's dinner or grinding rat poison into his sister's makeup. Graham wanted to possess a true understanding of poison because he hoped to someday develop his own poisons that were untraceable by standard medical tests. This required much more than a working knowledge of chemistry. It required him to excel in a group of very different subjects. As such, Graham dedicated all of his free time to the sciences and let the rest of his studies fall by the wayside. Oh my god, what's wrong with you? It's like, yeah, I want to become brilliant at making poisons that are untraceable. I mean, there's probably quite good money in that, to be honest, but what? It's going to have to sell it on the dark web, untraceable poison.
So I wrote that down.
Eventually, Graham also expanded his areas of interest to include the forensic sciences of the time and begin learning everything that he could about decomposition and toxicology. Understanding these things, he believed, would be the key to ensuring his criminal career was a long one. Yes, that's right, before the boy had even exited primary school, Graham was already laying out his plans to become a serial poisoner. And if that little fact is not disturbing enough for you, he did excel in one other subject: German history, specifically 1930s and early 1940s German history, and its infamous chancellor/dictator, a man whose name I cannot mention due to YouTube's censorship nonsense. He's a Charlie Chaplin impersonator. He was particularly interested in the horrific experiments that had been performed on the people held in concentration camps during the time and the doctors who had performed them. If you're familiar with the thing, it's like, who's your idol? Cliff Richard, I love him so much. Who's your idol? Dr. Joseph Mengele. Oh, I just love the way he experimented with twins. It's like, what the f*** are you saying, boy? Someone needs to put you in a padded room and keep you there. He even started wearing a particular shape on his arm and started trying to explain to his friends and family why Germany's self-deposed chancellor was, and I'm paraphrasing here, kind of a chill dude. Bruh, you can't be just walking around wearing the sign. The sign, you know the sign. It's a Buddhist symbol. It's like, bruh. You know what it means. And I don't know if that would get me demonetized. It begins with a swastika and ends in an ikka. Don't walk around wearing that. Yes, Graham Young was the worst kind of four-letter word, and this was at a time when firing off a Bellamy salute wasn't just edgy teenager behavior, as almost everyone in Britain at the time knew someone who had died while fighting against that ideology. Oh yeah, this is in the UK. For some reason I was thinking, it's America. Of course it's not. This is all happening in the UK. Can you do that in the UK? I think they'll arrest you for what's it called? Inciting racial hatred, perhaps? Something like that? Well, you should be. You can't do that. However, as if he hadn't already ticked enough boxes off of the serial killer checklist, oh boy, has he. Graham was also very interested in doing things that were inherently unscientific, such as the occult, the paranormal, and demonology. Once again, not in the edgy teenager way, but in the total psycho way. One day, after chasing and capturing one of his neighbor's cats, Graham gathered a small group of children from around the neighborhood to perform a ceremony that involved cutting the animal as he chanted in a made-up Latin-sounding language. This, of course, terrified the children, but Graham seemed to enjoy their reactions and was not concerned in the slightest about their opinion of him. Now realizing that his son was not exactly a normal child, Frederick attempted to fix Graham's behavior by encouraging him to focus on the positive subjects that he showed interest in, particularly chemistry. This is the thing, this dad seems like a good dad. I thought the next line was going to be, he tried to beat it out of him. And it's like, no, that would just make it worse. And instead he's like, try and find some other focus in your life rather than dissecting live cats. Oh no, he's the natural psychopath, isn't he? He knew that his son was smart and believed that if Graham was given a push in the right direction, he would have an undeniably bright future. It's like, also, yo, Graham, take off that f***ing symbol, all right, mate? He then gifted Graham an authentic 1960s-era chemistry set, which included real and dangerous substance that could be used for experimentation and to produce soaps and cleaning products from around the home. Yeah, that's what he's going to be making. He's going to be making cleaning products. Unless that cleaning product is bleach and he's pouring it in your eyes and down your throat, he's not going to be making that. He's not going to be making other cleaning. He's not going to be making an air freshener, is he? Altogether, it was not a bad effort by Frederick. However, Graham instead used his new toy to harvest gunpowder from his father's stored ammunition, combined it with other substances to produce several small bombs, and then blew up a section of his neighbor's fence and one of the walls of his neighbor's shed. Jesus Christ, how big was this chemistry set? He's actually making explosives that can demolish a wall?
With no internet?
These actions and more earned Graham the unaffectionate nickname, the Mad Scientist. By 1960, the year that Graham turned 13, his knowledge of human anatomy, poisons, and toxicology had become so robust that he felt confident enough to conduct his first real experiment on a living person. In preparation, he contacted a local chemist who was working near his home and said that he was interested in purchasing some hard-to-acquire elements for an experiment that he was currently planning. The element he was searching for was Palmer's poison of choice, antimony. This was a metalloid that, when utilized correctly, could be used to produce certain medicines and cosmetics. However, as you know, Graham wasn't planning to compete with Maybelline. He wanted the powder for its other properties, the ones that produce an arsenic-like reaction when ingested. Because Graham was now so knowledgeable about chemistry, his plan to acquire the poison worked, as he managed to convince a fully trained professional chemist that he was 17 years old and enrolled in university. Clever enough to use a fake name when reserving and purchasing the substance, on the mandatory poison register, he wrote the name M.E. Evans. Yo, if there's a mandatory poison register, how about when people sign the mandatory poison register, they have to produce some form of ID? Because otherwise you'd be just like, yeah, what's your name? It's Michael Hunt? Yeah, Mike Hunt. Whoops, said that wrong. Yeah, Mike Hunt. Yeah, Michael Hunt. That's weird to write down. With the poison now stored inside a tiny glass... That was like the most teenage joke that I've ever said. With the poison now stored inside a tiny glass vial hidden inside his bedroom, Graham began vetting the people around him to select his first target. He settled on one of his classmates, Christopher Williams. One day, while in science class with Williams, Graham discreetly slipped the boy a small dose of antimony mixed with several other substances from his chemistry set and waited. He observed as Williams soon became unsteady, clutching his stomach and vomiting violently before being ushered out of the classroom. The following day, Williams was absent from school, and that was because he had been admitted to hospital and was being closely monitored by doctors as the toxins ravaged his body. He was suffering from severe stomach cramps and debilitating headaches that left him nearly immobilized. Fortunately, Williams survived the ordeal without suffering any permanent disabilities. Graham's dose had been too small to kill him, and much of the poison had been expelled through vomiting before it could fully take effect. However, Graham was also never caught or punished for this act because doctors were unable to determine the exact cause of Williams' illness. Yes, they assumed that he must have accidentally ingested something toxic outside the school or at home. Well, he's in a chemistry class, isn't he? Just be like, it's a chemistry lab. There's all sorts of shit rolling around there, and he probably touched something. Disappointed that he had not been able to witness and document Williams' symptoms firsthand, Graham then began to re-strategize. He needed to choose a new target, one that he had better and more direct access to. Once again, he followed Palmer's example. Over the next few months, every member of the young family began to develop unexpected illnesses that lasted for days or weeks at a time. It was his stepmother, then it was his father, then it was his sister, and then, either by accident or on purpose, it was Graham himself. The boy had either accidentally dosed himself, or he was trying to confirm his father's belief that a stomach bug was causing the family's recurring health issues. These issues, which seemed to come and go at random, included intense stomach pains, vomiting, diarrhea, headaches, insomnia, and rapid weight loss. The symptoms were usually mild, however, sometimes they were so severe that one of them ended up being rushed to hospital. When this happened, doctors were unable to pinpoint the source of the family's issues because they had no reason to believe that a random family's stomach problems would be the result of long-term, small-dose metal poisoning. With no one to stop him, Graham continued administering these doses for months, and during this time, he meticulously observed and documented the effects that he saw. Graham was a scientist in the loosest sense of the word. However, as time went on, he began to grow bored of simply watching the family members cycle between sickness and recovery. He decided that it was time to take his experimentation to the next step. He was ready to take a life. Later that year, when Graham was 14 years old, he measured out a lethal dose of several poisons, mixed them together inside a cup of freshly brewed tea, and then served the foul concoction to his elder sister, Winifred, preparing for work early one morning. This sounds like a bad idea. Like, you're mixing poisons together. Isn't that just more stuff that's going to be discovered in an autopsy? According to Graham, he presented the tea as a kind gesture, but instead of downing the cup quickly, as the way he would hope she did, Winifred took one small sip, made a face, and then immediately dumped the entire cup down the kitchen sink. She said it was so sour she couldn't even bear to finish it, and asked him to never make tea like that again. She then rinsed her mouth, left home as usual, and boarded a train, heading to her workplace. Several hours later, Winifred awoke in a hospital and was told that she had begun hallucinating while on the train, and several other passengers had stepped in to offer their assistance. They had called her a doctor, but when the doctor arrived, he was left puzzled by Winifred's condition. Her symptoms were truly strange, but the hospital staff eventually concluded that the girl must have come into contact with Atropa belladonna, a plant in the nightshade family. The doctor wasn't sure where exactly Winifred might have encountered such a plant, but after hearing Winifred's story about the sour tea, Frederick had a theory. Yeah, I'd immediately be like, so anything weird happened to you today? What have you had today? What have you eaten? What have you drunk? And then she'd list the things she drunk, and then she'd be like, oh, I had that tea and it tasted horrible. And then, who made the tea for you? It was your brother. Your brother's poisoning you. Boom, prison, done. Easy. But it's not what happened, is it? Later that day, inside the family home, Frederick confronted his son and accused him of spiking Winifred's tea with something to make her sick, but Graham said that he had an innocent explanation. He'd been using the family's teacups to mix shampoo and claimed some of the chemical residue must have been left over in the cup when he served his sister the tea. That's a pretty smart excuse. And also, it's like, you're not going to poison your sister. That's what they're all thinking. This is a reasonable, that's the obvious explanation. Frederick, of course, didn't buy this story. Okay, good for you, Frederick. I'll be like, yes, son, I understand. Although I guess he's like got a bit of a history of dissecting cats. So you'll be like, oh God, my son's a psycho. I'm going to have to do the Dexter thing on him. Where it's like, look, I know you need to kill, son. This is how it'll be with, what did I call my son? What was his made up name?
My name is Jeff.
That'll be with Jeff. He grows up and he's like, Dad, I need to kill. And I'll be like, okay, son, you must only kill the bad people. I'm not doing that, by the way. However, he came up empty. Graham had already hidden everything incriminating, including the poisons. After finding nothing, Frederick decided to take his son's word, and Graham was simply given a warning and told to be more careful when working with his chemistry set. This is a decision that Frederick would come to regret for the rest of his life. A death in the family. On April the 21st, 1962, when Graham was still only 14 years old, he succeeded in taking his first life, although it was not his sister's life, it was his stepmother's. On that afternoon, Frederick returned home from work and discovered Molly lying in the family's backyard, clutching her stomach and gasping in pain. He rushed over to her and saw that she was in complete agony. He immediately realized something was very wrong. These pains were not the same stomach pains the family had been experiencing for months. She was dying. From inside the house, Graham stood in the upstairs window looking down at them, taking notes. He did not care when his father called out for help, nor did he make a move to help when his neighbors arrived to transport Molly to hospital. Graham just watched. As soon as she arrived at the hospital, Molly began receiving treatments from doctors, but it was simply too late. She died that night and unknowingly became her stepson's first official victim. Frederick was devastated. Searching for answers, he turned to the coroner, who had examined Molly's body, but the man did not attribute her death to poison. He said that Molly had likely died from a prolapsed vertebra, which was a leftover injury caused by a car accident that she'd suffered about a month prior. However, as we're all aware, the true case of Molly's death was Graham's poison, although there was one key element that made this dose different from all the rest that he had given her. Graham had switched from antimony to thallium, another metalloid that is odorless, tasteless, and extremely toxic when ingested, inhaled, or absorbed through the skin. Graham had switched to thallium because he had noticed that Molly was building up a tolerance to antimony and became frustrated that she was not dying quickly enough. Where the is he getting all this stuff? Why can you go to a pharmacy or a chemist and be like, yeah, I'd like some antimony and some thallium. It's extremely toxic. And he's like 17. He said he was 17, but he's like 14. How is that allowed? I guess it's the past, so like all sorts of shit was possible. But wow, the past, get your shit together. Now, there is some debate about whether Frederick knew or suspected that Graham was responsible for Molly's death. However, I don't personally believe that he was. As far as I can tell, the origin of this claim comes from the fact that Frederick insisted that Molly's body be immediately cremated, a request that some theorists speculate was his way of protecting Graham by ensuring no tests could ever be performed that may later implicate him. It's up to you to decide what you believe, but I wanted to mention this because it's a popular theory online. However, regardless of your opinion on that, there is one thing we know for certain about Molly's death. Graham was completely unaffected by it. He didn't stop poisoning his father or sister at any point, and he even went on to poison other members of Molly's family while they were in mourning at her funeral. Thankfully, nobody else died as a result of this round of poisoning, but her entire family did return home, believing they had caught whatever illness the young family was constantly suffering from. It weighed on their minds as they wondered if this unknown illness had made Molly more susceptible to her car accident injuries, and if they too would suffer a similar fate. After the funeral, as the weeks dragged on inside the young household, Frederick and Winifred's health continued to worsen as Graham continued to perform his experiments on them. However, though he would not be caught for murdering Molly, he was about to make a massive misstep that would draw many eyes towards him. One day, after growing angry with his father for some unknown reason, Graham dosed Frederick with a larger-than-average dose of antimony and watched as the man became immediately ill, finally resorting to going to hospital after hours of agony. When he arrived, Frederick believed that this visit would be just like all the others. However, an astute doctor noted several disturbing signs that all pointed toward the unthinkable. He suggested that Frederick was suffering from a large buildup of metal molecules in his body and that this was likely the result of long-term metal poisoning. He then ran the proper tests, which showed positive for antimony, and said that, had Frederick received one more dose, he would have died. Upon learning of his father's condition, Graham's science teacher became concerned after he recalled seeing several vials of unlabeled substances stashed away inside the young boy's desk. He then searched for it and uncovered an abundant evidence of Graham's actions, detailed notes about his experiments that spanned years, books and magazines about the poisoners Graham idolized, disturbing drawings that showed Graham's family members being dangled by their ankles over vats of acid, and of course, the poisons in themselves. How is this? I don't understand how we're a third of the way through, barely, and he's not going to get caught right now, and that's it? Because this is absolutely slam dunk, chaps. Come on. The teacher then brought his findings to the school's headmaster, and the two of them arranged for Graham to be interviewed by a psychiatrist. How about you arrange for him to be interviewed by the police, and then a psychiatrist? However, knowing that Graham was likely clever enough to keep his mouth shut if he knew the man's intentions, the headmaster requested that the psychiatrist instead pose as a career counselor. He agreed. The following day, the psychiatrist met with Graham inside one of the school's private offices for less than an hour before calmly excusing himself and phoning the police. During this short interview, Graham had both disproven his headmaster's theory and revealed his own greatest weakness. He was a braggart, and even without putting pressure on him, Graham had confessed to everything: his obsessions, his hobbies, his experiments. How is this not the end? Abundant evidence, and he's just confessing it. He had even boasted about how much skill it had taken to dose his friends and family for years without being caught or accidentally killing himself. He didn't spare the man any details, and when the police arrived, Graham reiterated the exact same story. The only thing he didn't admit to was killing Molly. This is the end! Surely this is the end! Graham was then detained under Britain's Mental Health Act and transported to a high-security psychiatric hospital called Broadmoor to be further evaluated. He was analysed by two more psychiatrists who each diagnosed him with several severe personality disorders as well as schizophrenia, although that latter diagnosis is hotly debated. Many believe that based on Graham's later behaviour, he was exaggerating his mental issues to avoid the full responsibility of his actions. While all of this was happening, the police were meeting with Frederick and Winifred to inform them of Graham's actions. Finally, they understood what had been happening to their family, feeling a mixture of anger, heartbreak, and relief. Broadmoor. In 1962, a judge deemed that Graham suffered from a lack of moral sense and sentenced him to no less than 15 years in Broadmoor Psychiatric Hospital for the attempted murder of his father. However, he also said that Graham should remain there indefinitely if he could not be rehabilitated. Good, it's where he belongs. When Graham arrived at his new home, he was the hospital's youngest patient, and this fact gave the doctors hope that he could be rehabilitated. But if your Graham was eager to help himself while imprisoned, you'd be very, very wrong. No, just be like, why would he want to help himself? He just likes poisoning people. That's what he's into. His brain is broken. During Graham's regularly scheduled visits with one of the hospital's psychiatrists, Dr. Udwin, he admitted that he desperately missed his antimony, and more so, he missed the power that he felt while using it. Graham didn't want to remain in Broadmoor, he said, but he seemed incapable of lying about his desire to poison, and Dr. Udwin quickly realized that his new patient had a difficult road ahead of him. As Graham settled in, he found himself in a truly miserable place where his every movement was monitored and documented. In letters he wrote home to his father, sister, and aunt, many of which went unanswered, he complained about the hospital, its staff, the judge who had sentenced him, and his fellow inmates. One inmate in particular, John Berridge, was a frequent thorn in Graham's side because he apparently snored very loudly. Weeks after Graham's arrival, John Berridge died inexplicably in his sleep. John Berridge was murdered, allegedly in my opinion. During the man's post-mortem examination, it was determined that the serial snorer had died from cyanide poisoning, but the hospital staff were left clueless as they tried to figure out who had poisoned him and, more importantly, where the poisoner had sourced the cyanide. Where is he getting it? He's in Broadmoor. Cyanide comes from almonds, right? Like raw, like natural almonds out in the wild. Like not the almonds you buy in the store, obviously. This was more difficult than it sounds because at the time there were over 900 patients being treated at Broadmoor and almost every single one of them had a history of violence. Yeah, but not all of them have a history of poisoning. So that can be like, you can whittle that down. And then he's expressed that he doesn't like the guy because he snores too loudly. He poisoned him with cyanide. Eventually, the staff concluded that the cyanide must have come from outside the hospital because none of the property's plants could be used to produce it. However, Graham, who couldn't help but brag about his knowledge of poisons, informed them that laurel bushes could be used to produce cyanide, and those bushes were scattered all across the hospital's campus. What are you doing? That's not just lying. That's like actively telling them that you did it. That's like confessing. It's not just like if they ask you, did you poison him? You'd be like, yeah. But they're like, oh, you didn't poison him because there's no cyanide on the hospital grounds. It's like, well, no, there is actually. What you need to do is you need to get this plant, then you put it in a beaker, and then bro. Now, even though Graham should have been caught once again due to his own giant blabbermouth, he was not. Many of the hospital's other patients had already falsely confessed to poisoning Berridge. Remember, this was a psychiatric hospital, and such false confessions were common, and Graham's admission simply left him buried under a laundry list of other potential suspects. Eventually, John Berridge's death was ruled a suicide. He was ruled, well, he died in his sleep of suicide. Did he kill himself in his dream and it came real? And always forgotten. But there were those that suspected Graham, and the laurel bushes were eventually removed. Good idea when you got a poisoner on the grounds. Over the next several years, Graham struggled to keep a low profile. He was angry at the world and everyone around him, and he wanted to regain some semblance of the power that he once felt. He began borrowing medical textbooks from the hospital's library as he searched desperately for new substances, but he found none. His knowledge was increasing, but the tools at his disposal were few and far between. Eventually, however, he found an outlet. One afternoon while on duty, several of the hospital staff began feeling ill, but nobody could figure out why. Later, while searching for a common thread between them, the staff discovered that their break room's coffee machine had been spiked with bleach, which had been sourced from the staff bathroom. And although they didn't know for sure who had done it, they all assumed it was Graham. Joke then formed between the hospital's management and staff. Work harder, or I will let Graham make your coffee again. After this incident, Graham was then watched even more closely by the staff, and this increased scrutiny caused him to begin lashing out in even more extreme ways. As we've already discussed, Graham had very sympathetic views towards a certain 1930s, 1940s German politician and decided to grow a very distinctive moustache to honor him. Bro, what are you up to? Why'd you have to be a Nazi as well? He also read and practiced the man's speeches and carved hundreds of little wooden symbols that he littered around the hospital. It was concerning behavior, but when surrounded by even worse monsters than himself, Graham's actions went mostly unnoticed. Oh, he's just the little murderous Nazi boy.
No, it's definitely not a good time to be a Nazi.
He's harmless, except for all the poisoning, and he killed someone. He made cyanide from the bushes. He should be like the number one. He should be in like the cell where they let you out for like 1 hour a day to go walk around in a concrete yard with nothing. That's where he should be. He should be in a glass box. Frustrated that he was not receiving the attention he desired, Graham made another decision. He really did not want to spend the rest of his life imprisoned within the hospital's maddeningly white walls, so he began playing by the rules for the first time since his arrival. And his plan worked. By Graham's 5th year at Broadmoor, Dr. Udwin began to feel that the now 19-year-old was making major progress. From what he saw, Graham appeared to be calming down, straightening up, and repenting for his actions. He hadn't been getting into fights either, nor had there been a single poisoning anywhere in the hospital for quite some time. He's like, no one's died for a while. He's finally stopped poisoning the patients. We should set him free! Dr. Udwin believed that should Graham continue to improve, he was a prime candidate to be declared fully recovered and could someday be released. This was an exciting prospect that Graham eagerly longed for. However, even though his freedom hung in the balance, he just couldn't help himself. He was still not in complete control of his actions, and several more attempted poisonings went unnoticed during his final years at Broadmoor. In one instance, he poured cleaning chemicals into his ward's community drinking fountain, which, had one of his fellow inmates not spotted him, could have ended up affecting nearly 100 people. Wait, so one of the other inmates spotted him doing this? I guess they, stitches get snitches or whatever. They'd be like, bro, don't try and poison us, for f***'s sake. While this slip-up could have reset Graham's progress to 0, Dr. Udwin never learned of this incident because Graham's fellow inmates refused to rat him out. Oh, there we go, bingo. Instead, they administered a healthy dose of prison justice, which resulted in a long stint for Graham in Broadmoor's infirmary. Yeah, it's like, don't tell them it, just beat the shit out of him. Stop trying to poison us, Graham. However, in June of 1970, after spending a full 8 years in Broadmoor and celebrating his 22nd birthday, Graham received word that Dr. Udwin had penned a letter to his judge requesting that Graham be released early. Clearly stated in no uncertain terms that Graham was no longer obsessed with poisons, violence, and mischief. His request was granted, and Graham was given an early release date. Before leaving Broadmoor, Graham reported that he told a nurse that he would seek revenge on the world for locking him away. 1 life for every year he lost behind Broadmoor's walls. This threat went unreported because the nurse thought it was nothing more than a dark joke. Yeah, that's fine. That's a fine dark joke. Unless you're a murderer in Broadmoor. Then be like, whoa, bro, is that a joke? He'd be like,
Yeah, it's a joke, nurse. It's a joke. I'm just joking, my nurse.
Come on. It's just a joke. It's just a joke, isn't it? He's gonna go murder 8 people. Welcome home, Mr. Psycho. After having officially beaten the system, Graham was released from Broadmoor in February of 1971 and promptly travelled 40 miles west to Hemel Hempstead, a town outside of London where his sister and her new husband were living. At this point, Winifred was overjoyed by her brother's release because she too had been assured by Dr. Udwin that Graham had made a full recovery. She eagerly accepted him into their home, giving him a place to stay so that he could focus on finding a job and getting back on his feet. She was, of course, nervous about having a reformed serial poisoner who had poisoned her staying inside their home, and these fears only grew when she learned that her father still wanted nothing to do with Graham. He was still, understandably, a little pissed off about Molly. Yet despite this, Winifred remained hopeful as she waited anxiously for her brother's arrival and hoped that eventually Frederick would come around after seeing that Graham was truly reformed. When Graham did arrive, he wasted no time dashing Winifred's hopes as she quickly realized that her brother still had many issues left to resolve. First, Graham may have been able to successfully hide his obsession with poison from her, but he was not able to hide the other, less than charming parts of his personality, such as his tiny little moustache and the ideology that it accompanied. Yeah, it's always like, I'm like, oh, he's a poisoner. Oh, he's also a neo-Nazi. Or is this back in the day? He's just a regular Nazi. According to Winifred, Graham was still overly obsessed with 1940s Germany and spent many hours trying to convince her to reconsider her opinion on Germany's controversial tactics during the Second World War. Tactics, controversial. We talking about the Holocaust? It's the tactics that Graham himself did not see as controversial at all. He even asserted that Britain's troubles with Northern Ireland and the IRA could be solved in the same way that Germany had solved its problems with the Jews. Bro. That is insane. So you need to go back to hospital. You need to go to a regular big boy prison. They need to put you in that glass box underneath that scary prison in the UK. Or maybe America will take you to one of their scary prisons. You can take Ted Kaczynski's old cell. I mean, obviously I know the timeline's different on this, but this is where he belongs. And as if that wasn't concerning enough for her, Graham also failed to apologize or show remorse for what he had done to their family. At times, he even seemed to revel in it. The day after arriving at Hemel Hempstead, Graham made the journey back to their childhood home in Neasden, where he surprised his former neighbours with a visit just to talk about his crimes and why he had committed them. He then visited his old primary school, spoke with the headmaster about poisoning his fellow students, and then returned to the shop where he had purchased the antimony many years earlier to chat with the staff and other customers. He paraded himself around like a celebrity on a comeback tour. He had no interest in allowing his crimes to be forgotten. He wanted to be remembered, and he enjoyed watching the horrifying looks wash over their faces as they all slowly realised who he was. Overall, as I said, these actions did little to calm Winifred's nerves, and she quickly suggested that Graham find a new place to stay. Very good idea. Be like, don't see Graham again. I don't want to see, I know he's my brother, but he's dangerous. He's he's poisoned me, poisoned daddy, killed stepmom. Around a week after his release, after he had finished reveling in his glory days, Graham then began looking for work and eventually landed an interview for a shopkeeper position at a photography development firm called John Hadland Laboratories in Bovington, Hertfordshire. The shop, which carried many different chemicals used for photography development, should have known better than to consider a man like Graham due to his history. However, they did consider him because Hadland Labs' management team was completely unaware of who Graham was and what he had done. During his interview, Graham told the store's retail manager, Bob Eggle, he had suffered a severe mental breakdown after the death of his stepmother and had been admitted to Broadmoor for treatment. This explained his lack of education and work experience, although Graham purposefully did not mention how Molly had died or anything about his love of poisons. Although this seems like the sort of weird thing that the guy would do, he'd be like,
I'm amazing with poisons. I've poisoned so many people. I'm an absolute poisoning legend.
It sounds like he's braggadocious. To prove that he was completely cured, Graham then presented a letter from Dr. Udwin to state that he had made an extremely full recovery and made no mention whatsoever of Graham's history as a poisoner. Graham was then hired and ordered to begin work immediately. When Graham's co-workers first met him, they saw a man who was short, yet imposing, ostensibly harmless, yet unnerving, and when he stared at them, they felt their skin crawling but had no idea why. This was who Graham was after spending so many years locked away in Broadmoor. He couldn't force himself to appear normal, and despite his best attempts to hide his many disconcerting behaviors, he was failing miserably, and most of his co-workers wanted nothing to do with him. However, Graham did find a friend in his new manager, Bob Eggle, as well as another man named Fred Biggs, one of the store's other supervisors. These men had both taken pity on poor Graham and went out of their way to chat with the strange young man and give him cigarettes and a small amount of money. Grateful for their kindness, Graham then used these funds to rent a spot at a nearby hostel. While living there, he met fellow resident Trevor Sparks, a football enthusiast and casual football player who Graham began enjoying an occasional beer with after work at the local pub. Now, had Graham been truly reformed, this would have been a golden opportunity for him. He had a job, he had a place to live, and new friends. He was having moderate success reintegrating into normal society. People want to be friends with a guy with a Charlie Chaplin mustache and a racist symbol on his arm. He's like, yeah, let's go have a beer, shall we? He's like, yes, my friends. We'll also get those Jews. But as we already discussed, Graham never intended to stop poisoning people, and he was about to make good on the threat that he made shortly before leaving Broadmoor. After deciding it would be too risky to start stealing chemicals from his employer right away, Graham attempted to purchase antimony from a local chemist shop but was denied because the shopkeeper recognized him. Oh my god. It's like, oh, that's the guy's the poisoner and he's coming in to buy poison. Call the police! Undeterred, Graham then moved to a more distant shop in London on the west side, where he succeeded in purchasing a large amount of the metallic powder under the same false name that he'd used as a child, M.E. Evans. He also presented the shopkeeper with a fake ID and said that he was purchasing the powder for research purposes. Okay, well there you go. That's how you get on the poison register. You just use a fake ID, apparently. A few days later, many of Graham's new friends and colleagues began to fall ill. First, while out drinking with Graham after work one evening, Trevor Sparks suddenly began vomiting violently after he was handed a glass of water by Graham moments earlier. With this night now effectively ruined, the pair then started back toward their hostel. By the time they made it to the front door, Trevor was clutching his stomach in pain and struggling to breathe. Pretending to care for the man, Graham then helped Trevor inside his room and suggested that he try drinking some wine to settle his stomach. Moments later, Graham handed him a glass spiked with more antimony. As Trevor sipped it, his face and testicles began to swell painfully, and his intense vomiting was soon accompanied by diarrhea. Oh my god, he's getting totally ruined. Over the next few weeks, Trevor's health continued to worsen until one day during a football match, he completely lost control of his legs and collapsed onto the field. He was then taken to hospital, but doctors were unable to help him. They had no idea how a man's health could deteriorate so rapidly. Eventually, they blamed it on environmental factors, and as Trevor's health began to improve, advised him to be more careful. They never realized that his symptoms were the result of a combination of antimony and thallium, the latter of which Graham had stolen from his work. This was, if you recall, the same poison Graham had used to kill Molly nearly a decade earlier. One evening, while Trevor was still in hospital, Graham also met another pub regular named Howard Grodnow, and as the pair shared a drink together, their conversations bounced between normal pub topics such as football, women, and Graham's deep love for chemistry and death. Overall, just normal night out. It's like, hey, look at that pretty lady. I'd poison the shit out of her. Okay. However, later that night, after returning home, Howard began experiencing severe chest pains and aches across his entire body. These pains were excruciating, persisted for months, and could not be alleviated by medical intervention. He would not find out what had happened to him for another full year, and he would continue to suffer throughout that entire time. Back at Graham's workplace, several of the store's longtime employees were also beginning to show strange symptoms, and this is because Graham had decided to target the one thing that no true Brit can turn down: a fresh cup of tea. I'm a bad British person because I'm generally much more a coffee man. I like tea. I drink tea maybe once a month, but I drink coffee every day. It's my life force. Yes, shortly before starting his new job, Graham had graciously offered to make tea for the entire staff, and since they'd enjoyed it so much, this act of selfishness became a recurring thing. This is how he earned the name the Teacup Poisoner. Now, cleverly, Graham didn't poison the entire staff's tea at once using the same substance, because that would have been too obvious. Instead, because each of his co-workers had their own cups, Graham was able to select a single target at a time and monitor their symptoms as they slowly grew ill. He was also careful not to use the same type or amount of poison on multiple people, because he didn't want them to start presenting with the same symptoms and have either the local doctors or police notice a pattern. To keep track of how much of a substance he'd given to each of them and to document their symptoms, Graham also purchased a new diary to make notes in. And by make notes, we mean Graham purchased a diary to literally write down his crimes. Graham, what are you doing? The first person that Graham targeted at his workplace was Bob Eggle, his direct supervisor. This was the man who had kindly given him cigarettes and money when he had neither. Graham repaid the man's kindness by gradually slipping him small amounts of thallium. While working together, Graham also learned that Bob Eggle was a veteran of the Second World War and had been present at the evacuation of Dunkirk. And if you'll allow me to put on my Warographics hat for a brief moment, I'll explain why that is relevant. Warographics is another YouTube channel I do. You can check it out if you want to. The evacuation at Dunkirk was a nightmarish emergency that took place from May the 26th to June the 4th, 1940, where over 338,000 Allied soldiers were rescued from the beaches of Dunkirk, France. It was a hellish few days, and those that survived, like Bob Eggle, returned with tales that were as heartbreaking as they were terrifying. As someone who was very interested in the Second World War, Graham began asking a litany of personal and uncomfortable questions about Eggle's time as a soldier, and brought the subject up far too often for anyone's comfort. Bro, Graham, do you not know the phrase, "Don't talk about the war"? It's a phrase for a reason, Graham. Stiff upper lip, Graham. We don't talk about this stuff in Britain. Keep your mouth shut. Don't ask questions. Let everyone suffer in their own personal misery and never bring it up again. Just bury it deep inside you like a good British chap, okay?
Are you okay, boss?
These conversations became especially awkward for Eggle and those who overheard them after Graham was seen reading German propaganda in the break room and was overheard giving his opinion on the war, an opinion that was not a popular one amongst British World War II veterans. This sounds like a guy who's going to get the shit like today. You get the shit beaten out of you at some point. Someone's going to be like, bruh, you're dressing like a Nazi, bruh. You're going to get the beat it out of you. Post-war, and there's a lot of dudes who have seen some shit and are all traumatized and now have to fight and throw down and just don't give a shit. Bro, how have you not got beaten to death yet?
It's a Christmas miracle.
Now, it's not entirely clear if Graham chose Eggle as his first workplace victim because of the man's military service and differing ideology. However, it does seem likely for reasons that will be obvious very soon. Over the next couple of weeks, Eggle began to suffer from frequent stomach problems, and while he didn't think anything of them at first, he was eventually forced to take several days off of work due to uncomfortable diarrhea. While he was away, his condition quickly improved, but once he returned, so did his symptoms. He was then forced to take another full week off because he believed that he had not given himself enough time off to fully recover. During this unexpected absence, Eggle's assistant, Ron Hewitt, stepped up to take over his responsibilities, which also earned him the honor of being Young's next target for experimentation. After drinking Graham's tea, he too grew ill and was forced to take time off as well. Ron would end up not returning to work at all, as he was already in the process of working out his notice, and he missed all of his final days of work due to illness. This would end up being the best outcome possible for him in the end, as he did not suffer any long-term effects of the single dose. Once Eggle returned to Hadlands for a second time, his health had improved so dramatically that he thought he was in the clear. However, after accepting another cup of Graham's tea, a cup that had been purposefully loaded with a lethal amount of thallium, he once again became sick to his stomach, lost feeling in his arms and legs, and was rushed away to hospital, where he soon became paralyzed and eventually passed away 10 days later on July the 7th, 1971. Graham had officially taken another life, and he reveled in it. At several points throughout Eggle's stay in hospital, he called the nurses' line to check up on him, once remarking that it was a shame that someone who had gone through so much during the war should suffer so tragically. He even attended Eggle's cremation service, where he brought up the man's military service with many of his grieving friends and relatives. Thankfully, nobody else was poisoned this time. When Graham returned to work, he was temporarily promoted to Eggle's position because there was simply no one left to fill it after Hewitt's departure. Graham had only been working at Hadland's labs for a short time, and he was now managing the entire storefront with almost no experience. Surprisingly, the store didn't immediately fall apart, and Graham's performance as manager was seen as perfectly adequate. He even managed to find some time to continue his daily routine of preparing tea for the entire staff, which had been causing several other employees to be plagued by random unexplained illnesses that seemed to come and go without reason. For instance, Diana Smart, a woman whom Graham found to be deeply irritating, would frequently become nauseous halfway through her workday and was forced to return home early. In his diary, Graham wrote, "Diana irritated me yesterday, so I packed her off with an attack of sickness. I only gave her something to shake her up. I now regret that I didn't give her a larger dose capable of laying her up for a few days." Oh, Graham, you're writing down so many of your crimes, Graham. After this, Jethro Batt, another of Graham's co-workers who would sometimes give him rides home after work, also started suffering from stomach pains after drinking a cup of coffee prepared for him by Graham. For some reason, Graham had become heavily upset with Batt, and the dose he administered was large enough to kill the man. However, the coffee did not mask the taste as well as the tea did, and Batt detected something was wrong soon after the bitter liquid touched his tongue. He tossed the remainder, and Graham jokingly asked, "Do you think I'm trying to poison you?" Holy shit. The answer's yes. An hour later, Batt was rushed to the hospital after he begun experiencing chest and leg pains. Graham's dose had been so high that even putting a tiny sip of the liquid in his mouth momentarily had caused Batt to suffer a mild heart attack. Holy shit. Doctors were once again unable to detect the poison in his system. After this failure, Graham began fearing that he would soon be caught if another person at Hadlands died, so he started reducing the dosage that he put in the tea, and as a result, many of the staff began to suffer new symptoms caused by long-term exposure. Impotence, skin discoloration and peeling, and rapid hair loss were all common. For any customers who endured Hadlands, it must have seemed as if a zombie apocalypse had occurred and gone unnoticed. I mean, at some point, aren't the people going to get together? And I mean, poisoning's not the first thing you jump to, right? But you would be, maybe there's an environmental hazard. Maybe there's something in the air. Maybe there's some poison. Maybe one of these chemicals is poisoning us that we use in like the photo lab or whatever. Surely, you're all sick. And when you go home, you get better. Use your big brain. Dr. House would be all over this shit. Exterminating the bug. Now, by this point, you must be wondering why no one outside Hadlands had managed to put two and two together, but you should know that there's a decent reason for it. Okay, Matthew, I'm ready for it. People in town were noticing an uptick in the number of illnesses, and local health experts had labeled the phenomenon the Bevington bug. However, the reason that no one had been able to trace the illnesses back to Hadlands or to Graham himself was simply a matter of bad luck. You see, there was another unknown illness going around at the same time as Graham's crime spree, and many local children and their parents had recently become sick. They were presenting with stomach symptoms that were very similar to the ones symptoms commonly seen at Hadlands, and naturally, medical professionals assumed that the bulk of the town's symptoms were all directly related to one thing. They were too busy focusing on the children and their school to notice the startlingly large numbers of people that were dying and falling ill at Hadlands. As for non-health experts, many suspected that the town's tap water might be to blame, and that's because a decade prior, contaminated tap water had caused several unpleasant deaths throughout the town, and people had not forgotten. Many began boiling the water before consuming it around this time as a precaution. Okay, this is completely legit. I'm like, how did they get away with this? How did they not think something was wrong? And then it's just like, oh no, there's a wider problem, or we're just especially affected by it. That's crazy. Like, what are the odds? Eventually, however, the signs became too obvious to ignore, and employees at Hadlands began to complain to management. Diana, the woman who Graham had poisoned because he found her irritating, even singled Graham out personally during a meeting with her boss because she'd noticed that Graham was the only person immune from the symptoms that were plaguing the rest of the staff. It is suspicious, isn't it? She suggested that he must be an immune carrier of some horrible unknown disease. Oh, Diana, so close, but so far. While another employee cited Graham's well-known interest in poisons and blamed him for spiking their food and drinks. Bang on. Who was that? Just a random other employee? Yes. These accusations, however, were not the prevailing theory, and the most common belief among Hadlands employees was that substances they all worked with every day, the harsh chemicals used in photography development, were to blame. Yeah, that would be a very reasonable, that's what I said, like an environmental factor. I think I even mentioned the photography chemicals. It wasn't a bad theory, and management remained unconvinced. The store's director, Godfrey Foster, even made a statement claiming that there were no health risks to working at Hadlands and that the chemicals on site were harmless so long as everyone handled them appropriately. Well, yeah, cyanide is harmless if it's handled appropriately. You just don't eat it, Godfrey. It's like covering your ass there, Godfrey. Come on, do better. This did little to calm everyone's nerves as they continued to get visibly weaker, thinner, bolder, and angrier. Eventually, Fred Biggs, another of the store's employees, became so ill so quickly that he had to be rushed away to hospital because his skin was beginning to peel off in strips and he couldn't bear the weight of his own clothes against his body. Oh, bro. For nearly 3 weeks, the man was observed carefully by doctors as he lay in agony until on November the 19th he passed away and became Graham's next victim. Back at Hadlands, as the news of Biggs' death spread, fears of chemical exposure resurfaced, and Godfrey Foster decided to contact the physician who had cared for Biggs, Dr. Ian Anderson. Dr. Anderson, who was sure that something was going on at Hadlands but had not yet identified the cause of Biggs' death, attempted to alleviate the staff's worries. He reiterated what Godfrey Foster had said about the chemicals at Hadlands being safe, and that he had found no evidence that Biggs' death had been caused by exposure to heavy metals. The staff were once again unsure and began voicing their concerns. However, there was one man who really wasn't buying the doctor's excuses. Graham suggested thallium poisoning. Graham, what the f*** are you doing? You literally break the rules on purpose. How do you stay free to say you're writing them down in a diary? They're like, the doctor's like, oh, I don't know what this is. And he's like, well, in his mind, I poisoned him with thallium. And then in his mouth, have you considered thallium? The substance he himself had dosed Biggs with directly before his admission to hospital, but Dr. Anderson dismissed Graham's concerns by saying that it simply wasn't possible. Graham then looked the doctor up and down, asked several more very specific questions that proved he had an intimate knowledge of thallium's effects on the human body, and after some research, Dr. Anderson began to reconsider. So he just wants to appear smart. That's what he's saying. Is like,
that looks like thallium poisoning to me.
Like thinking it makes him look clever, but it just makes him look guilty. The store clerk had a point. Back inside Godfrey Foster's office, Dr. Anderson brought up his newfound concerns surrounding thallium poisoning, along with another much more pressing concern: the fact that one of Foster's low-wage, undereducated store clerks somehow knew more about thallium poisoning than he did, a fully trained medical doctor. Later that day, police arrived at Hadlands with some very important questions and realized that the mysterious illness had all started around the same time that Graham had been hired, and yes, thallium poisoning did seem like Biggs' most likely cause of death. With their sights now set on the young store clerk, what a surprise! The police then visited the hostel where Graham was staying, but found that he was not there. It was a Saturday and Graham had gone to visit his aunt and uncle, the pair who had raised him until the age of 2, and he was not due back that day. After being given access to his flat by the hostel's management, they found all the trappings of a serial poisoner, along with a few other unsavory items. The first thing that immediately stood out to them was the walls. They were covered with pictures of German politicians and scientists, homemade flags. Wonder what sort of flag that was. Books and symbols from the era. And many sketches of frail, gaunt people with swollen faces who were clutching their throats as if they'd been, well, poisoned. Oh my God, Graham. You're trying to look as guilty as But could it be the little neo-Nazi who rolls around? He's never sick, but we're all sick, and he keeps mentioning that he's poisoning us. Could it be him? Could it possibly be him? Maybe it's him. They then discovered an indoor garden on the windowsill that housed many plants that could be used to produce arsenic and various other toxic substances. Beside it, they found a makeshift lab comprised of beakers, bottles, vials, tubing, and glass jars filled with unknown liquids and powders. It was all very startling. However, the piece of Graham's evidence that tied everything in the room together was Graham's diary. Oh, what? Writing down his crimes got him in trouble? Who would ever think that that was possible? Wow, that's weird, isn't it? From underneath Graham's bed, police retrieved a tiny bound notebook that contains the full details of his experiments. It included the names and information of his victims in the form of makeshift medical charts, detailed breakdowns about the doses they had been administered, graphs and charts used to calculate those doses, and timelines of their symptoms and other gruesome details about their deaths. It was an indisputable goldmine that evidenced premeditation, motive, method, and everything else the police would need to prosecute Graham for his crimes. In all, there were records from dozens of people, many of which were still suffering major complications in hospitals and homes all around Bovington. Graham Young was arrested at his aunt's house later that night around midnight, and when the handcuffs were placed on his wrists, he asked, "Which one are you doing me for?" Oh, Graham. At this point, you don't say, "Oh, which one is this for?" because there are so many. What you do is you say, "Lawyer, lawyer, 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 lawyer." Later, inside an interrogation room, Graham admitted to everything forthright. Over 70 victims in all, he said, and even finally confessed to murdering his stepmother, Molly, after sitting on the secret for over a decade. Although confessed is not exactly the right word, as police say Graham was bragging throughout the entire conversation about how, at only 14 years old, he'd committed the perfect murder and gotten away with it without ever being suspected of anything. He was also very proud and boastful about being the first ever British person to use thallium as a poison. He felt entirely comfortable telling the officers this because he'd already accomplished everything he wanted to in life. He had done what Charles Palmer had done, better even, and he had accepted the fact that he would live out the rest of his days behind bars. Graham's words and attitude had shocked the police. However, when they requested that he sign a written confession, Graham reportedly laughed in their faces, and by the time the trial rolled around, he had completely changed his story. In court, Graham asserted that although he did confess, he had done so because his interrogators had stripped him down to his underwear and starved him. He also claimed that the diary found in his room was nothing more than a fictional account of how he wished he could poison his co-workers and that he'd not actually done it. Well, Graham, the problem is, it's a diary, so they'll be like, "Poison Sally, 15th of May. And then it'll be like,
okay, well, the police when did Sally get poisoned? When did Fat Sally fall sick on 15th of May?
Well, either it's the biggest coincidence in the world, Graham. There's not reasonable doubt there, Graham. I'm sorry. You're going to prison forever. Eventually, however, toxicology reports confirmed that Briggs had died of thallium poisoning, as Graham had suggested to Dr. Anderson, and although police were never able to establish a clear-cut motive other than Graham's weak "I wanted to see what happened" story, Graham was eventually convicted of 2 counts of murder, 2 counts of attempted murder, and 2 counts of administering poison. He was given 4 life sentences with an additional 10 years tacked on for good measure. After learning of his son's actions, Frederick Young is said to have torn his son's birth certificate to shreds, cursing him for ever being born. Graham died inside Parkhurst Prison on August 1st, 1990, when he was only 42 years old. His official cause of death was ruled as a heart attack. However, many have speculated that Graham Young's final victim might have been himself. Dismembered appendices. Number 1. In addition to Graham Young, Broadmoor Hospital has housed many other famous serial killers throughout the years, including Peter Sutcliffe, the Yorkshire Ripper, David Copeland, the London Nail Bomber, Daniel Gonzalez, the Freddy Krueger Killer, and James Kelly, the man who's considered by some to be Jack the Ripper. Number 2. After his sentencing, Graham made it known that he would like to have a waxwork dummy of his head placed on display at Madame Tussauds Chamber of Horrors alongside his idols, Charles Palmer and Hawley Crippen. Yeah, how about we don't do that? Years later, his request was granted, although by that point Palmer's head had already been removed, and he was instead situated between Hawley Crippen and John Hay, the acid bath murderer. How about we stop honouring, if they want this, don't do it. No. Number 3. While awaiting his trial, Graham once offered his lawyer a piece of cake while meeting with him inside a prison conference room to discuss his defense strategy. Aware of the crimes for which his client was accused, his lawyer initially rejected it. However, he reconsidered after Graham reportedly said, "Come on, I won't poison my lawyer." The man ate the cake and was completely fine afterwards. And that is where we end today's episode. Thank you for being here. Prison for life. Nice ending. Well deserved. And if you enjoyed this show, please do leave it a review. If you're watching on YouTube, hello there. Subscribe. And I'll Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host Simon. Hello there, I'm here, one of my writers, in this case David, has written me a script, Albert Fish. And I know this name because I do another channel called Biographics, and we did a video on this guy, and he's a monster. I'm not swearing this early in the videos, so I can monetize them on YouTube and not make it too much work for Jen, who edits these wonderful things. I mean, these aren't wonderful. Jen does a wonderful job editing. I'd never say that this is... You get what I'm saying.
I'm watching you, Wazowski. Always watching.
I'm trying not to say it like, Blame is a brilliant show, Simon. You're a creative genius. What was I talking about? It doesn't even matter. Look, I've never read this before. Let's jump in. Albert Fish is a monster. Let's go. It's May the 25th, 1928, in the Chelsea district on the island of Manhattan in New York City. The Budd family resided in an apartment at 406 West 15th Street in rather impoverished conditions amid the city squalor. In total, 7 people shared the tiny apartment. The father, Albert Budd, worked as a porter at a life insurance company, which essentially meant that he opened doors and carried things for office workers and executives. His wife, Delia Budd, was a homemaker. Their children were 2 teenagers named Edward and Albert Jr., 2 prepubescent kids named George and Grace, and a 5-year-old named Beatrice. I don't want to sound like mega out of touch right now, but does this still happen? Like in the West? Like I think of like where, Europe, America, places like that. Do people no one lives like 7 people in one small apartment anymore. That was a past thing, right? Or does this still happen? I'm sounding mega out of touch, but I feel like cramming like 700 people into a tiny apartment was definitely like, in my mind, that was the Victorian times while the children work in the mines and stuff. Or am I just out of touch? Does anyone live with like, because people had like 1 million children, right? Great start to the show. You're really making people like you already, Simon. Well done. Edward Budd, age 18, supplemented his father's income by working part-time as a truck driver. Getting sick of the filthy city and tiring of living at close quarters with his family, Edward decided that he needed a change of scenery. He therefore took out a 1-line classified ad in the New York World newspaper, which read, "Young man, 18, wishes position in the country." If I got this email, like generally people email me like,
hey, can I do this? Can I do that? Do you need someone to do this? Do you need someone to do that?
Generally the pictures are quite good. Like they're like, hey, I've got this girl, I've got this girl. Most of them, I have to say, I just ignore because I get a lot of them and I don't need a lot of people. But so if someone sent me this and be like, "Young man, 18, wishes position in YouTube editing or whatever," I'll be like, what? No CV? No portfolio? No nothing? Archive. On May the 27th, Budd's classified ad appeared in the Sunday edition. Elsewhere in the city, it was read by a man who liked to molest, torture, murder, mutilate, and eat young boys. Yes, as I mentioned, this episode gets rather dark. The next day, May the 18th at 3:30 p.m, the man showed up at the Budd residence and politely knocked on the door. Delia Budd answered it. The man was approximately 5'7" or 170 centimeters. He was neatly dressed in a suit and a hat, which he doffed deferentially to Mrs. Budd. His teeth were stained a mixture of yellow and brown. We'll let that slide. It's the past. The man had just turned 58, although he looked as though he was considerably older due to his extreme skeletal frame, his gaunt face, his white moustache, his white temples, and his balding mop of grey hair parted neatly on the left. His face was creased with careworn lines with large, heavy bags under his eyes. That hard living can really... I don't know what this guy's been up to. I mean, other than eating young boys. But it ages people. The one that I'm quite grateful that I've always been like one of those people who put sun cream on like all the time. Even when I was a kid, I was like, I don't like getting burned. I don't like going out in the sun. I've always been a basement dweller. And then you see people who've tanned and stuff. And it's like, they get old so young. It's great. They'll be like 35 and it's like, what's happened to your face?
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, you are ugly.
It's like, yeah, tanning beds. Why do you do this to yourself? The stats on tanning beds are mental. Isn't it like you go for tanning one time and it increases your odds of getting skin cancer by something like 70%? I'm not sure if that's true, but it's nuts if it is. And I was walking through the city the other day and there was a big neon sign at like a tanning parlor, which I can't believe are something that's still legal, by the way. Like if you want to do that in your own home and stuff, fine, buy a tanning bed, you idiot. But like for there to be establishments where you can go to and make yourself brown and massively increase your chances of getting skin cancer, which is then a drain on the health system, is mental. But there was a big neon sign that says, "There's never been a better time to tan." And I'm like, this is crazy that you can advertise this. It's like advertising smoking, which is still a thing. But you get what I mean. Wow, we really got into that from that, Simon. You're going to be here forever. This script's already very long. It's 35 bloody pages, and the font is small. The type? The font? It's small, okay? It's a long script. Even his demeanor seemed perpetually fatigued. This was a man who, under the rigors of existence, had aged before his time. Looking at him, one might say the man could be anywhere from between 60 to 100. And a witness once said of the man, quote, "Everything about him seemed faded and grey. This appearance produced one of the man's many nicknames, the Grey Man." He identified himself to Mrs. Budd as Frank Howard and explained that he had seen Edward Budd's classified ad and he wanted to offer the young man a job working on his farm. Mrs. Budd explained that Edward was visiting a friend at the moment and the 5-year-old Beatrice was promptly dispatched to go and fetch him. Mrs. Budd offered Frank Howard a glass of freshly squeezed lemonade while he waited. Frank Howard, in his usual genteel manner, politely accepted. Within a few minutes, Edward Budd arrived with his friend Willie Corman. Both boys were 18 years old. Both were solidly built and muscular. Frank Howard took note of this. He's like, lately my son, everywhere he goes, he's like he's just constantly thinking about food. He's a little fat kid as well. He's not fat, he's just like chubby. And my daughter's like so skinny. It's like they're complete opposites. And he's always like wandering around being like he's one, and it is like his way of indicating that he wants food or something, and he's constantly doing it like and it just reminds me of this dude seeing these two muscular boys and being like, what's wrong with me, Jesus? Frank Howard took note of this. They would not be easily overpowered by a skinny aging man such as himself, but he decided to try. Well, he's got the elements of surprise, hasn't he? Because like, it doesn't matter how muscular you are, if someone comes up from behind you with a hammer and whacks you over the head, that's it, isn't it?
Yes, pretty much.
Howard explained that he was a wealthy interior decorator from Washington, D.C. He said that 11 years ago he'd purchased a farm on Long Island, near a place called Farmingdale, no less. Creative. Howard moved there with his wife and 6 children to live, but a year after arriving, Howard's wife had left him for another man. This left Howard to raise 6 children by himself. Happily, they'd all grown up to be decent adults and moved away. One of his sons, Howard said proudly, was a cadet at West Point. Meanwhile, under Frank Howard's wise tutelage, the farm had prospered. The place boasted 300 chickens, 6 cows, and was usually staffed by 5 farmhands and a Swedish cook. However, Howard explained one of the farmhands had just quit and he was looking for a replacement. Howard offered to pay Edward Budd $15 per week, which is roughly $260 in modern money. Isn't that that's like $1,000 a month? That's not particularly good, is it? This is America. I know it's like it's 100 years ago, so you can't really transfer the money, but you couldn't live off $1,000 a month in America, could you? Probably not. America's so expensive. I brought this up before. I haven't been in a few years, but I remember going and it's been like, oh my God, it's really expensive here. And it used to be cheap. Like I went back in 2008 and the pound was like, you got $2 to your pound. And me and my mate were like, whoa, things are really cheap in America. I go back like 10 years later, you're like, oh my God, what happened? Everything's now really expensive. Edward Budd then asked Frank Howard if he would also hire his friend Willie Corman. Howard agreed. Then the Grey Man said he was off to New Jersey on business and would return on June the 2nd with a car to drive the 2 young men out to Farmingdale. The 18-year-olds and Mrs. Delia Budd were thrilled at the opportunity. The wages were fair, room and board was included, and the 2 young men would be able to save a bit of cash from some honest work. Yeah, that's okay then. It's like, if you're 18 and you're making, that seems like decent money if they're also paying for your living. Because then it's just savings, isn't it? On June the 2nd, Frank Howard did not turn up with his car. At 4 p.m., the Budd family received a telegram which said that Howard was detained in New Jersey and would arrive the next morning. Just before 12 p.m. on June the 3rd, Frank Howard arrived at the Budd's apartment having taken the subway rather than driving a car. He knocked on the door, which was answered by Delia Budd. Frank Howard gave Delia a punnet of strawberries and a packet of cheese, which Howard claimed were fresh from his farm. In actual fact, they'd been purchased at a Manhattan street market not far away. Mrs. Budd told Frank Howard that her son, Edward, would be home soon. She invited Howard to join the family for lunch. Howard then noticed the telegram he had sent the Budds the previous day was sitting on the mantelpiece of the fireplace. Mrs. Budd thought it was odd that Howard walked up to it and quietly slid it into his jacket pocket. She did not comment on it, though. I'd be like, hey, that's mine. I know you sent it, but that's my letter. Leave it alone. Put it back, you weird man. At lunch, Delia and Frank Howard were joined by the father of the family, Albert Budd, 5-year-old Beatrice, and 10-year-old Grace. Edward had not yet returned home. As the family ate, Frank had to... Where do they eat? There's like so many of them in a tiny apartment. I can't... How are they all... They got a giant dining room table? As the family ate, Frank Howard turned his attention to Grace Budd. Howard asked the young girl to sit on his knee. I guess this was the past, but what the fuck?
Come over here, child.
Don't do that. If you're a child, don't go sit on strange men's knees. I'm sure like 90% of the time, that's just innocent old person shit, but 10%, it's probably not 10% of the time. But just don't do it. Don't do it. The older man chatted to Grace while he stroked her face and hair. Okay, don't do that. He asked Grace to give him a kiss. No. How old was Grace? I've forgotten, she was young. 10-year-old? No. Howard then reached into his pocket and produced a number of dollar bills and coins, asking 10-year-old Grace to impress him with her math skills by counting them. Grace did so successfully. As a reward, Howard gave Grace 50 cents to buy candy. The girl's parents tolerated this display because Howard seemed like a kindly old man, and he was, after all, Edward Budd's soon-to-be employer. And indeed, notions of stranger danger and... I'm not sure about this word, but it begins with a P and ends in a files. You can probably guess what it is from context. But I think that's one of those words that will get me demonetized on YouTube. And look, I'm going to try desperately hard to make money on this video because it's absolutely massively long and it's about a man who eats children. So the odds of this happening are like 1%. I should just give up. But I'm going to try. I'm sorry. I want to get paid for my efforts. David needs to get paid. Jen needs to get paid. We have to make money, YouTube. Bear with me.
If I take you on, I promise I'll work so hard.
Lurking around every corner in those days were less prevalent. It was at this point that the Grey Man shifted his plans from Edward Budd and Willie Corman to 10-year-old Grace Budd as his target. Edward and Willie were too old and hardly retained any of the slim, boyish neoteny of adolescence. Learning a new word today. Neoteny. Look up. Also called juvenilization. Oh, that's helpful. Thank you so much. You don't know the word neoteny, so it gives you juvenilization. The delaying or slowing of this physiological or somatic development of an organism, typically an animal. All right, Big Brain Dictionary. Just say it's about... boyish is fine. We could just use boyish, David. They were also extremely well built, which to the Grey Man was both sexually unattractive and a potential problem for their upcoming murders. The adorable Grace Budd, on the other hand, was a girl, to be sure, but she had not yet hit puberty. In many ways, she still resembled a young boy. Indeed, young girls and boys were so indistinguishable that the Grey Man had no problem molesting prepubescent girls many times before. And so, according to the Grey Man's perverse desires and hideous train of thought, Grace Budd would do nicely. Very nicely indeed. Oh, we're on page 2, and I know how bad this gets. Edward Budd and Willie Corman arrived, thinking on his feet. Frank Howard explained to the young men that he had to go to his niece's birthday party in New York that afternoon. When it was over, he'd pick up Edward and Willie that evening and take them out to Farmingdale. As a way of an apology for the delay, he gave Edward and Willie $2 and then told them to go to the cinema while they waited for him to return. Frank Howard then proposed that he take Grace to his niece's birthday party to enjoy the games, sweets, and play with the other children. Just say no. Frank Howard, Albert Fish, the Grey Man, looks like a weird old man. Don't let him take your children anywhere. But guess what happens? Howard said they'd return by 9 p.m. at the latest. Delia and Albert Budd asked where the party was being held. Howard replied 137th Street and Columbus Avenue, a bogus address because Columbus Avenue ended at 110th Street. As unthinkable as this may seem to modern ears, Delia and Albert gave their consent. The Grey Man had primed them well. There's no f***ing shot I would ever let this happen. There is absolutely... I'd be like, are you insane? Of course not. Get out of my house. Never ask that question again. The last Delia Budd saw of her 10-year-old daughter Grace was walking up 15th Street, holding hands with the Grey Man until they turned a corner and were out of sight. On 14th Street and 9th Avenue, the Grey Man picked up a small package and left at a newsstand. Concealed within the package were a butcher's knife, cleaver, and handsaw, which the Grey Man privately referred to as his, quote, implements of hell. Then the Grey Man and Grace Budd traveled 20 miles or 30 kilometers north of Manhattan to the small town of Irvington. He had purchased Grace a one-way ticket. The Grey Man almost left his package on the train until Grace helpfully pointed out that he'd forgotten it on his seat. The Grey Man took Grace to the abandoned Wisteria cottage on 359 Mountain Road, having picked it out some weeks earlier as a second location to do what he pleased with his victims. Chasing shadows. When 9 p.m. came and went, the Budd family became extremely alarmed. Early the next morning, Edward Budd fetched the police and brought them back to his parents' apartment. A horrified Delia and Albert Budd discovered that 137th Street and Columbus Avenue did not exist. Edward Budd and Willie Corman were taken to the station to go through a book of photographs of criminals and suspected child predators to see if the so-called Frank Howard was among them. He was not. Meanwhile, an effort was made to track down the telegram which the Grey Man had sent to the Budd household on June the 2nd. The telegram had been sent from 103rd Street and 3rd Avenue in Manhattan, not New Jersey, but nobody at the telegram office could identify the real name of its sender. And sure enough, there was no farm on Long Island owned by a Frank Howard who matched the Grey Man's description. The only Frank Howard the police came across in their investigation was one from Farmingdale, New Jersey, who had sold his farm in 1913, moved to Chicago, and then died in 1918. Yeah, it sounds like he just stole this guy's identity, basically. I'm kind of surprised he didn't just make it up. I mean, it's too much of a coincidence for it not to be a stolen identity. I mean, how big is... New Jersey is a whole state, right? That's not a city. New Jersey's a state. The Garden State, from that movie Garden State with Zach Braff. Great movie, by the way. Great soundtrack.
Thanks, Simon. Great tangent.
On June the 5th, 1928, Grace Budd's disappearance hit the newspapers, and the Budd family and their supporters did all that was left. Searched the city for any sign of the young girl or her abductor. People claimed they spotted Grace Budd and the Grey Man all over New York State, from locations as far afield as Niagara Falls. I like that David's included a pronunciation guide for Niagara. Look, I get that my pronunciation's not always perfect, but Niagara?
I trust no one.
I'm saying it right? Niagara Falls. It's super famous. I've been there. Older men in the Budds neighborhood were harassed. 59-year-old Joe Slowey was arrested for talking to a 10-year-old boy in the hallway of their mutual apartment building. The charges were dropped 2 days later. Another group of old men were attacked by a panicked mother for trying to buy the young boy a new bell for his tricycle. Meanwhile, the publicity of Grace's disappearance prompted the Budd family to receive all sorts of macabre and sick messages from pranksters, emotional sadists, and the mentally ill. One letter read, "Dear Mr. and Mrs. Budd, your daughter is going to a funeral. I still got her. Howard." What is wrong with people? Who's the sort of person who sees something like this happening? He's like, you know what, I'm going to prank them. What the fuck's wrong with you? Like, do you remember YouTube pranks used to be a big thing? And there'd be so many fake pranks and stuff, but they were always mostly harmless. This is like, but kind of, not nice. This is just like different level of, you've got to be a big psycho to be like, let's mess with the people who've had their child abducted. Another letter arrived 11 days after Grace Budd's abduction, which read, "I have Grace. She is safe and sound. She is happy in her new home and not at all homesick. I will see to it Grace has proper schooling. I have given her an Angora cat and a canary named Bill. I am a keen student of human nature. That is why I was attracted to Grace. She seemed like a girl who would appreciate nice surroundings and a real nice home. I drove past your house with Grace in an automobile several days back. I will see to it in the near future that some arrangements are made so Grace can visit you for a short time. J.F.H." No such arrangements were ever made. By the end of June, Grace Budd's case had faded from the newspapers. In August, police identified a suspect named Albert Cortel, a con man who fit the Grey Man's description and had recently been released from prison after serving 4 years for embezzlement. He was known to hire young girls to pose as his daughters during his scams, but he was not known as a child rapist or a murderer. Why did you suspect? Oh, because he matched the description. It sounds like this guy's just like a con man. He's like hiring these girls as part of a fraud, not because he's a weirdo. When confronted with Cortel's photo, Delia Budd swore up and down that this was the Grey Man. The rest of the Budd family weren't so sure. Meanwhile, Cortel had disappeared without a trace. There was no sign of Grace for years. The Great Depression arrived in 1929 and forced the Budds to move to a new address. In March 1930, they received a package in the mail bizarrely containing a copy of the Christian Science Monitor with no explanatory note. Is that a magazine? A newspaper? However, Delia Budd felt that the return address scrawled on the package resembled her daughter's handwriting. The newspaper had been mailed from New Hampshire by one Herbert J. Sherry. Detectives headed to New Hampshire, and it turned out that Sherry was too young, did not match the description. At the time of Grace's disappearance, he had been imprisoned for deserting from the US Navy. Shortly thereafter, a handwriting expert had determined that the writing on the package was not in fact a match for Grace Budd's. Wait, weren't they like, why did you send this magazine? Why did you mail this? What's the reason? They didn't even ask? It's like, weird people just mailing magazines, okay, or newspapers. In June 1930, police got another lead. A middle-aged man named Charles Howard had recently married into a wealthy New York family, and Howard and his wife were living in an apartment on 2nd Avenue. However, Charles Howard had disappeared, stealing $3,800 from his wife and aunt-in-law, or $68,000 in modern money. Holy dude. Police suspected that Howard was actually the con man, Albert Cortel. Charles Howard was arrested in Florida for grand larceny on June the 10th. What is grand larceny? Is that like big time stealing? What is larceny? Why don't I know what larceny is? It sounds very American, doesn't it? Larceny. Theft. Okay. Big theft. It turned out that Howard wasn't caught all, yet once again Delia Budd swore up and down that she recognized Charles Howard as the grey man who abducted her daughter. Calm down. We've already established you're rubbish at identifying people. You must have that disease. Propapagnosia, something like that. The one where you can't recognize faces properly. But it turned out that Charles Howard had been living on the other side of the country in June 1928 when Grace had been abducted. It was becoming quite clear that in her desperation to find her daughter, Mrs. Budd was grasping onto any lead that she could find and pointing a finger at anybody who vaguely hit the grey man's description. This is stupid because I don't want to be put like... She's in obviously like a lot of emotional distress or whatever, but it's not helpful if you keep identifying people like this because then they're going to be chasing down leads that are incorrect rather than out looking for, but I guess she doesn't know. She's not doing it on purpose, obviously. In another suspect lineup, Delia Budd misidentified an officer who worked in the NYPD's Missing Persons Unit. On September the 3rd, 1930, a woman named Jessica Pope accused her estranged husband, Charles Pope, of abducting Grace Budd. Jessica Pope claims that her husband met with her on June the 3rd, 1928 in New Jersey with a little girl who fit Grace's description. According to Jessica Pope, her husband had said that the little girl was a daughter of a friend who was traveling. He asked Jessica to look after her for him. Jessica, who was living separately from her husband, refused. According to Jessica's testimony, Charles Pope reluctantly said that he'd have to look after the girl himself. Jessica claimed she forgot about the incident until she suddenly connected the little girl to the Grace Budd case 2 years later. It is interesting how you have these like sudden realizations where you're just like, oh, I see. Like I sometimes have this at work with like something I'm doing and then you'll just be like, it's just like for no reason. You'll just be in the shower and be like, oh, I love those moments. Unless it's something bad. And then you're like, uh-oh. The next day, September the 4th, Charles Pope was arrested for the kidnapping of Grace Budd. Delia Budd managed to identify Pope from a police lineup. Oh, we can't trust Delia with a bloody lineup. She's just guessing. She's like, number 3, number 2, number 5. Step forward. Do they actually do that? My wife, have I told this story before? She did a police lineup. She had her phone nicked. Like she was in a Starbucks and some dude comes up to her and asks for I must have told this story before. I'm sorry if I have. I'll just repeat it real quick. She's in Starbucks. Some dude comes up, nicks her phone. She goes to the police to get the police report so she can get the insurance on it or whatever. Not expecting the police to actually do anything because it's a, theft of a phone. And it turns out that her phone, this guy was like on a run of stealing phones and they'd arrested him. And apparently the value of the phone was above some limit. So it became like bigger theft or whatever. Like it was, I don't know, like an expensive phone or whatever. And so it was like above some limit. And along with all the other thefts, they said they bring her in, there's a lineup. And she's like, yeah, it's guy number 3. And he goes to jail. I was like, holy shit, this actually happens. I was so surprised that the police did something and someone actually got punished for a crime. I mean, I think he went to jail or he got like some criminal thing, like he was prosecuted. Charles Pope claims that he was innocent and that his estranged wife had made the whole thing up out of spite. Police searched Pope's old farmhouse in the Catskills and found some locks of brown hair in an old trunk matching Grace Budd's hair color and some children's stockings which Delia Budd claimed were the same ones worn by Grace on the day she disappeared. I don't think this is the guy, right? But this is looking very bad for you, dude. The case went to trial on December the 22nd, 1930. On the stand, Jessica Pope admitted that she'd once attempted to get her husband committed to an insane asylum so she could get her hands on his money. Uh-oh. That's not looking good for the prosecution, is it? Because she's becoming, is it an unreliable witness or whatever? Like where they poke holes in it and it's like, you're not very honest, are you? Are you being honest about this as well? Meanwhile, Delia Budd recanted her claim that the stockings matched the ones worn by Grace on the day of her abduction. Delia Budd also admitted that prior to identifying Charles Pope in the lineup, she had spoken to his wife, Jessica, who had given her a detailed description of her husband's. Oh, what's going on? This Jessica woman seems horrible. She's just trying to frame her husband so he could like get out of her life and she could get his money. Jessica, you need to go to prison in this story. What the fuck? As for the locks of hair, Charles Pope claims they were taken in childhood from his now adult son as keepsakes. Pope also explains that he had collected the stockings from the apartment building he worked at as a janitor to give one of his 5 grandchildren. It was the Depression after all. Yeah, fair. These are fairly good excuses. I've got locks of hair at home. It was weird. Went to get my kid's haircut for the first time. And they're like, oh, it's the first haircut. So they put a little piece of hair that they cut off in this plastic bag and stick it to a piece of paper that says first haircut. And I'm like, that's something I'll hold on to for years. And then my kids will just end up throwing away when they're like 20. Because that's what happens to everything. And then eventually I'll die and all my stuff will get thrown away. The circle of life.
my god, not again.
After only a day's trial, Charles Pope was found not guilty. Only Jessica Pope continued to insist on her estranged husband's guilt. As a result of his wife's actions, Charles Pope had spent 108 days in jail while he had been denounced in the newspapers as a dangerous child predator. If that was me, I would sue. Well, she doesn't have any money, so what are you supposed to do? There's gotta be some crime there. Like, she was coaching a witness to identify the dude in a lineup. I'd be like, police, do something about this. And if she had any money, I'd be suing her ass so fast. Meanwhile, in December, the conman Albert Courtauld was arrested in Missouri for trying to cash a bogus check for $15,000 or $269,000 in today's money. Yeah, they're gonna check that. That's a big check. Under questioning, Courtauld admitted to being in New York in June 1928, but he denied having anything to do with the abduction of Grace Budd. Police could not find any evidence directly linking Courtauld to the girl. Meanwhile, Delia Budd, having learned her lesson about wishfully misidentifying suspects at last Delia, said that Courtauld did not match her memory of the Grey Man. The kidnapping charge against Courtauld was dropped, and the case of Grace Budd went cold for a further 4 years. Letter from a lunatic. On June the 4th, 1934, after 6 years of searching with no solid police leads, the Budd family received a letter from a Brooklyn housewife named Adele Miller. She had sent the Budds a newspaper clipping about the US battleship Colorado. Okay, which featured a photograph of a dark-haired teenage girl smiling at the camera accompanied by 2 sailors. Adele Miller circled the photograph, drew an arrow next to it, and wrote the words, "This is the girl, Grace Budd." The Budd family took the newspaper clipping to the police, and an appeal was made in the press to find the girl. Within a few days, the girl in question showed up at a police station. Turns out that this was Florence Swinney, a 16-year-old girl who lived in the Bronx. After the crushing disappointment, Delia Budd lost all hope that she'd ever find out what happened to her daughter. Yeah, I've been ragging on Delia a little bit, but also I cannot possibly imagine being in this situation. It would be unbelievable. Like the parents of Madeleine McCann. Have we covered Madeleine McCann on this channel? I think we have, because I feel like I know that story quite well now. I cannot possibly imagine the trauma and the grief and the stress of just not knowing. God damn. I don't even like to think about it, so let's just move on. But elsewhere in the city, sitting at his kitchen table, the Grey Man was reading the newspaper appeals, attempting to locate the girl who was hopefully Grace Budd. In one of the stories, the Grey Man noticed they had published the Budds' new mailing address. Several months later, on November the 2nd, 1934, the sole remaining detective assigned to the Grace Budd case, William F. King, planted a bogus story in the New York Daily Mirror in a desperate attempt to keep interest in the case alive and to keep the tips flowing in. The idea was eventually that one of them had to pan out. Detective King paid gossip columnist Walter Winchell to write a story about how the police had located a witness, a cocaine addict from Randall's Island, who knew about the disappearance and said he knew where the girl's body was buried. Needless to say, there was no cocaine-addicted tipster. Detective King had simply made up the story. Elsewhere in New York, the coverage again caught the attention of the Grey Man. 10 days later, on November the 12th, 1934, Delia Budd received an anonymous letter in the mail. Delia was illiterate, so she asked her son Edward, now 24 years old, to read it to her. Quote, "My dear Mrs. Budd, in 1894, a friend of mine shipped as a deckhand on the steamer Tacoma, Captain John Davis. They sailed from San Francisco to Hong Kong, China. On arriving there, he and 2 others went ashore and got drunk. When they returned, the boat was gone. At that time, there was a famine in China. Meat of any kind was $1 to $3 a pound. So great was the suffering among the very poor that all children under 12 were sold to the butchers to be cut up and sold for food in order to keep the others from starving. Oh my lord, is that true? A boy or girl under 14 was not safe in the street. You could go into any shop and ask for steak, chops, or stew meat. Part of the naked body of a boy or girl would be brought out and had just what you wanted cut from it. A boy or girl's behind, which was the sweetest part of the body and sold as veal cutlet, brought the highest price. John stayed there so long that he acquired a taste for human flesh. On his return to New York, he stole 2 boys, one 7, one 11, took them to his home, stripped them naked, tied them in a closet, and burned everything they had on. Several times, every day and night, he spanked them, tortured them, to make their meat good and tender. Oh my god, this is so fucked up. First, he killed the 11-year-old boy because he had the fattest ass and, of course, the most meat on it. Every part of his body was cooked and eaten except the head, bones, and guts. He was roasted in the oven, all of his ass, boiled, broiled, fried, stewed. The little boy was next. Went the same way. At that time, I was living at 409 East 100th Street, rear right side. He told me so often how good human flesh was. I made up my mind to taste it. On Sunday, June the 3rd, 1928, I called on you at 406 West 15th Street. Brought you pot cheese, strawberries. We had lunch. Oh my god, it's at that moment that you know he's telling the truth. assuming that information wasn't public. Grace sat in my lap and kissed me. I made up my mind to eat her, on the pretense of taking her to a party. You said yes, she could go. I took her to an empty house in Westchester I had already picked out. When we got there, I told her to remain outside. She picked wildflowers. I went upstairs and stripped all my clothes off. I knew if I did not, I would get blood on them. I know this story was going to get bad, but it's like, Jesus, it's a kid. When all was ready, I went to the window and called her. Then I hid in the closet until she was in the room. When she saw me all naked, she began to cry and run downstairs. I grabbed her, and she said she would tell her mama. First, I stripped her naked. How she did kick, bite, and scratched. I choked her to death, then cut her up in small pieces so I could take the meat to my rooms, cook, and eat it. How sweet and tender her little ass was roasted in the oven. It took me 9 days to eat her entire body. I did not fuck her, though. I could have, had I wished. She died a virgin. Jesus Christ, I have no words.
I'm too messed up. I need therapy.
The Budd family had received a number of letters from vindictive, cruel, and mentally ill people saying all sorts of twisted things about Grace over the years, but this one was different. This one had been written by the Grey Man himself. Meet Albert Fish. Hamilton Howard Fish was born in Washington, D.C. on May the 19th, 1870. His father, Randall Fish, was actually born in the 18th century in 1795, having been 75 at the time of his son's birth. Oh man, what are you up to? It's like, didn't like Al Pacino just have a kid and he's like 106? And you're like, I mean, he's not 106, but you get what I mean. It's like, that kid's never going to really know you. You're definitely going to be dead by the time he's like a teenager, right? Or you're going to be a super old man. You're already a super old man. His mother, Ellen Fish, was initially a homemaker. She was 32 when she gave birth to her son, a full 43 years younger than her husband. Hamilton Howard Fish was the youngest of 3 older siblings, Walter, Anne, and Edwin. 3 older siblings. They, given how old his dad is, they could be his dad. Randall was impressively virile for his age. Prior to Hamilton's birth, Randall and Ellen had another child, Albert, who died in infancy from hydrocephalus. Hydrocephalus? I think we say hydrocephalus. David's included a pronunciation guide, but I believe it hydrocephalus? I'm not sure. I think because Ceph is pronounced Kef in the UK. Like, what's that common one? Encephalopathy or whatever it is. It's not encephalopathy. I'm not sure. It doesn't matter. Let's move on. Which is an excess of fluid in the cavities of the brain, which caused it to swell, inflicting numerous mental and physical disabilities, and in baby Albert's case, death. Hamilton Howard Fish was named after a distant relative who was US Secretary of State under President Ulysses S. Grant. Okay. As Hamilton grew up, however, he came to dislike the name since other children began calling him Ham and Eggs, so Hamilton adopted the name of his dead brother Albert and insisted that everyone call him that instead. That's going to be weird for your parents. The name Albert Fish stuck, and this is the name that this future torturer, murderer, and cannibal became known to history by. Albert Fish's father, Randall, had for many years captained a riverboat along the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. and Virginia, and had already lived a full life with a previous wife and children. Randall's first wife had died of an unspecified illness. Then, as America industrialized in the mid-19th century, Randall Fish transitioned into fertilizer manufacturing, investing a large amount of his life savings as capital. The business took off, and the resulting increase in Randall's income permitted him to marry a considerably younger wife in her 20s when he was in his mid-60s. Then, in true 19th century style, Randall and the young Ellen began vigorously pumping out more babies. That is the last thing I'd want to do in my mid-60s. I did this already. I don't want to do it again. It's already hard when I'm young. I can't imagine doing this in my 60s. My parents are in their 60s. I cannot imagine them having any possible desire to do this. Not that it's not wonderful and life-affirming and all of that but it's also a lot of work. I'm tired all the time. I woke up at 5:30 this morning for no reason. The kids were just like, "Hey, Dad, I've had enough sleep." And it's like, well, I haven't. Doing that in my 60s would be not a good time. It was, however, a somewhat unfortunate gene pool with a history of mental illness on both sides of the family. Randall's brother was locked up in a state mental asylum for having delusions that God was talking to him. I feel like a lot of people have this though, don't they? It's like, God told me to. It's like, did he though? What's that famous quote? If you talk to God, that's fine. If God talks to you, that's a problem. Who said that?
Jesus Christ.
I can't remember. It's a good quote though, isn't it? He was never released and he died there. It's highly likely he was schizophrenic. One of Randall's sisters was not locked up in an asylum, but was generally considered by her family to be quote unquote completely crazy. One of Randall's... Oh, that's cousin Jill, she's completely crazy. One of Randall's sons, so harsh. She's an absolute nut job. One of Randall's sons from his previous marriage also wound up in a mental asylum with unspecified symptoms and died there. Meanwhile, Albert Fish's mother, Ellen, was considered quote-unquote very queer and was said to have regular auditory and visual hallucinations. I get the feeling it's the, odd meaning of queer here rather than the more modern meaning. Thanks for clarifying that, Simon. No one was sure. Finally, Albert's sister Anne was also said to have some sort of quote-unquote mental affliction. The state of this rather gnarled family tree did not bode well for Albert himself. No, it didn't, and we know what he becomes. But it got worse. On October the 16th, 1875, when Albert Fish was just 5 years old, his father, Randall, dropped dead from a heart attack at the Baltimore and Potomac Railway Station in Washington, D.C. Yeah, because he's an old-ass man. He's going to be like 70. And it's like, that's fine. Like, 70's not that old. You're going to live, like, you could, what's the average age? Like 80-something? So he got another good 10 years. But this was the past. He should have been dead already. Ellen Fish, then 38, was a housewife, and Randall had not left her any financial savings for her to raise kids without an income. What are you up to, Randall? When you're popping out kids at 65 with your young wife and you've got money, how are you not thinking this through? How's your wife not, what's his name?
Randall, have you thought about what happens when you inevitably die, you old man?
He's like, oh, not really. I think we just spend all our money. So what the fuck? In those days, there was not much in the way of welfare support for single mothers, and Ellen did not have family members in a financial position to help her out. Thus, Ellen Fish was forced to offload young Albert onto St. John's Orphanage in Washington, D.C. Randall, you irresponsible. Like, I think about this and I'm 36, just turned 36. And I'm like, well, yeah. Like, because I'm the primary breadwinner, and if I die suddenly, it's like, it's like my wife's like, she hasn't worked in a couple of years because she's had kids and stuff. And it's like, I don't want her to suddenly have to go back to work and stuff like immediately. People think about this. If you haven't thought about this, think about this. It can happen. People die, especially if you're an old ass man. According to Albert Fish's own account, while at the orphanage, he was physically abused, not an unlikely thing in an age that condoned fairly severe corporal punishment. To quote, I was there till I was nearly 9, and that's when I got started wrong. Sister Sarah, about 30 years old, had a cord with a hairbrush and a whip like a riding crop. For the least offence, laughing or talking, she'd pull down our pants and whip our bare behinds, often drew blood. Often in the bathroom, she would strip us completely naked to whip us. Toward the latter part of my stay there, I got hard when she did it. Oh my, I know she enjoyed it. The bigger boys used to go to her room late at night. I got excited when she whipped others too. I used to get pleasure from seeing how red their behinds got. We were unmercifully whipped. I saw boys doing many things they should not have done. Fish recounts one event shortly after arriving at the orphanage where some of the older boys caught an old horse which had been wandering in a nearby field. They tied it to a fence post, then they poured kerosene on the horse's tail and lit it on fire. These guys, you know how there's the list for like sexual predators or whatever? There should be a list for kids who torture animals. It's like, it's not bad. I mean, the sexual predator one is obviously like, that's a list of bad people. But there should also just be this quiet list of potentially bad people who maybe we should just keep a bit of a closer eye on, like people who set horses on fire, for example. The boys cut the rope, tying it to the fence, letting the horse stampede away, trying to escape the fire, which of course it could not. The panicked horse ran around frantically, crashing through numerous fences as its tail was immolated by flames. Is there anything in a horse's tail other than hair? Because in that case, it's like tail's going to burn off, but it's not going to have some I mean, it's obviously going to get its like arse burnt a little bit, but it's not like a kangaroo tail, is it? There's not like... How do I not know this? There's no like bony sticky outy bit on a horse, is there? Like in the tail bit. I'm pretty sure there's not. I think it's just hair. It's like a bit of a, like it's mane, but for the arse. Right? How do I not know this? Should ask ChatGPT. Is there a tail on a horse? Like, is there a bone in its tail? ChatGPT would be like, no, you dumb. While we cannot be sure Fish regularly partook in cruelty towards animals himself, like many serial killers do in their childhoods, the event with the horse did stick in his memory. Quote, that horse, that's me, a man of passion. The fire chases you and catches you, and then it's in your blood. And after that, it's the fire that has control, not the man. Blame the fire of passion for what Albert H. Fish has done. Oh yeah, sure, yeah. Let's blame the fire. That's separate from you, Albert. It's not your fault. It's just, I don't know, your being that's doing this. Seriously, dude? And what has Albert Fish done? Sometimes I myself am not sure what is real and what is not, what I've really done and what are things I wanted to do, and things I thought about doing for so long that it got to be as if I had done them. so that I'd remember them just as clearly as the real things, just as clearly as that hot Sunday in June when I went to the window and whistled to that little Grace Budd, and she stopped picking daisies and came inside. Contemporary psychiatrists concluded that due to Albert's physical abuse in the orphanage, he developed a penchant for masochism. He began to enjoy getting whipped by the custodians of the orphanage as a way of processing what was happening to him. At age 7, the beatings began to give Fish erections, for which the other orphans teased him. I always thought, if you wanted to choose spies should be masochistic, right? Because if they ever get captured, they'll be like, oh no, what are you going to do?
Oh, behave.
Are you going to torture me for information? What a shame! I'm not looking forward to that at all. I'll have to give it all up, but I'll work really hard on not giving it up while you tear my fingernails out, which I'm not going to absolutely love. That's what spies, that should be like a primary recruitment thing for spies, because then even if they're and they get caught, they're still not going to reveal any information because they'll be like, oh no, not another fingernail. Once Fish hit puberty, that masochism was heavily sexualized and deeply ingrained into how regularly he achieved arousal. Much of Albert Fish's masturbatory fantasies consisted of him being the victim of extreme and degrading pain. But masochism was not the only product of his childhood. Albert also developed a strong impulse towards sexual sadism, particularly toward young boys, largely due to Albert's ability to empathize with the pain being inflicted, imagining what it would feel like, and consequently growing aroused. To quote Fish himself, I always had a desire to inflict pain on others and to have others inflict pain on me. I always seemed to enjoy everything that hurt, and the desire to inflict pain, that is all that is uppermost. Albert Fish was also bisexual, erring heavily on the side of favoring males. Most of his sexual fantasies involved young boys, but he could also achieve arousal with prepubescent girls who resembled boys. Fish was undoubtedly a pedo word, and possibly also an ephebophile. Ephebophile? I've never heard of that. Sexual attraction towards teens. Well, that's also a P word, isn't it? We don't need a separate word for that. That's still being a P word. But he was not particularly attracted to adult men or women. However, Fish did enjoy sending sexually grotesque letters to women, masturbating to the thought of their shock and horror at the impropriety, rather than gaining sexual satisfaction from imagining the woman's physical attributes themselves. This practice may have been the result of humiliation, sexual or otherwise, inflicted on Fish by female staff during his time at the orphanage, whenever Fish was punished for breaking the rules. I imagine it's a combination of all of these things. Like, one, he's obviously coming from, we went through his entire family tree of mental disease, which was significant. So I think it's like you take that and then you sprinkle in a little bit of up childhood and bingo, Albert Fish eating children. Don't fuck up your kids. He also occasionally tried to manipulate female correspondents into describing how they would inflict corporal punishment on naughty children, imagining himself in their place. Otherwise, the preferred subjects of Fish's sexual fantasies were children, usually involving Fish torturing them or the children torturing him. However, at a pinch, Fish could also achieve sexual arousal from imagining that he was torturing or being tortured by male teenagers who still retained their last vestiges of their boyishness. Furthermore, Fish was generally timid and meek around other adults, and it was only with young children that he felt the power dynamic was enough in his favor to indulge in his predatory behavior. He was a lot more animated and even friendlier with children than he was with adults, but that liberality of feeling could also take a dark turn when he was alone with them. This phenomenon is common enough among P-words, so much so that in the modern day, a man could be respected for being good with children, but he is quickly made an object of suspicion if he is quote-unquote too good with children, or a little overeager to be in their company. Yeah, it's a bit weird, isn't it? I don't know, before I had kids, I didn't know really how to interact with kids. I'd be like, hello, children. What are you up to? And it, because I got cousins and stuff who were born before my kids, and it was always I don't know what to do with children. What do you do? How do you play? And now I have my own kids, and it's oh, okay, now I get it. And it's just oh, isn't it nice? They're just like mine, except less nice because they're not mine. But now I understand it. And it's although if there's a kid who's a couple of years older, I'm I don't know what you like. I don't know who, as soon as any kid, mine or younger, it's cool. Got that experience. Now how to interact with. Any kids older, I'm just Just like before, still don't know. In early 1879, Ellen Fish got a job working for the US government in Washington, which allowed her to afford to look after her children again. According to Fish, she told him, "Getting you back from the orphanage was like getting my son back from the dead." Fish returned to live with her after spending ages 5 to 9 being regularly abused. Aside from his vague memories as a toddler, most of his lived experience of the world had been in an environment of fairly brutal and consistent mistreatment at the hands of adults who were supposed to care for him. It is therefore unsurprising that, as an adult himself, Fish felt driven to replicate this abuse by inflicting it on other children in order to gain sexual gratification from his severely damaged psyche, in much the same way as the child killer Pedro Lopez felt driven to do so. Again, I just want to say though, I think it's like, it's not just about his experience. It's also, there's genes and there's nurture and nature. That's the right phrase, right? Nature and nurture, like the genes and also the environment that are shaken together to make this monster. It's not purely one or the other. Because but plenty of people have horrible childhoods where they're abused and don't grow up to be abusers. It's the majority, right? But yeah. So it's a bit of both. Past abuse is not an uncommon feature in the life histories of child predators. Yeah, I'd say it's a very strong indicator. There's been very few casual criminalists where it's like, oh yeah, no, this guy's a child predator and he just had a completely normal upbringing. It's unusual. These psychological maladies and sexual paraphilias soon received reinforcement. In 1882, when Fish was 12 years old and had just commenced puberty and incipient sexual awakening, he began his first sexual relationship with a telegraph boy a few years his senior. The telegraph boy indulged Fish's penchant for sadomasochism, and the two swapped between the roles of torturer and tortured, with the younger Fish more frequently taking on the submissive role. The telegraph boy also introduced Fish to the practices of drinking urine and eating feces. Oh my god, which have two, scientific names that David spelled out there, but I don't need to try and pronounce them. Throughout his teenage years, Albert Fish regularly frequented the public baths on the weekend. There he would observe the other boys undressing while he furtively masturbated and waited until he got home with the memory fresh in his mind in order to achieve sexual climax in his bedroom. In 1887, when Fish was 17, he kidnapped a 12-year-old African-American boy, R-worded him, whipped him, and then forced him to drink his own urine and eat his own feces. Fish also partook in the boy's bodily waste. He let the boy go and was never caught. Fish later claimed the boy enjoyed it, but needless to say, this claim is extremely doubtful. What the fuck, man? What is... You are a... This... I know, starting this one out, that Albert Fish is he's one of these most fucked up individuals. I knew this was going to be a Pedro Lopez-like episode. But it's what is wrong with you? What the fuck is going on in your brain? You just need to be... if you can go back in time, right? You always say that. Just could you go back in time and kill Hitler? You'd be like, yeah, I'd kill Albert Fish as a kid. Just pop him off. Sick. It's so bad. Look at him. He's a horrible dude. We need the death penalty for him. Fortunately, they have the death penalty in America, and I don't remember how this ends, but I'm hoping it's with him strapped to a chair. An electric chair, just in case that wasn't clear. Or a gurney for the injection. In 1890, when Fish was 20 years old, he left Washington, D.C. and traveled to New York City. In order to have sexual contact with men on a regular basis, Fish began working as a male prostitute. That way he was able to frequent areas of New York that were well known to be populated by same-sex attracted men, like the legendary gay bar and brothel Paresis Hall in Manhattan, named after the late-stage insanity caused by syphilis. Wait, what's paresis? I don't get it. What's paresis mean? Eventually, by moving into the circles of New York's illegal sexual underbelly, Fish was able to acquire regular male lovers outside of prostitution, and he tended to favor lovers that were teenagers. These relations almost always became sadomasochistic. Yet, sex with adult men, and even teenage boys, did not satiate Fish's desires, and soon after arrival in New York City, he began R-wording and torturing children. Usually his targets were boys under the age of 6 years old, but sometimes he would go for boys as old as 12. Dude. Occasionally, he would target prepubescent girls. Fish particularly reveled in spanking or whipping his victims to the point that he drew blood. He also indulged in consuming their bodily waste and forcing them to do the same. He played a game where he would force children to defecate onto the floor and then rub their noses in it as if they were dogs. Sometimes Fish would sodomize these children, and other times he'd force fellatio on them. Sometimes he'd do both. Occasionally, Fish found children who were willing to perform sexual acts for a small bribe. Other times, Fish was entirely coercive, often bludgeoning them on the back of the head and tying them up, and even holding children in captivity for days at a time. How is he not getting caught? How often is he doing this? Where's the fucking police? Fish also claimed that he paid other children to willingly procure their friends for him. Additionally, Fish preferred, if possible, to target mentally disabled children since they'd be less likely to report what had happened to them, and African American children since Fish believed that they would be a low priority for the police. Nevertheless, Fish did not shy away from molesting white children either. It was also around 1894, if Fish's own account is to be believed, that he developed an interest in cannibalism and a taste for human flesh. I understand, but he obviously is doing this very prolifically. Where are the police? Thus, in New York City, in his early 20s, Albert Fish was already an active and extremely prolific P-word, if not already a child murderer and cannibal. It's not known how many children Fish attacked and tortured between 1890 and 1898. It's also not known if he murdered any children during this time. Fish later described his activities at length, and in a large number of sickening variations, but he rarely supplied dates. However, Fish later would boast that his victim count was approximately 100 children. This statement almost certainly refers to mostly sexual attacks rather than murders, and it's likely that a good proportion of those attacks, perhaps a few dozen, occurred in the 8 years between 1890 and 1898. On another occasion, Albert Fish boasted that he had victimized children in every US state east of Montana. Indeed, he often traveled across state lines for work, but it's unlikely that Fish traveled quite that widely. It's most likely a figure of speech referring to the approximate number of victims, or else a boast made by an extremely adult mind meant to shock and horrify the listener for Fish's own sexual gratification. However, given that Fish's crimes spanned over 40 years from the 1890s to the 1930s, a total victim count of over 100 children is entirely feasible. A maximum, according to one of Fish's statements, he may have victimized roughly 400 children, of which claimed that he'd murdered 24. Mrs. Fish. Wait, what? This dude had a wife? What the f***?
Anyway, as soon as we got here, she was desperate to get married.
In addition to male prostitution, Albert Fish regularly worked as an unskilled laborer. Polite and deferential, Fish was generally known as a good employee. He earned enough to move his mother, now in her 50s, to New York to live with him. They resided in an apartment on West 101st Street. The extent to which mother and son fed off each other's mental illness is unknown, with Albert's rampant sadomasochism and P-wording and Ellen's auditory and visual hallucinations probably making for an uncomfortable domestic atmosphere. Well, I guess the good news is he's not married. Mrs. Fish is his mum. It's also unclear whether Ellen Fish detected her son's bisexuality and predatory activities, or if she did, to what extent. However, by 1898, when Albert Fish was 28 years old, Ellen said it was long overdue that he should be married. Oh no, never mind. Okay. Perhaps she noticed there was something off about her son. Yeah, what'll solve him? You know what'll turn him into notch art? Getting married! That'll fix everything. She promptly arranged a match between Albert and Anna Mary Hoffman, a local girl of limited means who was then 19 years old. Albert and Anna Fish ultimately had 6 children together: Albert Jr., Anna the Younger, Gertrude, Eugene, John, and Henry between 1899 and 1913. While they were trying for children, according to Fish, he and his wife engaged in sadomasochism every time they had sex. Sometimes Albert would spank or whip Anna, but Anna preferred to spank and whip Albert. He would also regularly consume his wife's urine and feces. Sometimes Fish would urinate on his wife, claiming that she liked it. Once Albert and Anna Fish had their last child in 1913, they stopped having sex altogether. It's unknown whether Anna Fish was aware that her husband was a child R-wordist and torturer, or that he carried on extramarital affairs with gay men. It's also unclear whether Anna Fish truly ever loved her husband, or was rather trying to make the best of a bad lot. Divorces were frowned upon at the time and were fairly difficult to achieve through New York courts. Additionally, over the course of his marriage, Fish would visit brothels in order to be whipped, spanked, and flogged by prostitutes. These visits increased in frequency after 1913 as the sex stopped and his marriage slowly deteriorated. Despite Fish's extreme predatory and sadistic attitude toward children in general, it's likely he never R-worded or tortured his own children. In later years, Fish's daughter Gertrude once said of him, quote, "Pop never lifted a hand to any of us. He even scolded my sister Anna when she punished the youngsters. He was always so kind to us, while my mother was always looking out for herself. It was Pop who held the family together." However, as we shall see, Fish did not completely exclude his own children from his sexual fetishes. It's like, you're like, oh, this story's pretty bad. Oh, that's worse. Oh, that's worse. Oh, and we're on page 10 of 35. I hope the last 10 pages are him just being interrogated and tortured and then strapped to a chair. But probably not. Once he was married, Alberfish started working at a grocery store, eventually rising to manager, and he desisted from working as a male prostitute. However, Fish continued to date gay lovers and likewise continued attacking children. Meanwhile, Fish's affairs with men continued to expand his horizons. One of Fish's lovers took him to a wax museum, where Fish became sexually excited by the display of a bisected penis in one of the exhibits. This began Fish's obsession with castration. Not long after, Fish tied up a mentally disabled boy and tried to cut off his penis and testicles. However, the boy managed to break free and fled. He was, of course, not able to communicate exactly what had happened, nor point the police towards Fish. Because he was mentally disabled. Bro.
It's a horror show, right?
Alberfish also began the practice of writing perverted letters to women via classified ads in the newspapers and via matrimonial agencies which provided matchmaking services. He frequently asked the female recipients of those letters to perform degrading violent acts on him, most frequently spanking him with a paddle. Who gets that letter and is like, yeah, cool. I mean, I get if you're like on a specific app that I'm imagining exists for people with, like, you know, it's 2023. If you're into this, go for it. Like, as long as it's all mutual and consenting and all of this stuff. Like, I know people who are into this stuff. It's like, that's fine. But like, if you're just on like a regular matrimonial thing in like the 19th century and some dude's like, and then I want you to whip me with a paddle, you'd be like, bruh, let's not reply to that, dude. Unless you're into it yourself, which I guess then you would, but okay. Occasionally, Fish would lure the women into correspondence by appearing respectable in the first letter or two before becoming increasingly twisted and sexual in his overtones. According to Fish, these women almost never responded to his letters once his intentions became clear. Yeah. Oh my god, what a surprise! Fish also develops the practice of hurling shockingly filthy notes over the walls and fences of girls-only schools to be found and read by impressionable young students. In addition to his sexually predatory behavior, Alberfish prided himself as a thief and an inveterate liar, skills he claimed to have acquired while living at the orphanage. Quote, "It was like living two lives, one they knew about, or one they didn't." As such, Fish regularly engaged in petty thefts and usually got away with it. The exceptions to this early in his life were in Washington in 1886, where he was caught cashing a bad check but was released without charge, and in 1903 when Fish was caught stealing several $100s from the grocery store that he was manager at and sentenced to 16 months in Sing Sing prison. His mother, Ellen, died while he was serving this sentence. His wife, Anna, stuck by him, but perhaps not out of sentiment. Divorces in New York State at the time could not be granted simply because her husband was in prison. Well, that's not reason enough for a divorce. How long's he away for? 25 years? Yeah, you gotta stick it out, lady.
Ned, god damn it.
Unless he had received a life sentence. Meanwhile, Fish regularly had sex with the other male inmates at Sing Sing. It's clear from Fish's later statements that Anna Fish was unaware of this. Albert Fish is like, oh no, prison? And I've heard there's all sorts of terrible things that go on in the showers, which I'm definitely not gonna love. 16 months? Make it 16 years, Judge. Jesus Christ. After his release from Sing Sing, Fish took up a job as a house painter and soon had a knack for it. The job became fairly lucrative and Fish gained a favourable reputation among tradesmen. A remodelling boom was going on at the time because of the spread of electricity and indoor plumbing. The boom permitted Fish to take jobs across state lines. This allowed him to, R-word children, in other locations and then quickly leave town. Yeah, back in the day when the police it's like, oh yeah, you just go to a different state and you're, that's fine. They're not following you across that state. It's like the modern equivalent of like moving to, what's that country? Where, was it John McAfee where he fled to? Belize? Fish sometimes selected states with high African-American populations, again in the belief that such cases would be given a low priority by the police. In 1910, Fish traveled to Wilmington, Delaware to work on a house there. While staying in Wilmington, Fish coerced a mentally disabled 19-year-old named Thomas Kedden into a sadomasochistic relationship. To quote, he had a pretty face and would pass for 16 except for his size. Looked like a girl. He had the prettiest and fattest arse that I'd ever seen on a man, but he was covered from his neck down to his shins with long black hair. You could hardly see his dicky or behind because of the hair. Fish cut Kedden's hair with scissors and made the rest fall off with hair remover. They met in Fish's lodgings for about a week and a half, and Fish alternated between being the dominant and the submissive. To quote him, I spanked him on his nice fat arse, and it looked like a ripe tomato all over. Then it was his turn to be papa. I was his boy, and I'd done a number 2 in my pants. How good it felt when he spanked, but it hurt, and I always wanted more, and to give him more. I'm hoping that all of these quotes are not from some like biography that he wrote later, but rather the police interrogations where he was, I'd say like having his fingernails pulled out and stuff, but he'd probably like it, wouldn't he? The sick fuck. After 10 days, Fish lured Kedden to an abandoned farmhouse outside of town where Fish tied him up and kept him in a locked room while he was at work. Fish tortured Kedden over the course of 2 weeks. In one document, Fish claims it was 5 weeks. Quote, I wanted to lash, cut, and burn a nice, big, fat, pretty ass like Thomas had, torture him, hear him scream in pain. It was sweet music to hear him scream, and no one else could. Fish lashed him with a switch, which had thorns in it, paddled him once the switch had made cuts, resulting in a spray of blood over Fish in the room, and stabbed Kedden with needles in his buttocks, penis, scrotum, and belly. At one point, Fish cut Kedden between the buttocks and sucked out his blood. Fish burned Kedden with This is enough. This is enough. Inspired by the memory of the bisected penis in the wax museum. Okay, so look, he does terrible things to him. Oh, okay, so I've read it. You don't need to hear it. It's way too much. It's way too much. Then there's a quote from Fish. I took the first train I could get back home. Never heard what became of him. Never tried to find out. He didn't kill him, though. He just mutilated him and then left. In January 1917, Albert and Anna Fish were living with their 6 children and a small dog at 1013 Fifth Avenue, College Point. The not-happy couple had been married for 19 years. Albert was nearly 47, Anna was 38. Albert pulled in a decent amount of money from his job as a highly competent house painter, paid the rent on time, and also kept accounts for the family. He noticed that lately, they were always spending far more on food than they ever ate. Anna told him that the dog was being given quite a bit of meat and scraps. Albert thought this was strange since the dog was quite small and skinny. He made a point of observing the dog to see how much extra food it was being given by the family in a day. That evening, Albert followed the dog upstairs to the door leading to the attic and watched it sniff and whine at the crack underneath. Albert opened the door and went into the attic to see what the dog was pining over. There in the dark, he stumbled over the body of John Straub, a local handyman who was asleep on a rug on the floor, covered in some of the Fish's family's finest quilts and linens. Straub mumbled sleepily, "What have you got for me this time?" What? There's a dude living in his attic and I assume his wife is feeding him? This is a twist.
You're from that weird family, aren't you?
The puzzle pieces quickly clicked into place. Anna Fish was having an affair with a man that she'd kept stowed in the attic. Albert Fish attests that instead of feeling a murderous rage, in true masochist fashion, he immediately felt aroused at the idea of being so blatantly cuckolded. Quote, my main thought was that this might be excitement, something new. It was pretty funny leading Straub downstairs and walking into the dining room and telling him to pull up a chair. He was struck dumb. So was my wife. If I had any definite idea in mind when I fetched Anna's lover down from the attic and made him sit at the table across from me with Anna between, it certainly wasn't violence. While Albert Fish was definitely into getting cucked by Anna and John Straub, they certainly weren't feeling the same vibes. Straub spent an awkward few days in the Fish's attic before he disappeared. A few days later, Albert Fish went out on a painting and remodeling job in White Plains, New York, leaving his forwarding address with one of his daughters. On January the 19th, 1917, she telegrammed Fish the following message: Papa, Mama is gone. Come home. Fish immediately knew this meant his wife had run off with John Straub. When he arrived home, a neighbor told him, quote, she's gone, Mr. Fish, and everything you ever had has gone with her. Sure enough, when Fish entered the home, all the furniture was gone. Every single room was bare. Upstairs, even the beds and blankets had been taken. Anna had removed the oven, which made the house incredibly cold in the January weather. Albert and Anna's 6 children were huddled together in the empty dining room, and the younger ones were all crying. At the time, Albert Jr. was 18, Anna the younger, 16, Gertrude 13, Eugene 10, John 7, and Henry was only 4. The kids said that Anna Fish had given them money to go to the movies. Fish's neighbor explained that as soon as the children had left, a van pulled up containing some removalists and Straub himself, and they started loading everything in the house. Fish later found out that Anna and Straub had pawned the family possessions for next to nothing and used the money to travel to Bridgeport, Connecticut, where the adulterous couple shacked up in a boarding house. Meanwhile, Fish was forced to move his family to a furnished apartment, which, due to the number of his children, was marked up for $25 a week for rent, or $580 per week in modern money. They spent 2 weeks there until Fish could afford to buy basic furniture and moved the kids into a less expensive and unfurnished place. According to Albert Fish, the event caused a sharp decline in his already dismal mental health. He started having auditory and visual hallucinations like his mother used to. Fish was once found by his children sitting on the floor, having wrapped himself in a carpet, claiming that the ghost of John the Apostle was talking to him. Fish would also have visions of Jesus and angels who urged him to torture himself to atone for his sins and to torment and castrate young boys, which of course by this point he'd already been doing for years. It was like, oh no, the demons are telling me to castrate young boys. I do want to do Sick man. What a sick man. Fish would babble pseudo-biblical things to himself like, quote, "Happy is he that taketh the little ones and dasheth their heads against the stones." Fish's masochism went into overdrive. As Fish put it himself, the trouble with pain is that you get tough and always have to invent something that hurts worse. As such, Fish began regularly stabbing himself in the taint with needles. Dude. At first, Fish would just push the needles deep inside him and then pull them out. But as the practice continued, the needles got so embedded into his pelvic region that Fish just left them in there. An X-ray Oh, this is like one of those things that's like, oh my god. It's just like shivers down the spine of uncomfortableness. An X-ray later revealed that the area between Fish's scrotum and rectum contained 29 needles. This caused Fish the sensation of sharp but entirely welcome pain whenever he sat down. Ooh, I don't like thinking about that. Fish also fashioned a paddle through which he had driven several carpentry nails which he'd used to flog his own arse until it was covered with blood. Fish also enticed his youngest children, Eugene, John, and Harry, into beating him with a paddle by playing it off as some kind of game. Fish also encouraged his children's friends to join in whenever they were over. Finally, Fish had a practice of stuffing cotton wool soaked in lighter fluid up his arse and then setting the end of it on fire. This is some extreme shit. A few years later, around 1920, 3 of Fish's children had all come down with the measles, and he found it extremely difficult looking after them while balancing his work commitments and unsavory extracurricular activities. Anna Fish, and it was still technically Fish because they never bothered to get a divorce, caught wind of this and telegrammed their eldest daughter, Anna the younger, quote, "Straub can't get a job, and I'm literally starving up here with my 2 new babies. I've heard about Jean, Gert, and Johnny having the measles, and if your father isn't too mad at me, I would come back simply as a housekeeper and work for my keep. And work hard. Only one thing you must tell him. If he takes me in, I have to bring these 2 babies with me, but not Straub." Oh my god. What? You are mother of the year, aren't you? Anna the younger told Albert Fish about the message, but he simply said that his wife could go to hell. A few years later, Fish spotted John Straub at a residential construction site where Straub was working as a carpenter. Fish's demeanor must have been decidedly less cuckish this time because Straub immediately dropped the shingles that he was carrying and ran away while Fish chased after him. Straub ran into an unfinished 2-story house and hid in the closet under the stairs while Fish ran past. Fish thought that Straub had run upstairs, so he bolted up the staircase, which turned out to be unfinished, and Fish nearly plunged off the end of it onto the floor below. It'd be brilliant if that was the end of Albert Fish. Broke his neck. Oh no, Albert! What a shame! Fucking hell, but it's not, is it? Anna Fish and John Straub stayed together in the 1930s and were living in Astoria with their 3 children, all of them around the age that Fish preferred for his victims. The Grey Man of Staten Island. Back in 1919, Albert Fish was raising a family all by himself, depending increasingly on his daughters, Anna and Gertrude. They would look after the youngest boys while Fish was at work. In that year, he traveled to Washington, D.C. for a house remodeling job in the neighborhood of Georgetown. Fish claims that while he was there, he R-worded and stabbed a mentally disabled boy. Fish never learned the boy's name, and he didn't know if he survived. In 1921, Fish was living with his family at 1444 Park Avenue. There he encountered a 5-year-old boy named Cyril Quinn, who lived in the same apartment building with his father and brother. Cyril Quinn came to Fish's apartment to ask if he could read the comics in the newspaper. Fish said yes, and as Quinn sat there reading, Fish stripped completely naked and remained so the entire time the boy was in the room. Fish made a point of walking back and forth in front of Quinn so the boy would look up at him. Quinn told the other neighborhood boys about this, and to Fish's delight, they all periodically came to his apartment to see the strange old man naked. Okay. Oh my god, that would be a different thing today, wouldn't it? Be like, yeah, let's all go look at the weird old naked man. He kind of gets off as us looking at him as he's weird and old and naked. And today it'd be like, you tell your parents, and they'll be like, get that weird old naked man in prison ASAP. That man needs to be on the list. Over the next 7 years, Fish groomed Cyril Quinn so that he could regularly molest him. At first, Fish convinced Quinn to strip naked as well, then introduced a game where they'd spank each other, and then things degenerated to outright sexual contact. In exchange, Fish gave Quinn candy, ice cream, and small sums of money. All the while, Fish harbored thoughts of extreme violence and sexual sadism against Quinn, which he hoped to one day enact. The problem was that Fish was known to Quinn's father and would be an immediate suspect. In 1922, Fish was caught cashing a bogus check for $67 or $1,190 in modern money. Isn't this the thing you went to prison for like 18 months? It's like, bro, Don't do the same crime again. What are you doing? He paid the money back and was given a suspended sentence for petty larceny. Fish also continued to R-word children during this time, including Cyril Quinn, but we do not have confirmed names and dates for the others. On July the 11th, 1924, Fish took a short ferry ride from Manhattan to Staten Island, then the least populated of New York's boroughs, where he lurked around what essentially amounted to empty country lanes. Fish came upon a small family farm where he saw an 8-year-old girl, Beatrice Kill, playing outside alone. Fish approached her and offered her money to help him find rhubarb in the adjoining field. Kids, don't do this. Don't go with the weird man. Money is like candy. Don't take it. Tell your parents. Beatrice was about to leave with Fish when her mother spotted them, and she chased Fish away. Excellent, thank God. Given the Fish was escalating his MO, Mrs. Gill may well have saved her daughter's life. Yeah, I bet she did. And at the very least, she saved her from some pretty horrible shit. Fish returned to the Gill's farm that night and tried to sleep in their barn, but he was discovered by Beatrice's father, Hans Gill, who angrily told him to leave. Fish lingered on Staten Island for a few more days, sleeping rough and hunting for a victim. At 2 p.m. on July the 14th, 1924, Anna McDowell, wife of a Staten Island policeman, sat on the porch of her house, nursing a month-old baby Annabelle, watching her 8-year-old son Francis play nearby. It was then that Anna McDowell saw Albert Fish walking down the middle of the street, twitching and unclenching his hands and talking to himself. Fish looked up and noticed Mrs. McDonald was staring at him, so he stopped, raised his hat in greeting, and continued along the road until he was out of sight. To McDonald, everything about him seemed to be grey. Mrs. McDonald went inside, and her son Francis and his little brother Albert went off to play a game of catch with the other neighborhood boys. Sometime during their game, Albert Fish approached the boys and called Francis over to speak with him. When the other boys looked up, Francis and Albert Fish were gone. At 4:30 p.m., Francis McDowell's neighbor, Mr. George Stern, noticed the boy walking in the direction of Charlton's Woods in the company of an older man. Stern thought this was odd, but paid no more attention to it. Once they were under the cover of the trees, Albert Fish severely beat Francis McDowell until the boy was compliant. Then Fish stripped off the boy's clothes and R-worded him. We've got to the point where this episode's never going to get monetized. It's going to be like 3 hours long, and I'm not going to get paid for it, which sucks.
See what I mean? It's tragedy plus time.
But do I really need to keep doing this? I feel like we're just in the weeds of like never happening, so whatever. Then he took the knife to the victim, leaving deep cuts along the boy's stomach and cutting chunks of flesh out of the victim's legs. Fish cut off most of the skin and muscle on the back of the boy's left thigh so that one of the hamstrings was completely exposed. Fish also intended to castrate the boy and take the genitals home with him. However, Fish thought he had someone coming, so he quickly strangled the boy with his own suspenders and fled the area. When Francis McDowell failed to come home for dinner, the family got worried. His little brother Albert said that Francis had walked off with some old man. Anna McDowell immediately wondered if this was the grey man that she'd seen wandering down the street earlier that afternoon. The father of the family, Arthur McDowell, a policeman, searched the neighborhood and finding nothing, alerted the station. The next day, a search party was established, including cops, neighbors, and local Boy Scouts. It was 3 scouts who found Francis McDonald's corpse lying in Charlton's Woods. The murder set off a flurry of police activity involving over 250 officers and a media firestorm. Arthur McDonald told reporters on July the 16th to quote, "If I catch the killer, I will not harm a hair on his head. I want to see him punished as he deserves. But the law must take its course." Well, yeah, if he murdered a kid, he's going to go through the justice system and then he's going to be killed anyway, because it's, 1916 or something like that? 1920, something like that? That he's gonna get the chair, isn't he? Which will be awesome. Despite Anna McDowell flagging up the grey man as a possible suspect and hysteria sweeping across Staten Island toward any old man who seemed to be lurking around and up to no good, the injuries sustained by Francis McDowell during his beating were so severe that the police doubted an older man would have had the strength to do it. In fact, the police suspected 2 men had been involved in the murder. 2 orderlies at a nearby hospital, Clyde Patterson and Jacob Gottlieb, were arrested as suspects but were quickly released. Police also picked up Jacob Herman, an escapee from an insane asylum who claimed that he murdered Francis McDowell, but soon police determined that Herman had been nowhere near the neighborhood on the date of the murder. All told, 12 men were arrested for the murder of Francis McDowell, but were later ruled out and released. As weeks passed, the fact that the killer had not yet been caught further fueled hysteria on Staten Island. One afternoon in August, a teenager discovered a homeless man, John Oskowski, camping out in an abandoned shack 10 miles from the murder site. The teen alerted the owner of a nearby gas station, Salvador Pace, who barged out there with a gun and tried to enact a citizen's arrest. But Oskowski also had a gun and a firefight erupted between the 2 men, but neither were hit. Salvador Pace retreated to the gas station and called the police. Maybe you should have done that already, Salvatore. Like, what should I do? Citizen's arrest? Or, I don't know, call the police to do a real arrest. Stop hunting for glory, Salvador, and just call the cops. You could have both been killed, and neither of you are criminals. When the cops arrived, Iskowski fired on them. The officers managed to hit Iskowski in the side, taking him down. Seeing the cops approaching, Iskowski took his own gun and shot himself in the head. It turned out that Iskowski was a mentally unwell farmer who had run out after arguing with his wife. At the time of McDonald's murder, Iskowski had been living in Radnor, Pennsylvania. Well, that's sad. After that incident, the murder of Francis McDowell faded from the newspapers, and gradually, as police leads dwindled, the case went cold. This was 4 years prior to the abduction of Grace Budd. He's getting away with this for so long. Such rampant crimes. All sort of, a lot of them happening in the same area. It's just wild that he didn't get caught sooner. The Brooklyn Bogeyman. On October the 3rd, 1926, 5-year-old Emma Richardson was found raped and strangled in a Brooklyn alleyway. Police later suspected Albert Fish, but he never confessed to the crime. This does not, however, mean he didn't do it. Albert Fish was sometimes reluctant to confess to murders that he almost certainly committed. Even some of the murders that Fish eventually confessed to committing, he denied until the very end. Fish was also suspected to have raped and strangled 12-year-old Yetta Abramovitz on the rooftop of an apartment building in the Bronx in 1927. She was seen headed toward the roof with an old man, and a body was found having been mutilated with a knife in a way similar to Frances McDonald's. Fish was also suspected of the rape and murder of Barbara Wall, Sadie Burris, Florence McDowell, and Helen Sterler, all in Brooklyn. The murder details were similar, and the girls were between the ages of 5 and 7. Fish never admitted to any of these crimes. In the case of Helen Sterler, the police arrested Lloyd Price, an African-American man who confessed to the crime. He later recounted this confession, claiming it had been beaten out of him by the NYPD. Nevertheless, Price was tried, convicted, and given the electric chair. That's fucked up. He's beaten up. He confesses to a crime because he's being beaten. As soon as he's not being beaten, he's like, no, I didn't do it. You were beating me. And they're like, well, too late. You said you did. Fry for it. And I'm going to go ahead and say that's probably got a little something to do with racism. On February the 11th, 1927, on the second floor of an apartment building at number 99 15th Street in Brooklyn, 4-year-old Billy Gaffney and 3-year-old Billy Beaton were playing in the hallway. They were joined by 12-year-old Johnny McNiff, who lived upstairs and was looking after his baby sister, whom had just gotten off to sleep. McNiff observed the boys playing for a bit and spoke to them. Then McNiff heard his sister wake up and begin to cry. McNiff headed upstairs to comfort the baby and send her back off to sleep. No more than 3 minutes later, McNiff returned to the second floor to see that the two boys were gone. McNiff was then joined in the hallway by Billy Beaton's father, who grew alarmed that his 3-year-old son was no longer playing in the hallway just outside his flat. Thinking the two boys might be in Billy Gaffney's apartment, they headed down the hallway to check. The two boys weren't there. Beaton and McNiff then headed onto the street to see if the boys had gone outside, shouting their names all the while. The boys were nowhere to be seen. Beaton and McNiff then set about searching every floor of the apartment building. They found 3-year-old Billy Beaton unharmed at the top floor of the apartment building. The toddler exclaimed that he and 4-year-old Billy Gaffney had been up on the roof looking at chimneys and steamships. McNiff and Beaton's father noticed that above the ladder at the end of the hallway, the hatch to the roof had been opened, a physical impossibility for either child. Mr. Beaton asked his son whether his friend Billy Gaffney was still up on the roof. The boy shook his head, replying, "The bogeyman took him." 4-year-old Billy Gaffney was nowhere to be found. His parents, Edmund and Elizabeth Gaffney, reported his disappearance to the police that evening. Preliminary attempts were made to find the boy over the course of the night. The next morning, a team of 25 detectives and officers turned up. The police quickly ruled out the act of kidnapping for ransom because the Gaffneys were poor. However, Elizabeth Gaffney had feuded with 2 of her cousins over an inheritance several years ago. These 2 cousins were brought in, questioned, and turned loose within the hour as it became clear they'd got nothing to do with the boy's disappearance. Mr. Beaton was also briefly treated as a suspect because a neighbor, Gabriel Cordovez, alleged that he saw Beaton hurrying from the apartment building on the night of the 11th with a small bundle in his arms. It turned out Cordovez had just got his dates wrong, and the bundle had merely carried laundry. On February the 12th, a truck driver, Eddie Wisniewski, claimed the night before that he'd found a young boy crying on a street corner and turned him over to a police officer. It turned out, though, to be a different boy. On February the 13th, the traffic cop, Officer Martin, reported that he'd seen a short, swarthy woman dragging a crying boy down the street. However, I was like not dragging, but my kid, I was taking her back from school the other. I pick her up early from school on Wednesdays. And I'm like, she's just like not having it. I think what was the problem? Is like she wanted something and I didn't give it to her. It was something stupid. And so she's just having an absolute freak out. We're in the middle of the city. It's like busy streets. And she's just on the ground, just screaming. And I'm like, oh God. The only thing that is like makes the scene like, I'm like, oh my goodness, is someone going to go up to me? Is that your kid? And I kind of hope that in that situation, like an officer would come up and be like, everything all right there? But like, the only thing that made it better, she's like, Dad, I want this. Dad, I want this. And I'm like, okay, at least there's that. Because, yeah, like that's, I don't know. Kids scream. Yeah, oh my God, the other day we were on the tram and the tram has grey seats and it has red seats. And there's a red seat and a grey seat. And we sit on the grey seat. It's like, Dad, I want the red seat. And then just starts screaming her head off. And I'm always like, if I say no, it means no. So like, I'm like, well, we're sitting on the grey seat because the tram's now moving and we can't go over to the red seat. And she's having a freak out. She's like, Dad, the tram's now stopped. I want to go on the red seat. I'm like, no, grey seat. And so 10-minute tram ride, just absolute screaming. I'm like, please be quiet. This is embarrassing. And there are lots of people on here. They're just trying to peacefully ride the tram and you're screaming. Why? Oh, and from that lovely peek into my personal life and amusement, let's get back to children being murdered.
I needed a break.
Billy Gaffney's disappearance was reported in the newspapers, and sure enough, the letters from the malevolent and the mentally ill started coming in. On February the 16th, the Gaffneys received a letter that said, wait, do not appear too anxious. Your son is in safe hands. We fought for him, but I got him now. We will get the beaten boy next for Billy to play with, for Billy is lonesome. Do not show this letter to anyone if you know what is good for you. Again, I say that Billy is safe, and we are experimenting on him. Another letter read, I didn't mean to kill him. God forgive me, and included a map leading to a spot by the Bronx River where the police found nothing. Another letter claimed that Billy Gaffney had been murdered and shoved in a cardboard box in an abandoned apartment building, but when police arrived, the box contained nothing but rags. In March, the Gaffneys received a rambling 3-page letter saying that Billy was being kept imprisoned by a man in a house in South Brooklyn. When the police arrived at the address, they found that the house was empty. All of these people, I hope there's prison sentences for stuff like that. Like, I know wasting police time, that's a crime, right? But these are like so f***ed up wasting police time that this should be, if you get caught, I want to see you serve some time for this kind of shit. This is really horrible. At the end of February, a construction worker digging a new sewer line for a mental asylum in Brooklyn uncovered the remains of a small boy wrapped in a quilt. Police initially thought this was Gaffney, but it turned out that the boy had died of illness and been buried by his impoverished parents on the grounds of the asylum several months prior, well before Gaffney's disappearance. And so, the bogeyman remained at large. Such was the public anger at Billy Gaffney's abduction that in early March, 63-year-old salesman Giles Steele was walking down 92nd Street and politely asked a 4-year-old boy to move out of his way. The boy's mother, Sadie Bernstein, thought Steele was trying to abduct him and whipped up a mob who beat the living out of Steele. He was then arrested, charged with attempting kidnapping, and held on $10,000 bail, $170,000 in modern money. Soon after, the charges were dropped. Believe it or not, Giles Steele ultimately may have considered himself lucky. This is because in the same week in Brooklyn, on 2 separate occasions, 2 convicted sex offenders, Louis Sandman and Samuel Bimberg, were beaten to death by angry mobs. On March the 8th, in Palmer, Massachusetts, a high school student found the month-old remains of a 4-year-old boy in a wine cask at the town dump. The boy's face had been badly mutilated and his jaw crushed. Again, police suspected that this was Billy. Oh, I'm sorry, I read that wrong. I was like, wait, 4 months old remains? But no, they were 4 months old remains. So that makes more sense, because I'd be like, well, that's a baby, not a kid. The boy's father, Edmund Gaffney, was asked to travel up to Massachusetts to identify the body. Luckily, this traumatizing experience didn't have to take place. Shortly before Edmund Gaffney arrived in Massachusetts, police identified the boy as the son of a woman named Ida Kelly. The boy had been beaten by Kelly's employer, Albert Doe, and died 2 days later. Doe had secretly buried the body in the wine cask. I want to know what happens to Albert Doe, and I hope he gets the chair. What the f***? What is going on? Why are there so many dead kids? In St. Louis, Missouri, a 4-year-old boy was picked up by locals and turned into the police in the belief that he was Billy Gaffney. In reality, the boy's grandmother was blind with panic and extremely pissed off that people had simply grabbed her grandson off the street. In Deadwood, South Dakota, a pharmacist's wife claims that Billy Gaffney was living on a ranch in Montana. Police dutifully chased this one up, and it turns out that the woman was a mentally unstable fantasist. In April, police contacted by a trolley conductor, Anthony Barone, who claimed that at 7 p.m. on February the 11th, 2 blocks from Gaffney's apartment, his trolley had been boarded by a scrawny-looking old man with a white mustache and a small boy who wore neither a coat nor hat against the winter cold, and who matched Billy Gaffney's description. This sounds like a decent lead. The boy cried the entire time they were on the trolley and ignored the old man's attempts to calm him down and keep him quiet. The old man and the boy stayed on the trolley till the end of Hamilton Avenue. Then the man got up and asked Barone where he could catch a ferry to Staten Island. Barone gave him directions. But when the old man and the boy alighted from the trolley, they headed off in the opposite direction. Barone watched the old man drag the boy down the street until they were out of sight. Brown's testimony was affirmed by Joseph Meehan, the trolley engineer, who added the detail that at one point the old man wrapped his coat around the boy, either to keep him warm or to conceal him. What do you do in a situation like that? I feel like you should do something. But then what if it's just like, oh yeah, it's my grandson. They say it's the grandson. And then what do? You're a trolley conductor. You're not a detective. What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do in a situation like that? If you see something suspicious, what are you supposed to do? I don't know what to do. Someone in the comments tell me what to do in a situation like that. Indeed, that night, the two trolleymen had seen Albert Fish and 4-year-old Billy Gaffney. After departing from the trolley, Fish took Gaffney to an abandoned house next to a small garbage dump somewhere in Astoria. Once in the house, Fish gagged Gaffney with a dirty rag that he had grabbed from a trash pile. Then Fish stripped off the boy's clothes and burned them and threw Gaffney's shoes in the dump. Fish tied the boy up and departed the abandoned house at 2 a.m. and headed home. In 1927, all of Fish's children had either moved out or were old enough to look after themselves. Meanwhile, the 4-year-old Billy Gaffney was left in the abandoned house overnight, gagged, naked, immobilized, terrified. Fish returned to the abandoned house the next day at 2 p.m. On February the 12th, a full 12 hours later, as the search for Gaffney was just getting started, Fish brought with him his quote-unquote implements of hell: a butcher's knife, a cleaver, a small handsaw. Fish also brought a cat o' nine tails, which he had crudely fashioned from an old leather belt. A cat o' nine tails, it's like a whip with like 9 whipping parts. I remember learning this from like some visit to some old boat in the UK. Like we went on a tour and they were like, how do they keep the sailors in line? They use the cat o' nine tails for whipping them. Holy shit. I don't want to read this. Fish whipped Gaffney until his buttocks bled, and then he does horrible things to him. He does horrible, horrible things to him, which involve removing parts of his body. And I'm reading this, and you don't need, this is not Saw. This is CSI. We don't need to read that. He died. Fish stabbed the victim in the belly and drank his blood, and then he dismembered the body. The bogeyman took the victim's, without reading. So he takes the victim's body parts, and then he throws them in the East River. Fish retained some of the body parts, sorry. I'm trying to just read this without giving you all of the details because you don't need these details. Trust me, you don't want these details. And if you want these details, this isn't the true crime show for you, to be honest. Some people write in the comments like, Simon, I wish you'd read these bits. And I'm like, this isn't this type of show. I'm not into this stuff. I don't care whether you're into this stuff, to be honest. I want this show to be, as I've said many times, it's CSI, it's not Saw. It's about there's a monster and let's get to him getting his due. Let's not talk about the horrible depravities of his crimes. When Fish described the act of cannibalism to a psychologist, Dr. Frederick Wertham, the doctor described him as, quote, like a housewife describing her favorite methods of cooking, but at times his voice and facial expression indicated a kind of satisfaction and ecstatic thrill. I said to myself, however you define the medical and legal borders of sanity, this certainly is beyond that border. It took Fish 4 days to fully consume Billy Gaffney's remains. He even managed to eat the victim's penis, which he described as, quote, sweet as a nut. But he found that the testicles were inedible and flushed them down the toilet. He claims that his children saw him cooking and eating the meat, but they didn't recognize it as human. The rest of Billy Gaffney's remains were never recovered from the banks of the East River, nor has the house in Astoria where he was murdered ever been identified. It's neither here nor there, but the listener might want to know that while later extracting this confession from Fish, one Sergeant Fitzgerald of the NYPD became so enraged that he kicked Fish square in the balls and threatened to beat him with a rubber hose. That's a nice detail, I like that. The problem is I know he would enjoy it because he's sick. That sucks. The Darling Buds of May. By 1927, most of Fish's kids had moved out and he was only responsible for his youngest sons, John and Henry, aged 17 and 14 respectively. They moved into a house on 56th Street in Brooklyn, with the upstairs rooms rented out by one Mrs. Helen Carlson, a widow with 2 young sons. Fish took an interest in Carlson's youngest boy, who was 7 years old. Fish constantly gave the boy candy and frequently asked Carlson for permission to take the boy to the movie. She refused. Good move! Not because she distrusted the old man, but because she was still shaken by the highly publicized disappearance of Billy Gaffney. Excellent. Nice to see a little bit of stranger danger coming into this. Yes. After about a month, Carlson awoke one morning to find a letter shoved under her bedroom door. It was written by Fish. It proposed to Helen Carlson that they engage in some sadomasochistic sex, written in quite obscene language. Carlson burned the letter and was too embarrassed to bring it up with her tenant. Then Fish wrote her 2 more obscene letters. Helen Carlson confronted Fish and told him to get out of her house. Fish grew angry and abusive, and he moved out with his boys a few days later.
Stop writing me these up letters. What are you talking about? Why do I...
He got angry? What the fuck? When Carson went upstairs to clean Fish's room, she found a nail-studded paddle with dried blood on it, and in addition, Fish had taken a shit on the bedroom floor. In 1928, Fish approached 5-year-old Mary Little on the sidewalk next to a New York candy shop. He came up to the girl, grabbed her hand, and asked if she was alone. She said no and pointed to her mother standing not far away. Fish released Mary Little, and she ran over to her mother. Fish then stood there for a long time, staring at them before throwing his head back and laughing. Mrs. Little said, quote, "It was such a horrible cackling sound," and then Fish quickly walked away. On May the 27th, 1928, Albert Fish read the classified ad from Edward Budd seeking employment in the country. Oh my god, I just remembered something. There's a news story going around that is a real news, that there's a dude who goes to parks, like children's play parks in Prague, and just stands there with a dummy in his mouth, a pacifier, Americans. And my wife was like, we got to watch out for this dude. And I'm like, yeah, we do. But I also don't, it's like one of those things where it's like the fact that he's got this dummy in his mouth and he's sucking on this dummy and then he'll apparently offer it to children. And I'm like, the fact that he's doing that somehow makes him less scary. The dude's a fucking weirdo. No question about it. Needs to like be put on a list where he can't go to children's parks. But the fact that he's just standing there with a dummy makes me think this dude is mentally ill. He's not a predator. Or maybe he's both. Look, either way, if I saw that dude, I'd ring the police because they're hunting for him. But the fact that he's got the dummy, and I was talking to my wife about this, it makes him less scary because there's something wrong with him. Okay, so now we've got the classified ad from right at the beginning of the episode. Albert Fish visited the Budd residence and spun the family a pack of lies about his owning a farm on Long Island. Fish arranged to pick up Edward Budd and his friend Willie Corman and drive the two out to a property near Farmingdale on June the 2nd. The next day, May 29th, Albert Fish went out and purchased brand new versions of his implements of hell, knife, cleaver, handsaw, and placed them under his mattress back at his apartment. At the time, Albert Fish was living in an apartment at 409 East 100th Street, having moved several times since living at 1444 Park Avenue, where he had begun grooming 5-year-old Cyril Quinn back in 1921. When Fish lived in the same building as Quinn's family, he could not risk murdering the boy since he would immediately become a suspect. But that hadn't been a problem for a long time now. Fish continued his acquaintance with the now 12-year-old Quinn, periodically engaging in sexual acts with him in exchange for money, sweets, and other presents. Quinn had also introduced Fish to his friend Tony, who was the teenage son of an Italian coal, wood, and ice supplier. According to Fish, on several occasions, all three of them engaged in spanking and sexual intercourse. Fish was chuffed to find out that Tony had spoken to Cyril Quinn about, quote, "the big monkey I had." On May the 29th, the same afternoon that Fish purchased his new implements of hell, he arranged to meet with Cyril and Tony, who were out on the street playing a game of box ball. Fish asked the boys if they'd eaten lunch. They said no, and so Fish invited them round to his apartment for a bit of food. However, the offer was not as benign as it seemed. To quote Fish, "I intended to kill both of them, cut off their penises, split them open, broil them on the gas, and eat them as well as their big fat asses and the meat off their bellies and legs." When Fish and Cyril and Tony entered the apartment at 100th Street, they all stripped off their clothes, as was the custom that Fish had imposed on the boys a long time ago. As Fish prepared cheese sandwiches in the kitchen, Cyril and Tony began wrestling in Fish's bedroom, falling onto the bed. As their wrestling continued, the two boys fell laughing to the floor. The mattress had been slightly dislodged during their bout. While on the floor, Cyril and Tony saw something that should have been hidden underneath the mattress. Cyril lifted up the corner and saw a butcher's knife, a cleaver, and a handsaw. While not fully divining their meaning, the boys knew enough about Fish's mental instability and penchant for sadomasochism to become scared. Excellent, get the f*** out of there. I really hope this is one of the stories that we know about because they go to the police and talk about it, rather than Fish later talking about it when he's getting interrogated, because he seems to just have admitted to everything. The two boys scooped up their clothes and ran out of the apartment, saving their own lives in the process. Excellent. Fish never saw either of them again. On June the 2nd, Albert Fish telegrammed the Budd family from a New York office, saying that he was delayed on business in New Jersey and would come by the next day. On the 3rd, Fish arrived at the Budd residence and was given lunch. His attention was captured by 10-year-old Grace Budd, whom Fish considered was a better target than Edward Budd and Willie Corman. Fish made up a lie that he was going to his niece's birthday party that afternoon and proposed that he take young Grace along. After Fish gave the bogus address for the party, Grace's parents, Albert and Delia, consented. On 14th Street, Fish picked up his implements of hell, which he'd wrapped in a package and left for safekeeping with the owner of a local newsstand. Fish and Grace then boarded the train for the small town of Irvington, with Grace helpfully preventing Fish from forgetting that package on the train. Fish took Grace to the abandoned Wisteria Cottage at 359 Mountain Road. Grace stayed outside, picking the freshly bloomed spring wildflowers. Fish went inside, stripped off his clothes, and then called out the window for Grace to come inside. Fish hid in the closet until Grace was upstairs. He burst into the room, terrifying Grace, who tried to escape and tell her mother. Fish forcibly stripped her naked, kneeled on her chest, and strangled her. And then he does horrible things to her, and then he eats some of her, and you don't need those details. For the next 6 years, police chased many leads and pursued many suspects, but they could not find the man who introduced himself to the Budd family as Frank Howard, nor were they able to locate Grace's remains, most of which lay for years undiscovered on the lonely grounds of the abandoned Wisteria cottage. No rest for the wicked. From 1928 to 1932, in the 4 years after the murder of Grace Budd, it's highly probable Albert Fish continued to prey upon young children. Every crime Fish committed in the 1920s points towards an escalation of his MO, and it's very unlikely Fish simply stopped on his own account. While that has happened once or twice in criminal history, like with the Golden State Killer, sex-based serial killers generally don't stop until they are stopped. 99% of the time, we witness the exact opposite phenomenon. The murders of sex-based serial killers grow more frequent, brutal, audacious, or sloppier, as the case may be. Fish certainly made no statement to the effect that he had curtailed his activities at the time. He was simply uncooperative and vague about the details of his crimes in certain periods. Therefore, it's almost certain that while the police looked in vain for the abductor of Grace Budd, Fish continued to kidnap, rape, torture, and quite possibly murder and cannibalize other young children. I should also point out, dear listener, that our story does not end in 1932. But why haven't other potential victims from this period been linked to Albert Fish? Well, first of all, it must be said, in New York in the 1920s and 30s, Fish was only one of hundreds of predators who kidnapped and or molested children at the time. Many cases went unsolved or even unreported. When it comes to abducted children who were never found, dozens and dozens of them went missing in New York, but they were not just linked to Fish. While he liked to boast gleefully and rapturously about the atrocities that he had already admitted to, Fish was not always forthcoming about his crimes and could be quite sullen with the police. When it comes to murders, plenty of children's bodies were discovered over the years in various stages of decomposition, but again, without a confession, there may not have been enough evidence to link them to Fish. Well, it's weird that he admits so apparently, audaciously to some, but others he's like, no, I'm not talking about that. And it's like, bro, you're already getting whatever the maximum penalty is. What's the harm in telling us about the others? Maybe providing some closure to some people who need it. Not that, you'd have any motivation for that. You f***ing psycho. Lastly, if Fish preyed upon children when he traveled, as he had already done for decades, these cases would be even more difficult to connect to him. There is one New York City case from May 2nd, 1931, involving a 6-year-old named Robin Jane Lew, which this has been placed on a shortlist of Albert Fish's suspected victims. It's been posted to Wikipedia and, as a result, has been parroted by dozens of other websites on the internet in a myriad of different languages. However, the citation provided for this victim is a false one. Nowhere on the page cited, nor as far as I can see anywhere else in the book, is there a reference to Robin Jane Lew. I personally wonder if someone decided to throw their friend's name on the Albert Fish Wikipedia page as a prank, in which case the prankster can pat themselves on the back, because almost the entire internet seems to have taken it as gospel. Although I must point out that this is rather disrespectful to the memory of Fish's actual victims and to their families. If I'm wrong about Lew, please feel free to provide information in the comments below or reach out to me on Twitter. At any rate, I hope David Baker, on Twitter by the way, although I'm sure there's many David Bakers. I'm sorry, David, I don't have Twitter on my iPad and I can't remember your exact Twitter handle. I follow David, so if you go to me, I'm at Simon Whistler. I follow 20 people, you'll see David on there. At any rate, I hope you have enjoyed this taste of behind-the-scenes research work and eye for detail, which we pride ourselves on at Casual Criminalist. Yeah, I was just thinking, that's insane, David, that you checked the references on Wikipedia for something that you weren't even going to use, which is, that's great. Thank you.
Toby's a genuine nerd, and he doesn't care if you have a problem with that.
In 1929, Albert Fish's children grew increasingly concerned about his welfare. Although only 59 years old, Fish was aging prematurely, his health was slowly dwindling, and his sanity seemed quite fragile. Generally speaking, Fish's children loved their father. From their perspective, he had always been kind, never really mistreated them, the sick paddling game notwithstanding, and they very much viewed Fish as the victim when his wife left him, took everything they owned, and abandoned the entire family. Well, yes, in that case, he was the victim. Just because you are a victimizer doesn't mean you can't be a victim as well. That's fair. Hey, do we feel sorry for him? No!
Yeah, that guy.
Do we feel sorry for the children? Oh my god, yes. Those poor children just basically being abandoned by their mum, and their dad is Albert Fish. Holy shit. In the eyes of his children, Fish had worked to look after all 6 kids on his own, but he never seemed to recover from his wife's infidelity and seemed to have a screw loose ever since. As such, Fish's children viewed him with a mixture of pity and gratitude for raising them. Meanwhile, Fish's daughters, Anna and Gertrude, now 28 and 25 respectively, had found themselves husbands, moved out, and started families of their own. It's amazing that they turned out sort of normal.
Everything is possible.
They were no longer around to look after him. Fish's sons were also grown up, and the youngest, Henry, now aged 16, was ready to fly the nest. The problem was that nobody thought Albert Fish should live on his own. As such, Fish moved in with his eldest son, Albert Jr., now aged 30, still single and unemployed at the time, trying to get back on his feet. It was Albert Sr. who paid the bills, working as a handyman and painter at a Harlem sanatorium. Father and son lived together in an apartment on 74th Street. One day, in 1929, Albert Sr. went to work, leaving Albert Jr. with some money to buy groceries. Albert Jr. passed the day watching several movies at the cinema and then went to the grocery store and returned home at around 6 p.m. to cook dinner. Be like, dude, you're unemployed and you're just at the movies. Go out and look for a job. What the fuck? When looking under the kitchen sink, Albert Jr. found 2 paddles which had carpentry nails driven through them, and the tips of the nails were stained with dried blood. The thing to bear in mind is, Albert Jr. had already been 18 when his father started the masochistic paddle game with his younger children, Eugene, John, and Harry. Albert Jr. was not included, presumably because he was too old to be fooled into thinking such a game was innocent and not to suspect that his father was using his kids to get his rocks off. Instead, this was the first time Albert Jr. had ever seen the paddles. Oh, so he wasn't even aware. Okay, well that's a relief. I mean, not really, because if he was aware, then maybe you could have done something about it, but you know what I mean. It's a relief that he's not in on this sick shit. When Albert Sr. came home, his son asked them what they were for. Albert Sr. candidly explained that he used them on himself whenever he had strange feelings come over him. The paddles, Albert Sr. said, made him feel better. This was a roundabout and euphemistic way of admitting to being a masochist. Needless to say, this creeped Albert Jr. out, and the younger man, in true 1920s repressed fashion, simply resolved not to talk about it again. Yeah, that is like, okie dokie, interesting. Okay, what's for dinner?
Don't eat the pie!
Meanwhile, in the spring of 1929, Albert Fish had begun a prolific and obscene letter-writing campaign to women who had posted classified ads in the newspaper looking for work. In the letters, he posed as Robert Fisk, a wealthy Hollywood producer who was visiting the East Coast and who had a mentally disabled teenage son named Bobby. Fish offered the women money for a variety of services. Quote, "I wish you could see me now. I'm sitting in a chair naked. I can taste your sweet piss, your sweet shit. You must pee in a glass, and I shall drink every drop of it as you watch me. Tell me you want to do number 2. I will hold my mouth to your sweet honey fat arse and eat your sweet peanut butter as it comes out fresh and hot. That is how they do it in Hollywood." What the did I just read? As for Bobby, to quote, "The doctor says 3 or 4 good spankings a day on his bare behind will do him good, as he is nice and fat in that spot. It will be an aid to him. When he don't mind you, then you must strip him and use the cat o' nine tails. Tell me you'll do that." These letters carried on for quite some time, no doubt distressing many recipients. In one case, I think people, maybe regular people are just like less used to this. The shit that I get, like the DMs is where demons lay. People are up to some crazy weird shit. And there's a lot of people that are just like clearly mentally deranged. And at first, I guess I was a bit like, not alarmed, but like, oh my God, what the fuck? And now I'm just like, yep. Standard day in the email inbox, isn't it, chaps? But yeah, I can see why I was like, what are you talking about? This isn't so bad. It's just like, it's crazy people. There are crazy people. And I've just become very desensitized to crazy people, I suppose. In one respect, the letters were a way for Fish to enjoy an erotic thrill by writing out his fantasies and forcing them onto unsuspecting women. But in another respect, as Fish's psychiatrist later asserted, they were in part genuine proposals for sexual activity, with Fish fantasizing that one of the women would take him up on it either out of lust or in exchange for cash. As such, in late September, Fish was stupid enough to include his return address on one of the envelopes in the hopes of gaining precisely that opportunity. That's not a clip. Why? You're so deranged. What the It backfired. Mrs. E. Solarid, a housekeeper, turned the letter over to the police. The cops went to Fish's 74th Street apartment and arrested him. At his trial in December, the court social worker determined that Fish was mentally ill and recommended that he be sent to the psychiatric ward at Bellevue Hospital for observation. During the intake interview, Fish spun a story about the breakdown of his marriage and how he had been sexless for 2 years, saying that the letter writing had, quote, just become a bit of a habit. That doesn't make it less of a crime, does it? Although I guess there's not really a crime here. It's just being a weirdo, and they're trying to get him sent away for being mental. So, Oh gosh. That's a tricky one, isn't it? He's really going to get off for this, isn't he? Fish spends a month locked up at Bellevue. Okay, never mind, but that's not long enough. He needs to be locked up there forever. Actually, no, he doesn't. He needs to be electrocuted. Let's kill him. Kill him! I really hope he ends up getting killed. I'm thirsty for his blood. Oh god, that's weird, considering what we read earlier. That's not what I meant. I'm bloodthirsty. I want him to die. I'm excited about his death. Thing to say, but it's f***ing Albert Fish, isn't it? He spent a month there. He's noted as staff as being polite and cooperative, short, thin, and prematurely aged. Fish also gave off the impression that he was perfectly harmless. Meanwhile, Dr. Menace Gregory, head of the psych ward, determined the Fish was not mentally impaired, but may well suffer from a sort of sexual psychopathy. Ultimately, Gregory concluded that Fish was not insane and did not represent an immediate threat to himself or the public. You just diagnosed him with sexual psychopathy, and you're like, he's not a threat. He's not a threat to the public. Did you scan his ass? He's got needles in there. He's been beating himself with a paddle. How is he not a threat to himself? And he's certainly a threat to society. Fish was released and went back to court, where he was convicted of writing obscene letters and given 6 months probation. Okay, so writing obscene letters is a crime. Who knew? Maybe people. It's something I'd never do. I need to know if that's a crime or not, because it's not something I'm going to do. So shocked were Fish's children at the incident that while he was locked up in Bellevue, none of them tried to communicate with him or answered any of his letters. For the time being, Fish was on his own. Shortly after his release from the psych ward, he began writing letters to women via a matrimonial service. Dude, you're not learning your lessons. He went to prison for the check fraud thing, and then he does it again. And then he writes the letters, and he goes to prison. Or he gets probation, and then he just does it again. But this time, he was much more gentlemanly and kept his obscenities to himself. Fish targeted widows who were looking for a new husband, so he made sure to come off as a caring companion. Okay, never mind. Take back what I said, he did learn his lesson. Due to the social conventions of the time, these widows were homemakers with young children and were therefore eager to find another man to provide for them. As such, Fish was able to propose marriage fairly quickly and with good odds of being accepted. Bear in mind that Albert Fish had never bothered to get a divorce from his first wife, Anna, even though he could have easily gotten one on grounds of adultery. As such, Fish was committing bigamy. In order to avoid getting caught, however, Fish used a pseudonym. The past, everybody. It's like, I remember when I got married, it was like you had to take all sorts of documents. There's lots of legal. It's not like, yeah, what's your name? Peter. Done! Easy! Peter, congratulations! The first widow Fish married in early 1930 was a woman from the Bronx with a 10-year-old son. According to Fish, after they were married, he asked his new wife to let him drink her urine and eat her feces while he masturbated. When his new wife rejected this idea.
No, Albert! What the Albert?
Fish got a coffee cup, peed into it, and drank it in front of her. The marriage lasted one whole uncomfortable week, at the end of which Fish just got up, left the apartment, and disappeared without a trace. Only a few weeks later, Fish married Myrta Nicholas, a widow from Columbus, Ohio. She had 7 children from a previous marriage. Fish would, I'm surprised, but it's the past. Fish would play a game with the children, which he called Buck Buck How Many Hands Up, in which Fish pulled down his pants and left his underwear on since Myrta was right there watching, turned his back to the kids, bent over, and guessed how many fingers they were holding up. If he didn't guess the number correctly, the children would gleefully hit his ass with a heavy stick, the same number of times as the fingers they were holding up. One of the children, Mary, who was 12 at the time, recalled that Fish deliberately tried to guess wrong, sometimes guessing a number absurdly higher than the number of fingers in the room. In private, Fish yet again suggested to his new wife that she let him drink her piss and eat her Myrta refused in horror, and Fish disappeared in a few days. The third widow, Estelle Wilcox, was from Waterloo, Iowa, and she had 3 children. A week after they married, Fish started putting advertisements in the newspaper offering housekeeping work to young women, even though Wilcox was taking care of all of the cleaning. This weirded her out, and she suspected Fish wanted to use them for sexual purposes. Then, nearly 2 months into the marriage, Fish admitted that he wanted to eat his wife's shit and provided a demonstration using his own shit. Needless to say, this upset Estelle Wilcox intensely. Can you imagine? It's just like, oh my God, Albert, what are you doing? Or whatever your name is. Like the pseudonym. Again, when it was clear that Fish couldn't convince her to engage in such activities, he disappeared. To quote Estelle Wilcox, "I think he was crazy. I was glad he was gone. I don't care what happens to him," which is a rational response. That is some normal ass behavior there, Estelle. The whole bigamy marathon happened over the course of just 4 months in the first half of 1930. Later that year, Fish was arrested for cashing a bogus check. Come on, what are you doing? For $300, that's over $5,000 in modern money, he was charged with petty larceny and given a suspended sentence. In 1931, Fish got a job as a handyman and dishwasher in the Steeplechase Hotel in Queens in exchange for room. Just a slight comment there. How absurd were checks? Like, a company, an advertiser wanted to pay me with a check the other day. They were like, "Can we send you a check?" And I'm like, what the f*** is a check? Like, I haven't had a check since my grandma wrote me one for my birthday when I was a kid. Like, what is actually going on with checks? I guess maybe they're more common in America. I went to my bank and I was like, can you cash a check? And they're like, no. And I'm like, wait, so at all? And they're like, no, we don't even provide that service for a fee. So I went to another bank and it's like, do you do this? And they're like, yeah, it's very expensive though. And you're going to get destroyed on the exchange. And I'm like, this is insane. I think we ended up just being like, don't pay me. Oh, don't get any ideas, advertisers. You don't get it for free if you try and pay me in a check. I think, did the check arrive? I think I even got the check. Did I get the check or am I imagining that? I don't remember. Look, this isn't an interesting story, but it's like checks were insane. You could just write a check and be like, yeah, okay. It's like, what if it's not good? What if you don't have enough money in the bank? I'll have to ask my advertising guy if we ever got paid for that. What happens? I've completely forgotten. In August, Fish was indulging his practice of throwing obscene letters over the fence of a girl's boarding school for the students to read when one of his notes was picked up by the headmistress. She lay in wait until she saw Fish do it again. The headmistress confronted Fish and then identified him to the police. When the cops showed up at the room at the Steeplechase Hotel, they found the most obscene notes under his mattress, a cat and nine tails made from a belt and a carrot and a sausage, both of which were rotten and had traces of fecal matter on them. When the arresting officer asked a Fish what the carrot and sausage were for, Fish shrugged and nonchalantly replied, I stick them up my arse. At least he's being honest. A court social worker again determined that Fish was mentally ill and he was shipped off to Kings County Hospital for psychiatric evaluation. Fish was interviewed only once while he was there, and his psychiatrist, Dr. Loughran, noted that he was quiet, cooperative, and self-oriented. Loughran made no notes about Fish's sexual paraphilias and merely judged him to be sane. Fish was released after 10 days on September the 5th, 1931. Like last time, he was given a 6-month suspended sentence. Does this guy never go to prison? It's always just like, I got probation, he got suspended sentence. He went to jail once for like fraud back in the day for like 18 months. And since then, they're like, oh, well, it's okay. It's not a big deal. He was then released into the custody of his eldest daughter, Mrs. Anna Collins, who lived with her husband and children in Astoria. On February the 15th, 1932, the body of 16-year-old Mary Ellen O'Connor was found in the woods near Far Rockaway in Queens. She had been bludgeoned to death and her body was severely mutilated with a knife post-mortem. Some parts of the flesh had been removed from the scene. The coroner determined that she was not sexually interfered with. On December the 15th, 1932, 17-year-old Benjamin Collins was found dead on his yacht off of Long Island Sound, again with knife mutilations, but this time with signs that the body had been sexually interfered with. Police suspected Albert Fish of both of these murders, but he never confessed to them. Wait, I was confused. It's just, okay, this 17-year-old's got a yacht. Okay. Number of yachts I had at 17, 0. I mean, number of yachts I've got today, still 0. Don't particularly want a yacht. It's a lot of work. I always remember that quote. There are the two best days of owning a boat, the day you buy it and the day you sell it. And it always made me think like yacht ownership and boat ownership must be quite a hassle. So it's not something I've particularly been like, yeah, I'd like a boat. Although I do see these boats like going down the river, just like motoring along. And I'm like, that looks pretty peaceful. That looks pretty nice. But then I'm like, that looks like a massive hassle. I've already got enough hassles in my life. Albert Fish has sent you a message. By June 1934, Grace Budd had been missing for 6 years. On June the 4th, the day after the anniversary of her abduction, the Budd family received a newspaper clipping with a photograph of a teenage girl who the sender thought was Grace standing next to the USS Colorado. That's from earlier. The Budd family promptly put out an appeal in the media to find the girl in the photo. Albert Fish, now 64 years old, read these appeals at his kitchen table. Of course, he knew the girl in the photo wasn't Grace Budd. Fish had killed her within hours of abducting her, but the old man was intrigued to see the Budd family mailing address among the articles. He liked sending sick notes to women. Perhaps Fish ought to put Delia Budd out of her misery and let her know what had happened to her daughter. This is a bad idea. I'm not sure what gets you caught, but I get the feeling this might lead to it. It feels very much like writing down your crimes and then mailing them to your victim or to your victim's family, which sounds like it's a very bad idea. Albert Fish was now living in a 4-room apartment at 1883 Amsterdam Avenue in Manhattan, only a stone's throw away from Broadway on the Upper West Side. He and Albert Jr. had landed jobs as superintendents of 3 apartment buildings in the area, and as part of the deal, they got to live in one of them. Arthur Jr. spent his days doing maintenance and repairs and responding to tenant complaints, while his creepy old dad silently took out the trash, swept the hallways, and killed rats and other vermin. But mostly, the old man just spent his time in the apartment fantasizing about unspeakably vile things and indulging his sexual fetishes. That is to say, when he wasn't out wandering the streets on the prowl for children or taking train trips out of the city. One day in June, Albert Jr. came home unexpectedly to collect a box of tools when he found his father naked in the middle of the sitting room, masturbating with one hand and flogging his ass with a nail-studded paddle in the other. Be like, I'll come back later. God damn it. Blood was running freely from the puncture wounds on his buttocks. This was the last straw. Albert Jr. had hoped his father's perversions had faded since his second arrest for writing obscene letters 3 years ago, but recently Albert Jr. had figured out that his father was stabbing himself in the crotch with sharp needles. And now the spike paddle was back. It was clear that Albert Sr. was a lifelong degenerate and would die a lecherous old man. His eldest son told Fish to move out as soon as possible. Albert Jr. resolved to have nothing to do with his father ever again. Smart move, Albert Jr. Smart move. After the old man moved out, Fish stayed at a series of cheap boarding houses to keep costs low. He had a standing invitation to stay with either of his daughters, Anna Collins or Gertrude DeMarco, who loved him dearly, but both households were crowded with husbands and children, making it almost certain that Fish's proclivities would be discovered again. In the autumn of 1934, Fish took the train up to Irvington and visited the abandoned Wisteria cottage where he'd killed Grace Budd. Then, a mere block away from the murder site, Fish tried to abduct 6-year-old Marion Laferde, who was playing in her front yard, by offering her candy and peanuts and to show her, quote-unquote, funny pictures. Bruh. PSA for kids. If a man comes up to you and is like, hey, want some candy and to look at some funny pictures, that man is a pedo. There's no doubt about it. However, Marion's father, Alonzo, came outside and told Fish to go away, or he'd call the police. Excellent parenting. Oi, fuck off! Or I'll call the coppers. On September the 30th, 1934, Fish wrote a letter to a woman named Grace Shaw, who had posted a classified ad in the New York World looking for employment. Fish said in the letter that his name was Robert E. Hayden and that he was a big-time Hollywood producer with a 19-year-old son named Bobby. Another callback. He was mentally disabled from falling down the stairs when he was 5. Fish also tossed in the detail that the kid also had caught polio and needed help in the bath. Fish had said that he was heading back to Los Angeles in a couple of weeks and needed someone to look after Bobby in New York. Fish detailed how Bobby should be cared for, and when he inevitably got around to the subject of discipline, he said, quote, I am trying out a European treatment. Professor Cairo of Vienna, Austria, recommends he be whipped. They are having great success over there in cases like it. Should you take him in your charge? On the first occasion that he shows temper, spank him soundly as you would a small boy, and don't hesitate to use the cat o' nine tails on his bare behind when necessary. Bobby is now in Philadelphia under the charge of a colored woman I've known for 25 years. She says whipping is the best medicine she ever used. Despite the obvious subtext of this load of randy hogwash, there was nothing excessively obscene or illegal about this particular letter. As such, Fish felt safe in giving it a return address in the vague hope of receiving a reply. And this time, he did. The very next day, Grace Shaw wrote back saying she'd recently been widowed and was interested in the position. Wow. Like, you gotta be desperate for a job to be like, okay, I'll whip your disabled son. I need money. Yet there was also subtext in Shaw's reply. She said she had no problem with stripping a 19-year-old man naked and spanking him. In fact, she even volunteered to get a teenage daughter involved in spanking Bobby as well. Oh my, you've discovered another weirdo, haven't you, Albert? What are the odds? What are the odds? On October the 4th, Fish escalated things by saying that he, Robert Hayden, also deserved to be punished, and offered to pay Grace Shaw $100 or $2,230 in modern money if she'd come over to his boarding house and whip him instead. That's a lot of money to whip somebody. Grace later admitted she was interested in the offer of a large amount of cash in exchange for a few hours of femdom work. It was the Great Depression after all. Yes, of course. On October the 7th, Fish escalated things even further. He wrote another letter to Grace Shaw from the fictitious Robert Hayden, and then, posing as a mentally ill man named James W. Pell, Fish pretended to be Hayden's messenger and hand-delivered it to Grace Shaw at her house. Shaw read the letter, while Fish, masquerading as James Pell, just stood there staring at her. The letter explained that Pell had been traumatized by the death of his son in World War I and was basically catatonic. He didn't have any relatives to look after him. The letter proposed that Shaw take Pell into her care in exchange for $100 a week. That's like $2,000 a week. That's an enormous amount of money. The fictitious Robert Hayden explained, quote, at times he imagines he is a boy at school. Humor him. Let him be a boy all over again and spank him. Also, he gets short of breath and is subject to fits when in water. For that reason, he must never take a bath alone. Take him upstairs, undress him, give him a bath, and spank him good. And how about my spanking? Do I get it? Oh, how I hope I do. Sincerely yours, Robert E. Hayden. Weird. So weird. This bizarre turn of events amounted to Fish soliciting prostitution without actually soliciting prostitution. Grace Shaw gave up the pretense and explained to Pell/Fish that she couldn't spank him today because her husband was home. She had previously lied about being a widow. Oh, Grace, you're also a weirdo, aren't you? Fish went away disappointed. The next day, Fish wrote Shaw saying that he'd be back when her husband was out, and then he went into lurid details about how exactly he liked to be spanked. However, Grace Shaw had entertained this man for long enough. Fish unexpectedly turning up at her house crossed the line. Shaw ignored Fish's letters for 2 weeks before replying that she wasn't interested in looking after James Pell or Bobby anymore. On October the 24th, Fish sent Shaw 2 obscene letters in a single day, at one point remarking, "Take 100 women and give each the same chance I gave you, and 99 of them would have jumped at it." No, they wouldn't. They'd be like, "What are you talking about? It's remarkable that you hit on the one that would actually reply to your sick." Indeed, we could poll the audience, but I somehow doubt 99% of women would jump at the chance to have a kinky S&M session with Albert Fish. At any rate, Fish then rambled on about how Bobby was a chronic masturbator who should be castrated or sterilized, before returning to his favorite subject of spanking and how he liked to paint his ass red or gold for such occasions. What is going on in your head? I know you're mental, but it's always like, why? What? Why are you painting your ass gold? Why do we have to throw that detail in there, Albert? It was at this point that Grace Shaw submitted the letters to the New York Times, who contacted the police. The cops swung. Why are you sending these to the Times? Just call the police. The cops swung by Fish's boarding house, but found that he had already moved out. Police did not have the resources to track an obscene letter writer all over New York, and they didn't even know if Fish had signed the tenancy papers with his real name. So the police asked Grace Shaw to set a trap for him by inviting him round to her place for a lovely bit of spanking at 2 p.m. on October the 28th. It's possible, however, that Fish smelled a rat because he didn't turn up. Yeah, that's pretty suspicious, right? The next day, on October the 29th, Fish sent Grace Shaw a brief polite letter thanking him for her interest in the position and telling her that James Bell would probably die of a heart attack if she spanked him, and that he was taking Bell to Virginia, where he was going to be cared for by a man instead of a woman. Fish also declared that Bobby would remain in Philadelphia, and again thought it was significant to mention that his caretaker was African American. Okay. After that, Fish cut off all communication. Had Fish shown up for his spanking, and this bizarre episode had instead resulted in Fish's arrest on October the 28th, 1934, it's likely that Fish would have been in jail or in the psych ward on November the 2nd when Detective William King's false story about a coke-addled tipster and a break in the Grace Budd case was planted in the newspaper. Fish would not have read it and not felt a sick compulsion to write the victim's mother, Delia Budd, telling her how he had murdered and eaten her daughter. Thus, Albert Fish would never have triggered the fateful sequence of events that came next. I told you that letter. It's the letter. He's writing down his crimes and sending them to the family of the victim. Come on, Albert. Less Saw, more CSI. At 10 a.m., on Monday, November 12, 1934, Edward Budd was at the police station showing Albert Fish's foul letter that recounted his murder and cannibalism of 10-year-old Grace to Detective William King. Nothing said in the handwritten letter marked it out as genuinely from the Grey Man. He'd used details that had been openly picked over in the newspapers for years. However, the cops had another writing sample to compare it to. Okay, I kind of thought, don't the police usually keep some stuff secret? So they don't tell you all of the details so that they'll know if something's genuine. And I thought the bringing of the cheese and the strawberries or whatever it was would be it's from him. But I guess not. On June the 2nd, 1928, the day before the abduction of Grace Budd, the Grey Man had sent a telegram to the Budd family claiming he was delayed on business in New Jersey. In the olden days, when you sent a telegram, you'd first write up a draft of what you wanted to say by hand. You'd give it to the telegraph operator, who would then send it via Morse code to another telegram office, where it was then copied down and delivered to the recipient. All the cops had to do was go to the telegram's point of origin and procure the original handwritten draft, which they had done way back in 1928. Oh, I was thinking they'd go back, it's 6 years later, and they still have that draft unless they've got a warehouse full of these. It's not happening, but of course they collected it back in the day because they were, they knew this dude is the dude who's taken her. And hey presto, they had the Grey Man's writing sample. 6 years later, Detective William King dug it out of a filing cabinet and determined that the writing on the telegram and the Grey Man's vile letter on November the 11th, 1934 were a match. Next, Detective King closely examined the letter the Grey Man had posted on November the 11th. On the back of the envelope was the imprint of some kind of logo. It was a hexagon, and in each of the corners was a capital letter. Read clockwise, it spelled out NYPCBA, which stood for the New York Private Chauffeurs Benevolent Association. Below the logo was an address which the Grey Man had tried to conceal with the stroke of a pen, but Detective King took out his magnifying glass and was able to determine that the address was 627 Lexington Avenue. It was now time for Detective King to pay a visit to the headquarters of the NYPCBA. There, the detective questioned Arthur Ennis, who was president of the association. First, King asked if a man named Frank Howard, the alias Fish had given the Buds, was an employee of the association in 1928, but a quick look at the records showed that no such man had ever worked there. Next, King went through 400 application forms filled out by the association's members, looking for a handwriting match to the Grey Man's letter, but none of the writing matched. The next day, on November the 13th, the NYPCBA convened an emergency meeting of its members. Detective King told the assembled crowd the situation and how it fit into the Grace Budd investigation. He gave a detailed description of the Grey Man. He also said that if anyone had taken stationery from the office, it was vital that they come forward. A part-time janitor named Lee Sikowski told King that in May of that year, he'd stolen some stationery and taken it home with him to his boarding house at 622 Lexington Avenue. King went over there, examined the register for a writing match to the Grey Man's, and asked people about a man of his description, but in both respects, King came up empty. Good for you, whoever that was, the dude who came forward. Because he's like, yeah, no, I stole it, but I know this is more important. Please don't get me in trouble. It's like, what was I saying in a previous episode? Where I was like, oh, it'd be nice if you go to the police and you tell them about a major crime, and in the same time implicating yourself in a small crime, that they leave you alone. And people in the comments were like, oh, Simon, that's so naive. And I'm like, oh, that sucks, because really you want people to record. Like, if you see a murder and you're not talking about the murder because you were slinging crack on the corner or whatever, that's not good. Like, the police should be like, all right, we're not going to investigate the drug dealing, but thanks for letting us know about the murder. Because if they just arrest them, then it's going to be a really bad precedent for, like, reporting more major crimes, right? It's how I feel about the whistleblowing thing in Edward Snowden. It's like Edward Snowden went forward and he was like, yo, guys, really illegal shit's going on. And then he gets in a bunch of trouble for it. And it's like, wait, he's a whistleblower. He should have protection. Like, one half of the government, there should be separation of powers. What the fuck's going on? On November the 14th, King questioned Lee Sikowski again, and the janitor remembered that when he stole the stationery back in May, he'd been living at a different boarding house, room number 7 at 200 East 52nd Street. Sikowski also said that he left a lot of the stationery at the boarding house when he moved away, left sitting on a wooden shelf above the bed. Detective King raced round to 200 East 52nd Street. There, the detective questioned the landlady of the boarding house, Frieda Schneider, and gave her a detailed description of the Grey Man. She said that description perfectly fit an old man who until recently had lived in room number 7. He moved out on November the 11th, the same day the Grey Man had posted his letter. Next, Detective King examined the guest register. Sure enough, the writing of the Grey Man's letter matched a signature in the logbook. A signature of one Albert H. Fish. Oh, the game is coming up. Let's go! Frieda Schneider told King that the old man received money from his son John Fish, who lived in North Carolina, working for the Civilian Conservation Corps. Every month, John would send his father a check for $25 or $558 in today's money, and occasionally Albert Fish would ask Schneider to cash it. And because Fish had only moved out 3 days before, on November the 11th, John Fish did not know his father's new address. Thus, Albert Fish was expecting the November check to be sent to the 52nd Street boarding house, and he had asked Frieda Schneider to hold on to it for him until he could swing by and pick it up. King immediately put the boarding house under police surveillance. He also telephoned the Civilian Conservation Corps in North Carolina and told the financial officer to alert him when the paychecks were distributed. He got the New York Postal Service to be on the lookout for any mail with a recipient called Albert Fish, and he told the Chauffeurs Association to hang on to any mail in their envelopes returned to their address as undeliverable. Indeed, later that week, the association turned over a letter to King addressed to a Vincent Burke, vice president of a New York nudist colony. The letter was from a man claiming to be a nudist from Washington, D.C., and requesting permission to join Burke's club. The letter was signed one James W. Pell, and the handwriting was a match for Albert Fish. Unfortunately, November came and went, and Albert Fish never showed up at the 52nd Street boarding house to pick up his check. King was forced to lift the surveillance from the place, and then at 12 p.m. on December the 13th, King received a telephone call from the landlady, Frieda Schneider. It immediately became clear that she was play-acting on the phone, telling King that one Mr. Albert Fish had arrived and was hoping to pick up his check. King told her, "That is some sly shit. Well done." King told her to keep Fish busy at the boarding house, slammed down the phone, and raced up to 52nd Street in a cop car. Let's go! Let's go! When King arrived, Frieda Schneider was waiting anxiously outside the building. She told King that she'd offered Fish a cup of tea and to put him upstairs in one of the rooms to sit down while he drank it. King went upstairs and finally laid eyes on the man. He was exactly as he was described, grey in appearance and demeanor. Detective King asked the man if his name was Albert Fish. The grey man replied, yes. King then formally requested that Fish come down to the station for questioning in relation to the 1928 disappearance of Grace Budd. Fish agreed placidly. Then Fish reached into his pocket, pulled out a razor blade, and attacked King. The detective grabbed Fish by the wrist and disarmed him. Then King placed Albert Fish under arrest. The sadistic child predator's 47-year reign of terror was over at fucking last. Let's go. Let's get him in the chair. I'm thirsty for his blood. The Werewolf of Wisteria. Upon questioning at the police station, Fish admitted to writing the vile letter to Delia Budd on November the 11th, the letter to the president of the nudist colony, and even the telegram signed by Frank Howard sent to the Budd family on June the 2nd, 1928, but Fish denied kidnapping Grace Budd and denied ever going to the Budd residence. King threatened Fish with collecting a raft of witnesses who could identify him, including several members of the Budd family and the other young man, Willie Corman. At this point, Fish confessed to the kidnapping and murder of Grace Budd and confirmed that it happened exactly as described in his letter to the mother. Fish then freely gave Detective King a detailed confession. Yeah, it's like, no, it wasn't me. It's like, bro, you know how many people saw your face? Like, old Delia or whatever, she's identified many people before and she's not reliable, but there's a whole host of other people who saw you, man. And it wasn't that long ago, dude. You're f***ed. You're f***ed, mate. Let's go. After recounting the abduction, murder, and cannibalism, Fish said that he returned to Wisteria Cottage on June the 7th, 1928. There he gathered the dismembered remains of Grace Budd's body from the room where he'd killed her, threw the legs out of the window into the backyard, and carried the victim's torso downstairs. He retrieved the victim's head from the outhouse. He concealed all of the body parts behind an old stone wall at the back of the yard. He did not bother to bury them. Fish stated that over the next 6 years, he returned to Wisteria Cottage to relive the murder 4 or 5 times, which is pretty typical behavior of serial killers. But he said he never looked over the stone wall at the actual body. The last time Fish visited Wisteria College was 2 months prior, in October 1934, the same day he tried to abduct 6-year-old Marion Leferd, a block away from the cottage. When Detective King asked Fish why he killed Grace Budd, the old man answered, you know, I could never account for why. When asked why Fish had used the Sofas Association's envelope when he wrote his letter to Delia Budd, Fish said that he was in a room on 52nd Street, standing on a chair trying to kill a cockroach on the wall when he saw the envelopes on the shelf over the bed. Detective King later remarked to the press that it was staggering to think that if Fish had not been trying to kill a cockroach, that it maybe never have been caught. Well, it's not the cockroach. It's his own stupid, writing that letter. What are you doing, idiot? The same day, at 5 p.m., December the 13th, the police drove Albert Fish out to Wisteria Cottage in Irvington to locate Grace Budd's body. They arrived just before 7 p.m. Because it was winter, darkness had already fallen. Fish and the officers made their way over to the back of the yard at Wisteria Cottage. Working by lamplight, the officers used a shovel borrowed from a neighbor down the street to remove a layer of topsoil behind the stone wall. While the body parts had been moved around by the elements and interfered with by wildlife, after an hour's work, the police had located most of the bones, the skull, and the tattered clothes of 10-year-old Grace Budd. The little girl's remains were gathered in a picnic basket. Excavations continued the following morning. In the woods behind the cottage, they found a pile of children's shoes, none of which belonged to Grace Budd. Meanwhile, Fish was returned to the police station, where around 10 p.m. he resumed his interrogation, this time led by the assistant district attorney. At 1 a.m., Grace's father, Albert Budd, and her brother, Edward Budd, were brought down to the station to identify the suspect. Delia Budd was not included due to her past tendency to give false identifications in her desperate attempt to find her daughter. Albert and Edward Budd confirmed that Fish was the man who identified himself as Frank Howard and had taken Grace off to a birthday party at a bogus address. Edward Budd was so enraged that he lunged at Fish and had to be pulled off him. At 9 a.m. the following morning, Fish's interrogation resumed. He was again asked why he killed Grace Budd, and he replied, "I don't know. It just occurred to me. The temptation just came over me. That's all I can say. I can't account for it. I don't understand." Yeah, you're a psychopath. He's just like classic psychopath. Officers pelted Fish with questions about a number of other unsolved child murder cases. Among the names the police put forward were Francis McDonnell and Billy Gaffney. Fish denied having anything to do with them. Meanwhile, on December the 14th, the story had hit the newspapers. Although the full extent of Fish's crimes hadn't yet become clear, the Grace Budd story was enough to write dozens of salacious articles designed to sell copies to a horrified but insanely curious public. The inevitable inaccurate references to Jack the Ripper came thick and fast. Yet, what would be the nickname given to this new killer? Every publication was jockeying for position, trying to find one that stuck. The New York Daily News compared him to German serial killer Fritz Hamann, the Vampire of Hanover, and floated the nickname the Vampire of Brooklyn. The Daily Mirror took the scattershot approach, calling Albert Fish the Ogre of Murder Lodge, the Vampire Man, the orgiastic fiend, the modern Bluebeard, the aged thrill killer, and the werewolf of Wisteria in a single article. Having hurled enough it was the werewolf of Wisteria that stuck. And although Albert Fish was popularly known as the Grey Man and the Bogeyman over the years, due to the witness testimony of Anna McDowell and Billy Beaton respectively, it was actually thanks to the dramatic reading of the name The Werewolf of Wisteria by Norm MacDonald on a 2011 podcast that made it the sobriquet by which Albert Fish is known by most people in the 21st century today. That's interesting. I definitely knew him as the Grey Man. Like when I've seen him around, like on the podcasts or on YouTube or whatever, I always see Albert Fish the Grey Man. But the Werewolf of Wisteria, until this point, David, I thought it was the title that you had given him. On December the 16th, Albert Fish was transferred to the New York City prison, an early 20th century building that looked like a French chateau nicknamed The Tombs. There, Fish continued to be interrogated and proved uncooperative. Meanwhile, police permitted Fish to write letters to people and speak to members of the press in the hopes that Fish would let slip new information. Indeed, Fish revelled in the press attention, regularly holding court in the visitors' room of the prison, talking to journalists through a screen of chicken wire. The chaps at the Mirror, having interviewed Fish on the 17th, concluded that he was a quote-unquote vicious moron. Fish's eldest son, Albert Jr., was also approached by the media shortly after the story broke. He called his father a skunk and said that it had nothing to do with him. The rest of Fish's children, at least nominally, stood by him at this time, corresponding with him while he was in prison. Fish's daughter, Gertrude DeMarco, initially refused to believe any of the charges against him were true. For his part, Fish inquired after his children's financial well-being and also claimed that he wanted to spare them grief, so he refused to allow them to come to the Tombs to visit him. Yeah, I mean, the children, their mum ran away and he raised them. They didn't see his crazy dark side or put it together. So you'd be like, no shot. No shot. What are you talking about? This is obviously wrong. You've obviously confused him with someone else, and we'll just see how this plays out, and then he'll be free. Because you have no idea what's going on. Good Lord. On December the 19th, the police were approached by Brooklyn trolley operators Joseph Meehan and Anthony Barone. They had come forward after seeing Fish's face in the newspapers. The two men said that it had been Albert Fish on the trolley that night, on the 11th of February 1927, with a boy they felt was sure was Billy Gaffney, whose abduction had never been solved. On December the 20th, police questioned Fish about Gaffney, but he continued to deny any wrongdoing. Police tossed Fish in a lineup, and both Meehan and Barone identified him as the man they saw. Uh-oh. At first I'd be like, yeah, it's just eyewitness testimony. I mean, how is that going to play out? So they're like, oh yeah, they'll just do a lineup. Be like, that dude, he's the one. And now he's That same day, Staten Island resident Hans Keel identified Fish as the man who had tried to abduct his daughter and later tried to sleep in his barn in 1924, a few days before the Staten Island murder of Frances McDonnell. Keel's wife and daughter later identified him as well. Fish attempted to cover his face when Keel's wife and daughter had approached his cell. Although Fish admitted that he was on Staten Island in July 1924 on a painting job, he denied having anything to do with Frances McDonnell's murder. Wait a second. Wait 1 second. That doesn't make... something just twigged in my mind about the identification. So these trolley operators, they saw his face in the paper, were like, that's the guy, and then the police do a lineup, and they say, that's the guy. They could just be identifying the guy they saw in the papers. Right? How's that work? On December the 21st, Fish was transferred to the Westchester County Jail to await trial. On December the 28th, Fish was x-rayed at Grasslands Hospital, where doctors found no fewer than 29 needles lodged in his pelvic region. Meanwhile, Fish was examined by 2 psychologists who concluded that despite Fish having numerous sexual disorders and paraphilias, he was, by the legal definition of the day, completely sane. But the legal definition of the day really just boiled down to whether you were capable of understanding the difference between right and wrong, a fairly low bar. Nevertheless, on January the 7th, 1935, Fish's defense attorney entered a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. Success or failure at the trial was going to make the difference between Fish being executed or spending the rest of his life in a mental asylum. Oh, come on, let's go. We can get him executed, can't we, please? I get the feeling he gets executed, right? Come on.
My people want blood.
While Fish was in prison, he spent most of his days writing letters to people, obscene and not obscene, along with reading his favorite passages from the Bible. One day, when a Catholic priest had come to the prison to give Sunday Mass, a guard had to enter Fish's cell and stop him from masturbating to the spoken rhythm of the liturgy. Bro. On February the 25th, 1935, Fish kept demanding that the guards give him a box of matches so that he could light his cigarettes. Typically, a guard would light Fish's cigarettes through the bars of his cell. The guard entered Fish's cell and searched it, trying to find out why the old man wanted his own matches. Sure enough, the guard found a bottle of booze and a clump of cotton wool that Fish had intended to stick up his arse and light on fire. The guard had no idea how Fish had obtained either item. On March the 10th, Fish found a chicken bone in the soup he had been served, sharpened it to a fine point, and started cutting himself on the chest and stomach. Attracted by his moans of pleasure, the guards intervened and took it off him. On March the 5th, Fish's lawyer tried to convince the district attorney that if Fish were given a life sentence instead of execution, Fish would submit himself to medical experimentation for the rest of his life. Doctors and psychologists could study him and figure out why he was a sadistic child killer, thus allowing experts to further understand the disorders that drive such people in the future. The district attorney rejected this offer, saying, quote, "As long as Fish is alive, he is a menace." Yes, dear, yes! I like that vibe, let's go. The flesh of their sons and daughters. The trial of Albert Fish for the murder of Grace Budd opened on March the 11th, 1935 at the Westchester Supreme Court building in White Plains, New York, with the Right Honorable Judge Close presiding. The first day was devoted to the appointment of the jury, who were mostly middle-aged men with children, save for one jury member who was young and engaged to be married. Albert Fish slept through much of the proceedings. The Mirror called him, quote, "a corpse insecurely propped up in a chair." In the afternoon of the second day, the prosecutor, Elbert Gallagher, reviewed the evidence against Fish, including his letter to Delia Budd describing the crime and his own confession to the police. As for the defendant's claim of insanity, Gallagher said that Fish knew what he was doing, knew the murder was wrong, and did it anyway. Gallagher said that while Fish was quote-unquote sexually abnormal, he was competent enough to lie on several occasions to the Budd family and to arrange a second location to kill the girl. He was not undergoing psychosis. He was perfectly lucid when he killed a young girl for his own sexual gratification. Yes, that's exactly what happened. For his defense attorney, Albert Fisher managed to secure a Fancy Dan lawyer named James Dempsey. Fish didn't have the money to pay him, but Dempsey took on the case because of the renown the headlines would get him. Dempsey focused entirely on the details of Fish's life, the trauma it endured in the orphanage, the mental break of his wife leaving him with 6 kids and no household possessions, the obvious decline in his mental health as evidenced by the nail-studded paddles and taint needles. Oh, that still makes me shiver, bro. And the fact that he thought God was talking to him. Dempsey pointed out that as a professional house painter, Fish almost certainly came into contact with lead-based paints and got lead poisoning, which also contributed to his mental deterioration. Dempsey criticized the doctors at Bellevue, where Fish was confined in 1930, for judging him sane and letting him go. Dempsey also claimed that at the time of the murder of Grace Budd, Fish's children had mostly grown up and left home, making Fish feel adrift and driving him to look for a new child with whom he could form a connection. The desire got contorted by his obvious mental illness and resulted in abduction, murder, and cannibalism. Delia, Edward, and Albert Budd all took the stand and recounted the events of June 1928 and pointed Fish out in the courtroom. Albert Budd, Grace's father, was so upset recalling the events and coming face to face with Fish that he burst into tears and sobbed. According to the newspapers, nobody in the courtroom made a sound. Detective King then took the stand and described how he traced Fish's whereabouts and arrested him. Under cross-examination, James Dempsey tried to make King admit that he had beaten Fish's confession to the murder out of him, and King denied this. On the third day, March the 13th, Detective King took the stand again and described Fish's confession in gruesome detail before describing the discovery of Grace's remains in the backyard of Wisteria Cottage. Over the emphatic objections of the defense, 2 bailiffs brought Grace's bones, piled into a grocery box, into the courtroom to show the jury. The judge allowed this. Dempsey was so incensed that he called for a mistrial, and the judge immediately denied the motion. What's he hoping for? The judge said it was okay, and then he's like, "I want a mistrial, judge. You made a bad decision." Guess what, bitch? Another bad decision then. Denied. Carry on. He's gonna fry. The following day, 2 dentists confirmed the skull found at Wisteria Cottage belonged to Grace Budd. The rest of the day was spent questioning various police officers to confirm the events of Fish's arrest, confession, and the discovery of the body. On the 5th day, March the 15th, the prosecution rested its case. The defense then called Fish's eldest son, Albert Jr., to the stand. The estranged son did not look at his father once while he recounted the numerous acts of masochism and mental illness that he'd witnessed from his father over the years, including the paddles, the pins, the standing on top of a hill shouting, "I am Christ," and hallucinating that he was being stalked by a giant black cat. Then the defense called Dr. Roy Duckworth, who testified to the x-ray, which proved Fish had shoved at least 29 needles into his taint. Then Fish's daughter, Gertrude DeMarco, was called to the stand, and she recounted the apparent cruelty of her mother's leaving, her father's gentle and kind nature in raising them, and the deterioration of his mental health over the years. The sixth day of the trial continued to explore how Albert Fish had been insane for decades, far beyond the events of Grace Budd's murder. Firstly, the court went over Albert Fish's many obscene letters to women. The subject was deemed so graphic that the judge banned female onlookers from the courtroom. The defense also called Fish's former landlady, Helen Carlson, who testified that Fish had sexually propositioned her multiple times, so she had evicted him. The defense attorney spent an inordinate amount of time establishing that Fish had taken a massive shit on the floor of his bedroom when he moved out. Okay. Mary Nichols. We really need to establish that one. Mary Nichols, daughter of one of the widows Fish fraudulently married in 1930, then took to the stand to describe how when she was 12, Fish had Mary and her siblings smack him in the arse with a heavy stick as part of a game obviously designed to satisfy Fish's masochism. Mary Nichols also recounted an event where Fish shoved several needles under his fingernails in front of her and her sister. Fish's eldest daughter, Anna Collins, described finding her father rolled up in a carpet, claiming John the Apostle was talking to him. Then Anna's daughter, Gloria, described an incident where she had caught her grandfather bent over the couch flogging himself. Fish's other son, Eugene, testified that once he found his father naked in someone else's apartment trying to paint the windows with a dry brush, and a few months prior to the murder of Grace Budd, how Eugene had discovered Fish stabbing himself in the taint with needles. Bruh. I mean, he's clearly wacko, but he's not. He knows what he's doing is evil. He knows he's an evil man. The seventh day of the trial consisted of a defense psychiatrist, Dr. Frederick Wertham, emphatically asserting that Albert Fish was insane and not responsible for his actions. It was this testimony that was the most shocking of the entire trial. In their sessions together, Wertham had managed to drag out of Fish details about his past that not only hinted at lifelong mental illness stemming from his childhood abuse, but also indicated that Albert Fish's predatory behavior towards children was not confined to the murder of Grace Budd. Wertham testified that Fish had told him of many acts of rape and torture that he'd committed over the years. Fish's children, present in the courtroom, sat in shock as they heard these details for the first time, and some of them broke down in tears. Wertham's defense testimony likely backfired, since the revelation that Fish had been a sadistic child predator for the better part of half a century poisoned the jury further against him, and increased the appeal of putting Fish to death rather than sending him to a mental institution. Defense, did you not prepare your witness? Because goddamn, what are you doing? Let's put him on the stand. He's just going to say that, no, he's mental because he's been a child predator for half a century. What do you think that's going to do to the jury? Are you insane? On the eighth day of the trial, Wertham took the stand again. Defense attorney James Dempsey said he wanted to ask Wertham a, quote, hypothetical question. James Dempsey then read Wertham a question that was 15,000 words in length and took an hour and 15 minutes to read, recounting Fish's entire life. At the end of this absurdly long biographical preface to the question, Dempsey said, "Now, Doctor, assuming the truth of the facts as stated in the foregoing hypothetical question, what, in your opinion, is the mental condition of the defendant today?" Dr. Wertham replied with 3 words: "He is insane." Rarely has such a ridiculous bit of pantomime ever been performed, or more spectacularly, fallen flat in a courtroom. Excellent. The prosecutor, Albert Gallagher, then cross-examined Dr. Wertham, pouring doubt on the psychiatrist's assertion that Fish did not know right from wrong. Wertham replied, "To really know right from wrong requires empathy. You have to feel what is right and wrong. This defendant is suffering from a mental disease. He is so mixed up about the question of punishment, of sin, of atonement, of religion, of torture, that he is in a particularly bad state to know the difference between right and wrong. He is even worse off than that, because he actually has a perverted, a distorted, if you will, an insane knowledge of right and wrong." Gallagher then asked why Wertham was so sure that Fish hadn't made up his tortured life story. Wertham replied that Fish stabbed himself in the groin with needles and, quote, "I have never seen a fantasy show up on an X-ray. After all, a child is dead. It was no fantasy when he told me he killed this girl." Gallagher then put up 4 expert witnesses, including Menace Gregory, who had judged Fish sane at Bellevue. The other experts were a prosecution psychiatrist, the physician at the Tombs prison, and an expert on coprophilia. All 4 witnesses asserted that while Albert Fish had numerous unsavory fetishes, especially by the standards of the 1930s, those paraphilias in and of themselves did not denote mental illness to the point that Fish didn't know right from wrong. Fish knew he was committing crimes against children. He just didn't care because he wanted sexual gratification. The judge then called a recess for the day. Tomorrow was the final day of the trial, where the jury would hear the concluding statements of the defense and prosecution. At this point, Albert Fish passed his attorney, James Dempsey, a note which read, "Before you sum up, read the jury Jeremiah chapter 19, verse 9. The Bible passage in question is, And I will cause them to eat the flesh of their sons and daughters, and they shall eat each other's flesh in the siege and distress which their enemies seeking to take their lives inflict on them. Oh my God, Bible. James Dempsey ignored this advice. Yes. To kill a masochist. The 10th and final day of the trial of Albert Fish began at 9:15 a.m. on Friday the 22nd of March 1935. The defense went first. Dempsey spoke for 2 hours. He acknowledged the brutality of Grace's murder, but underlined the fact that Fish was insane. Dempsey said that he could not believe that a jury composed of the fathers of children would convict a man who had loved 6 children of his own. He said that if Bellevue had diagnosed Fish as insane in 1930, he'd be locked up right now and there would be no question of sending him to his death today. He then made the argument that if Mr. and Mrs. Budd had not consented to their daughter going off with a crazy person, she would be alive today, thus shifting the blame onto them. Bro, that's the biggest victim blame in history. Dempsey also argued that a man who would cannibalize a child could not be judged as anything other than insane. He closed by saying, quote, "Remember Albert Fish, and when he was helpless and defenseless and pleaded with you for his life, that you said, 'Let him live or let him die.' And if you said, 'Let him die,' may he who has breathed into your nostrils the breath of life judge you more mercifully than you judged this maniac." Albert Fish began to cry when he heard these final words. This guy is an I don't know what he was doing calling that psychologist to the stand. He was like, yeah, no, he's been a predator for 50 years. That was a dumb move. But this closing statement is very good. I mean, I still think he's insane. He's not insane. He knows right from wrong. And even if he doesn't, it's because he's a psychopath. It doesn't matter. He killed some children. Let's send him to the chair. Then the prosecutor, Albert Gallagher, stood up and delivered his summation, which also lasted 2 hours. He opened by saying, "Mr. Dempsey, in his closing remarks, asked you to remember certain things about the defenseless Mr. Fish. Gentlemen, I want you to remember the defenseless little innocent Grace Budd, as she kicked and screamed in the springtime of her life and said she would tell her mama." Gallagher then went on to coldly and clinically review the facts of the case. He repeated the arguments that while Fish was a sexual deviant, he was mentally lucid when he schemed to abduct and murder a child. The jury merely had to determine whether Fish knew right from wrong. Gallagher also denied the allegations that Fish was hearing voices from God, saints, or angels. He was a sexual sadist, a pervert, a paedophile. Pure and simple, Gallagher closed by saying, "Gentlemen, the people leave this case in your hands, knowing that whatever you do, you will do right by the people of this county, of this state, and by the defendant." That afternoon, at 3 p.m., the jury began their deliberations. At 8:27 p.m., after 5.5 hours, the jury filed back into the room, having reached a verdict. Guilty. Albert Fish slumped in his chair, but otherwise showed no reaction. It later came out that the jury unanimously believed that Fish was insane, but they wanted to execute him anyway. Yeah, ultimately, the jury could just do whatever the fuck they want. It's like, yeah, he's insane, but guess what? If I'm guilty anyway, that guy, execute the insane bastard. On Sunday, March the 24th, Fish confessed to abducting, torturing, murdering, and cannibalizing 4-year-old Billy Gaffney in February 1927. On Monday, the 25th of March, Judge Close sentenced Albert Fish to death via the electric chair at Sing Sing Prison. Fish listened to the sentence, gave a cheerful little wave, and shouted, "Thank you, Judge." Fish said to the New York Daily News, quote, "What a thrill it will be to die in the electric chair. It will be the supreme thrill, the one I haven't tried yet." That evening, while at Sing Sing, Fish confessed to the rape and the murder of Frances McDonald in July 1924. This is the last murder that Fish admitted to, though police reported to the district attorney that they felt fairly confident that they had evidence to prove Fish had committed at least 15 other child murders. Additionally, Fish had made numerous other offhand statements to Dr. Wharton, prison guards, police officers, and various correspondents that he had committed many more crimes, and that his victim count was in the triple digits. Today, police would keep a man like Fish under interrogation for months and months until they had dragged out every detail of every single murder, rape, abduction, cannibalization. In the 1930s, however, the police and the district attorney were happy to wash their hands of the whole thing since Fish had already been sentenced to fry for the murder of Grace Budd. We shall therefore never know just how many children and teenagers Fish may have harmed during his 47 years as a sadistic predator. On March the 28th, Fish carved an 8-inch cross into his abdomen by using a sharpened pork bone that he'd lifted from his dinner plate. On April the 3rd, 1935, Elizabeth Gaffney, mother of Billy Gaffney, visited Albert Fish at Sing Sing. She had declared that she would not believe Fish had murdered her son until she had heard the admission from his own lips. Fish said he would not speak to her and began to cry. After 2 hours of Fish refusing to answer any of Elizabeth Gaffney's questions, she gave up and went home. She remained unsure whether it was Fish who had abducted her son. If it was someone else, that at least kept the hope that Billy was still alive, or at any rate hadn't been subjected to the gruesome death that Fish claimed to have inflicted. His body was never found. James Dempsey tried to appeal the guilty verdict, alleging mistrial due to the display of Grace Budd's remains in the courtroom and the judge's obvious hostility towards the defense. On November 26, 1935, the Court of Appeals upheld the guilty verdict, and Fish's execution was scheduled for January 16, 1936. The day of his execution, Albert Fish ate a lunch consisting of T-bone steak that already had the bone pre-removed to avoid another display of self-mutilation. At dinner, his final meal was roast chicken, which also had all the bones removed. At 10:30, he got T-bone steak and chicken. I think the final meal thing is super weird, and it isn't something that should be done. But why did he get steak and then what he wanted? At 10:30 p.m., Albert Fish prayed with the prison chaplain. At 11 p.m., he was escorted down the hallway to the execution chamber. His face was pale, and he was uttering a prayer under his breath. At 11:06 p.m., Albert Fish entered the chamber and was strapped into the electric chair. The switch was pulled, and over 2,000 volts of electricity ripped through him. At 11:09, Albert Fish was declared dead. His last words were reported as, "I don't even know why I'm here." Yes, you fucking do, Albert. And you deserve to be there, and you deserve to have been executed. Good. Good riddance. Dismembered appendices. Number 1. A myth has circulated that at Albert Fish's execution, the pins lodged in his pelvic region short-circuited the electric chair, making it necessary for two pulls of the switch to kill Fish, meaning he died in extreme agony. The claim is not true, but it persisted because, quite frankly, many people wished that it was true. Yes, indeed. 2. There have not been many high-profile film depictions of Albert Fish, largely due to the difficulty of depicting the rape, torture, and murder of children on screen. One biographical film called The Grey Man was released in 2007. It didn't have a high budget, and it opened to mixed reviews. My honest appraisal is meh. There are more creative ways of telling this horrific story. Number 3. Albert Fish was the most famous rendition of the late comedian Norm Macdonald's joke, where he grimly listed his crimes in a dramatic fashion before declaring, "This guy was a real jerk." Number 4. Only 3 confirmed murders have been attributed to Albert Fish, but as mentioned earlier, the number of children he raped and tortured could be well over 100, with one claim indicating it was over 400 in a 47-year reign of terror. The number of children Fish murdered could be as high as 24, which would place Albert Fish 5th in the list of America's most prolific serial killers after John Wayne Gacy and Juan Corona, and the first in the list of America's child slayers. Final, number 5. An intriguing report was made to the police in December 1934 by Brooklyn resident Benjamin Eisman, who claims that on July 11, 1924, the same day as the attempted abduction of Beatrice Keel and 3 days before the murder of Frances McDowell, 16-year-old Eisman was sat on a bench in Battery Park in Manhattan when he was approached by Albert Fish. Eisman claimed that Fish offered to hire him to help with a painting job that he was doing on Staten Island. Fish and Eisman boarded a ferry, arrived at St. George, and caught a train for half an hour to the south side of the island. There, Fish led Eisman to an abandoned shack. Fish told Eisman to wait outside while he got his tools. While he waited, Eisman claimed that he was approached by an African-American man who said, quote, "Listen, son, you better get out of here. A lot of kids have gone in there and never come back out." Eisman followed the advice and fled. This report was made shortly after Fish's arrest and a full 3 months prior to Fish admitting to the murder of Frances McDowell. It implicates Fish was victimizing a lot more children than the confirmed cases would indicate. Yeah, I think we all know that he was. And also, why didn't that dude call the police? Anyway, this has been an episode, a long and brutal episode of The Casual Criminalist. Thank you for being here. If you enjoy the show, say that, it's a bit weird, isn't it? But leave a review. Thank you very much. If you're watching on YouTube, hello. Leave a comment, subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to a brand new episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host, Simon. I'm here, one of my writers, in this case, Matt. Thank you, Matt, for writing me a script. The son of Sam, the bogeyman of 1970s New York. This was the guy who just went around killing random people in cars, right? I feel like I've made a video about this dude before, and it's just like, what are you doing? Don't be a psycho. Anyway, we got a long one today. We're going to learn a lot more about him. So let's jump in, shall we? New York City, arguably the most recognizable and well-known city on the planet. The Big Apple is known for many things, from the Empire State Building to Times Square to Broadway to the Statue of Liberty. It has too many landmarks to count. And fun fact, I actually spent my early years in New York, just about an hour and a half away from the city, and we go visit family there fairly regularly. So for me and others, NYC is a place of fond memories and big dreams. I've been to New York City. Matt's like, I've lived there, got friends there. So I went once, I went for a weekend. It was nice. It's very big. It's very big. And really tall buildings. I think that's the biggest difference between New York and European cities. Like, London's massive as well, but it's very flat. There's not a lot of tall buildings. And when there are, they're all like clustered. Like, there's Canary Wharf, which is just a cluster of skyscrapers. And honestly, they'd all look really small compared to New York skyscrapers. It's just very flat. New York, you just walked out the street and there's just giant buildings everywhere because it's all built on a tiny island. I mean, it's a big island, but there's a lot of people living on that island. There's a much darker side to the city, though. While beautiful, some sections of the city are run down and crime-ridden, even with all the police involvement. And back in the day, in the 1970s, that was still the case. The time of disco balls and drugs, New York was a haven of crime, with the mob running most of the operations from the shadows. That's not what we're here to talk about today, though. That's a topic saved for a different piece. No, today we're here to talk about the spree of bloodshed and panic that took place between July 1976 and July 1977. In those 12 months, the night was terrorized by a broken individual with a gun, a man who went on a rampage that left 6 people dead and 11 more injured. He did this all for a very simple reason, because he believed that Satan had told him to kill. Oh, we're going to get into an interesting moral debate then today about whether he's culpable for his crimes if Satan is telling him to kill. It's an interesting one, isn't it? It's like, why did you kill people? The devil told me to do it. The devil speaks to me. Hey, girl! And it's like, holy shit, are you, like, where do you go? Do you go to, like, ADX Florence and hang out with the Unabomber? Well, not anymore, because he's dead. Or do you go to a mental institution where they give you some drugs that hopefully make you hear the devil not anymore, and then they can release you and you could be a functional member of society because you don't hear the devil anymore? It's a good question. I get the feeling that the son of Sam just got executed or whatever, because it's America. They're like, kids. What we do have is execution. What we don't have is healthcare. Let's go. America, America. My own mother remembers this time well, that she was in the city during the attacks, and she was afraid some nights to even leave her home for fear of running into the monster plaguing the dark streets after sunset. To quote her, "I remember that time very well. It was a very scary time. I remember when he was caught. We were very careful during that time. We were very aware as young people." As the same darkness swallows us once again, let's now begin our tale. A tale of death, fear, mental illness, satanic worship, and a dog. This is the tale of one of the most infamous murderers in American history, whose name ranks right up alongside such evils as Ted Bundy, Jeffrey Dahmer, John Wayne Gacy. Originally, he was known as the 44 caliber killer, but for his depravities and the insanity that caused it all, he'll be forever known as another name, the Son of Sam. From the shadows. It was 1:10 a.m. on July the 29th, 1976, and it was a night that seemed like any other. That night, 2 friends, 18-year-old emergency medical technician Donna Laurier and 19-year-old nurse Jody Valenti, were sitting in Jody's Oldsmobile near the entrance of Donna's apartment building in the Bronx. I was just watching a TV show, the new series of Black Mirror, and I think it was the last episode was set in like the north of England in 1979, which is 8 years before I'm born. And I'm just watching this. And I'm like, oh my God, it looks like the past so much. I'm like, that's only 8 years before I was born. And it looked like they were fully in the past. Like, they all dressed weird. They had like tiny ass televisions. All the cars looked like you'd get into a tiny accident and immediately die. It was like, it made me feel old. It made me feel old. And I know my parents were only in like their 20s and stuff. So they were younger than me at that time. But the fact that it was only 8 years before I was born was kind of like, holy shit. Like, I was really born in the past. Oh my God. What do you guys think of that new season of Black Mirror? It's on Netflix right now. I guess most people have seen it, right? Because Netflix pushed that so hard at me. I liked Black Mirror. I really enjoyed, like, some episodes were absolutely amazing. Some episodes were too much. I was like, I gotta stop watching this. This is way too crazy. I just felt the new season was just a bit, well, I don't want to be mean, but it was a bit wasn't it? It was like, it didn't really make you think that hard. It wasn't that clever. Whereas the previous seasons were like, holy like, some of those I thought about for weeks. Just weeks went by and I'd still be thinking about a Black Mirror episode. Just like dwelling on it. And for this one, I'm like, whatever. But you're not here for my television criticism. You're here for crime. So let's carry on. They had just pulled up after having a wonderful night at the local disco. Donna's parents, Mike and Rose Laurier, came down to tell the girls to wrap it up and that it was late and nothing good happens at 1 a.m. If only they knew how right they were. As their parents left, Donna opened the car door and was getting ready to head in as well when she took notice of something. A man appeared from the shadows and was quickly making his way over to the car. "Who is this guy?" she asked. "What does he want?" Sadly, those would be the last words she ever uttered. With that, the man crouched and produced a brown paper bag. Before the girls could react, the man pulled a gun from the bag, braced one elbow on his knee, aimed the weapon with both hands, and fired 3 times. One bullet hit Donna in the neck, while another landed in Jodie's thigh. The third missed them both entirely. With that, the man simply got up, walked away, stowing the gun back in the paper bag as he calmly went back to his vehicle and drove off into the night. Just 2 young women, health workers, caregivers, one whose life was snuffed out, the other injured and undoubtedly scarred mentally for the rest of her days. Mike Laurier had heard the shots and raced down to see what had happened. Jodie had managed to get out of the car and was crawling towards him, crying for help. Horror filled him when he saw a bleeding Donna slumped inside the vehicle. Barefoot and clad only in his pajamas, Mike rushed the girls to the hospital, praying to any god who would listen that he would get there in time to save his daughter. Sadly, that wasn't to be. The police were called, and they arrived to question Jodie as well as Donna's parents. Jodie stated that she didn't know the killer, that she didn't recognize him at all, but she was able to describe him. A white man in his 30s, stood about 5'8" or 173 centimeters tall, looked to weigh about 200 pounds or 91 kilos, and had short, dark, and curly hair. When the officers asked Mike about it, he echoed Jodie's statement, giving a similar description of the man, and stated that he and his wife had seen the man Jodie described, that he was sitting in a yellow compact car parked nearby before the attack. Said car was spotted by neighbors in the area, and they all claimed that it had been driving around the neighborhood for hours before the incident. After they examined the bullets that were taken from both victims as well as the missed shot, the police were able to identify the gun used as a .44 caliber Charter Armed Bulldog. Other than that, they didn't have much to go on. The mob was very prevalent in New York, as previously stated, so they theorized that this was perhaps a mob execution, that maybe the girls had been mistaken for somebody else and they paid the price for it. Was the mob in the habit of killing teenage girls in cars parked outside their parents' houses? Doesn't the mob generally knock off I don't know, shady looking dudes in their 20s or mob bosses in their 50s? That kind of thing?
It's a stereotype and it's offensive.
Who did they mistake them for? Did the mob kill people's children? That doesn't sound very mobby. It does in a way, but it also doesn't. I kind of imagine the mob having they're not like gangs. They are a gang, but it's not you don't imagine the mob like MS-13. MS-13, I imagine someone upsets them and they'll just kill your entire family. But the mob will be no, we don't do it like that. They'll just kill the responsible person. But maybe I don't know. The mobs, it's probably been romanticized in my brain. Not that I find anything about the mob being oh yeah, they're the good guys. But it's it's been a little bit romanticized in my mind from Hollywood and stuff. Whereas MS-13, it's just those guys are monsters. Or even more frightening, this was simply a random attack by a lone individual, a psycho with a gun who took the opportunity to murder a couple of women in the dead of night. If only they knew how close they were in that assumption. After this, things would go quiet for about 3 months. The police had the description of the shooter as well as the car, but there were no leads or breakthroughs, no new information to go on. That is until October the 23rd, 1976, when a similar attack went down. Yeah, because we know these are random now, that makes it very hard for the police. If there's no motive, it's really hard. You've got to just rely on evidence, and then you've got nowhere to start from. Even if you got fingerprints, where do you go to get a pool of people to fingerprint? Other than the criminals who have already been arrested. And if this guy's never been arrested or fingerprinted, then you're just starting from scratch. And it's going to be really hard if it's just a random crime. Over in Flushing, Queens, next to Baum Park, 20-year-old Citibank security guard Carl Denaro and 18-year-old Queens College student Rosemary Keenan were just sitting together in a car, talking and enjoying each other's company. They'd known each other from college and had been partying it up with friends for a good portion of the night. This was mostly because Carl was on his way out to the Air Force for at least 4 years, so he wanted to have a night to remember with the people he loved. After the party had died down, Carl drove Rosemary home, none the wiser that the night was about to go from fun to hellish. All of a sudden, shots rang out in the night and the window exploded inward. Both Carl and Rosemary screamed, but Rosemary managed to wrangle away into the driver's seat, start the car, and speed out of there, heading back to the bar where their friends rushed them to the hospital. Rosemary had only suffered superficial wounds from the shattered glass, but Carl had actually taken a shot to the head and was bleeding pretty badly. Thankfully, they both managed to survive, but Carl had to get a metal plate inserted to replace the portion of his skull that had been severely damaged. Jesus Christ, if you get shot in the head and you have to have a metal plate in there, I'll be oh, thank God. Getting shot in the head is not something. If someone was okay, we're going to shoot you in the head, it's okay, well, that's it then, isn't it? That's good night. It's not like, most people I feel like die from getting shot in the head. Bullets found embedded in the side of the car and the one from Carl's skull indicated that the shots came from a .44 caliber gun. The police were in full investigation mode at this point, particularly since Rosemary's father had just happened to be a 20-year police veteran detective of the NYPD. It was their assumption that because of Carl's long hair, the shooter had believed it was two women in the car, not a man and a woman. Unfortunately, no matter how much they looked into it, there wasn't any evidence to point to this being anything other than a random attack. They initially didn't link the attack with the previous shooting. Neither Rosemary or Carl had gotten a look at the shooter. Each shooting took place in different boroughs of the city, and as a result, each shooting was being looked at by separate precincts. With no new leads to follow up on, the case went cold. And then it happened again. It was November the 27th, 1976, and this time it was high school students, 18-year-old Joanne Lamino and 16-year-old Donna Demise in Bellerose, Queens. It was a little after midnight, and the two friends were heading home from a wonderful time at the cinema. As a film lover myself, I know that feeling well, leaving the movie theater on a cool, full night, smiling after seeing the latest blockbuster. Sadly, this feeling would be short-lived. I haven't been to the cinema in so long. Oh, the last time I went to the cinema, I saw a terrible movie. Because I got kids, right? And it's hard to get away for 2 hours. And if I'm going out for an evening, I generally would rather go to dinner because, you can watch a movie at home or whatever. But I'd love going to the cinema. When I had infinite free time, love going to the cinema. And God, the last movie we saw, we were at my in-laws' house, and they're taking care of the kids for the evening. So we go to the cinema. And it's already late. I go to bed at 9:30 because the kids get up so early. We see it's like Guardians of the Galaxy 7 or something. It's so bad. And I know people love these movies, but they're so bad. I'm just watching this. And I didn't want to go see it. And I was like, there's literally nothing on. This is the only movie we could possibly enjoy. And I'm like, I'm not going to enjoy this. And she's like, I'll just give it a try. And I'm like, okay, fine, I'll give it a try. And so it was about an hour in and I just look at her and she looks at me. And then we just nod at each other and we leave. It's so stupid. People are hating it now. People are hating me now because they're like, oh, Simon, it's funny. Everyone loves it. And I'm like, it's just stupid. The two young ladies had made it to Donna's house and were speaking on the porch, undoubtedly moments away from parting ways and finishing their night without incident, when they were approached by a man dressed in military fatigues. His skin was pale, and his physique was on the chubby side. In an oddly high-pitched voice, he asked the ladies, "Can you tell me how to get..." Sorry. "Can you tell me how to get..." drawing their attention. Before he finished the sentence, however, the man produced a handgun. Donna and Joanne didn't even have time to react before he started shooting. Jonna was shot in the neck and Joanne in the back, both falling to the porch, crying out in pain. Then, instead of finishing off his helpless victims, the monster simply unloaded into the side of the apartment building before running off into the darkness. Donna's family raced them to the hospital and both girls thankfully survived. Joanne, though, would sadly carry the burden of that night for the rest of her life, since the bullet had shattered her spine, leaving her paralyzed from the waist down. Once more, upon examination, the bullets were concluded to have come from a .44 caliber gun, and a neighbor who had heard the gunshots and had gotten a look at the shooter would explain that it was a young man with blonde hair. So, that's 6 people who were attacked, each in pairs, 5 of them severely wounded, 1 left a paraplegic, and 1's life being brutally snuffed out. So, this guy, he's attacked 6 people with a gun in the middle of the night. They don't expect it, and he only kills 1 of them. He's a bitch, isn't he? Are you intending to kill these people? What the fuck? Each incident was looked into, each with little to no evidence to suggest that they're anything more than completely random occurrences. If you ask me, that's what makes this so frightening. None of these pairs knew the others, none of them had anything linking them together aside from the fact they were mostly women, and one mistaken for a woman, each with similar coloured hair. It was totally by chance, each attack ending in blood and misery, and he was far from finished. The bloodshed continues. The attack back in November was the last incident in 1976, so while people were still on edge, the 2 months of peace seemed like a welcome reprieve. It wouldn't last long though, as come January the 30th, 1977, the shooter struck again, christening the new year in blood. It was 12:40 a.m. and the 26-year-old secretary Christine Freund and her fiancé 13-year-old bartender John Deal were sitting alone in Deal's car near the Forest Hills LIRR station in Queens. They had just seen the new hit movie Rocky and were on their way to the dance hall to continue their fun for the night. And that's when everything went to hell. 3 gunshots echoed in the night air, each penetrating the car. The shooter wreathed in darkness, unseen to his victims. John reacted quickly and drove away in panic, only suffering superficial wounds, but Christine wasn't so lucky. 2 of the 3 bullets had struck her fatally in the head, and while John was able to get her to the hospital, she succumbed to her injuries. A loving couple, soon to be married, enjoying a date night together, only for everything to come crashing down in the most heartbreaking way imaginable. With this attack, The police finally seemed to get their act together. To be fair, New York City is very large. Each of these boroughs is probably like a city-size area in itself. And while I'm like, yeah, you should have tied together these random attacks, I'm sure there are lots of crimes that seem random. So, and also it's the past, so they don't have computers to talk to each other. And like famously, we've done episodes where it was like, yeah, then he just left the state. And it's like, okay, and that's it. Like the states don't talk to each other. And in the past, it was like, no. I think even sometimes today, it's like, no, he just moved to a different state and just never went back to the other state. And that's that. It's like, but you're in the same country. You didn't go off to Lebanon or something. Detective Sergeant Joe Coffey was brought onto the case, and along with NYPD Captain Joe Donut, no, I'm just kidding. I just made the joke because the first guy's name was Coffey or Kofi. Coffey, Coffey. So I was like, let's make a joke, and it's a stupid joke. His name was Borelli. Joe Borelli. And they put the case under a microscope. Examining the bullets from the scene, they determined that once again the gun used was a .44 caliber firearm, and upon further inspection, they made the connection that the gun used in the homicide was likely the same one used in the previous attacks. Why did you make such a stupid joke when you're talking about people getting murdered, Simon? What's actually wrong with you?
It's called a sense of humor.
They finally made it public the type of gun used in these crimes, and that all the attacks spanning back to July were likely connected because all the targets happened to be young women with long dark hair. That summer, there were many more blondes. Because of this, thousands women across New York City began to dye their hair or buy wigs in order to have a better chance of avoiding the killer. Oh my god, my joke is truth. Thankfully, my mother's a natural blonde, so I'd like to think that she was able to relax at that time at least slightly. The only discrepancy was the original attacker was said to be a man with dark hair, and the witness to the Lamino Demise attack was said to be blonde, so composite sketches were released for both, and the police suggested that multiple gunmen were involved. A task force or dye his hair. A task or just eyewitness testimony, notoriously unreliable. A task force was formed in order to track down this murderous gunman with Borelli and Coffey at the head of the hunt. Despite the two different hair colors given, they were of the belief that all of these attacks were the workings of a sole psycho prowling the streets of the different boroughs of New York City, armed with what the police identified as a .44 caliber bulldog. Despite their efforts, no suspects could initially be identified. Yeah, because it's just the pool is so huge. It's like, yeah, we're looking for a guy. He's medium height. He's got blonde hair or brown hair or just dark hair in general. It's like, okay, so we've narrowed it down to millions of men. Then, just over a month later, it happened again. 19-year-old Columbia University student Virginia Voskerichian was walking home on March the 8th, 1977. She was a hard-working young lady who worked diligently in order to make the most of the opportunities afforded to her by her family after they had fled Bulgaria for the USA back in the 1950s. It was about 7:30 at night when she was accosted by a man armed with a gun. In a last-ditch effort to protect herself, she lifted the textbooks that she had been carrying up to her head as a makeshift shield. But sadly, it did nothing. The gun discharged, the books were pierced, and the bullet went directly into her face. She was dead before she hit the ground. The creepy part? Virginia lived only a block from where Christine had been shot. He'd returned to the area, seemingly unafraid of getting caught. He simply wanted to kill, and so he did. The even creepier part, while fleeing the scene, the killer passed by a man who had witnessed the whole thing. "Hi, mister," was his only remark as he vanished into the night. Totally calm, totally nonplussed by the situation, as if it was just a normal night in the Big Apple. Police were at a loss and were running themselves ragged trying to close this case. They were able to match a bullet to those of the previous cases, but that didn't help them get any closer to catching the madman. They were looking at every lead, every clue, and still coming up empty-handed. To quote Captain Borelli, "If you watch detectives at any homicide, you'll notice they go about their jobs unemotionally. They didn't want to look at her. They knew it was senseless. She was someone beautiful, and she was laying under the sheet. A bullet in her face had destroyed her. It began to grab at them in the guts, and they just turned away. These were veterans, and they couldn't take it." At a press conference held by the NYPD informing the public that the killer had struck once more, the public, of course, was in a panic. They had a monster on the loose in their city, and the police were no closer to catching him than they'd previously been. The only thing they had to go on was a description, and a basic one at that. A white male, 25 to 30 years old, 6 feet tall, medium build with dark hair. It's everybody. Take a walk down the street or go to your local supermarket or mall and tell me how many people you spot matching that description. It's the literal definition of a needle in a haystack. With that, the task force rebranded as Operation Omega under the direction of Deputy Inspector Timothy Dowd. 61 years old, he was a tough and tenacious cop, as well as being sharp as a tack, having majored in Latin and English at City College and having studied for a master's degree in business at the Baruch School of City College. It was all hands on deck now, and they were going to need it. The next attack happened a little over a month later, on April the 17th, 1977. This was 20-year-old tow truck operator Alexander Asau and 18-year-old Lehman College student and aspiring actress and model Valentina Suriani. They were sitting together in Alexander's brother's car on the Hutchinson River Parkway service road in the Bronx. What they were doing there is unknown, but we sadly know what happened to them. Out of the darkness came the villain of our story, pulling up alongside them in his own car, gun in hand, and only a few blocks away from the scene of the Laurier Valenti shooting. He unloaded on the couple. 4 shots were heard. The police were called from a nearby neighbor, and they arrived at the scene to find Valentina in the driver's seat, shot once in the head, and Alexander next to her, shot twice in the head. Valentina died at the scene, and while he was able to make it to the hospital, Alexander soon joined her. He wasn't able to give the police a description before he passed, but they had a suspicion as to who it was. The Phantom had struck again, stolen 2 new souls for his collection, and had disappeared into the night once again, sight unseen. This was the latest killing in the string of shootings, and by this time the police and the press already had a name for the monster. Until that point, he'd been given the moniker of the .44 caliber killer, but after this killing, the maniac would choose his own name. Correspondence from a killer. Now, remember when Jack the Ripper is suspected of mailing letters to the police and press during his reign of terror? Well, here we find something rather similar. While investigating the scene of Alexander and Valentina's murders, the police came upon something shocking. A handwritten letter was placed near the bodies, and it was addressed to NYPD Captain Joseph Borelli. Written mostly in block capitals with a few lowercase letters and written in what appeared to be a version of Scottish English, the killer taunted the police for their inability to stop him and expressed his wanton desire to continue his murderous spree. Most notably, the killer also gives himself a name, one that would stick, and one that would be etched into the annals of true crime history forever. The Son of Sam. I don't like it when killers get to choose their own thing. It's sort of like, the Son of Sam is a cool name. And it's like, why can't we just call him... I feel like we should give killers not cool names. Like, not like the XYZ Killer or Monster Incarnate or something like that. We should just call him like Bellends 1. Because then it's like, I don't know. It's not nice to like give these guys reputations, you know, that sound in any way cool. Okay, the letter read as follows. It's a long quote. Let's get into it. Dear Captain Joseph Borelli, I'm deeply hurt by your calling me a woman. Sick. Oh, okay, so he means woman, but he can't spell. This quote's going to be a nightmare, isn't it? I am not, but I am a monster. I am the son of Sam. I am a little brat. When Father Sam gets drunk, he gets mean. He beats his family. Sometimes he ties me up to the back of the house. Other times he locks me in the garage. Sam loves to drink blood. Go out and kill, commands Father Sam. Behind our house, some rest. Mostly young, raped and slaughtered. Their blood drained, just bones now. Papa Sam keeps me locked in the attic too. I can't get out, but I look at the attic window and watch the world go by. I feel like an outsider. I am on a different wavelength than everybody else, programmed to kill. However, to stop me, you must kill me. Attention all police. Shoot me first. Shoot to kill or else. Keep out of my way or you will die. Papa Sam is old now. He needs some blood to preserve his youth. He has too many heart attacks. Too many heart attacks. Oh, me hoot, it hurts, sonny boy. Oh, okay, that means, oh my heart, it hurts, sonny boy. I miss my pretty princess most of all. She's resting in Our Lady's house, but I'll see her soon. I am the monster, Beelzebub, the chubby behemoth. I love to hunt, prowling the streets looking for fair game, tasty meat. The women of Queens are the prettiest of all. I must be in the water they drink. I live for the hunt. My life. Blood for Papa. Mr. Borelli, sir, I don't want to kill anyone no more. No more, but I must. Honor thy father. I want to make love to the world. I love people. I don't belong on earth. Return me to Yahoos, to the people of Queens. I love you, and I will want to wish you all a happy Easter. May God bless you in this life and the next. And for now, I say goodbye and good night. Police, let me haunt you with these words. I'll be back, I'll be back. To be interpreted as bang, 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 bang. Ugh. Yours in murder, Mr. Monster. That is just an insane. Now, I read that and I'm like, that's insane. But I'm reading that and I'm like, this reads like some emails I get from crazy people. Like, who are like, Simon, I have classified knowledge about this and it's written in like this crazy English that makes no sense. Like, it's just like the ramblings of a madman. And they're like, your video about the pyramids of Egypt and aliens is wrong. I discovered this in 1970s and I've been holding on to it forever. The number of emails I get like this is unbelievable. It's like, I mean, it's not daily, but I'll get several things like this a month from like people who are just like rambling. And I'm like, okay. Okay. Like, archive. I don't reply. Can you say nut job? Yes, I can. Nut job. The killer seemed to be reveling in the bloodshed in his wake, while also blaming his father, this Sam, for his actions. This is the devil, right? This is what Matt describes in the intro as like the devil talking to him. The devil, for some reason, is Sam, and he's the son of Sam, like he's the son of the devil. This is weird. In the same breaths, he seemed to blame a dark-haired nurse for his father's death, which I didn't even get that. I was too busy I realized I probably read that text and didn't take a lot of it in because I was just trying to process the crazy English so it could sound somewhat coherent, which seemed to correspond with the original shooting of Donna Lauria and Jodie Valenti. It also seemed to reflect how he now only seemed to go after women or those he thought were women with similar looks and hair color. When looking through the letter, it seemed to indicate that, much like a number of other serial killers, the murderer enjoyed the kills and got a kick out of taunting the police and the media. With this, the police were able to get a psych profile put together where the killer was described as neurotic, potentially suffering from paranoid schizophrenia, and believed that he was possessed by demons. With that, the police went into overdrive. While no useful fingerprints could be lifted from the envelope, that didn't stop them from tracking down every person they could that was registered as owning a .44 Bulldog, questioning them extensively and forensically testing each gun. Regardless of their efforts, they couldn't find the perp or his gun. It was a dead end. And it didn't help that the Omega Task Force received a tidal wave of tip calls. Apparently, everyone knew the killer, whether it was their next door neighbor who came home late, the cashier at the grocery store who gave them weird looks every week, their cousin who had a weird obsession with guns, the creepy guy who spent way too much time drinking at the bar and had a deep hatred for pretty girls. The list was endless. All of those people should be on a list, though. The calls were constant, and none of it helped in the slightest. New York City Mayor Abraham Beame was exasperated about the whole thing. He hated how the monster had the nerve to give himself a name. Yeah, me too. And one that the media would quickly latch onto, only increasing his own ego and infamy. Infamy, that's the word I'm looking for. It increases their infamy. Calling a press conference, he stated, "The killings were a horror. The police were under terrible strain. Everyone was beginning to question his ability to capture the gunman." The letter fused everything together. It was a man against an entire city. He had written this one policeman, but I knew it wasn't that captain that he was writing about. It was every cop who was after him, all 25,000 of them. And then another letter came. It was May the 30th, 1977, and a Daily News columnist by the name of Jimmy Breslin received a handwritten letter. Postmarked early the same day in Englewood, New Jersey, it claimed to, wait, they do post in the same day? Whoa, that's quick. I know like in the past they used to, at least in England, they used to deliver post in the morning and in the evening, I think. Is that true? Did they used to do that? I think they did. Not when I was a kid, but like I heard about it back in the day. Wow, like same day post delivery. I feel like that happens and then it didn't happen, and now like there's delivery companies. Like it's cool how you can like just go on the internet and buy something. Someone can deliver it to your house in like 90 minutes. There's one company they're like, yeah, we'll get it to you in 30 minutes. And I'm like, what? So it's just like, I need something to work. Boom, you pay for it. It's expensive. I think it'll cost like $20-$30 to get it delivered. But the company will just like, they'll just bring it to you. You're like, okay, thanks.
For us, time doesn't work the same as it does for you.
In the letter, he mentioned a number of the victims by name and continued to mock the NYPD for their constant inability in catching him and stopping the killings. Titled Blood and Family, Darkness and Death, Absolute Depravity, 44, the letter reads as follows, and another long quote that I'm going to struggle my way through. You're welcome, dear audience. Hello from the gutters of NYC, which are also filled with dog manure, vomit, stale wine, urine and blood. Hello from the sewers of NYC, which swallow up these delicacies when they are washed away by the sweeper trucks. Hello from the cracks in the sidewalk of NYC and from the ants that dwell in these cracks and feed on the dried blood of the dead that has settled into the cracks. Are you trying to be like artistic or whatever? Because it's not working. It just sounds like the ramblings of a madman who doesn't have a brilliant grasp of the English language or indeed creativity. JB. Oh, that's the name. That's the initials of the policeman, right? I'm just dropping you a line to let you know that I appreciate your interest in those recent and horrendous 44 killings. I also want to tell you that I read your column daily and find it quite informative. Tell me, Jim, what will you have for July 29th? You can forget about me if you like, because I don't care for publicity. However, you must not forget Donna Lauria, and you cannot let the people forget her either. She was a very, very sweet girl, but Sam's a thirsty lad, and he won't let me stop killing until he gets his fill of blood. Mr. Breslin, sir, don't think that because you haven't heard from me for a while that I went to sleep. No, rather, I am still here, like a spirit roaming the night, thirsty, hungry, seldom stopping to rest, anxious to please Sam. I love my work. Now the void has been filled. Perhaps we shall meet face to face someday, or perhaps I will be blown away by cops with smoking 38s. Whatever, if I shall be fortunate enough to meet you, I will tell you all about Sam if you like, and I will introduce you to him. His name is Sam the Terrible. Not knowing what the future holds, I shall say farewell, and I will see you at the next job. Or should I say, you will see my handiwork at the next job. Remember, Ms. Laurier. Thank you. In their blood and from the gutter, Sam's Creation 44. Here are some of the names to help you along. Forward them to the Inspector for use by NCIC, the Duke of Death, the Wicked King Wicker, the 22 Disciples of Hell, John Wheaties, rapist and suffocator of young girls. P.S. Please inform all the detectives working the slaying to remain. P.S. JB. Please inform all the detectives working the case that I wish them the best of luck. Keep them digging, drive on, think positive, get off your butts, knock on coffins, etc. Upon my capture, I promise to buy all the guys working on the case a new pair of shoes if I can get the money. Son of Sam. This is just crazy ramblings. I'm just lost. What are you even saying? I'll give him this. The bastard had a penchant for nicknames. Underneath the Son of Sam signature was a strange logo that seemed to be a combination of an X and an S, as well as a cross and the symbols for the male and female genders. What did catch many eyes, including those of the cops, was the mention of July the 29th. If you recall, it was the date of the first attack 1 year previous, the date that Donna Laurier was killed. It was handed over to the police, and they came up with a number of theories, ones that sadly didn't go anywhere, from thinking the writer was a comic book letterer based on his writing style, or that the phrase Wicked King Wicker was a reference to the 1973 horror movie The Wicker Man. A week after it was received, and with portions of it held back at the request of the police, the letter was made public in the Daily News with an urging from Breslin for the killer to stop this madness, stop the murders, and to turn himself in. He didn't. The final attacks. On June the 26th, 1977, the monster struck again. 17-year-old high school graduate Judy Placido and 20-year-old mechanics helper Salvador Sal Lupo were spending time together at a local disco, the Elifers in Bayside, Queens. At around 3 in the morning, Judy turned to Sal and asked him to take her home, that it was getting late and she was worried about the phantom psycho out there gunning people down. By that time, the disco was pretty much empty. The threat of the Son of Sam had everyone on edge and having similar thoughts, heading to the safety of their homes as the night dragged on. Sal agreed to take her home, and so they left. They got into Sal's car, and the world around them exploded with the sound of gunshots. Judy recalled the following. All of a sudden, I heard echoing in the car. There wasn't any pain, just ringing in my ears. I looked at Sal, and his eyes were open wide, just like his mouth. There were no screams. I don't know why I didn't scream. All the windows had been closed. I couldn't understand what this pounding noise was. After that, I felt disorientated, dazed. 3 gunshots had pierced the car, with Sal being wounded in the right forearm and Judy taking the worst of it, taking shots in the right temple, shoulder, and back of the neck. Both managed to exit the car and attempted to run back to the disco, but Judy collapsed in the parking lot. Sal managed to get help, so the police and an ambulance were called, and Judy miraculously was able to survive. In a dark twist of irony, Detective Coffey had been outside the Elifers about 15 minutes before the shooting. When the call came over the radio, he was one of the first on the scene, asking if Judy or Sal had seen their shooter. Neither of them had seen the attacker, same as before, with Sal having thought initially that it was just some punk throwing rocks at their car, before the truth became clear. There were witnesses, though, who saw a tall, dark-haired man in a leisure suit fleeing the area, with one even claiming to see him leave in a car, giving them a partial license plate number. As the 29th of July quickly started creeping up, the Omega Task Force and the police as a whole were in near panic. They were desperate to find the killer. They were sure that with the anniversary of the first attack nearing, someone else was going to either die or get hurt on or near that day. The media did their part to help corral the public, making sure they knew the significance of that date and warning everyone to be even more careful than they already were. Everyone waited with bated breath as July the 29th, 1997 came and went. The sun rose and the sun set, and no attacks or murders went down. Everyone let out a collective sigh. They'd been scared for nothing. Yeah, I feel like an anniversary attack is like... that seems like a bad idea, because everyone's going to do an anniversary attack. Let's all be extra careful. That's not the night that he'll attack, because he'll know you're all being extra careful. And then he struck one final time. It was July the 31st, 2 days after the first anniversary of the Son of Sam attack. All of the previous attacks had either been in Queens or the Bronx, but not this time. This time it happened in Brooklyn. It was early in the morning, and 20-year-old secretary Stacy Moskowitz and 20-year-old clothing salesman Robert Bobby Violante were sitting in his father's car under a streetlight near a city park in the neighborhood of Bath Beach. It should be noted that unlike any of the other women targeted by the killer, Stacy had unmistakable blonde hair. The two of them had just been on their first date to the movies and were having a wonderful night. Then, as if to put a cap on the date night, Bobby makes a suggestion. Bobby, how about taking a walk in the park? Stacy, what if Son of Sam is hiding there? Bobby, this is Brooklyn, not Queens. Come on. While nervous, Stacy relented, and the two of them exited the car and made their way into the park for a nice nighttime walk together. Making their way over to the swings, Bobby leaned in for a kiss with her, and that's when she spoke up. The figure of a man in the park had caught her eye, and when she informed Bobby, he turned just as the man turned around and vanished into the night. Still frightened, Stacy asked Bobby to return to the car, which they did, though Bobby convinced her to stay for a few more minutes, that he'd like another kiss. She once more relented, the two leaning in to end their night, their first date with a proper kiss, and then it happened. Bobby recalled later on the terror of that moment. All of a sudden, I heard like a humming sound. First I thought I heard glass break, then I didn't hear Stacy anymore. I didn't feel anything, but I saw her fall away from me. I don't know who got shot first, her or me. While the two of them were kissing, the son of Sam had emerged from the shadows and approached the car, getting within 3 feet of the passenger door. Lifting his gun, he unloaded into the window with 5 shots. Bobby was shot twice in the face, and Stacy was shot once in the head. Stacy slumped back into the seat, while Bobby, injured but coherent, pressed down on the horn and then pulled himself from the car, screaming for help. The police were on the scene in no time flat, but by then, the son of Sam was long gone. Both Stacy and Bobby were taken to Coney Island Hospital, with Stacy's parents arriving in hospital just in time to see their daughter being wheeled in. Bobby, thankfully, survived, but had lost his left eye and only had about 20% vision in the right. Stacy's condition continued to get worse, and they were forced to transfer her to Kings County Hospital, where they were better equipped to deal with such extensive head trauma. Unfortunately, it was all for naught, and 38 hours later, she succumbed to her wounds while in the hospital. And just like that, we've now covered the entirety of the killings attributed to the son of Sam. This rampage lasted a whole year and left the city that never sleeps in a waking nightmare. The horrible story that had captured the attention of the whole world. The story of a madman on the loose in the most iconic city on the planet, gun in hand, murdering beautiful women in the dark of the night. The police were at their wits' ends. The public were terrified, and they wanted nothing more than to get this lunatic off the streets. And thankfully, after this final dark event, things quickly began to fall into place. Closing in on evil. So normally here on The Casual Criminalist, we would have come down on the police for their constant fuck-ups and endless incompetence, well, only when they deserve it. And in this case, I'm not too inclined to place too much blame on them. These are random killings, which are notoriously hard to close in a very large city across a bunch of different areas. It's gonna be real tricky. However, as noted through most of the script today, the NYPD, after figuring out they had a true-to-form serial killer on their hands, were out in full force trying to track down this unyielding monster. Yeah, it's not like they were sitting on their hands. They were on it. To quickly recap, they tried to track down every lead. They brought in everyone who had registered the confirmed murder weapon, and they even fired every one of those weapons to try and link the ballistic markings to the proper gun. Sadly, no matter how deep they dug or how far they looked, the son of Sam seemed to be 2 steps ahead of them, even going so far as to send those disturbing letters to the lead investigators and the press. They had their own Jack the Ripper on their hands, and every single night they dreaded that the peace would be broken by the sound of gunfire and the screams of dying women. Soon, though, little threads littered through a number of the incidents would soon be woven together, and the resulting tapestry would lead them directly to one man. Wow. Where are they going to draw these leads from? From what I can tell, there is not a lot to go on. Casilia Davis was a resident of Brooklyn, and she had been walking her dog near the scene of the final attack. It was late at night when she came upon a traffic cop ticketing a parked car, a yellow car. To be more specific, it was a yellow 1974 Galaxy. She didn't think much at first, but that was before the officer had left and a figure exited the vehicle. A young man, white complexion, short, curly, dark hair, and he was looking right at her, a dark object in his hand. Getting the creeps, she turned tail and booked it back home, but not before she heard what sounded like gunshots ringing out behind her. It took her a few days before she reported this to the police. They looked up the car the ticket was given to. That's it? That's how you get busted? Excellent, good work on you. Young woman who put this together. The Yonkers Police Department was contacted and set up an interview with the individual, and the officer who took the call had a tale to tell. This was Officer Wheat Carr, and as soon as the guy's name's Wheat, and it's a weird name.
A lot of people have weird names nowadays. Chingy, Shakira.
And as soon as the man's name came up, she had an instant reaction. Let me tell you about him. I know him. He lives right behind me. You see, Wheat Carr is the daughter of Sam Carr, and at this point I expect everyone's alarm bells to be ringing. The Carrs had a fellow tenant that had been giving them issues for a good while, one that hadn't been paying the rent and had been complaining about their dog, a black lab named Harvey. At some point, someone had shot Harvey, but thankfully the dog survived, as did a German Shepherd who had also been shot. Suspicion immediately fell on the tenant, and Wheat believed that he had been the one who had tried to kill their dog. On top of that, the man had impersonated the cars on at least one occasion in a rather ominous way. Back on June the 10th, a man named Jack Cassara received a letter in the mail, one addressed to him from Sam and Francis Carr. It read as follows: Dear Jack, I'm sorry to hear about that fall you took from the roof of your house. Just want to say I'm sorry, but I'm sure it won't be long until you feel much better, healthy, well and strong. Please be careful next time. Since you're going to be confined for a long time, let us know if Nan needs anything. Sincerely, Sam and Francis. Jack had never met the Carrs, nor had he ever taken a fall.
That's scary as
He asked Sam and Francis about the letter, and they too knew nothing about it. However, they told Jack that they had also received letters, ones apologizing for the shooting of their dog as well as other dogs in the area. This only heightened their already growing suspicion, and it put Jack on his toes, thinking someone was out to get him. He probably didn't go up on his roof for quite some time after that. Yeah, this is mega creepy. And it just points to the fact that the guys behind all of this is just deranged. One thread's a coincidence, but two threads is enough to raise eyebrows. Between the incidents with Cecilia Davis and the link to the name of Sam, the police in the two different departments now believed they might have just found their serial killer. They might have found the son of Sam. On August 10th, 1977, the police tracked down the yellow 1970 Ford Galaxy. It was parked outside an apartment building at 35 Pine Street, Yonkers, New York. They searched the car and found a gun in the back seat, a duffel bag filled with ammunition, maps of the crime scenes, and a threatening letter addressed to Inspector Timothy Dowd of the Son of Sam Task Force. Mate. Don't leave all the evidence the police require for a conviction in the boot of your car. That's the trunk of your car, Americans. That's just silly. The maps of the crime scenes, the gun, ammunition. Hide that shit better. What are you up to? Don't make maps of your crime scenes. Can you say case closed? And before anyone says anything about searching the car without a warrant, they reasoned that it was a legal search based on the fact that the gun was out in plain sight on the back seat, which is admittedly pretty flimsy, but they got away with it. Yeah, was the gun really? Although the guy has maps of his crime scenes in the car. Like, he's like, first murder, here. Or like whatever. So maybe he was so sloppy as to leave the gun on the back seat of the car. That seems fine to me. Cool. I mean, unless it wasn't on the back seat of the car. Then just go get a warrant. It's not going to be hard. Just have a cop sit on the car. Just have him sit there 24 hours a day until a judge signs that warrant. I'd be very nervous. I feel the gun must have been on the back seat of the car. Because this is a big case that the police want to close. And there's no way they're risking that chain of custody of the evidence or whatever it is, or like mishandling evidence, if there's any shot that it's going to ruin the case. Because that would be insane if that's how he gets off.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised.
Regardless, they staked out his apartment building, waiting for a proper warrant to arrest the suspect and search his apartment. They wanted to do this as by the book as possible, since they couldn't risk this monster slipping through their fingers and disappearing for good. Exactly. 10 p.m. rolled around, and the warrant had yet to arrive. But the suspect did. He was a 24-year-old white man, about 5 foot 8 inches tall, weighed approximately 200 pounds, had short, dark, and curly hair. He exited the apartment and walked right to his car, a brown paper bag in hand. Sound familiar? As he got into the driver's seat, the police couldn't wait any longer, warrant or no warrant. Detective John Falotico was the first officer to react, drawing his gun and going right up to the car. He stuck the barrel of the gun up to the man's temple and told him to put his hands up. Is that how cops do it? Why would you need to put it on his temple? Just point at him from further away. Be like, yo, I'm a cop. I'm going to shoot you. Hands up, mate. Drop that brown bag, okay? And then if he goes for the brown bag, pop, pop. Like, this is America. You shoot people at the drop of hats. Why do you need to go up and hold it to his temple? That's fucking gangster. The man simply looked up at Detective Falotico, gave him a soft smile, and said, well, you got me. How come it took you so long? Meet David Berkowitz. Before we dive into the insanity even further, let's rewind and get better acquainted with our madman. Let's start off with some parental context. Elizabeth, let me guess, child of abuse. Elizabeth Betty Broder was a Jewish woman who grew up in the Bronx, and although he is crazy, so maybe this is just like his brain went beep and just went wrong. That's possible, because this is like the devil is talking to him. It's not like the classic serial killer, I got beaten by my parents And in 1936, she married an Italian man, Tony Falco. Things were rocky from the start, okay, never mind. As Betty's family didn't approve of their relationship since Tony wasn't Jewish. It also didn't help that the whole family was poor, as most people were during the Great Depression days. They started a fish market and had a daughter named Rosalind, but the market eventually went bust, and after less than 4 years of marriage, Tony left Betty for another woman. Lonely and depressed, Betty soon started an affair with a married man named Joseph Kleinman. They were together for 3 years at the time Betty got pregnant again, but old Joseph wasn't having any of that. Like a prime-time dirtbag, he threatened to leave Betty and not pay child support if she didn't give up the baby, as well as forbade her from giving the child his last name. Apparently, she didn't think much of it, as she elected to stay with Joseph and give up the child. She arranged things with a nice Jewish couple in the Bronx by the name of Pearl and Nathan Berkowitz, and on June the 1st, 1953, in Brooklyn, New York, Richard David Falco, aka David Richard Berkowitz, was born. To make things easy, I will simply be referring to him as Berkowitz from this point on, as his name was changed almost immediately after he was adopted. Pearl and Nathan had always wanted a child, so they made sure Berkowitz barely wanted for anything and tried to give him the best upbringing that they possibly could with their modest means. At first, there were no clear warning signs, aside from him being a loner. He was always big for his age, which led to him seeing himself as unappealing and unattractive, so he isolated himself. He also had a very violent temperament and became known as a bully who would attack other kids, sometimes for no reason at all, using his larger size to his advantage. At one point, it's stated that Berkowitz sustained a head injury when he was younger. Whether that contributed to his development is unknown, but given the history of monsters on this channel, it seems rather likely. Difficult and spoiled, Berkowitz became a nuisance, and soon enough he started showing a fascination with fire. Uh-oh, that's the sign. Loner, bully, making fires. Here we go. Just another box filled on the serial killer checklist. Although, no abusive parents, it seems. I mean, his parents gave him up, but when he was a baby, so I don't think that really counts. Maybe a little. Towards like him becoming a psycho, and his parents spoiled him. That sounds like, I mean, I don't think you should spoil your kids. It's probably not the best idea for like super productive individuals in society, but it's better than beating them. He started setting bugs ablaze for his amusement before moving on to setting parts of the neighborhood on fire. It got to the point that his parents actually sought out counseling for him, though it didn't seem to help. Yeah, if your kid's doing arson, counseling's a very good move. That should be mandatory. Things only got worse after Pearl's death. Despite it all, it seemed the Berkowitz loved his mother, and he was devastated when he was informed that she had breast cancer. She and Nathan tried to hide it from him, as they kept him in the dark for 2 years, which only made the eventual realization all the worse. She sadly lost the battle and passed away in the fall of 1967, which broke Berkowitz entirely. His interest in school waned, his grades tanked, and his bad attitude only became worse. Berkowitz and his father moved into a new apartment at 170 Dreiser Loop in Co-op City in 1967, soon after Pearl's death. They continued to live together through his high school years, though their relationship took a turn when Nathan remarried. Berkowitz disliked his new stepmother, causing him to act up even more, and when Berkowitz graduated from Christopher Columbus High School in 1971, Nathan moved with his wife to a retirement home in Florida, leaving his son all alone in the apartment. At this point, Berkowitz's mind had already begun to shift. Fantasy, how old are they? Like, they moved to a retirement home in Florida when he's leaving high school? Isn't a retirement home where people go to die? Or is that, no, that's a nursing home. Retirement, but you've got to be like in your 60s at least, right? When do people retire? 65? But I couldn't possibly imagine my parents living in a retirement home, and they're in their mid-60s. So, well, they're just like, I just want to go down to Florida and play shuffleboard. I'm just going to embrace my old person. It's like, yeah, you're 40. It's like, yeah, I just want to. It's just time. I'm retiring early. Going to live in a retirement community. Fantasy quickly began to encroach on reality, even conjuring up relationships that weren't really there. Specifically, he believed that he was going out with a girl by the name of Iris Gerhardt, but according to her, they were no more than friends. Then, shortly after completing high school, Berkowitz enlisted in the US Army. Now, we all know how this goes, right? Dishonorable discharge or desertion, right? Well, apparently not. He stayed for 3 whole years and seemed to respond well to the rigorous discipline the army provided. Yeah, I think there's 2 ways it goes. Like, sometimes they do just drop out dishonorable discharge or whatever, but often it's like, yeah, no, army was good for these people. Like, they like reins him in a little bit. I mean, obviously it doesn't solve his problems because he goes on to murder people, but apparently he does quite well. He became an excellent marksman and was excellent marksman. He could barely kill people. And he was particularly proficient with rifles. He even served with a infantry division in South Korea before receiving an honorable discharge in 1974. Once more, he was isolated. Once more, he was alone. And it was around this time that Berkowitz was able to track down his birth mother, Betty. At first, he was thrilled to get to know the woman that gave him life. After the death of Pearl, there was a mother-sized hole in his heart that he was never quite able to fill, and getting to know Betty seemed to begin healing that rather large hole. Betty and his half-sister Rosalind did everything they could to make him feel like family, made him feel like he had a home with them. But soon enough, the question of his real father came up, and that's when Betty informed Berkowitz of the situation regarding his birth. She told him how Joseph, who himself had passed away from cancer in 1965, didn't want anything to do with him, forcing her to give him up for adoption. This new revelation, coupled with the feelings of abandonment he felt towards Nathan after he left him for Florida with his new wife, seemed to fracture something vital within David Berkowitz. His mind was already a fragile thing, but now it was broken and there was no fixing it. Someone giving you up when you're a baby, it's like, well, you were a baby. It's just definitely not your fault. But I guess like that can weigh on you some. I genuinely don't think that would weigh on me. I'd be like, yo, okay, that's all on you, mate. Like, that's got nothing to do with me. Soon he started making excuses for not visiting his mother and sister as much, eventually ceasing to visit altogether. His anger and hatred towards women had been building up over the years, and this new information, the feeling of being unwanted and lied to by those who were meant to love him, sent him right over the edge. Why does he hate women? It was both his dads who abandoned him. His biological dad was like, no, give him away. And then his adoptive dad moved to a retirement home in Florida. Why is it women you hate? It should be men. Psychotic. After enrolling at the Bronx Community College in the spring of 1975, Berkowitz studied there for 1 year before he went to work as a driver for the Co-op City Taxi Company in 1976. He also worked odd jobs as a security guard and a mail sorter for the post office. By this time, though, he'd already begun committing crimes, both violent and otherwise. Before he even attempted to commit outright murder, Berkowitz had set some 1,500 fires across New York, and he kept a diary of every single one, even referring to himself as the Phantom of the Bronx. In his book, Whoever Fights Monsters, author and FBI veteran Robert Ressler stated the following: most arsonists like the feeling that they're responsible for the excitement and violence of a fire. With a simple act of lighting matches, they control events in society that are not normally controlled. They orchestrate the fire, the screaming arrival and deployment of fire trucks and firefighters, the gathering crowds, the destruction of property, and sometimes of people. In 1975, Berkowitz got his hands on the Satanic Bible, written by Anton LaVey, the founder of the Church of Satan and the religion known as Satanism. This undoubtedly was the last thing that Berkowitz needed, but it did the trick. After reading through its teachings, he became convinced that all the dark thoughts in his head, all the evil intentions in his heart, were because he was puppeted by evil spirits. Now, this clearly was a load of hogwash, but to Berkowitz, this all felt very real, and with this new information, he gave himself over to the darkness completely. If that's you, if you're like, you read that book and you're like, yeah, it's the evil demons inside of me, it's not. Just go see a psychiatrist and they'll fix you up. Or if not, they'll put you in a place where you can't hurt people. At this point, Berkowitz truly began to spiral, his mind falling deeper and deeper into the darkness. In what appeared to be a one last-ditch effort to stop, in one final call for help, he wrote a letter to his father, Nathan. It's cold and gloomy here in New York, but that's okay because the weather fits my mood. Gloomy. Dad, the world is getting dark now. I can feel it more and more. The people, they are developing a hatred for me. You wouldn't believe it, how much some people hate me. Many of them want to kill me. I don't even know these people, but still they hate me. Most of them are young. I walk down the street and they spit and kick at me. The girls call me ugly, and they bother me the most. The guys just laugh. Anyhow, things will soon change for the better. This sounds like paranoia. Paranoid schizophrenia? He's like paranoid and people are talking to him. Like the devil's talking to him, right? It's look, I'm not a psychiatrist, so I'm not an expert, but like, I don't know. He does sound very mentally ill, doesn't he?
That's one way to put it.
Then on Christmas Eve 1975, Berkowitz made his first attempt on a human life. He didn't have his trademark .44 caliber bulldog yet, so instead he went with a large hunting knife. According to him, he drove around for hours that day, looking for the perfect target. Eventually he found one. He spotted a young Hispanic woman leaving a local grocery store, and the demons in his head told him she has to be sacrificed. With that, he parked the car, went up behind the unsuspecting girl, and plunged the knife into her back over and over again. According to the Berkowitz, the woman didn't have much of a reaction of her, simply turning to look at him before screaming as loud as she could. He then fled the scene, though the police were unable to verify these claims. One claim they were able to verify was the attack on 15-year-old Michelle Foreman, a sophomore at Truman High School. On the same day as the supposed first attack, Berkowitz saw Michelle walking on a bridge near Dreiser Loop. He went up to her and drove the knife into her head. He then stabbed her an additional 5 times before taking the knife and fleeing the scene. Michelle thankfully survived the attack, but her wounds were so severe that she was made to stay in the hospital for a week in order to recover. Actually doesn't sound that bad. Like a week in the hospital, you got stabbed in the head and then 5 times. I feel like I'd be in the hospital for months. They're stitching me up, making me learn to do things again. Christ. The dog made me do it. Since the beginning of the story, there have been a couple of instances, including in the intro of the piece, where dogs have been mentioned. And now it's time to find out why. Oh god, yeah. Is the dog talking to him? Is that he thinks there's a devil inside the dog and the dog is talking to him and telling him to do these terrible things, right? I vaguely remember this. With the Christmas Eve stabbings behind him, Berkowitz thought it best to move, so in January 1966 he relocated to an apartment building in Yonkers. Said building was owned by Jack and Nan Cassara. If that name sounds familiar, it's because Jack was the recipient of the letter claiming that it had fallen off his roof. Can you say correlation? On top of that, the Cassaras had a dog, a German Shepherd. He signed a 2-year lease and paid a $200 security deposit. When it came to the dog, Berkowitz knew no rest. The shepherd was loud and noisy, barking and howling all throughout the day and night. Oh my god, yes, just drive me a bit possy. Like, there was a dog once and it was just like out in the garden nearby, just like barking all day. It'd be like, oh, shut up, please. And then a neighbor of mine once had a bird. It would be like, whip. Oh my god. I have to say now, I have very nice neighbors. Like, just everyone's so quiet. Never get disturbed by anybody. It's brilliant. Soon I'm going to move to a house where I won't have any neighbors. It's going to be amazing. Just be by myself. Now, all of us can understand the annoyance of a noisy dog. Hell, I own 3 dogs! And at times they make me want to rip my hair out and start barking at anyone passing the house. And at times they make me want to rip my hair out when they start barking at anyone passing by the house. But to Berkowitz, the constant noise was much more than that. To his demented and decaying mind, the howls of the dogs were commands from Satan. The dog was possessed by a devil, and each bark was an order to go out and kill, to find a young woman and spill their blood for their hellish master. In Berkowitz's own words, I'd come home to Coligny Avenue at 6:30 in the morning. It would begin then, the howling. On my days off, I heard it all night too. It made me scream. I used to scream out, begging for the noise to stop. It never did. The demons never stopped. I couldn't sleep. I had no strength to fight. I could barely drive. Coming home from work one night, I almost killed myself in the car. I needed to sleep. The demons wouldn't give me any peace. In regards to the dog's owners, he also blamed them for the constant torment, believing them to also be demons from the pit. He believed that Jack in particular was a general from hell by the name of Jack Cosmo, who ordered all the dogs of New York to kill and consume blood. When I moved in, the Cassaras seemed nice and quiet, but they tricked me. They lied. I thought they were members of the human race. They weren't. Suddenly, the Cassaras began to show up with the demons. They began to howl and cry out, blood and death. They called out the names of the masters, the Blood Monster, John Wheaties, General Jack Cosmo. It didn't take long, 3 months to be exact, for Berkowitz to meet his breaking point. He moved out of the apartment and never asked for his deposit back. It was then that he moved into an apartment at 35 Pine Street in Yonkers. This was, of course, the apartment building that he was eventually caught in, and as stated before, he had neighbors, another dog. This was Sam Carr and the black Labrador retriever, Harvey. The torment started all over again, and Berkowitz hated Harvey for it. To try and end the noise, he attempted to use a Molotov cocktail to burn the dog alive, but it fizzled out before he could hurt Harvey or anyone else. So Berkowitz went for something a bit simpler, shooting Harvey with his .44 Bulldog. Thankfully, Harvey wasn't killed and made a recovery. Regardless, it wasn't just Harvey that was the problem, but Sam as well. To Berkowitz, Sam was possessed by a demon, also named Sam. Not exactly the most creative hellspawn, was he? So when David Berkowitz called himself the son of Sam, he was referring to the demon inside his neighbor, not Sam Carr himself. To quote, "This Sam and his demons have been responsible for a lot of killing." Soon enough, after all the torments in his mind over the years, Berkowitz engaged in his year-long reign of bullets and blood. The darkness had won, and a demon was loose within the Big Apple. 6 souls had been stolen away, 11 had been horribly scarred, and the whole city was in a panic, and the rest, as they say, is history. Justice done. After being arrested on the charges of murder on August 10, 1977, David Berkowitz was interrogated the next day, and he held nothing back. For 30 minutes, he confessed to every single shooting, every single murder, and he explained his motive. He said that demons were to blame, and that they were the ones causing him to go out and commit murder, and even went so far as to blame the dogs, Sam Carr and Jack Cassara. Most importantly, Berkowitz made it crystal clear that he intended to plead guilty. As far as motive goes, Berkowitz seemed to flip-flop a little bit. At first, he stuck to the story that the demon dogs were commanding him to kill, but then he went on to later claim in 1979 that it was all a hoax. At times, he alluded to having accomplices, going so far as to say, "There are other sons out there. God help the world." Hell, there are those to this day that do believe he didn't work alone. That makes sense, given the supposed sightings of different people and cars though nothing has been proven. To that end, Berkowitz stated on several occasions that he wasn't alone, that he was part of a murderous satanic cult that operated throughout the city. He said that it only actually killed 3 of the victims, and the others were killed by fellow members of this cult, all using the same weapon. Yeah, sure, David, and I'm Robin Williams. And just who were these so-called members? Berkowitz was tight-lipped on that front, but he did give 2 names: John and Michael Carr, the sons of Sam Carr, the neighbor and owner of Harvey. These are just people who were tangentially in your life. If it was just like, oh yeah, no, it's random people who I met up with in a basement somewhere and we did like demonic things, then I'd be like, that's more likely. But you're just naming random people who were around you. I mean, what are the odds? Of course, this was a lot of poppycock, and both John and Michael were long dead when this information came out, so they couldn't even speak up to defend themselves, but safe to say, he made it all up. So now, what about the trial? Well, as stated, Berkowitz planned to plead guilty, but there was the issue of his competence. Yeah, I don't think he's competent. He's like dogs. He's saying the devil is talking to him through dogs and that he should go killing people. Like, he is not right. They know he's a schizophrenic. I really don't think he's competent. He underwent several evaluations before going to court, and he was diagnosed as schizophrenic, but at the end of the day, he was ruled competent to stand trial 3 times. Oh, yeah. So a little behind the scenes of me recording this. I've actually recorded this all already. I've recorded from now until the end of the episode. I didn't realize the memory card was full. So the reason I know he's a schizophrenic is because I read this about 15 minutes ago, looked up at the recording monitor at the end of finishing today's episode. I was like, oh no, how far do I have to go back? And it's like, it's probably 15 minutes, 10 minutes, something like that. It was disappointing. So I knew it was a schizophrenic because I've read this before. I know how today's episode ends. As of 1 minute 54 seconds ago, that's when I started recording again. It's very frustrating when this happens. It's very rare because the memory cards, they record like 18 hours a video, so it's not very often. But then I'm like, oh, god damn it. But at the end of the day, he was ruled competent to stand trial 3 times. Oh, I knew this because I've read it already, but I was, like, the first time around, I was genuinely surprised that he was ruled competent. He doesn't seem competent at all. His defense team urged him multiple times to plead not guilty by reason of insanity, but he wasn't having any of it. He wished to pay for his crimes, and he wanted the world to know what he had done. On May the 8th, 1978, he appeared in court, calm, cool, and collected, and pled guilty to all charges. This didn't stop him from trying to put on a show, though. At his sentencing 2 weeks later, he broke away from the guards and attempted to jump out of a window of the 7th floor courtroom. He was thankfully restrained, but that didn't stop him from making a spectacle of himself. He repeatedly chanted, "Stacy was a whore, and I'd kill her again. I'd kill all of them again," which led to another competency test, which he passed. Again, how is he passing this competency test? Like, he doesn't know who Stacy is. He was killing random people. And to say kill them all again, it's like, he's mad. He's a schizophrenic. It just seems clear. And then he wants to plead guilty. I feel like the courts should step in and be like, bro, you can't plead guilty because you're pleading guilty because that's part of your condition. On June the 12th, 1978, Berkowitz was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison for each murder to be served consecutively. Sorry, Simon, no death penalty today. And I don't think he deserves the death penalty because he's not, the courts are saying he's mentally competent enough to stand trial, so he could get the death penalty or whatever. But I personally, from what I've read today, I don't think that's true. I think he's not competent. And to kill him, to execute him, would be executing a mentally ill person who's not in control of their faculties. He was housed in a number of different facilities, from Attica to Sing Sing to Clinton Correctional. Today, he spends his time at Shawangunk Correctional Facility in the town of Shawangunk, Ulster County, New York, where he's seen as a model prisoner just awaiting his next parole hearing. Yes, the son of Sam gets parole hearings. Why? He's in prison for 25 years to life for each murder. He's never getting out of prison. The first scheduled 25 years after he was sentenced, and the most recent one was in 2016. Both times, he was denied parole, and his 2020 parole hearing was postponed indefinitely due to COVID. Berkowitz claims that he's since become a pacifist and has converted to Christianity. Apparently, he now claims that he isn't a risk to the public, but I think we'll keep him where he is just to be on the safe side. Wrap up. So, with that, we end our tale for today. At the end of the day, what are we looking at here? Simply this. David Berkowitz is a mentally disturbed individual who hated the world and all those around him, especially women, so he took his anger out on the world by going on a year-long rampage. Again, I know that's what the court said, and I know that's what Matt says, but in my mind, I'm like, David Berkowitz was a mentally ill man who snapped and killed people because he was mentally ill. Is that an opinion that's unusual in this case? Because obviously he's been convicted and he goes off to prison and he's in prison for life and the parole boards are like, no, you're not getting out, David. But doesn't this just sound like he's mentally ill? Am I the only one who thinks that? Is there something that's not been covered today that indicates that he is just a serial killer, just a regular ass, mentally competent serial killer? He took his gun to the streets and he killed when and where he pleased, and it's a miracle that there weren't more victims before it was all said and done. In several interviews with author Robert Ressler, he even admitted that the demon story was all nonsense, a way to protect himself when he was originally caught, and that he felt a sexual pleasure when murdering women, that he even kept a scrapbook with all the newspaper clippings of his crimes to keep his fantasies alive. He got off on the murder, he got off on the attention, and he enjoyed every second of it. That doesn't make any sense. Like, that just seems like something that he's saying because he's mentally unwell. Because if he was... it says right there, he even admitted the story was a nonsense. A way to protect himself was when he was originally caught. His lawyers begged him to do an insanity plea. But he didn't. There was competency, and then they told him, say it's insanity, and he was like, no, I want to pay for my crimes. So it makes no sense that he's trying to get out of them. It just seems like he doesn't know what he's doing, because he's not mentally competent. Berkowitz is now one of the most well-known serial killers in American history, right up there with the likes of Bundy and Dahmer. There's an entire generation of people from the Big Apple that will always get a chill down their spine when they hear the name Son of Sam, and for good reason. At least they, along with the rest of the world, can rest easy knowing that there's a near 100% chance that he'll simply die in prison. He celebrated his 70th birthday this year, so there's a chance that his death isn't too far off in the future. One good thing did come out of this whole thing, and it's something that affects all those other criminals that crave the spotlight. The term Son of Sam law is a blanket term for laws that halt the ability of criminals from being able to profit from their crimes, namely from selling their story to publishers in the hopes that their story can be turned into books for profit. There are some that argue that such laws go against our right to free speech, but to that I say, them. Yeah, no, I'm with you on this one, Matt. Like, right to free speech, no one's restricting you. You can write your book. You just can't make money from it. You could go to a publisher and say, like, hey, I'll write this book. Will you publish it? And as long as that person doesn't make any money from it, that's fine. They're not limiting your freedom of speech. They did horrible crimes. Many of them killed multiple people and they want to make money off the memories of those they stole away. I don't think so. And with that, I wish to remember those whose lives were either taken or changed from the actions of David Berkowitz. Those people who did nothing wrong. They were just out enjoying their lives, having a fun night on the town, and this evil monster just decided to shatter their worlds for his own sick pleasure. In your opinion, Matt, and I know in the opinions of the courts and all of that stuff, but also, he was a schizophrenic. The dead: Donna Lauria, Christine Freund, Virginia Voskachyan, Valentina Siriani, Alexandra Sau, Stacy Moskowitz. The injured: Michelle Foreman and the unnamed Hispanic woman, Joni Valenti, Cara Denaro, Rosemary Keenan, Donna DeMasi, Joanne Lamino, John Deal, Salvador Lupo, Judy Placido, Robert Violante. Rest in peace to all those lost and all those who lived. I hope your lives improve for the better after your dark experience with this awful madman. Dismembered appendices. Number 1. In 1999, a movie called Summer of Sam was released, directed by Spike Lee. It depicts the effect the Son of Sam killings had on a fictional group of characters in the Bronx. The killer himself, played by Michael Badalucco, being used more as a symbol and a metaphor for the times than anything else. Berkowitz was shown the movie and he was reportedly disturbed by it, calling it exploitation of the ugliness of the past. Yes, sure, says the insane serial murderer. Other film portrayals include the 2008 direct-to-video film Son of Sam and the CBS TV movie Out of the Darkness. Number 2. A number of songs have been inspired by David Berkowitz. Several examples include 1978's Son of Sam by the Dead Boys, 1978's Are You Receiving Me by XTC, 1989's Looking Down the Barrel of a Gun by the Beastie Boys, and 1993's Insane in the Brain by Cypress Hill. Number 3. David Berkowitz has either been referenced or depicted several times in TV shows and documentaries. Example of this includes several episodes of the show Seinfeld, where he is directly referenced, the Netflix show Mindhunter, where he's played by Oliver Cooper, and the 2021 docuseries The Sons of Sam, A Descent into Darkness, which focused around the idea that Berkowitz didn't work alone. Number 4. And here's a personal one for me. As of this writing, this is my 20th script for the show, and almost a year since my first script went live on the channel. God damn, time flies. It's been a year. Well, that's awesome. I want to take the time to thank you, Simon, for the opportunity and be a part of an amazing team that bring these dark stories to our audience. You're very welcome, Matt. It's a pleasure to have you. I've loved every second of it, even when things got tough, and it's helped me provide for my family. Well, I'm very happy to have been able to do that. I'm very happy to have you writing for us. I enjoy myself. Thanks again. I personally consider myself to be the lesser of all the writers. Oh, don't say that, that's not true. But it means the world to me, and to everyone who enjoys what I've brought to the table. So thanks again, and to all the friends I made along the way. David, Liam, Emma, Matthew, Kevin, George. You guys are the best, I love you all. And I promise to get you out of the basement soon. That's a nice ending. Thanks, Matt. I'll say it again, it's really great to have you. I can't believe it's been 20 scripts, that's brilliant. Yeah, thank you. That's nice. And thank you, dear listener, for listening. Or if you're watching on YouTube, watching. Hello. And I'll see you all in the next episode. Thanks for being here. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, hello there, I'm your host Simon Wimsey. One of my writers, in this case George, thank you George, has written me a script. Las Vegas shooting, America's worst mass shooting. This was a 2017, 6 years ago, I believe. And it's one of those moments where it's just so bad and so beyond anything that's come before it that you see it in the news and you're like, I'm witnessing a moment in history, sort of. I mean, it's different, obviously, but I think back on 9/11 in the same way and seeing that in the news. And I think I was 13 at the time, 14. And it's just like, whoa, I'm seeing history. I'm seeing one of the most important moments in history unfold on the television. And it's weird being a part of that. And I remember seeing the news of the Las Vegas shooting and feeling the same way and thinking like, this is a big deal. This is a lot more than normal, and hopefully this will change something. I'm not sure if it did, because there's still mass shootings. There's been nothing this big since, but surely it's only a matter of time. I don't know. And I remember this guy had like a homemade automatic gun or something. He'd managed to take like a gun and make it automatic somehow using a modified stock or something like that. It's just like crazy that this can happen. Anyway, obviously we're going to dive in. This is probably going to be a bit of a rough one, so let's jump into it. If you're new here, the format of the show is I've not read this before. We're going to explore it together, so let's jump in. It's hard to imagine a worse crime than a mass shooting. The epitome of senseless violence. They're horrific and barbaric affairs in which lives are ended wholesale without warning, without reason, without restraint. But even this doesn't quite convey it correctly. There is something about such crimes, and the way they transform ordinary locations, the kinds usually typified by peace, tranquility, and above all else happiness, into scenes of unforgettable tragedy that makes them sting in a way that other crimes simply can't. Yeah, I agree. It's kind of just one of those things where you're like, hey, I could just be in a supermarket. I could just be at work. Not the sort of place where you'd ever expect a crime. And then just for that to be turned into just something so criminal. It's yeah. I mean, what other words are there to describe it?
There are no words.
Regrettably, America has an all too familiar acquaintance with such violent incidents, be it the Sandy Hook shooting, where 26 lives, including those of 20 children, were ended in the corridors of an elementary school, or the Pulse nightclub massacre, where 49 innocent LGBT people fell victim to hatred and bigotry. The incidents have become an all too familiar feature of the nation's news cycle. I couldn't believe how many mass shootings there are. Or like just shootings in general. There's a whole Wikipedia page of it, and I thought, these are things that happen every couple of years. But those are only the big ones. The small ones of like 4 or 5 people, they happen with shocking regularity in America. But even amongst this lonesome litany, one stands out above the rest for its calculated brutality, the callousness of its execution, and above all else, the sheer number of lives that it claimed. The Las Vegas shooting of October the 1st, 2017. Here, in the heart of the city's vibrant strip, a music festival and the hotel overlooking it became the tragic setting for the deadliest mass shooting in modern American history, with over 60 innocent lives lost and over 800 people injured. The tragedy left an indelible scar on the face of a nation and forever darkened a city that previously had been known the world over for its glittering lights, high-stakes entertainment, and unending revelry. This is the story of that tragedy, and they warned everybody, this is a heavy one. The shooting. It all began at the Mandalay Bay Hotel when security officer Jesus Campos was out about patrolling its quiet corridors. Campos was no stranger to the job, and for him, his daily march around the hotel had become ritualistic, checking doors to make sure they were secure, identifying safety hazards, and occasionally stopping to exchange pleasantries with guests. These were the bread and butter regularities of his profession. Certainly, this is not what one would call adrenaline pumping, but little did he know a disturbance most wicked was about to change that. At 9:18 p.m., a call came out to campus over his radio. An alarm was blaring out in a suite on the 32nd floor, and as the hotel had been unable to raise the occupants with its internal telephone, it fell to Campos, who was only 2 floors down, to head up and check it out. This was no cause for Campos to worry, however, at least not yet. Such alarms were routine things, and they occurred many times throughout the day. Typically, it was something asinine, someone smoking in their room and tripping the fire alarm, a tipsy guest getting lost and staggering through a fire door, something like that. But as Campos ascended to the 32nd floor, he began to see signs that the matter at hand was far from routine. His first clue being that the door that led to the hallway from the stairwell had been secured shut. Given that this was a heavy fire door, intended to stay unlocked in all situations, barring emergencies, this made Campos raise an eyebrow. It had to have been done intentionally. There was no way a rogue child or drunken staggerer would have been able to accidentally lock it shut. Its mechanism was just too substantial. But still, despite his initial intrigue, his mind raised no alarm bells. After all, the situation he was stumbling into was so unusual, so unexpected, so evil. How could he have been expected to have any other response? Unable to open the door, Campos headed back down the stairs and instead used a guest elevator to reach his destination, a route that he did not find obstructed. Soon enough, he found himself at the suite in question, Suite 32-125, and he found himself greeted by another strange sight. Someone had screwed an L bracket between the door and its frame, securing it tight. Sensing something weird was afoot, he knocked on the door, and when he received no answer, he got on his radio and summoned an engineer to help him get the door open, pacing down the hallway as he talked. As he put down his radio, he heard the muffled echoes of a very loud, almost industrial sound coming from inside the suite. It was unclear what it was, but given its volume and rapidity, almost very like a large power drill, he headed back over to investigate once again. He pressed his ear to the door, but whatever sound it was well enough muffled by the luxury suite's extensive soundproofing that he simply couldn't place it. He remained there, pressing his ear against the door as he pondered, when suddenly the penny dropped. It was gunfire, very fast, very rapid, thunderously loud gunfire. Instantly, his fight-or-flight instincts kicked in, and he dived for cover in an alcove between suites 122 and 124. Unfortunately, he hadn't been fast enough, as the very instant he began to dive for cover, a ferocious volley penetrated the door, striking Campos in his left leg. Mercifully, his wounds were minor. The great mass of the fireproof door had reduced the velocity of the round so much that it made his injuries minimal. Minimal enough for him to believe that he had only been hit with something small like a BB gun or a .22 caliber rifle. So, with himself safe for now, he did the only thing he could think to do in that situation. He kept his head down and tried to raise the alarm over the radio. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, call the police, get them up there, because right now he's just like there's a madman in the room with a gun. Why would he have any suspicions that he's about to blow out a window and start shooting people in a crowd below? Right, because if I remember this correctly, there's a large crowd at a concert and this madman's shooting them from a 32nd story window. He'd have no reason to suspect that. He just probably thinks there's a madman in the room with a gun who's just in there, and he'd be like, cool, we'll get the police here, there'll be a negotiator, and we'll get him out of there, or we'll just raid in and shoot him. He wouldn't have any reason to think that he wouldn't, like, you'd think, why doesn't he go in there and stop the shooting? Because he doesn't think there is any shooting. He just thinks he's shooting at him.
Even he didn't know who he was.
Meanwhile, at the festival, the scene was one hell itself. The shooting began at 10:05 p.m. The shooter had taken up a position on the sill of one of 2 windows that had earlier smashed with a hammer and opened fire just as the headline act, Jason Aldean, was getting into his closing number. Initially, he just took a few isolated single shots to gauge his aim, and then, having adjusted his windage and elevation, he welded his finger to the trigger and unleashed an unrelenting barrage on the poor crowd below. The shooting was to continue for exactly 10 minutes, a time long enough to allow the shooter to discharge over 1,000 rounds, mostly in unrelenting bursts of 80 to 100 rounds that emptied entire high-capacity magazines with a single trigger pull. Amidst the noise and action of the festival, many on the ground mistook the early shots for fireworks, or simply didn't notice them at all. Tragically, this illusion was soon shattered as festival-goers began falling to the floor by the dozen. A mass panic then emanated across the festival as this grim realization set in. A brave few remained on the scene, doing what they could to keep low and administer first aid to the initial victims, but the majority, quite understandably, tried to flee. Unfortunately, their escape was hampered by the festival's perimeter security fence. Once a symbol of protection, the fence and its limited number of gates were now a bottleneck, slowing down escape and leaving many attendees penned in the shooter's line of fire. Also on the ground were several police officers who had been posted to the enormous festival. They too generally mistook the initial shots for fireworks, with the first officers to realize the true nature of the situation being Officer Hutchison and Special Events Coordinator Rodriguez. They had been posted to the festival's command post and had used the vast network of cameras connected to it to search for the source of the fireworks, initially believing it to be some over-enthusiastic spectators or unruly local kids who were setting them off. These cameras gave them a full 360-degree view of the situation, and as they watched the people collapsing to the ground en masse, reality hit them like a train, with their system of cameras now forcing upon them the burden of coordinating the initial police response. Fortunately, Hutchison and Rodriguez proved to be competent, and as rounds continued to rain down, they identified casualties on their cameras and tried to make sure their fellow officers administered first aid in those precious life-deciding few minutes that come after being shot, saving dozens of lives in the process. In a further fortuitous turn, Hutchison and Rodriguez also managed to identify the source of the shooting, the constant muzzle flash standing out clear as day amidst the dark backdrop of the Mandalay Bay Hotel. They fed all of this information back to Central Command, who now found themselves with the unenviable task of having to coordinate the full response. Mercifully, that response was swift in arrival. Every single available officer in the police department was immediately scrambled to respond to the situation, forming a blue tidal wave of officers that surged toward the chaos with the inexorable force of a tempest, ready to subdue the storm of violence that was wreaking havoc on the innocent festivities. Fortunately, by pure fluke of fate, there also just happened to be two police officers in the hotel when the shooting started, Officers Hendricks and Varsin, who had been in the process of arresting two women for trespassing when the shooting began, and thus were able to respond almost immediately. They formed a posse with anybody handy who happened to be present, namely security managers Alka, Scottill, and Umstart, as well as engineering supervisor Alsbury, and then stormed skywards as fast as the main passenger elevator could carry them, making sure to lock it behind themselves to help prevent civilians from getting caught in the crossfire. Inside the tight confines of the elevator, a confusion that mirrored the pandemonium outside swirled. It was all happening so fast. Campos's clear reporting on the positioning of the shooter had yet to reach the responding posse, and so with the shooter's exact position unknown, they did all they could do, cast a wide net and hope they caught him. Whispers of potential sites were thrown into the air, and it was decided to focus on the 29th through 33rd floors. This lack of precise intel made the experience rather unsettling for the posse. They had so many floors to search and so many rooms and alcoves to pass, any one of them could be hiding a shooter waiting to greet them with a barrage of automatic fire. But daunting though it was, they pressed on. The madness had to end, and it had to end now, and they were going to do everything in their power to do just that. Then, when the doors finally opened on what must have been the slowest elevator ride of their lives, they set about their task. Initially, they went with silence, only getting a hint of the shooter's location when they reached the 31st floor, at which point the unending tide of rifle fire, though dim and muffled, could easily be heard above them. So for the last time, they pressed upwards. By now, it was 10:08. 3 minutes had passed since the shooting began, and already 389 rounds had been discharged into the crowd. But at this point, the civilians at the festival were granted a brief reprieve, as for a time the shooter took his scope off them and turned it on the Karen Airport, which sat right beside the hotel. His target was the hulking fuel tanks that sat right on the airport's perimeter. He fired a single shot and, fortunately, cleanly missed, the rounds harmlessly cracking through the air, going over the fuel tank and disappearing off into the distance. Yeah, but it's the first rounds. The first rounds he's like, okay, cool. And then he adjusts his scope or his aim, and then he knows what he's doing. But unfortunately, as we saw earlier, the shooter was a competent marksman, and so he adjusted his windage and elevation once again and began inching single shots ever closer to the fuel tanks. The 5th and 6th shots actually connected, striking a fuel tank on its top and bottom respectively. Mercifully, the rounds failed to penetrate, having lost so much velocity by the time they reached their target that they simply bounced off the thick steel skin of the tank, causing nothing but cosmetic damage. Given the fact that the two on-target rounds left scorch marks indicative of incendiary rounds, it is truly lucky that the tanks hadn't been built just a little bit thinner, or if the shooter had just been that bit closer, or else the story would have taken a very dark turn indeed at this point. How big are those tanks, and were the people around? I guess there must have been. This detour provided a small but precious window of time that allowed the evacuation and treatment of many civilians still on the ground at the festival. But this reprieve wasn't to last, and with it being clear that the fuel tank wasn't going to go up, the shooter blindly let off a further 2 rounds towards the airport in anger, and then returned his attention back to the festival, with the shooting resuming just before 10:10. It was at this point the campus's alarm would finally be answered, but not by the police security posse we discussed earlier, as they for some reason hadn't managed to climb a single flight of stairs in the 2 minutes the shooter had been focused on the airport. No, instead it was one engineer Shock who would next be on the scene. Up until now, Shock had been blissfully unaware of the foul events unraveling on the 32nd floor. He was well aware that there was a weird noise, but on account of the many thick layers of concrete and steel that suppressed and distorted the sound on its way to him, he was unable to properly identify it, and so he assumed it to be the maintenance team hard at work on some task or another, and he paid it no heed. But then he strolled onto the 32nd floor, and the reality of the matter hit him like a train. He immediately disregarded his own safety and quickly charged in to investigate further. Fortunately for him, however, Campos shouted a warning of imminent danger from the alcove that he was still sheltered in, which gave Shuck just enough time to dive for cover as another hail of bullets tore through the door leading to the shooter's suite. Having survived the volley unscathed, he attempted to crawl to another room for cover, but it was locked, so he did all that could be done. He kept his head down and he called his boss for help, grabbing his radio and desperately shouting, "Shannon, call the police. Someone's firing a rifle on the 32nd floor down the hallway." But this sparks a couple of questions. Where the hell were the police? Why weren't they on the 32nd floor at the very moment, sending the shooter down to hell where he belonged? Well, they didn't know quite where he was, right? After all, they'd been perfectly positioned. Fate had put them in the lobby of the hotel right at the moment the shooter began his brutal massacre, and they were hardly dragging their heels in getting up there. So what gives? Well, in a word, incompetence. Not from those responding officers, mind you. By all accounts, their heroism and willingness to get themselves in harm's way to bring this madness to an end went absolutely above and beyond the call of duty. No, instead, it was one Officer Hendricks whose shoulders this fatal up lie on. In the police report, we get a single line on the matter. Officer Hendricks instructed everyone to move back. For a report which is otherwise so detailed, I found this shortness of detail peculiar, so I went digging some more, and it turns out at the time this report was published, the 3rd of August 2018, he was under investigation and was later fired for actions, or lack thereof, on the night of the shooting. As this needless delay continued to drag out, the situation on the ground was only getting worse. Detective Clarkson, who was initially positioned on Las Vegas Boulevard and had promptly reacted to the initial shots, was searching for the ruthless perpetrator amidst the chaos, desperately searching for anything he could do to bring the madness to an end as bullets rained down around him. He soon found himself a direct target, and as the volume of fire landing around him made this fact abundantly clear, he took cover behind a patrol car and took a round to the neck. Tragically, this wasn't just a fate reserved for Clarkson either, as his comrade Officer Kirk also took a round that penetrated straight through his right bicep and came to rest in his chest. Fortunately, they both survived. The officers, still on their feet, were doing what they could to gain some control of the chaotic situation, leading people to exits, administering first aid to the wounded, and coordinating with off-duty medical personnel attending the concert. In a particularly bold display of heroic disregard for their own safety, officers to the west of the festival even formed a human barrier against the ever-oncoming fire. Tragically, however, Officer Hartfield, who was off-duty and attending the concert as a punter, was fatally wounded during this action. Mercifully, at 10:15, after 10 long minutes, the shooting stopped, the end of the massacre being marked by the shriek of a single revolver shot as the shooter took his own life. Meanwhile, back in the hotel, the police were finally getting a response figured out. The burden of heading up to Suite 32-125 fell to Sergeants Richmond, Riddle, and Van Ness, who all rapidly assembled strike teams from available officers, and with unwavering resolve traversed the chaotic Las Vegas Boulevard, cut through the Luxor Hotel parking lot, entered the Mandalay Bay, and began making their way to the shooter's suite. Their task was to get Campos and Shark out of there. Fortunately, the pair were still alive and well, and they were both extracted from floor 32 and sent to the hospital without further incidents. Then, when a heat scan of 32-125 confirmed that the shooter was very much dead, the next thing to be done was to extract all of the civilians from the floor before they penetrated the suite. Again, this was done without incident, with there being a practically heartwarming moment when officers discovered a small infant alone in a room and swiftly reunited her with her grandma across the hall, much to the relief of everyone present. And then there was the main event, penetrating the suite. Immediately, they ran into an obstacle. Remember those baby monitors the shooter had set up? No? Wait, did you mention that, George? I don't remember baby monitors. Wait, so he was monitoring stuff with baby... Okay. Did I just gloss over that in my mind? Like, I have one of those moments where it's like, did I read something and just totally don't remember it? Or did George cut that at some point and then leave this hanging? Well, the officers weren't blessed with the power of hindsight like we are, so when they saw some modified electronic things with a load of wires poking out of it, they naturally assumed that it could be a bomb. Fortunately, one officer, Hancock, who was present on the floor, had experience on the bomb squad, so he was quickly able to relieve everyone's fears. Then there was the matter of the L bracket keeping the door to the suite bolted shut. For this problem, a swift and direct solution was decided upon: explosives. Why not just unscrew it? As Lieutenant Hudler carefully applied the explosive to the door, the rest of the team prepared. Sure, they believed the shooter to be dead, but they were taking no chances. They had just seen what he was capable of, so Officer Newton crouched ready with a ballistic shield, with Sergeant Bitsko stood over him with a high-powered rifle, and after 30 seconds of waiting just to see if the shooter had any more tricks up his cold sleeve, Huddler flicked the switch, blew the door, and the team piled in through the resulting smoke, with Newton leading the charge. What followed was a grim exploration. Front and center was the shooter's cold, lifeless body, along with a blood-stained revolver lying on the carpet beside him. Not that you could see much of the carpet by that point, as the floor was practically filled with brass cartridge cases. Then there were the guns, as rifles upon rifles were strewn everywhere. All of this ominously topped by the howl of cold night air entering the suite through the smashed windows. But harrowing as the scene was, there would be time to document it later, as the officers had something much more pressing in their minds, making sure no other individuals were hiding in the suite waiting to give them a violent surprise. Fortunately, there wasn't. And with that, the scene was turned over to forensics, and the Las Vegas shooting was finally over. The shooter. Now, before we dive deeper into today's story, I need to make one thing blatantly apparent. I'm not naming the shooter in this video. This decision is rooted in my belief that the ones who are truly worthy of memorialization are his 60 victims. The shooter himself is little but a demon wearing the skin of a human being, a parasite whose only notable contribution to the human experiment is the brutal extinguishing of 5 dozen innocent lives. And so they don't deserve to be remembered, or f*** them. God willing, with this approach, I will do my small part in erasing their name from the cultural zeitgeist, because personally, I would be a very happy man in the near future if his name was invoked not in anger, not in rage, not in disgust, but absolutely not at all, his being becoming no more pertinent to history than the dirt that currently resides on the sole of my shoe. Yes, good way of putting it. I don't remember this dude's name, and I'm happy it's this way, because f*** this guy.
But I agree with you. They probably will be.
There is also some method to my madness here, because while my decision is ultimately one based on emotion rather than reason, research done on the question of naming mass shooters would also imply my choice is the rational one. So let's now take a brief few minutes to overview this research, because it proves not just to be interesting for justifying my own choice not to name the shooter, but also provides valuable insight on how we should view and process mass shootings more generally. Okay, this sounds interesting. One theory of note is that of contagion. Within the context of a mass shooting, this theory suggests that there is a direct causal link between one mass shooting inspiring further incidents in its wake, akin to a copycat effect. For many years, specifically in the immediate post-Columbine years, this theory was the accepted rationale for pundits who chose not to name shooters, but it appears to have fallen out of vogue in recent years, having been made obsolete by more fleshed-out thinking and being criticized as simply ascribing a causal link when it only really presented evidence of a correlative one. For a more nuanced understanding, we must look at generalized imitation theory. This describes the learned ability to perform behaviors similar to those observed or described, even after some delay, creating a propensity for behaviors where previously there was none. Numerous factors can influence this propensity for imitation, including the model's perceived similarity to the observer, their social status, the rewards they receive, and their competence. Suddenly, with this understanding of the theory, we can see why my choice not to name the shooter would appear to be a most sensible one. Yeah, agreed. And I think this is obviously something that happens all across the board. Doesn't it happen famously in sports? If someone sets an incredible record, way above, then everyone is lifted up because they were oh wow, humans can do that. Right? And I guess the same with shootings. If it's this guy killed 60 people, humans can do that. And then there's some psychos out there who are yeah, I can do that. I'm going to do that. And then this stuff happens, which is just horrible. It also makes my role as a content creator a somewhat burdensome one. Make no mistake, I always try to approach every topic I cover with respect and dignity, but never before have I tried to contend with the possibility that my content could play a small part in pushing an unstable person over the edge and lead to further tragedy. Truly, as a content creator, it is hard to imagine a more horrific consequence of my work, but unfortunately many in the media, both new and legacy, do not seem to be quite as conscientious with their reporting, and so there has been ample opportunity to discover exactly how generalized imitation theory plays out in the real world. One of the chief things that it discovered, rather morbidly, is that sloppy reporting can serve as an ad hoc training manual, with an unstable person effectively taking notes from media reporting, seeing what past shooters did right, where they messed up, and making refinements to their own plans accordingly. Naturally, I will not be naming past shooters who have done this. Yeah, and obviously, I make jokes about how terrible criminals are and all the things they do wrong. I'm going to refrain from doing that because, Well, for obvious reasons. Furthermore, it was also found that careless media reporting can, for lack of a better description, make a shooter sexy, as in their unrelenting crusade for eyeballs on their screens, they end up dramatizing the shooting to the point where it is depicted as some kind of high adrenaline, at times bordering on heroic last stand against all odds. I see nothing heroic about this. If you see stuff like this and you think it's heroic, there's something wrong with you. There really is. Like, if you look at things like this, or Sandy Hook, it's kids. If you see anything heroic about it, those are cowards. These are cowards. The most cowardly cowards.
Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell!
Disgusting human beings. For this reason, you will notice that in my recounting of the shooting, the actual descriptions of the violence tend to be pretty bare bones, short, sharp paragraphs, and rather plainly explained what he was doing and then moved on, with far more of the story's word count being dedicated to the victims and the heroes of the story. For those interested in knowing more, my sources for this chapter has been a paper titled Mass Shootings, the Role of Media in Promoting Generalized Imitation, written by Drs. James Mindel and Jonathan Ivey. Should you be interested in more depth explanation of what I just discussed, this paper is freely available online. So now that my rationale behind not naming the shooter, and some interesting wider context has been fully explained, let's get back to the ongoing story of Las Vegas. Eyewitness accounts. Now let's step back into the main narrative of our story, but now having already seen how the main series events played out, let's expand our understanding by zooming in and examining a few detailed witness accounts under the proverbial microscope. This will give us a valuable opportunity to appreciate the smaller, more nuanced details that did not fit our main narrative, the emotions, the reactions, and the split-second decisions that decided life or death during those 10 long minutes. We're going to begin with Officer W. Stutzman of the Convention Center Area Command, who was posted to the festival and so found himself right in the heart of the unraveling horror. To keep things authentic, this account has been lifted word for word from the Operational Officer's report, which is a sprinkling of editing from myself to remove technical police terminology that doesn't help our understanding. It's a long quote. Okay, here we go. On the day in question, I worked the Route 91 Harvest Festival. I was partnered with Officer Tran, and we were assigned interior patrol west of the stage grass area. Our shift was scheduled from 1700 to midnight. We were standing next to the guardrail that separated the general access area to the VIP tents that was located on the west side of the venue. When the first shots occurred, Tran and I started walking south to investigate, and I was looking in the air because it sounded like fireworks. I remember a few LAPD officers that were hanging out with us who said, "Get it, boys," as we walked away. While still walking toward the stage, a second volley went off, and I realized that something wasn't right. There were a few people standing around someone laying down on the grass to our left. We turned and looked and saw a female lying on her back with a gunshot wound to her right eye. A man was holding her head, and he looked at me and asked for help. The female's gunshot wound was bleeding severely. The blood was running and gushing out of her eye and spilling into her nose and mouth. At this point, Tran called out, an alert on the radio. I told the male to turn her onto her side so that she can breathe, and he said no, because she was having a seizure. The female was violently shaking. The third volley ran out, and I heard impacts hitting in front of me. Unknown how far away they struck, but it seemed within 10 feet. At this point, everyone started screaming, and I told everyone to move. The volleys were definitely coming from the hotel area and sounded like they were right outside the main fence. Tran and I ran back towards the VIP tent. There were people laying down and running for cover. Tran told some people to get down and knelt with them at the base of the tent. I continued to hear volleys, which sounded like they were coming from just outside the fence. I drew my weapon and ran up the stairs in the VIP tent because I knew there was another set of stairs at the south side. I was telling people to get down as I ran. After I went down the south set of stairs, I realized there was not an exit, so I ran along the perimeter fence northbound to reach Gate 2. I exited through the gate and got behind a 4 to 5 foot brick wall that runs parallel with Las Vegas Boulevard. Then myself and another officer ran south along the wall. At this time, it still sounded like the shooter was close, and I was trying to get to the threat. When we reached the end of the wall, we were at Mandalay Bay Boulevard. There were about 5 officers and 10 civilians behind the wall. As more shots ran out, approximately 7 more officers jumped over the wall, coming west to east to get behind cover. We now realized the shots were coming from an elevated position, and we were in a horrible spot. I told everyone around to remove their traffic vests. The shooting continued for what seemed like 30 minutes. We started telling all the civilians to move northbound and back into the grounds. There was a guy who could not stand or walk due to an unknown injury, and I myself and Officer Ryan Courtney, I think it was him, picked him up and ran him northbound, and then into the grounds where we dropped him off to other people that were helping. When the shooting finally stopped, there were 3 sergeants and about 15 officers. We split into groups of 3 and ran across the boulevard, going from cover to cover. On the other side of the boulevard, we jumped over a fence and ran through a parking lot on the west side of the boulevard. Two groups went in through the valet, and the strike team I was with entered through the House of Blues. At this time, we still thought there were multiple shooters and began to clear the casino floor of the Mandalay Bay. When we got to the Michael Jackson Theatre, we realized that there were 1,300 people inside. Due to the amount of people and the officers we had, we locked ourselves in the theatre and sat on the exit until we were cleared to go back for debrief. The account speaks for itself, and Officer Stutzman's own words do a far better job conveying the horror of the shooting than I ever could from the outside looking in. So now let's do the same again, but from a different perspective. The one of Officer Brosnahan, who was one of the SWAT officers who entered the Mandalay Bay to stop the shooter. Long quote again. I, Officer Brosnahan, operating as a uniformed SWAT officer, did respond to the Mandalay Bay active shooter event at 22:15 hours. I was off duty when I received a text message from my supervisor, Sergeant Wiggins, stating that there was an active shooter at the Mandalay Bay and that I, along with the entire SWAT team, was to respond. I drove my unmarked Metro vehicle, logging on as I was en route. While listening to the radio, details were scattered and unclear as the number of shooters, their locations, and how many locations they had attacked. Rather than pulling up to the Mandalay Bay directly and into an ambush, a supervisor got on the SWAT radio channel and instructed all SWAT personnel to meet at the South Central Area Command to stage and deploy from there. Once arrived, the assistant team leader, SWAT Officer Stevens, told me that he needed to deploy as a sniper, so I grabbed my sniper gear, including my LaRue 308 semi-automatic sniper rifle. I then linked up with SWAT Officer Mickelson and drove in his truck to Mandalay Bay. We arrived at the Four Seasons entrance and immediately encountered 40-plus civilians taking cover and asking for help. Mickelson and I escorted the crowd to the boulevard and then directed them south towards the patrol perimeter. Mickelson and I then entered the Four Seasons entrance to Mandalay Bay. We were able to locate an elevator and took it to the 35th floor, the lowest floor that we could get to on that elevator. We had heard radio traffic that the shooter was on the 32nd floor and in a suite where he was shooting at the Route 91 Harvest Festival concert. Once on the 35th floor, we found stairs and took those down to the 32nd floor. We entered the hallway and immediately to our left found a suite at the end of the hallway with a partially open door. We didn't know if this was the suite the shooter was in, so we entered and checked the suite, not finding anyone inside. Mickelson and I then made our way to the central rotunda of the 32nd floor and contacted several officers and Mandalay Bay employees. They directed us towards the suspect suite. Looking down the wing of the suspect suite, we could see at the end of the hallway the double doors to the suite. The left door, as you look at it, had dozens of bullet holes in it. We also observed that several patrol and plainclothes officers and one SWAT officer, O'Donnell, were halfway down the suspect hall and taking cover in the hotel room alcoves. Mickelson and I ran down the hallway to those officers and set up as a sniper team covering the suspect's doors. The officers informed me that they had not heard gunfire come from the room for several minutes. SWAT officer Hancock then broadcast that he was entering the suspect hallway from the stairwell next to the suspect's suite to hang an explosive breach. Mickelson and I covered their movements. The breach was detonated and the left door did come free from the hinges only hanging on the interior door return. The breach team then tore the door all the way down and slowly entered the suite. After the team entered, Mickelson and I were out of play. We were set to be a downed officer rescue team. Once the second charge went off inside of the suite and we heard a discharge of a firearm, Mickelson and I made the decision to enter the suite in case the team ran short of bodies. By the time we entered the suite and adjoining room were cleared and the suspect was found dead inside. The suspect had apparently shot himself in the head with a silver revolver. Inside of the room, we observed at least 18 AR-style rifles with various types of accessories on them, hundreds of loaded rifle magazines, cameras attached to the backs of the doors looking through the peepholes, a table run from the bedroom of the suite into the suite, monitors, and various other items. There were hundreds of spent shell casings on the suite floor, a sledgehammer, and 2 broken-out windows, one in the main suite and the other in the adjoining hotel room. The suspect had also run 2 cameras to a room service cart that was still in the hallway. Hancock was able to locate the suspect ID and broadcast the info. I broadcast over the SWAT channel that the suspect had been located and that we used explosive charges and that the suite was clear. The suite was then turned over to uniformed patrol officers and Mickelson and I made our way downstairs to link up with other SWAT personnel to begin looking for additional suspects. We cleared a luggage storage/valet area that several hotel guests, security and valet workers had taken cover in. Among the group was a security officer that had been shot in the leg on the 32nd floor. I escorted him to our SWAT doctor for treatment. The team I was with then cleared the staff area of the Mandalay Bay, finding 2 employees hiding in the manager's office. We escorted them to safety. We were then tasked, along with the entire SWAT team, to go floor by floor and clear every hotel room in the Mandalay Bay. Once the rooms were cleared, we all met back to debrief. And the quote ends. I did want to do that uninterrupted just because, well, one, it was extremely compelling and interrupting quotes is sometimes a bit difficult. But it's like, I just wanted to say, this guy was extremely well prepared with all the cameras and the monitors and an insane number of guns and ammunition. He must have been, I think I remember this. Like, he was smuggling them into the hotel for ages, like going out and then coming back with like another suitcase and obviously like loading it up with guns, right? But that's a load of guns to get into a hotel room. He must have gone out and hung that sign to be like, do not disturb. Please don't go in there. Please don't go in there. They're very good at it. I think one time I hung do not disturb and they went in and cleaned my room anyway. Generally, when I stay in a hotel, if it's just like 2 or 3 nights, I'm always like, do not disturb. I don't need my bed made. I just don't want people rifling through my So I'm always like, if I'm there for longer, then it's like, yeah, okay, you make up the room. But generally, I'm just like, it's okay. I'm just here for a couple of nights. I don't need my room cleaned every day.
It's good advice.
Like with Officer Stutzman's account, this came straight from the police officer's reports, and it gives us a lot of insight that simply wouldn't be possible if I were to recount his experience to you secondhand. Yeah, no, this is probably the longest quote that we've ever had on Casual Criminalist, and I feel it works very well. I was gripped by it. It's very compelling. At this point, having now seen the testimony of both an officer who was on the ground at the scene and an officer who responded to it, I had hoped to make a nice, well-rounded triumvirate perspective by finishing with a similar perspective from a civilian who was on the ground during the shooting. But unfortunately, I was unable to locate any during my search. The Las Vegas police certainly will have taken many such testimonies, but for whatever reason, I wasn't able to get my hands on any. But I still wish to repeat this valuable perspective. So what I've done instead is collate a small selection of short witness testimonies from contemporary news reports. Also note that most of the interviews consisted of back and forth questions and answers, which don't really lend themselves well to direct quotation in the manner we did for Officer Stutzman and Brosnahan, so I've combined them and paraphrased the original quotes while maintaining the language and context of the original quote. First, we have an anonymous concertgoer who spoke to ABC News and recalled the dread that consumed them when they realized that the noise that they had previously believed to be fireworks was not in fact fireworks. He then went on to recount how one of his friends was hit 3 times and he had to drag him under the stage to escape the continuing gunfire. Then, realizing that his friend was losing critical amounts of blood and couldn't afford to wait around for the gunfire to cease, he dragged his friend through the incoming bullets to get him aid. The pair made it to an improvised triage center without being hit any further, but sadly his friend didn't make it, and he died in his arms. Then there was Jamie Vasquez, who in an interview with Mary Claire revealed how she too had initially thought that the gunfire was fireworks, and when the grim realization hit her, she had absolutely no cover that she could easily flee to, so instead she made the brave choice to lie down on the ground, minimizing her profile to the shooter, and then during one of the shooter's many pauses to reload, she steered herself and fled the scene, not stopping running until she hit the safety of a police roadblock. Gail Davis proved luckier than most. Speaking to CBS, she recounted how her husband had immediately recognized the first few aim-adjusting shots taken at 10:05 as semi-automatic rifle fire, and so he immediately took her by the hand and made for an exit, getting a several-second head start on the majority of the crowd who initially mistook the gunfire for fireworks. Tragically, however, she also recounted seeing a girl beside her get shot and immediately collapse, a girl that she later discovered did not survive. Another anonymous concertgoer, also speaking with CBS, describes the terrifying moment when mass panic consumed the festival crowd. They recalled seeing most people running with nowhere to go. The festival was packed shoulder to shoulder and it was completely open with hardly any cover. But still, people instinctively just started moving, desperate to do anything and everything they could to escape the venue. They also recalled seeing a few brave civilians who disregarded their own safety and rushed to the aid of the casualties, doing anything they could to apply pressure to their wounds and buy them some more time. And speaking of bravery, there's Clay Wilson, who in an interview with People magazine revealed how he'd used his own body to protect his wife, pulling her to the floor as she panicked and positioning himself on top of her. Then, certain that death would come for him, he called his children amidst the shooting for what he was sure was a final goodbye. One can't help but admire Clay Wilson's strength and quick thinking in the face of imminent danger. To shield a loved one without a second thought, while confronting the very real possibility of it being his last moments alive, is an act of bravery that embodies the essence of these civilian recollections, not mere anecdotes, but an anthology of raw human endurance, suffering, and bravery, even in the face of insurmountable odds. So as we bring this section to a close, we're now able to appreciate the true tragedy of the event in a way that we simply were not able to prior. These experiences, though unique, all bear the same heart-rending undertones of fear, of resilience, of tragic loss. So now let's move on from the event itself and let's take a look at the police investigation that followed. Yes, as important as this is, it's so grim, and I like it when the police get... Obviously, this guy just shot himself like a coward, so there's no, satisfaction of the arrest or anything. But let's look at the investigation. The police's first task following the shooting was to fully document the crime scene and recover every shred of evidence that it had to give. Naturally then, this also meant bagging and tagging the shooter's cache of firearms, which, as you may have ascertained, was unfathomably large. 24 in total were recovered from the suite. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of guns, including 14 5.56 by 45mm AR-15 type rifles from a range of different manufacturers, 8 7.62 times 51mm AR-10 type rifles, also from a different range of manufacturers, and one 7.62 by 51mm Ruger American bolt-action rifle, and one 38 Special Smith & Wesson 342 revolver. Can you just buy as many guns as you want? This guy bought 22 assault rifles and a rifle and a revolver, and it's just like, fine. Anyone who's buying 14 AR-15s should be on some, like, what are you doing with 14 assault rifles? Now, if you know anything about firearms, you'll know that none of the aforementioned weapons are fully automatic, with the Ruger American being manually operated and the AR-10s and 15s all being semi-automatic self-loaders, which only deliver 1 round per trigger pull and therefore shouldn't have been capable of the exceptional rate of fire that the shooter was achieving. So, how did he do it? If I remember, this is something called a bump stock, and it is basically allows you to convert a semi-automatic weapon into an automatic weapon, which, I mean, surely that has to be massively illegal. But if I remember correctly, it's not, which seems insane. Anyway, let's see. The police had this question too, and as they inspected his weapons more closely, they found their answers. Bump stocks and large capacity magazines. This terrifying combination, for all intents and purposes, allowed his semi-automatics to function as machine guns. With their initial catalogue of the firearms completed, the police's attention then turned to figuring out how and when each of the firearms seized from the hotel room had been used. A subsequent forensic investigation of the suite turned up 1,057 shell casings, which were meticulously studied to trace back to their firearm of origin. The analysis confirmed that 14 rifles had been fired during the incident, and will spare you the full list, but with most of the weapons having been fired for exactly or just under the amount of rounds its now empty magazine could hold, it appears as though the shooter's strategy was to have his cache of weapons lined up beside him, fire until its magazine was either empty or the weapon jammed, and then drop it and repeat with another weapon. Next on the to-do list was DNA. Every single item from the suite was collected and scraped for any trace of DNA, which the police hoped would allow them to ascertain if anyone else had been involved in the shooting. Wait, this is a hotel room. Like, as thoroughly as you clean that, a lot of people are in and out, and surely there's going to be a lot of DNA all over the show.
You got that mischievous look in your eye.
This seemed to prove conclusively that the shooter had acted alone. The only other DNA recovered besides his belonged to the hotel staff, all of whom quickly proved that they had absolutely nothing to do with the shooting thanks to watertight alibis and extensive supporting CCTV footage from the hotel. And then it was on to the digital evidence, which proved to be no small task. The detectives sifted through 22,000 hours of CCTV footage and a whopping 252,000 images, which ultimately yielded just over 500 sightings of the shooter and allowed the police to build up a comprehensive understanding of his movements in the weeks leading up to the shooting. Oh my god, that is an extraordinary amount of... How many people were working on this? I guess a lot, because it's the biggest mass shooting in history. They also dug into 4 laptops and 3 mobile phones that were discovered in the shooter's suite, revealing online queries including everything from biggest open-air concert venues in USA to more specific searches related to anticipated crowd sizes for music festivals, including Life is Beautiful and Route 91 Harvest Festival. They also found that they had sought out information on the height of the Mandalay Bay Hotel, various Las Vegas venues, SWAT tactics, and the performance of different types of ammunition over varying distances. Disgustingly, they also found several hundred images of child pornography. Why? What the f***? Why do you have to just... Why does this have to go in there? They also found evidence of a failed previous attempt to carry out another mass shooting, having discovered that the shooter had previously booked a hotel room overlooking the Lollapalooza Music Festival in Chicago's Grants Park in August. This reservation was mysteriously cancelled just 2 days before check-in. Why does this guy have so many mobile phones and hotels, and he's just like searching for... How do you not get on some sort of list? I always make that joke. It's like, oh yeah, if you're searching for like how to make a gun from plastic or whatever, you'd definitely be on some list and they should be pulling you aside at the airport. And I know there's like way too much information for this to ever be really... Maybe with like artificial intelligence and stuff, they're going to be much better at this in some sort of like scary dystopian way, but hopefully less terroristy way. But I always joke that you should get on some sort of list. But this guy's like, nah, it's like if you were given those search terms, right? And just like, what's this guy planning? And you'd be like, well, he's going to plan a mass shooting of a music festival from a high story of a hotel, isn't he? That's what he's up to, which is insane. He doesn't use a VPN? What are you up to? But for all of this extensive searching, one thing was not discovered, and that was a motive, and all investigators could do was piece together possible motivations from whatever scraps of evidence they could find. One explanation that was floated was that the shooter was motivated by far-right political inclinations. Just a few days before the shooting, he was overheard discussing seminal far-right events, the Ruby Ridge Standoff and the Waco Siege, both of which catalyzed the anti-government militia movement of the 1990s. Additionally, a man who crossed paths with the shooter during an unsuccessful firearms transaction revealed that he had voiced strong anti-government sentiments, ranting about FEMA camps, likening them to government-controlled concentration camps. He also supposedly saw the agency's operations after Hurricane Katrina as a guise for a larger conspiracy, a dry run for the law enforcement and military to start confiscating guns. Okay. These notions tie back to conspiracy theories originating in the radical right circles since the 1980s, casting FEMA as a puppet in the hands of the global elite, plotting to usurp US sovereignty. Isn't FEMA the Federal Environmental Management Agency? I've no idea if that's correct, but I think it's got something to do with, in response to natural disasters. Why is there a conspiracy theory around this? Is they just help people out. They're the people who send water when there's no plumbing working anymore.
It's kind of nice having that kind of free time.
Despite this, the investigators treaded carefully and were reluctant to ascribe far-right tendencies as the shooter's definite motivation because it was just one of several possible explanations that they discovered. Another potential motivation was found in his family history. An FBI report suggested that the shooter was inspired, at least in part, by his father's reputation as a bank robber who once made the FBI's most wanted list, potentially leading to an extreme desire for infamy as a perverse interpretation of his father's criminal legacy. Yeah, robbing banks is a little bit different to mass shooting dozens of people, isn't it? This potential explanation was compounded by his ex-wife, who indicated that he grew up in a financially unstable home with a single mother, resulting in an insatiable desire for attention that eventually mutated into the pure evil that unfolded on October the 1st. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit considered these possibilities for a couple of years, but eventually arrived at a complete dead end, closing the case in January 2019 without ever having decided on a motive for the mass shooting. That's crazy. We don't know why he did it. If you want my 2 cents worth on his motivation, he was an evil piece of shit, and frankly, I don't give a single toss about what inspired him to commit such an evil act. Isn't it? I'm not interested from the personal perspective. I'm interested from a professional perspective. Not that I'm a professional at this stuff, but you know what I mean. What caused this to happen? What was wrong with him? So we can consider this in dealing with the situation in the future, right? Because okay, maybe he was just an evil bastard, but maybe something, and the FEMA and the conspiracy, maybe he's just an evil, crazy conspiracy theorist. That seems like the most likely explanation, and then it's what we're supposed to do, fight against conspiracy theorists, and then they just think we're part of the conspiracy. It's stupid. Conspiracy theorists are stupid. And sometimes, occasionally right, which is kind of worrying. Have I been writing these scripts for so long that I have become jaded and cynical to the point that I get overly emotive when contemplating violent crime? Well, most certainly. But alas, it is what it is. And when I think about the 60 innocent lives that were extinguished because of this deranged demon, I find myself with not a single left to give for his motivations. If you get Wi-Fi down in hell and are watching this unnamed shooter, know that as I write this, I'm laughing at you, laughing at the pathetic waste of flesh and bone that was your life, and now I view you with all the pitiful contempt that I typically reserve for toddlers throwing tantrums. Now, following that much-needed release of emotional pressure, let's take our attention off the shooter, who, even unnamed, has already occupied far too much of this script than he deserves, and instead refocus on what really matters, his victims. The victims. In the aftermath of any tragedy, it is vital to remember the victims, to recall the vibrant lives extinguished too soon, and to remind ourselves of the indelible imprints they left behind. In doing so, we humanize the numbers, we give meaning to the loss, we wrestle the victims from the clutches of oblivion, and we declare that they mattered and will continue to matter. Ordinarily, I immerse myself in this task. I learn about every individual. I commit to memory their names, their faces, their smiles. I recount their stories. No matter how unremarkable or extraordinary they might be, I pay homage to them, to the life they led, to the people they loved, to the dreams they harbored. But today, I'm at a loss. Today I'm confronted by a daunting task, a canvas vast and overwhelming, populated by 60 distinct strokes, each rightfully demanding its unique due. Each victim was a universe in themselves, a constellation of experiences and aspirations that were abruptly extinguished. How then can I distill these diverse realities into a single narrative without blurring the lines of their individuality. So let us embark on this journey of remembrance together, bearing in mind that these stories, though a mere fraction of the toll, represent a whole, a mosaic of lives irrevocably altered by a senseless act of violence. Think of Jack Reginald Beaton, a man whose final act was one of selfless love, his body becoming a shield to protect the woman he'd loved for 23 years. Then there was Christopher Lewis Roybal, a Navy veteran who traded the battlefields of Afghanistan for the neon lights of Las Vegas, only to lose his life away from the combat zones he'd survived. Turn your thoughts to Lisa Marie Patterson, whose faith and love for sports lit a beacon in her community, or to Adrian Allen Murfitt, the jovial fisherman from Anchorage, dreaming of his own boat. And then there was Angela Gomez, a diligent nursing student with an infectious zest for life who had been at the very cusp of realizing her dreams. Consider the heartache of Austin William Davis's partner, mourning the loss of the man that she had expected to spend the rest of her life with, and Stacey Ann Etcheber, whose husband, a police officer, was robbed of the chance to protect his wife as he pledged to protect his city. Among the victims were also those who served their communities with dedication and passion. Heather Lorraine Alvarado, a member of the Cedar City Fire Department's Ladies Auxiliary, whose loss reverberated through her community. Charleston Hartfield, a police officer and National Guard member, who was slain while administering aid to the victims. And finally, there were those whose potential was so cruelly ripped away, like recent graduate Christiana Duarte embarking on a promising career with the Los Angeles Kings, or Kerry Lynn Galvin, a mother of 3 who could recall every customer's order but was robbed of the chance to recall her children growing up. These are but the briefest sketches, incomplete and inadequate. Behind each name was a story, a family, a community that continues to reel from the devastating loss. Each death was a tear in the fabric of countless lives. Each absence is a gaping hole that can never be filled. These stories serve as a haunting reminder of the cost of hate and the price of indifference. Yet in the midst of this profound tragedy, it's critical to remember that the essence of these victims isn't encapsulated in their deaths, but in the lives they led. They were parents, spouses, children, friends, neighbors, and colleagues. They were individuals who loved, who dreamed, who aspired, who left a mark on the world in ways big and small. While this account doesn't encompass all 60 victims, each one of them equally important, each story equally compelling. The sheer magnitude of the tragedy makes it impossible to delve into the narrative of every life cut short, yet they remain in our hearts, etched into our collective consciousness, standing as a testament to our shared humanity. As for non-fatal casualties, approximately 869 individuals suffered physical injuries, with the police investigation confirming that about 413 were a direct result of gunshot or shrapnel. A further 360 victims endured injuries not directly related to gunshot or shrapnel wounds, likely due to the chaos and subsequent stampede caused by the shooting. Unfortunately, for nearly 96 victims, their specific type of injury couldn't be conclusively determined. In addition to this, the Las Vegas police also recognize all 22,000 festival attendees as psychological victims. I think we can speak for everyone on the team at the Casual Criminalist, as well as everybody watching this, in that we wish them well and Godspeed with their recovery. Conspiracy theories. Alright, this is a chapter that brings me no joy, but it is a sad reality of the Las Vegas shooting that it has been the center of a great number of conspiracy theories over the years. I hate these people. Like, conspiracy theories, fine, have your fun. But when it's like around mass shootings like Alex Jones and his Sandy Hook, it's just like, this isn't harmless, you're hurting people, which was nicely encapsulated by that huge legal legal fine or whatever that he got. It wasn't like over $1 billion. God damn. Well deserved. Initially, I wasn't going to include this chapter at all and not fuel the fire, but after further contemplation, I opted to do so for 2 reasons. Firstly, because whether we like it or not, it is a part of the story, and I'm going to bring you a fully representative account of the shooting. I have to include it. But secondly, and more importantly, I'd rather you hear it from me first, a writer who isn't trying to sell you any snake oil or wacky narratives. That way, you can be introduced to and ultimately learn to combat the conspiracy theories, rather than potentially find yourself susceptible to them later down the line. The first conspiracy theory came from the minds of Brad Johnson, a retired CIA officer, and Rich Higgins, a former Pentagon official. They first entered the story about a month after the shooting, when they, along with a number of associates, created a 51-page PowerPoint presentation, which according to its synopsis used open source information with tactical counterterrorism analysis, cyber intelligence, and data mining capabilities to explain what they claimed to be the reality of the Las Vegas shooting. As you've probably already ascertained from its inclusion in the chapter, it was kind of a complete crock of bollocks. Really? These are two, a retired CIA officer and former Pentagon official? These sound like serious dudes. But where their claims get really dark, however, is when they named a completely innocent man who was nothing but an innocent bystander at the massacre as in fact being complicit in the shooting, claiming that he had acted as a middleman between Antifa and ISIS, both of them, they alleged, were the real masterminds behind the disaster. Wait, did they claim this? These are kind of, I don't know about Antifa, but isn't ISIS kind of like, if this happens, they're like, yeah, it was us. We did it. Their big-brained, irrefutable evidence of this claim? A social media post of him meeting at a Turkish restaurant, and no, I'm not even being hyperbolic here. That was literally their proof. That is not proof he's eating at a Turkish restaurant. Obviously, this was utter nonsense. The video's main source is a 187-page document that was the result of a nearly year-long investigation process and collated thousands of pieces of evidence from DNA to ballistics and from CCTV footage to phone records, and at any point in this video have I mentioned any sort of co-conspirator. Well, no, because there wasn't one. But unfortunately, nonsense it may have been, but this conspiracy theory spread like wildfire online, and soon enough the inferno was out of control. The man in question, naturally keen to have nothing to do with this utter drivel, privated his social media accounts and tried to get on with his life, but unfortunately, this was akin to waving a red flag to a bull, as those rapidly dogging him took this as an admission of guilt. I would sue those people who came up with this so hard, like Sandy Hook victims, families, to Alex Jones. Because you're ruining this guy's life. And if all of this wasn't bad enough, the story was then picked up by Laura Loomer, a rather controversial internet personality, at which point the wildfire escalated into more of an atomic blast. I've never heard of Laura Loomer, and I assume it's because she's peddling this kind of conspiratorial nonsense that I've got no interest in. So probably why. And the harassment against him only continued to grow. His family and friends advised him to simply ignore the fervor and get on with his life. But eventually, the stress of a total lack of privacy and constant death threats grew too great for the poor man, and he went to the FBI for protection. As if this wasn't bad enough, the conspiracy theory only continued to grow, even eventually finding itself entertained by actual, real-world, not online public figures, such as various anchors on a particularly litigious news channel. You know exactly which one, even if we don't name it, and even Congressman Scott Perry. Mercifully, the hate train eventually put on its brakes and pulled into a siding, and the unnamed innocent man was able to go about the rest of his life in peace and is alive and well to this day. Why? What did they? They were just suddenly like, nah, it's okay, we'll leave the guy who we think was a conspirator alone. I guess the conspiracy theory, people just got bored.
That's strange.
If nothing else, the unfounded accusations that nearly ruined an innocent man's life underscore a grim facet of our internet-driven era. Innocent bystanders can find their lives upended due to baseless conjecture, magnifying the distressing aftermath of a tragic event. Once a narrative takes root in the fertile grounds of the internet, it can prove disconcertingly resilient, irrespective of the protestations and evidence of those wrongfully accused. And of course, such baseless speculations are also an insult to the many innocent lives lost. Another conspiracy theory that gained traction in the aftermath of the Las Vegas shooting posits that the nameless gunman was not the actual perpetrator. Instead, it was suggested that he was set up as a patsy or scapegoat by some larger, more sinister entity, whether it be the government, the deep state, terrorist organization, or some other shadowy group. At the core of this theory lies the belief that the scale, precision, and lethality of the attack far exceeds the capabilities of a single man. Theorists often cite the number of guns found in the hotel suite and the rapid-fire nature of the attack, asserting these factors imply a degree of skill and planning beyond the actual shooter's perceived abilities. Additionally, some theorists latch on to perceived inconsistencies or ambiguities in the official timeline of events and law enforcement reports. For instance, the delay in police breaching the hotel suite or conflicting initial reports about the number and nature of the shooter's injuries are often cited as evidence of a cover-up. Another branch of this theory focuses on the lack of an established motive for the perpetrator's actions. Theorists argue that the absence of an apparent reason for him to carry out such a horrific act fuels suspicion that he was not the true perpetrator, but rather the fall guy for a covert operation or a broader conspiracy. These theories, while prolific on certain internet forums and social media platforms, lack substantial evidence and are largely built on speculation, misinterpretation, and a profound distrust of official narratives. The consensus among law enforcement and credible media outlets is that the man that we have been talking about for the last hour was indeed the shooter, and any suggestion otherwise is a product of conspiracy theorizing. What's more, we don't even have to defer to the media to believe this. Once again, this video's main source is an extensive 187-page investigative document published after the attack, and all the pages are filled with CCTV stills of the shooter moving bags upon bags full of firearms into his room, and various other clear-as-light evidence that fully debunks the conspiracy. Now, as we bring this chapter to a close, we must remember that unchecked conspiracy theories are not just an annoyance, They are a peril. They can incite fear, stoke divisions, and harm innocent individuals. They are a symptom of deeper societal fissures, a manifestation of our struggle to navigate an ever-changing socio-political landscape where the line between truth and falsehood is continually blurred. In the final reckoning, the Las Vegas shooters story has been obscured by the fog of conspiracy, which is itself a tragedy. This haze of baseless accusations and misinformation serves as a stark reminder of the need to reassess our digital discourse's navigational tools. It underscores the urgency of discerning truth from fiction and treating each other with respect in the complex arena of online interaction. In the end, this is not just about ourselves. It's about honoring the memory of those impacted by such horrific events and not insulting their memories by peddling baseless and easily debunked conspiracy theories. The fallout. The Las Vegas shooting served as a potent catalyst for the rekindling of national debates on gun control. Legislative responses varied from state to state, but in many areas there was a palpable push for more stringent gun control measures. Doesn't this happen every time? It's like there's a mass shooting, people die, kids die, innocent people are slaughtered, and then it's like there's a talk about gun control or like some sort of limitations and stuff like that. Doesn't it just seem like nothing's happening? And then like a couple of years later, something else horrific happens and they're like, yeah, let's do something about that. Nothing ever happens because these mass shootings keep happening. And honestly, I don't know much about like gun control or anything like that. I'm not American, so it's hard for me to comment other than like, it'd be nice to see people getting shot less. But it doesn't, is it necessarily a problem with the guns being like, I live in a country which has similar gun laws to America, but there's not people getting shot all the time. And it makes me think that it's not the guns, it's something else. For some reason, this happens in America more, and I don't know what that reason is. Nevada, the very state scarred by the massacre, stood at the forefront of this legislative movement. In February 2019, Governor Steve Sisolak signed a bill into law that expanded background checks to private gun sales and transfers, effectively closing the so-called gun show loophole. Following the devastating incident in Las Vegas, then-President Donald Trump also took decisive steps to address part of the firearms issue. On December the 18th, 2018, his administration officially announced a regulatory ban on bump stocks. How were those legal in the first place? Jesus. They're just for turning a semi-automatic weapon into an automatic weapon, right? And automatic weapons are not allowed. So how about no? How has that ever been allowed? The new regulation amended the definition of a machine gun in the Gun Control Act, GCA, and National Firearms Act, NFA, to include devices that allow semi-automatic firearms to shoot more than one shot with a single pull of the trigger by harnessing the recoil energy. Consequently, the possession, sale, and manufacture of bump stocks became prohibited under federal law. Existing owners were given a 90-day grace period until the 26th of March 2019 to either destroy their devices or turn them into Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Beyond these two instances, however, legislative changes were relatively minimal. Despite the limited federal action, the incident had an indelible impact on the ongoing discourse surrounding gun control. It served as a stark reminder of the potential devastation wrought by firearms and the urgent need for comprehensive and effective regulation. Today, the incident continues to reverberate through the national conversation on gun control, contributing to an ongoing debate that seeks to balance individual rights with collective safety. There were also lawsuits that resulted from the shooting, with one example being launched by Miri Parsons, mother of the late Carrie Parsons, one of the 60 victims of the tragedy. This launched a legal challenge against several gun manufacturers and dealers. Defendants included industry giants such as Colt, Daniel Defense, and Patriot Ordnance Factory, all of whom had produced firearms used during the massacre. The lawsuit, which demanded damages exceeding $50,000 per plaintiff and called for a jury trial, argued that these companies knowingly sold firearms like the AR-15, which could be readily converted into an almost automatic weapon using a bump stock, despite a compelling argument by the Parsons attorney highlighting the lethal potential of these modified weapons. The Nevada Supreme Court sided with the gun companies. I get why they did, because they're selling guns that are legal, and bump stocks were legal somehow. So it sucks. I think it's not right, but that's what the law was. Citing Nevada Revised Statutes 41.131, Justice Christina Pickering stated that these companies were protected from wrongful deaths and negligence claims unless the deaths resulted directly from a manufacturing defect. The decision underscored the legal safeguards for gun companies and underscored the need for potential legislative changes in the future. Another lawsuit was settled in July of 2019 when MGM Resorts International, the parent company of the Mandalay Bay Hotel, reached a monumental settlement agreement with the victims of the mass shooting. the hotel agreed to pay out up to $800 million to the victims, making it one of the most substantial financial resolutions of its kind. This is what were Mandalay Bay expected to do? They couldn't have reasonably foreseen this. This is a horrible tragedy, and I have an extraordinary amount of sympathy for the victims and the victims' families, but I'm not quite sure how Mandalay Bay should have an $800 million liability here. The settlement, the result of a grueling 2-year negotiation period, was slated to cover the trauma and loss suffered by approximately 4,400 relatives and victims. An independent third party was commissioned to distribute the funds based on factors like the severity of injuries and the impact on the victim's quality of life, a process which brought some modicum of justice, albeit through financial compensation, to those affected. I don't really know if that's justice. It's not coming from the person who perpetrated this act. It's coming from the place that it took place, which I don't really understand. In the aftermath of the tragedy, the hospitality industry also went under a transformative reassessment of its security measures. The shooting had opened up a contentious debate about hotel liability, prompting many establishments to reevaluate and bolster their security procedures. I mean, what are you supposed to do? Like, scan people's luggage when they come into a hotel? It's not an airport. Practices that were once commonplace began to shift. Routine room checks became more frequent, providing an additional layer of safety for guests and hotel staff. Do not disturb signs, previously respected as inviolable, were now subject to stricter policies that balance guests' privacy with the overall safety of the hotel. I'd be inclined just not to stay in a hotel with random room checks and people just going into my room when I'm staying there. I understand that it's their property, but I have there's some degree of privacy that I'd like if I'm staying somewhere. These changes, while subtle, underscored the industry's commitment to preventing a recurrence of such a tragic event. Wow, okay. Okay. So this ends the story of America's worst mass shooting, a bitter tragedy in which 60 innocent people lost their lives, 869 suffered life-derailing injuries, and thousands more suffered psychological trauma, the likes of which we cannot even begin to truly comprehend. This is normally the part of the video where I tie things off in a neat little bow, maybe try to figure out some silver lining to the cloud, or in some way try to lessen the absolute punch to the gut that was the last hour or so of our lives. But somehow such an ending doesn't quite feel right today, so instead let's bring this episode to a close in the only way that's truly appropriate. Appendices. As ever, some ramblings on how I researched this piece. As I always do, I initially started my research by looking up secondary literature on the topic, and for a case as high profile as this, I was shocked to discover there basically isn't anything of value on this topic. All I found was a bunch of cash grab Wikipedia copy and paste ebooks, and that's about really it. Apologies if you're offered a really well-researched book I just happened to miss somehow. With that in mind, I was ready to send Simon my least favourite kind of email, the kind where I have to scrap an interesting proposal because the information simply isn't out there to do it justice, because surely, I imagined, primary documentation for such a high profile and such a recent event wouldn't be available yet. Well, that assumption of mine proved to be rather wrong, as I uncovered an absolute treasure trove of primary information during my research, including but not limited to the official police report, written following the end of the investigation in 2018, or 187 pages of it, 173 pages of officer reports detailing the accounts of officers the night of the shooting, 147 pages of civilian witness encounters with the shooter, and inches upon inches of legal paperwork related to the lawsuit. As a result, I'm proud to say that I believe this is the first piece I've ever written for this channel which is entirely primary source derived. This is brilliant. Thank you, George. I mean, primary source stuff and digging it out, I know it's a lot of work, so I really appreciate it, and I imagine the audience do as well. Thank you.
Thank you, George.
You also may find how I've referred to some of the characters in today's video a bit odd, for example, rarely mentioning the first names of police officers. This was a very specific choice on my part, as so much of this video has been drawn from police documentation. I wish to respect the privacy by only mentioning the aspects of them that were already in the public domain. Where I've used someone's full name, it's because they themselves already willingly put it out in the public, usually in a period news interview or something, or I found them on LinkedIn and they gave me the thumbs up. Brilliant research, George. As always, thank you so much. And thank you everybody for watching. Heavy episode today. Just going to end it there. See you next time.